Chapter 1. Fair Maiden, a princess awaits marriage. Li Su was relieving himself. Under the night sky, the crystalline torrent flowed over a Tuzhanglong arched bridge, cascading down like a silver waterfall from the heavens, breaking through the earth with a resounding tumult, as muddy waves surged into whirlpools, gurgling with a cacophony of sounds, overflowing with murky foam. This must be 7 meters, right? Li Su stood with his hands on his hips, a proud smile gracing his face. The days when he had to rely on support to avoid wetting his shoes while relieving himself were long gone. Now, although he was merely in the body refinement stage, his robust physique was such that, in his past life, uttering the phrase with strength that can move mountains and a spirit that dominates the world would not be an exaggeration. At this very moment, a slight exertion from him had already achieved a length unattainable by countless men from his previous life. Unless something unexpected happens, I should break through the body refinement stage this year, and then I can become a normal man. Anticipation filled Li Su's eyes. In this life, he possessed a tall stature, sharp brows, and starry eyes, adorned with an extraordinarily handsome visage. To speak unabashedly, with just this appearance, he could confidently wander the brothels, certain that he could indulge without cost. Unfortunately, men in the body refinement stage must maintain their purity, which left Li Su, who once dreamed of drunkenly reclining upon a beauty's lap, entirely too timid to venture into a brothel and test whether he could charm his way to indulgence. It was night, and this secluded grove was typically devoid of human presence, allowing Li Su to be utterly unrestrained, free from the concern of being seen in his moment of pride. "Man!" A soft, tremulous voice suddenly echoed. Li Su was startled, a shiver running down his spine. He hastily glanced to the right, and, unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in a white robe stood behind a crooked apricot tree. Her hands grasped the tree trunk, her strikingly beautiful face tinged with a hint of crimson, her eyes misty as she fixed her gaze intently upon Li Su. What a beautiful woman! Li Su's heart raced. In nearly a decade since his arrival in this realm, he had encountered numerous noble ladies in Suzhou, yet none compared to the beauty before him. Exquisite and radiant beyond measure. The woman in white stepped out from behind the crooked apricot tree, stumbling slightly as she made her way toward Li Su. Li Su was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his senses, hastily shaking himself and pulling up his trousers. "Mississippi," Li Su began, but the woman in white seemed to waver for an instant before suddenly appearing before him, her hands resting directly upon his shoulders. A warm, fragrant breath enveloped him, causing Li Su to involuntarily hold his breath, his heart pounding fiercely. "Miss, are you all right?" "Man." The woman in white's delicate lips trembled, her gaze lingering on Li Su's face for a moment before her right hand suddenly exerted force. "Not good." Li Su's expression changed as he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. A surge of energy coursed through his body, and in an instant, he found himself unable to resist. The woman in white seized Li Su's shoulders, her toes lightly touching the ground, her figure becoming weightless as she swiftly soared beyond the grove. "Miss, Fair Maiden, have you mistaken me for someone else?" With his feet off the ground and his body immobilized, Li Su shouted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Be quiet." Night had deepened. Outside Suzhou, at Cold Mountain Temple. This was a desolate and dilapidated temple, devoid of visitors. Li Su, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively sealed his lips, his eyes widening in astonishment. The woman in white, gripping his shoulder, gently waved her sleeve, and in an instant, the dilapidated temple, once cloaked in dust and cobwebs, transformed into a pristine sanctuary. Stronger than I, yet unassailable, he thought, his heart racing, as he beheld the enchanting gaze and the abnormal flush that graced the exquisite features of the white-clad maiden. He could no longer maintain his composure. It dawned upon him that this was not a robbery, but rather a quintessential technique in the realm of martial arts aimed at detoxification. "Heroine, please remain calm," he stammered. "I have been honing my body since childhood, still in a refining stage. I must not." Silence. "No, wait, you." As dawn broke, the first light of morning seeped in. Gu Qingyan, now dressed, rose gracefully and cast a glance at Li Su, who lay on the ground, softly murmuring, "To spend a night with the illustrious Yuheng fairy is quite a boon for you." With that, Her slightly flushed, stunning visage abruptly morphed into another breathtaking countenance. The poison is purged, yet your power. Gu Qingyan shook her head and took her leave. By midday, Li Su stirred from his slumber, enveloped in a warm and comforting sensation. As memories of the previous night flooded his mind, he jolted upright. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the enchanting figure had vanished. Oh no! He recalled the forced frenzy of the night before, his complexion draining of color. A martial artist, having lost his maidenhood at the refining stage, would forever remain confined to that level of cultivation. Since his arrival in this realm, his entire focus had been on mastering the art of cultivation. Regrettably, he was neither a scion of a noble family nor the fabled child of destiny, and thus had been unable to acquire authentic martial arts scriptures. He had merely learned some rudimentary techniques from a certain Zhua, a captain, along with methods of physical conditioning from the military. For 10 relentless years, he had persevered in his training, yearning for a swift breakthrough in the refining stage. Now all was rendered void. What kind of heroine? Merely a seductress. He gritted his teeth, his gaze inadvertently falling upon a bloodstain on his blue attire, causing his expression to falter. He had discerned last night that the white-clad maiden, though appearing enchanting and beguiling, remained untouched, still a maiden herself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Li Su shook his head. Given the circumstances, he could only seek alternative solutions. As he donned his clothes, he noticed beneath the fabric a golden silk pouch embroidered with pure white lotuses, roughly the size of his palm. Curious, he lifted the pouch, weighing it in his hand, surprised to find it heavier than it appeared. Could this possibly be a reward left for me? A shadow of concern crossed Li Su's face as he extended 2 fingers to pry open the pouch's delicate opening, his eyes widening in disbelief. The pouch, seemingly small, felt infinitely deep. His heart raced as he inserted his fingers into the pouch, feeling something within. Pulling it out, he revealed a white Taoist robe. After a brief silence, the phrase storage bag materialized in his mind. Her identity must be anything but ordinary. Li Su pondered to himself. As far as he knew, storage bags were an exceedingly rare commodity. In this realm, even the princes of the Qian royal family might not possess one. His gaze fell once more upon the fragrant pouch, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. If the pouch contained genuine celestial treasures, it might well compensate for the loss of his youthful purity. Heroine, having taken my innocence, do ensure that you do not merely leave me with a few garments. I implore you to include some celestial treasures or perhaps unparalleled manuals, he mused. With a deft motion, Li Su's fingers delved into the pouch once again, and after a brief moment, he gently extracted a white undergarment that exuded a delicate orchid fragrance. Ahem! His face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly tucked the garment beneath the white Taoist robe he had just retrieved, continuing his exploration of the pouch. Underwear, Taoist robe, long sword, liquor, provisions, gold and silver. Dum! As he pulled out a gilded tome, his eyes sparkled like the stars. The supreme art of the imperial cauldron. Is this a method of qi refinement from the Taoist sect? He flipped through a few pages, his eyes growing ever brighter. The Taoist method of qi refinement was indeed a genuine path of cultivation, worth its weight in gold. Though I lack innocence, I should still be able to cultivate this supreme art of the imperial cauldron, correct? Li Su closed the tome, uncertainty gnawing at his heart. The knowledge he possessed regarding cultivation had all been gleaned from Zhua Qianhu, who had served in the military and had, 20 years prior, broken through to the body refinement stage, achieving a physique of iron and bronze, making him one of the most formidable figures in Suzhou. I shall return and contemplate this further. Li Su glanced around, concealing the tome within his robes, and tentatively attempted to place the other items back into the pouch. The pouch resembled the maw of a serpent, though it appeared small. When he attempted to insert the long sword, the opening seemed to possess an extraordinary elasticity, effortlessly swallowing the weapon whole. In the northern part of Suzhou City, at the Zhou residence, Li Su style Boyan. Is he a scholar? Tianqi inquired hesitantly, gazing at the portrait in her hand. The image depicted a young man clad in a white scholar's robe, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding exceptional charm. Zhuo Lin shook his head. His heart is set on martial pursuits. Then his prowess must be quite remarkable, Tianqi whispered. Zhuo Lin shook his head once more. He remains in the process of tempering his physique, yet to break through to the body refinement stage. This. Tianqi looked at the portrait, momentarily at a loss for words. She had assumed that such a handsome youth would possess considerable talents in cultivation. Zhuo Lin reflected. It is most suitable for Her Highness to temporarily marry him to obscure her presence. Until he breaks through the body refinement stage, he cannot approach matters of romance otherwise. His path of cultivation would be irrevocably severed. I know him, well, he is fervently dedicated to his training and would never dare to offend Her Highness. I shall heed Uncle's arrangements. Tianqi lowered her gaze slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks, her attention returning to the portrait in her grasp. Zhuo Lin glanced at the tall woman in purple standing behind Tianqi, who towered over him by considerable height. The court has increased your bounty. Recent events in Suzhou have been tumultuous. If we have resolved to disguise ourselves, it is best not to resort to violence lightly. The woman in purple inclined her head slightly. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not cause you any trouble. Not a trouble. Zhuo Lin shook his head, hesitating as he spoke. I am merely concerned that if Li Su discovers your knowledge of cultivation, he may become quite persistent. It seems he is indeed quite fond of practicing, the woman in purple remarked, delicately raising an eyebrow. Tianqi gazed at the portrait of Li Su, remaining silent. Zhuo Lin chuckled. In his youth, not yet 10, he would bring me 2 jars of fine wine each day just to learn martial arts. His family background must be quite respectable, the woman in purple casually commented, noting that anything Zhuo Lin praised as fine wine would surely hold considerable value. Family background? Zhuo Lin shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. One could say that all he possesses today is earned through his own efforts. Starting from scratch? The woman in purple paused, then furrowed her brow. But you just mentioned he was under 10 years old, delivering 2 jars of wine daily. Indeed, by the age of 10, he was already wealthier than most in Gusu City. Zhuo Lin smiled. Tianqi couldn't help but inquire. Where did he acquire his wealth? Him. Zhuo Lin chuckled, his tone leisurely, through publishing poetry. Chapter 2. Simplicity. First, in the bustling streets of Suzhou, there exists a calligraphy and painting shop named Boyan Calligraphy and Painting. This establishment is owned by Li Sumin, and behind it lies his residence, a traditional courtyard with 2 entrances and 4 wings. In the hall, Li Sumin, having recently returned home, gazes wide-eyed at Zhuo Qianhu. My distant cousin's daughter has come to seek refuge here due to a flood in her hometown, Zhuo Qianhu explains. Seated in an ornate armchair, Zhuo Lin, clad in a gown adorned with fish and dragons, sips tea, his strikingly refined appearance easily surpassing expectations. Li Sumin's mind drifts to the visage of a white-clad heroine he encountered the previous night, and he muses that even Zhuo Qianhu's cousin, however beautiful, may not compare to her. As you know, I currently have no intent to marry or have children, he subtly declines, not wishing to settle down at such an early stage in life. Marry first, Zhuo Qianhu chuckles, to prevent those matchmakers from scheming about you incessantly. Li Sumin lets out a light laugh and shakes his head. I am still young and plan to travel the world. Marrying now would merely shackle me. Zhuo Qianhu furrows his brow, taken aback by the unexpected resistance. Though you have not accepted me as your master, I have always regarded you as such, he says. As Li Sumin pours him a cup of tea, it is truly too early for me to consider marriage. And what if I insist that you marry? Zhuo Qianhu, with a serious demeanor, meets Li Sumin's gaze. He has already made promises to the princess regarding this match, and ponders how he might explain a failure to fulfill them. In your eyes, am I truly so remarkable? Li Sumin teases lightly. Not necessarily remarkable, Zhuo Qianhu replies calmly. It's more about familiarity. I trust you. Li Sumin, feeling helpless, responds, you should know me well enough. Asking me to marry at this juncture is quite unfair. Zhuo Qianhu is momentarily at a loss for words. Having watched this youth grow, he understands that Li Sumin is wholly devoted to his cultivation. Once he breaks through to the body refinement stage, he is likely to leave Suzhou in search of superior methods of cultivation. My cousin is exceptionally beautiful, Zhuo Qianhu states, attempting to persuade him. Suddenly, Li Sumin poses a question. Do you believe that if I were to visit a brothel, I could do so without spending a dime? Zhuo Qianhu is taken aback, his expression darkening. Are you equating my cousin with those brothel women? Of course not, Li Sumin quickly clarifies. but his words are interrupted. No matter your intention, I have already arranged this marriage, Zhuo Qianhu retorts, a hint of indignation in his tone. Regardless of your desires, you must marry. Li Sumin's expression darkens, and he retorts, was it not you who repeatedly advised me to remain chaste during my body refinement stage? Now you tempt me with beauty? Just tell me, will you honor this old man's request? Zhuo Qianhu fixes his gaze on Li Sumin. Li Sumin finds himself at a loss. The bond he shares with Zhuo Qianhu runs deep. He is more than just a mentor. Over the years, had it not been for Zhuo Qianhu's subtle guidance and support, even with his various means of making money, he would have surely been left with nothing but bones. It is needless to say, had it not been for the timely intervention of the esteemed Lord Zhuo during the harrowing incident when he earned his first fortune, he might not have survived to this day. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, is there a portrait? Li Su, feeling a touch of helplessness, received a rolled parchment from Lord Zhuo, who, with a softened demeanor, handed it over. Upon unrolling it, Li Su's brows subtly arched. The woman depicted in the artwork possessed exquisite features, transcending mere beauty. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, as if they could speak. Her lips appeared poised to utter something, almost alive upon the canvas. If she resembled the painting, she would indeed be a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yet he could not shake the fear of it being a mere illusion. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved within himself. Having already lost his innocence to the white-clad heroine, he felt liberated to pursue romantic endeavors. Coupled with the ancient tome of cultivation he had acquired, he could progress even while remaining in Suzhou. The only uncertainty lay in whether breaking his chastity at the body refining stage would impede his cultivation of the arcane arts. Shaking his head subtly, he turned to Lord Zhuo and stated earnestly, in light of your esteemed reputation, I would consider marrying your niece. However, should I encounter another woman who captivates my heart, I trust you will not impede my desire to wed again. It is quite common for a man to have multiple wives. Lord Zhuo, unfazed, responded, indeed. Li Su felt a sense of relief and nodded. Then please make the necessary arrangements. Since I am to wed, the traditional rites must be observed in their entirety. That can be simplified, Lord Zhuo replied. Taking a sip of tea, a grand ceremony would attract too much attention and is not advisable. Moreover, it is inconceivable that Her Highness would genuinely marry this young man. Li Su, taken aback, stared at Lord Zhuo and hesitantly asked, she is your niece? A distant cousin, Lord Zhuo corrected him. Nevertheless, she is still a niece. Li Su smiled. Since I am marrying your niece, I must ensure she receives the most splendid wedding. Unnecessary, Lord Zhuo insisted, maintaining his stance that simplicity was key. Li Su retorted, if we simplify everything, it would hardly be a wedding but rather a concubinage. Lord Zhuo's expression twitched slightly. Who in this world had the audacity to treat a princess as a concubine? Perhaps you should inquire about the lady's feelings on the matter. Li Su believed no woman would wish to forego a perfect wedding. No need, Lord Zhuo replied impassively. You have no close relatives, so prepare a banquet, and this evening, I shall deliver her to you. You may exchange vows in my presence. Li Su was taken aback. Is this truly how you marry off your niece, Old Zhuo? He stared at Lord Zhuo, who maintained a stoic demeanor, advising him not to ask further questions, for upon his breakthrough in body refinement, a great opportunity would await him. Intrigued, Li Su inquired, what opportunity? It is yet to be determined. We shall discuss it upon your breakthrough, Lord Zhuo said as he departed. Left speechless, Li Su glanced once more at the portrait in his hand, muttering, why do I feel this might be a mere fade? Reflecting on the countless instances of deception he had encountered in his past life, a sense of unease washed over him. He realized he should have met the person before making any decisions. Shaking his head, he retreated to his study to transcribe the ancient tome of cultivation. Compared to the superficiality of appearances, he was far more concerned that the white-clad heroine might return to reclaim the storage pouch. After all, this pouch was no ordinary item. Even the imperial family of Deqian would likely not dare to dismiss its loss lightly. In this lifetime, Li Su possessed an exceptional memory from a young age. Having thoroughly memorized the contents of the supreme royal alchemy scripture after transcribing it, after securely stowing his handwritten copy, he returned to the main house in the backyard to further explore the storage pouch. Outside Gusu City, at Hanshan Temple, a woman clad in white, her face veiled in fine gauze, stood atop the dilapidated temple, gazing into the distance, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The enchantress has been here, the white-clad woman murmured, her gaze gradually settling towards Gusu City. She was Yu Hong, the current leader of the Taoist sect, who had recently come to Gusu at the invitation to eliminate a blood dragon beast terrorizing the Taihu region. After vanquishing the millennium-old blood dragon with 3 swords, she encountered the enchantress, Gu Qingyan, while bathing on a deserted isle in the depths of Taihu. In their direct confrontation, she felt no fear of Gu Qingyan. However, the enchantress, true to her treacherous nature, did not engage her in battle, but instead stealthily snatched her Taoist robe left on the shore, fleeing without a trace. Within that robe lay her storage pouch, which the enchantress likely coveted for the blood dragon's inner core. How unfortunate that you remain unaware that the blood dragon is inherently lustful, Yu Hong mused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. The lingering sense within the broken temple confirmed her suspicion that Gu Qingyan had consumed the inner core and that its unique toxicity had now erupted within her. Given the enchantress's peculiar cultivation techniques, she must be experiencing a period of weakness. Yu Hong reflected on the additional treasures contained within the storage pouch, including several profound techniques from the sect and her autumn water sword. She dared not delay any longer and, with a swift motion, set off towards Gusu City. Chapter 3. The Bride, Tianqi, subtle approaches in Gusu City, at the northern part of the city, within the Li residence. Li Su stared at the blood-stained index and middle fingers of his right hand, momentarily perplexed. Just moments ago, while rummaging through the storage pouch, he had grasped an item that he could not extract, resulting in his fingers being stained with blood. Upon scrutinizing the opening of the pouch, he caught a glimpse of a red thread faintly visible in the bottom right corner. As long as it isn't a human corpse, Li Su sighed in relief, his gaze shifting to the 3 gilded tomes on the table: Autumn Water Sword Technique, Flying Immortal Sword Formation, and Mysterious Dragon Transformation. Either there are none, or they are all present, Li Su exclaimed, reflecting on how before encountering the white-clad heroine, he had desperately sought various cultivation methods, only to toil under Zhuo Qianhu, practicing rudimentary martial arts. Now, he suddenly found himself in possession of an abundance of profound manuals. As evening approached, Zhuo Qianhu drove a horse-drawn carriage into the Li residence. Li Su stood in the courtyard, watching the carriage, his heart racing slightly, reminiscent of the anticipation before meeting an online girlfriend. The first to descend from the carriage was a tall woman clad in a flowing purple robe. Li Su's eyes instantly brightened. This woman in purple was exceptionally tall, standing at least 179 meters, and her figure was equally remarkable, boasting alluring curves. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin as radiant as jade, lips crimson and nose delicately upturned, exuding an air of regal allure. This was not quite as depicted in the portraits. Li Su thought to himself as he caught sight of another figure emerging from the carriage, clad in a striking red bridal gown, her head adorned with a crimson veil. For a moment, Li Su felt bewildered and instinctively glanced towards Zhuo Qianhu. Zhuo Qianhu introduced, "She is Xing, Qir's maid. Are all maids this beautiful?" Li Su marveled, his gaze lingering on the woman in the resplendent red attire. Tianqi, a distant cousin of Zhuo Qianhu. In contrast to Xing's statuesque height, Tianqi's stature appeared more ordinary, her fitted gown accentuating her alluring curves. Her exposed hands and neck were exceptionally fair, with a hint of a rosy hue. "Let us proceed to the hall," Zhuo Qianhu suggested. "Very well," Li Su replied, leading the way. Following Zhuo Qianhu's guidance, he kept everything simple, merely arranging a table laden with food and wine, without any elaborate decorations for the bridal chamber or the ceremonial hall. There were neither formal betrothal gifts nor traditional marriage rites. "Let Qir be your concubine for now," Zhuo Qianhu declared as they entered the hall. Li Su was taken aback, astonished by Zhuo Qianhu's words, eager to inquire, "Is she truly your own niece?" Zhuo Qianhu maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he felt quite helpless. After returning from Li Su's residence that afternoon, he intended to relay their conversation to Her Highness the Princess, mentioning the absence of formal betrothal and marriage rites, which resembled the taking of a concubine. To his surprise, the princess, in her enigmatic wisdom, had suggested, "Then let it be a concubine." At that moment, Zhuo Qianhu was utterly astonished. Although the state of Chu had fallen to Qin 5 years prior, a princess remained a princess. How could she be reduced to the status of a concubine? If she was not genuinely marrying young Master Li, then there was no need for her to assume the role of the Li family matron, as per the princess's own explanation. Zhuo Qianhu contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Are you certain she will be a concubine? Li Su inquired, scrutinizing Zhuo Qianhu. In this era, the concepts of wife and concubine were distinctly separate. A wife held a status that was, to some extent, equal to that of her husband, while a concubine had little standing, particularly in Li Su's household, which lacked servants to command. Zhuo Qianhu let out a subdued grunt. The princess had made her decision, and he had no grounds to oppose it. Li Su chose not to press further, though doubts began to swirl in his mind. Could it be that old Zhuo's niece was of such unsightly appearance that she had to be made a concubine, while a beautiful maid was provided as an accompaniment? Zhuo Qianhu took his seat at the head of the table. Li Su and Tianqi stood in the center of the hall, paying homage to heaven and earth, bowing to old Zhuo, and exchanging vows as husband and wife. The ceremony was so hastily arranged that Li Su had not even donned a groom's attire. This left him with a peculiar feeling. Was it truly possible to become a husband simply by bowing? Once the ceremony concluded, Tianqi and Ziying retreated to Li Su's chamber. Li Su and Zhuo Qianhu proceeded to the dining hall, where a feast had already been prepared. What on earth is happening? Li Su could not contain his curiosity. Zhuo Qianhu, composed, poured himself a glass of wine, replying, "Is it not delightful to present you with a lovely maiden?" Li Su retorted, "Are you certain she is your actual niece?" "Distant cousin," Zhuo Qianhu corrected. Li Su fell momentarily silent, studying Zhuo Qianhu. "Is she perhaps the daughter of one of your criminal associates? Are you trying to place her by my side to evade some pursuit? If it is so, what are your thoughts?" Left Qianhu inquired, not directly refuting the matter at hand. The youth before him, barely 10 years of age, had already compiled a poetry collection and was earning a living from it. To call him exceptionally clever would not be an exaggeration. Some matters, of course, cannot be entirely concealed. Li Su furrowed her brow and softly asked, "Is it troublesome?" Left Qianhu replied, "Their identities pose no issues." Li Su's heart stirred. If their identities were secure, it implied that their appearances and voices might present some complications. "No wonder you chose me," she chided. "Even a homebody like me can attract trouble. This time, consider it a favor for me," Left Qianhu remarked, pouring a cup of wine for Li Su from the jug. "In due time, once you achieve the pinnacle of body refinement, I shall personally prepare a medicinal bath to assist you in your breakthrough." Li Su was rendered speechless. In truth, she had sensed her own advancement in body refinement days prior and had intended to consolidate her progress before consulting the elder Left regarding her breakthrough. To her astonishment, while honing her physique in the mountains beyond the city, she encountered a poisoned heroine. "Has anything occurred recently near Suzhou?" Li Su inquired, eager to ascertain the true identity of the white-clad heroine. The items within her storage pouch bore no identifying marks, save for a dagger inscribed with the words "Autumn Water" on its hilt. Left Qianhu naturally assumed that Li Su was subtly probing for information about Tianqi and Ziying's identities, and he answered nonchalantly, "The most significant event is the eradication of the Millennium Blood Flood Dragon in Lake Tai." Eradicated? Li Su was taken aback. She was aware of the immense blood flood dragon that had terrorized the area 6 years prior, devouring numerous fishermen. Who accomplished this? She asked, her curiosity piqued. "Taoist heavenly sect, the Fairy of Yuheng," Left Qianhu responded. Li Su blinked, her heart racing. Who was this figure? "A personage you shall never encounter in your lifetime," Left Qianhu declared, pouring himself another cup of wine. "Recently, the Jiangnan region has been rife with turmoil. You ought to remain at home and refrain from wandering about. It is rather unsafe." "Understood," Li Su nodded, aware of some circumstances herself. For nearly 2 decades, the powerful Dacian dynasty had successively annihilated the Zhao, Yan, Chu, and Liang states, monopolizing the Central Plains. The current emperor, known as the Martial Emperor, exerts his influence over the realm. The common folk of the Zhao, Yan, Chu, and Liang states have largely submitted, yet the martial sects and noble families of these states are far less compliant. The chivalrous often transgress the law with martial prowess, while the scholarly disrupt order with their writings. In the remote regions of the 9 provinces, rebellions sporadically erupt. For instance, in Qingzhou, where Suzhou is located, bandits run rampant. And there are also monstrous beasts lurking in the deep mountains and vast lakes, periodically wreaking havoc on villages. As the two conversed and sipped their drinks, the sky darkened. Left Qianhu rose to take his leave, cautioning her, "You have been refining your body for nearly 10 years. Do not jeopardize your efforts at this crucial juncture." Li Su's expression stiffened, and with a forced smile, she retorted, If you wish for me to refrain from such pursuits, why then offer your niece to me as a concubine? If you cannot withstand such a test, perhaps it is best to abandon the martial path altogether, left Qian, who scoffed. Turning to depart, Li Su accompanied him to the door, gazing at the departing carriage with a resigned sigh. He wished to tell Lao Zhuo, in this world, some trials cannot be endured merely by one's desire to withstand them. In the face of absolute strength, resistance is futile. Lao Zhuo, this concubine was sought by you for me to wed. If I do not consummate the marriage, would that not be a disservice to your goodwill? Upon returning to the residence, Li Su cast his gaze towards the bedroom designated as the bridal chamber, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 4. The wedding night, playing with fire as the night deepened and the bright moon hung high. In the bedroom, by the bedside, Tianqi felt the sweat forming in the palms hidden within her sleeves. Do not be anxious. He would not dare to act recklessly, Ziying whispered softly. Sitting beside her, Tianqi offered a timid acknowledgement, her cheeks flushed beneath the red veil, her bright eyes betraying a sense of trepidation. When Li Su entered the bedroom, the oil lamp had already been lit. Observing the two figures seated at the bedside, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to arrange a room for Ziying. Your name is Ziying, correct? Li Su approached within a yard of the bed, inquiring gently. Ziying's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she responded with a soft affirmative. The bride, Tianqi, held her breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. There is another room to the left of the hall. You may stay there for now, Li Su suggested. Ziying's brows knitted tighter, and she remained seated without moving. Li Su squinted slightly, questioning her intent. Miss has been unwell lately, Ziying replied. Looking at Li Su with a cool demeanor, if the master requires someone to attend to him, I am willing to serve in her stead. Li Su replied, so? I take a concubine, yet I cannot consummate the marriage? He stepped closer to the bed, observing the cold vigilance on Ziying's face, rendered momentarily speechless. If I recall correctly, it was Lao Zhuo who implored me to take a concubine, was it not? I should at least be afforded the opportunity to see what my bride looks like, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ziying's gaze flickered momentarily, turning slightly to glance at Tianqi. Tianqi, suppressing her shyness, reached out to lift the red veil. However, before her fingers could graze it, she heard Li Su's voice. Allow me. With a smile, Li Su stepped forward, grasping the edges of the veil. In that instant, Tianqi's heart leaped into her throat. Ziying clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with intense vigilance. Li Su gently lifted the red veil, revealing a visage that seemed to have stepped out of a painting, undeniably exquisite. It is not a deception, he thought, his heart racing as he noted the striking resemblance between the woman before him and the portrait he had seen. In truth, the painting could scarcely capture the beauty of the woman in front of him. Could Lao Zhuo have such a stunning niece? Li Su mused that Lao Zhuo's insistence on her being a distant relative held some merit. Now that you have seen her, you may leave, Ziying stated coldly. Tianqi lowered her head in silence, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. At the moment the veil was lifted, she had stolen a glance at Li Su and discovered that the man before her bore an almost identical likeness to the portrait, handsome beyond compare. It is you who should exit, Li Su remarked seriously as he looked at Ziying. How can you bear to leave your lady alone on her wedding night? Ziying's expression darkened as she glared at Li Su. I have already stated that my lady is unwell, and yet you also mentioned you could serve in her stead. Li Su teased. The violet shadow blushed slightly and immediately retorted with a cold smile. What? Does the young master require something? If your esteemed lady agrees, I might be persuaded. Li Su replied languidly. The violet shadow inhaled deeply, suppressing her anger, and gestured towards the outside, instructing him to leave. Li Su felt displeased. In truth, he preferred to spend the night delving into the supreme imperial cauldron technique rather than engaging in marital activities. Yet, the tone of this woman was exceedingly irksome. One might mistake him for a mere son-in-law. If memory serves, this is my residence, he thought, fixing his gaze on the violet shadow. Should you wish to take your lady's place in the bridal chamber, I would be amenable to that. The violet shadow scrutinized him from head to toe, mocking. Do you dare? Li Su was taken aback, suddenly realizing the full extent of the misunderstanding. Old Zhuo must have divulged everything about him to these two women, presuming he was in the body refinement stage and too timid to approach the opposite sex. I shall wait for you next door, should you not come. This marriage proposal will be rendered unnecessary, Li Su stated nonchalantly before turning to leave. He was marrying a concubine, not a matron. What should we do, Sister Z? Tianqi whispered, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Do not fret, since Suolin holds this young man in such high regard. It indicates he is not a lecherous character, the Violet Shadow replied calmly. It is likely my earlier tone that provoked him. Tianqi frowned slightly at this. The Violet Shadow smirked. I am quite curious to see how he intends to conclude this matter. Rising from her seat, she glanced at Tianqi and, with a charming smile, said, Get some good rest. By morning, your husband will be exceedingly compliant. Tianqi was taken aback and softly cautioned, Do not go too far. After all, he is our benefactor. I know my limits, the Violet Shadow replied before turning to approach the adjoining room. Before she reached the door, Tianqi gently called out, Sister Z. The Violet Shadow turned, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Footsteps, Tianqi reminded her quietly. We are but two vulnerable women. The Violet Shadow acknowledged with a soft hum and resumed her steps, making a slight noise. As the most renowned female assassin of the former Chu kingdom, she was accustomed to stealth, moving without a sound. Upon hearing the door creak open, Tianqi retrieved a book from her bosom. The cover bore 4 large characters, Taibai Poetry Collection. Su, meaning white. To publish a poetry collection before the age of 10, and one as famous as the Taibai Poetry Collection. My husband is no ordinary man, Tianqi mused, flipping through the pages, the familiar verses bringing forth a different emotional resonance. Meanwhile, Li Su entered the room on the left side of the hall, his heart still brimming with discontent. It was not the lack of intimacy that bothered him. He would not force himself upon the bride if she were unwilling, especially out of respect for Suolin. What truly irked him was the Violet Shadow's demeanor. Just as he settled on the edge of the bed, he heard the door creak open and looked up to see the tall, graceful silhouette of the violet figure striding towards him. Li Su narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing a subtle shift in the aura surrounding her. As I lingered in the bedroom, Ziying's demeanor was frosty, as if she were warding off intruders with 1,000 miles distance. At that moment, her gaze flickered, revealing a hint of allure. Something felt amiss, and Li Su instinctively remained vigilant. Ziying approached the bed, her position imposing as she scrutinized Li Su's countenance. After a moment, she flashed a bewitching smile, reaching to untie the purple ribbon from her hair, allowing her long, lustrous black locks to cascade down to her thighs. Li Su observed in silence. Ziying let out a soft huff, tugging at her garment's sash, which loosened her purple robe. Li Su continued to gaze calmly, gradually comprehending her intentions. Had it been before last night, I might have indeed thrown you out. But now, those who play with fire often get burned. Li Su's mindset remained steady. After last night's encounter with the woman in white, he felt liberated. Even if another such moment were to arise, what would be the harm? The impudent Ziying, seeing Li Su's lack of response, cursed inwardly, refusing to believe he could persist in his composure. Before entering, she had resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to this ungrateful son-in-law. A young man aspiring to martial prowess, particularly one in the body refinement stage, fears only one thing, the allure of women. Many martial artists in this stage deliberately shun female company, fearing a moment of weakness might lead to their downfall. Indeed, before last night, Li Su had also been cautious to avoid interactions with women. Otherwise, given his current status, the Li residence would not be so desolate. If he wished, he could easily procure 5 or 6 charming maidens to attend to him. Chapter 5. The Source of True Qi, Ziying's Scheming. Ziying's aim was to challenge Li Su's limits of endurance. If she could provoke even a hint of impulse from him, he would undoubtedly become exceedingly obedient within the Li household. This clearly required some sacrifice, yet for the sake of the princess, Ziying was prepared to pay any price. Naturally, she did not believe that confronting a mere body refinement warrior would demand a significant toll. As time passed and the night deepened, Ziying, feeling the chill, bit her lip in frustration. From Li Su's tranquil eyes, she discerned a mocking sentiment. Is this all? This perception filled her with profound humiliation. Could it be that this scoundrel was a eunuch? Amidst her embarrassment, Ziying felt somewhat helpless. The arrow was knocked, and she could not withdraw. If she were to halt midway, she would risk losing all dignity before this ungrateful son-in-law. Was this woman truly planning to take Tianqi's place on their wedding night? Li Su's gaze remained serene. Whether Ziying was shedding her garments or tugging at her own, he showed no reaction, merely watching her solitary performance in silence. He was waiting. Zhuo Qianhu had taught him that when faced with formidable foes, one must first learn to restrain oneself, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. A single blow fatal. In the bedroom, Tianqi had removed her red wedding shoes and lay on the bed, leaning toward the dim light of the oil lamp as she perused the collection of poems sent to her by Zuolin. Most of the verses she could recite from memory, and even now, they captivated her. Ah, this poem to the wine seems to be a new composition. Upon perusing to the very end, Tianqi's eyes sparkled with delight as she stumbled upon a poem she had never before encountered. She savored the words silently, and upon reaching the final line, in the tortoiseshell banquet, I find myself intoxicated, beneath the hibiscus canopy. What shall I do with you? Her cheeks flushed with a subtle warmth, and she began to grasp the reason this poem was absent from other anthologies of Taibai's works. The poem carried an air of irreverence, making it ill-suited for widespread circulation. It likely originated as a solitary manuscript. Reflecting on this, Tianqi tilted her head slightly. She recalled that Zuolin had mentioned Li Su was not yet 10 years old when the Taibai poetry collection was published. Could this truly be his composition? Tianqi discreetly perked up her ears, intending to eavesdrop on the sounds from the adjoining room, only to discover an enveloping silence. This house certainly possessed remarkable soundproofing. As she surveyed the room, a flicker of realization crossed her mind. Individuals of great skill often have keen hearing. Affluent families typically utilize superior soundproof materials when constructing their residences. In the stillness of midnight, in the northern part of Gusu City, the esteemed female leader of Tianzong, the Yuheng Ferry, traversed the streets, attuned to the essence of the common folk within the houses lining either side. The enchanting spirit was aware that the would likely conceal herself in a realm beyond her perception. As Yuheng Ferry pondered, her graceful eyes swept across a calligraphy shop, where they momentarily glimmered before she continued on her way. Her master had imparted wisdom. To transcend emotions, one must first comprehend them. Did emotions solely pertain to romantic entanglements? As dawn approached, the eastern sky shimmered with a pale light. After a night of labor, Li Su remained exceptionally invigorated, feeling a warm glow enveloping him. Casting a glance at Ziying, who lay sprawled on the bed, utterly exhausted from the night's endeavors, Li Su let out a soft hum. Following the teachings of the Taishang Yuding Ju, he settled into a meditative posture on the bed to practice his breathing techniques. He was no novice in cultivation. He possessed a clear understanding of his body's meridians and acupoints, and was familiar with some rudimentary breathing methods. Since the previous night, when he had been compelled to share a fleeting intimacy with the white-clad heroine, Li Su had felt an unusual warmth throughout his being upon waking. Initially, he thought little of it, attributing it to the warmth of summer and the aftereffects of having lost his virginity. However, he soon began to sense something amiss. Logically, one would expect a decrease in vitality after such a loss. Yet, despite having endured a sleepless night, he felt remarkably energetic and remarkably at ease, which struck him as peculiar. As he practiced his breathing, the warmth within him coursed along the pathway dictated by the Taishang Yuding Ju, flowing through his meridians ceaselessly until it gradually converged in his Dantian's Qi Si. A swirling vortex began to form, suspended at the center of this Qi Si. It was at this moment that Li Su realized the warmth within him was far more potent and expansive than he had initially perceived. The surging warmth flowed through his meridians like torrents, breaking through barriers and rushing toward the Qi Si of his Dantian. Increasingly, the warmth gathered around the swirling vortex at the center, which first expanded like a tornado before beginning to condense and shrink. Ultimately, it condensed into a seed of qi that resembled a flickering flame. Had he truly just condensed a source of genuine qi? Li Su opened his eyes, momentarily entranced. According to the tenets of the Supreme Imperial Cauldron, the initiation of one's cultivation requires the sensing of the presence of qi. Once the first strand of genuine qi emerges, it permeates the entire network of meridians and acupoints, filling the Qi Si. When the genuine Qi within the Qi Si begins to overflow, the Qi whirlpool starts to condense. Upon reaching the utmost condensation, a transformation occurs, gradually forming the seed of genuine Qi. It is only by condensing this seed that one can truly be deemed to have embarked upon the path of cultivation. Li Su mused that the practice of the Taoist sect appeared rather simple. The enchanting visage of the woman in white flashed through his mind, her gaze slightly adrift. He was not naive. The intense warmth inexplicably surging within him clearly did not originate from himself. How could it be that, as a man, she had left something within him? A sense of amusement washed over Li Su, considering this as a form of balance. They each retained something from their encounter. A fair exchange indeed. The sensation of the genuine qi seed within his qi si was truly delightful. As Li Su attuned himself, he discovered a continuous surge of energy within his limbs, converging towards the qi si. What realm do I belong to now? Li Su pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had initially believed that after the loss of his youthful innocence, his strength would plummet. However, after the passionate night with the woman in white, he felt no trace of weakness. Now, after a brief period of cultivation, he had directly condensed the genuine qi seed. A soft moan reached his ears, prompting Li Su to stretch his legs and recline gently. Ziying awoke, her memory of the previous night fleeting, and she was instantly startled, sitting up as the thin blanket slipped away. This rogue. Ziying glanced down at Li Su, her cheeks flushing crimson, gritting her teeth in frustration. Li Su let out a drowsy murmur, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Ziying's expression shifted instantly, and she lay back down, pulling the blanket over herself as if feigning sleep. Who awakens first from the dream? I am well aware of my own nature. Li Su sat up, stretching lazily while softly reciting. This rogue. Ziying cursed inwardly, a wave of indescribable embarrassment washing over her. Last night, she had aimed to outsmart him, but ended up ensnared herself. Li Su turned his gaze towards the feigning Ziying, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Reclining beside her, his right arm propped up, he supported his chin with his palm, gazing at her with a playful smile. You are already mine, Li Su declared leisurely. Considering how obedient you were last night, I can grant you one request. Ziying could no longer maintain her faade. Her eyelashes fluttered before she opened her eyes, glaring coldly at him. The mere thought of the previous night filled her with shame and indignation. The die is cast. I suggest you cherish the opportunity one have given you, Li Su remarked, fixing his gaze upon Ziying. You must remember your place. You are merely a handmaid accompanying a dowry. Your lady, Tianqi, is my little concubine. Ziying regained her composure, gritting her teeth as she replied, Do not lay a finger on my lady. Given the circumstances, she could only do her utmost to protect the princess. Is that truly your request? Li Su raised an eyebrow, speaking leisurely. I had thought you would say, Do not reveal what transpired between us last night to your lady. Ziying's delicate face flushed crimson as she glared at Li Su. If you dare to speak of it, I will not let you off easily. It seemed she truly held a deep affection for her lady. Li Su jested, nodding, I will honor your first request. However, unless your young mistress permits, I shall not lay a finger on her. Ziying's expression softened slightly. At the very least, the purpose of coming to this room had been fulfilled. Regarding the second request, Li Su paused momentarily. Chapter 6. Tianqi knocks. Ziying breaks down. A sense of inexplicable anxiety surged within Ziying's heart. Li Su chuckled, gazing at Ziying's exquisite, radiant face. You must remember, you are now my woman. Your young mistress need not be aware. But you must always keep this in mind and fulfill your new responsibilities. Ziying shot Li Su a glare, remaining silent. Her heart was in turmoil. Li Su smiled, reclining on the bed and staring at the ceiling, feeling quite pleased. He understood that not touching Tianqi was Ziying's bottom line. As long as that condition was met, everything else could be negotiated. Upon seeing the smile on Li Su's face, Ziying's teeth clenched in anger. Aren't you a martial artist at the body refining stage? How dare you? She could not help but inquire. Last night, she had been certain that regardless of how outrageous her actions were, this young man would not dare to cross the line. She never anticipated that he would take advantage of the situation and leave her utterly bewildered. My cultivation has encountered a slight issue, and you happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, Li Su replied candidly. Had it been just one day earlier, Ziying would have achieved her desires. What issue? She frowned. Li Su cast her a sidelong glance. What? Do you understand cultivation? Ziying fell silent, her face clouded. She certainly understood cultivation and was confident that she could easily overpower Tin Li Sus with one hand. Yet last night, she could not ascertain whether her actions were for the greater good, forgetfulness, or some other reason. She had presented herself as exceedingly fragile in Li Su's presence, refraining from using any true energy. Since she had feigned ignorance about cultivation the previous night, she would have to maintain that pretense to better protect Her Highness the Princess. In truth, prior to arriving at Li's residence, Ziying, Tianqi, and Zuolin had already reached an agreement to feign weakness. At that moment, a sense of perception reminded her of last night, and Ziying lowered her gaze, speechless. You need not worry excessively about your young mistress discovering our affair, Li Su reassured her. In her eyes, I should also be incapable of engaging with women. As long as you do not speak of it, she will not suspect anything. Ziying's eyes flickered, and she quietly exhaled with relief. If Her Highness were to learn of what transpired last night, it would indeed be mortifying. My residence is soundproofed in every room, Li Su added. Ziying's fair face flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at him. Li Su, unfazed, chuckled, reflecting on the past 2 days, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The road ahead is long and winding. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. Since his crossing into this realm, his cultivation had remained relatively uneventful. Only in these past 2 days had it been as thrilling as a roller coaster ride. Are you of merchant status? Ziying suddenly inquired. Li Su nodded slightly. If one disregarded the existence of cultivators, the Dacian dynasty bore a striking resemblance to the ancient feudal dynasties of his previous life, dividing individuals into various ranks. Merchants had no qualifications for the imperial examination, which was one of the reasons Li Su had not pursued that path. That explains it, Ziying mused, deep in thought. Commercial status, disqualified from the imperial examination. The youth before me, though a scoundrel, possesses undeniable talent. Not only can he earn a living through poetry, but he also speaks with remarkable eloquence. Were it not for his commercial background, he would surely be a celebrated prodigy by now. Let us not indulge in fanciful notions, Li Su remarked. My interest in cultivation is unrelated to my social standing. Even if I hailed from a prestigious family, my sole desire would likely be the pursuit of mastery. Ziying responded with a non-committal hum, secretly thinking that now that he has lost his innocence, it will be tenfold more challenging for him to progress in cultivation than before. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Li Su maintained a tranquil demeanor. Resting with closed eyes, Ziying's expression, however, shifted dramatically. Sister Z? Came the gentle voice of Tianqi. Ziying glanced at Li Su and calmly replied. Wait a moment. With a sense of embarrassment, she hastily donned her garments. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the crimson stains on the sheets, her face stiffening as she shot a fierce glare at the seemingly asleep Li Su. Moments later, Ziying opened the door. Tianqi, about to peek in, found her tall figure blocking the entrance. Is he all right? Tianqi asked softly. Ziying pulled Tianqi aside, speaking as they walked. What waves can a man in the body tempering stage stir? Tianqi blinked, a knowing smile crossing her face. And noticing Ziying's long hair cascading down her legs and her slightly wrinkled attire, she sighed. It's truly a pity for you, Sister Z, to be in this state. The usually immaculate Sister Z appears to have worn this outfit for quite some time. Ziying's heart raced. Maintaining her composure, she inquired, What makes you say that? Tianqi lightly shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Ziying's heart fluttered with apprehension, fearing that the princess might uncover something amiss. As they arrived at the ancient well in the courtyard, Ziying felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over her while washing up, her mind replaying the embarrassing events of the previous night. Should we prepare breakfast for him? Tianqi asked softly, this being her first experience with marriage, leaving her uncertain of what to do. Ziying instinctively wanted to retort that he was dreaming, but held her tongue and asked softly, Can you cook? Tianqi blinked earnestly, shaking her head. Neither can I, Ziying huffed, resolutely stating that even if she could, she would never prepare a meal for that scoundrel. What should we do then? Tianqi pondered, feeling a bit of a headache. We can't simply mooch off him, can we? After a moment of silence, Ziying murmured, I will speak with him later. What did you discuss last night? Tianqi asked curiously. Ziying's heart skipped a beat, maintaining her composure as she replied, What else could we have discussed? I had just untied my sash when he immediately capitulated. Tianqi blinked again. It seems he is quite devoted to his cultivation. Ziying remained noncommittal, sighing inwardly, worrying that if the princess were to learn of the true events of the previous night, she might very well be left astounded. Do you think that collection of poems by Tai Bai was truly his work? Tianqi whispered, glancing stealthily toward the hall. Ziying paused, recalling the couplet Li Su had recited upon rising, and casually replied, Perhaps. As per Zhuolin's assertion, he was merely a child under the age of 10 when this poetry collection was published, murmured Tianqi. This matter does not concern us, replied Ziying. Casting a serious glance at Tianqi, she cautioned, it would be prudent to avoid any interaction with him, lest he be tempted to harbor ill intentions, which might place Zhuolin in a precarious position. The princess, despite her many virtues, can sometimes exhibit an alarming naivety. Oh, Tianqi responded lightly. though she internally harbored some skepticism. Setting aside the fact that Li Su was still in the body refinement stage and would not dare to act recklessly. Even if he were so inclined, how could a mere warrior at the body refinement stage pose a threat to her? Ziying returned to the chamber. "Do you live here alone?" she inquired as she approached the bedside. Li Su had propped himself up and questioned her intent. Ziying stated plainly, "Neither the young lady nor I possess culinary skills." "This does indeed pose a challenge," Li Su mused, somewhat resigned. "I typically resort to purchasing my meals." Having grown accustomed to living alone and dedicating himself entirely to cultivation, he seldom wasted time on matters of sustenance. Ziying remained silent. Her and the princess's unique status dictated that they could not freely roam the streets. "Perhaps I could find a cook?" Li Su pondered, recognizing that since he had taken a concubine, certain adjustments to his lifestyle were inevitable. Ziying hesitated, suggesting, "If you are not short on funds, then perhaps you should hire one." Li Su's mind stirred as he glanced at Tianqi, his concubine, and then at Ziying, who was now also his woman, indicating that he would certainly need to provide for their household. "How much is the monthly allowance for you and your young lady?" Li Su inquired. Ziying was momentarily taken aback. "Monthly allowance? What do you mean?" Chapter 7. Selling oneself to bury a husband. Cook a yen. "What? You have not received any wages while serving your young lady?" Li Su's eyes widened in disbelief. To his knowledge, even servants received monthly compensation. Ziying quickly realized that this man perceived her as an ordinary maid. "Why do you ask this?" she countered. Li Su chuckled. "Of course. It is for your household expenses. While residing here, I cannot allow your standard of living to decline compared to the past." Ziying was at a loss for words, thinking that if one were to consider the princess's previous lifestyle, even the wealthiest in Suzhou would struggle to maintain it. "Give whatever you deem appropriate," she murmured, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Li Su contemplated for a moment and said, "I will start by providing you with 50 taels, and at the end of the month, we shall reassess the situation. It's up to you." Ziying's expression remained calm. It appeared their previous standard of living was quite elevated. As 50 taels seemed negligible to her, Li Su mused. Recalling the beauty of the two women, he was not overly surprised. "What are you waiting for?" Li Su questioned, looking at Ziying. "Ziying?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Li Su smiled. "What? Have you never assisted your young lady in dressing?" Ziying's face darkened as she glared fiercely at Li Su. "This scoundrel truly deserves a reprimand." Bored, Li Su snorted lightly, rising to dress. Ziying took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slap this rogue. After a brief wash, Li Su exited the door, purchasing some meat pies, buns, and broth from a nearby soup shop. "Initially, I intended to share a breakfast with my concubine, Tianqi. However, upon noticing the vigilant gaze of Ziying, akin to that of a guard on high alert, I merely huffed in response. Given our shared night of passion, I chose not to press the issue. What more could one require beyond the presence of a cook? After finishing my meal alone, I sought out Ziying and presented her with 50 taels of silver, inquiring about her needs. Ziying pondered for a moment, stating, "The young lady enjoys calligraphy and painting. It would be splendid if you could procure some writing materials." I considered that Her Highness, with her innate talent and proficiency in talisman crafting, could benefit from such supplies to slightly conceal her identity. I gazed at Ziying in silence. She appeared startled, questioning, "Is there a problem? Have you not visited the shop ahead?" I asked softly, and she suddenly realized that this residence was adjacent to a painting and calligraphy shop, which happened to be this man's livelihood. Surely, the shop would not lack in paper and brushes. "What do you require?" I inquired. "I need nothing," she replied curtly. Without further ado, I departed my home alone. The city of Gusu bustled with prosperity, the streets in the northern part teeming with a constant flow of people. As I approached a street corner, I noticed a cluster of a dozen or so individuals gathered beneath a large willow tree, observing something intently. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a woman in her 30s, engaging in a rather grim trade of selling herself to bury her deceased husband. This woman donned a tattered dress, her disheveled appearance rendering her hardly ordinary, with the only redeeming quality being her physique. The onlookers, primarily local laborers, were inquiring about her situation. Long ago, I had come to understand that in this era, the trade of slavery existed. Gusu was relatively affluent, but in other regions, some individuals might even lack the qualifications to become slaves, should they desire such a fate. "You are hardly worth the cost of a coffin," a middle-aged laborer remarked. "I'll offer 20 coins and assist in digging a hole to bury this corpse." The woman lowered her head, pursing her lips in silence. "I'll give 30 coins, but no more," another laborer interjected, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "If you were a decade younger, you might fetch a decent price. Alas, it is crucial to be self-aware at this point." Several others chimed in, the highest bid reaching merely 50 coins, with no one willing to purchase her a coffin. "Can you cook?" A gentle voice emerged from the crowd. I stepped forward from behind the onlookers. The laborers fell silent, and the woman glanced up at me momentarily before lowering her gaze once more, softly murmuring an affirmative. "I am in need of a cook. If you are capable, I can arrange for your husband's burial," I declared thoughtfully, having come to this place primarily to recruit a cook. Should this woman possess culinary skills, I would gladly extend a hand to do a good deed. "I can cook," she replied eagerly. "Masterly," a young laborer beside her ventured cautiously. I turned to him. "Do you know me?" The young man smiled quickly. "I am Lu San. My brother Lu Yong serves under Captain Zhua. I caught a glimpse of you at last year's birthday banquet." I nodded and asked, "Do you understand burial rites?" "Indeed," she responded. The young man nodded in understanding of Li Su's intention. Li Su retrieved a 10-tael silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it to the young man, asking him to assist in procuring a coffin to lay the late husband of this woman, Auntie, to rest, with the remainder to serve as his compensation. The eyes of the other onlookers glistened with envy. How little a coffin could cost. The young man's eyes brightened, and he eagerly affirmed, "Certainly. I shall ensure your satisfaction, Masterly." He then produced a piece of paper and a red seal from his own pocket, saying with enthusiasm, "This is a contract of servitude. All that is needed is for Auntie to place her thumbprint, and upon your return, you may inscribe your name. Thus, the transaction will be complete." Li Su did not refuse the idea of having Auntie sign the contract, aware of numerous tales concerning treacherous servants. Some of the other men, after failing to promote their own servants, gradually departed in disappointment. "You may call me Ah Yen," the disheveled woman murmured as she pressed her thumbprint onto the document. "Very well," Li Su nodded, inquiring about her circumstances and the cause of her husband's demise, to which she responded with clarity. After about the duration of an incense stick, Lu Sen hurriedly approached, accompanied by 4 robust men and a mule cart bearing a coffin. Li Su chose not to follow, offering Lu Sen a few instructions before resuming his exploration of the marketplace. With a cook secured, he needed to procure clothing and cosmetics for the 2 ladies in the residence, along with essentials such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea. Throughout the morning, Li Su busied himself gathering various supplies, thoughtfully preparing lunch for Tianqi and Ziying. In the afternoon, he returned to the shade of the large willow tree. "Masterly," Lu Sen called out, having awaited his arrival. Li Su nodded, offering compliments. Lu Sen left with a smile, and Li Su turned to the woman, Auntie Ah Yen, who had kept her head bowed. "Let us go," he said. "Oh," she replied, as they approached a mixed bathhouse. Li Su halted before the entrance of the establishment, where a middle-aged woman sat on a small stool, cracking sunflower seeds and watching the passers-by. Upon noticing Li Su, she quickly rose. Esteemed guest, she began to explain that this was a women's bathhouse, but her words faltered as she noticed Auntie Ah Yen behind him. "Give her a good wash, and procure her 2 sets of clothing." Li Su stepped closer to the bathhouse entrance, producing 2 taels of silver and handing them to the middle-aged woman. "Very well," she said, her eyes sparkling as she accepted the money, showing no disdain for Auntie Ah Yen's peculiar odor, and eagerly ushered her inside. Chapter 8. The enchantress cook moves into Li residence. It seemed he had spent a bit more silver again. Li Su chuckled lightly, settling onto a small stool outside, munching on the sunflower seeds from a nearby bamboo tray. Since arriving in this world, he had always been meticulous with his expenditures. After secretly obtaining the first volume of the Tai Bai poetry collection, he found that silver was no longer a pressing concern. With his association with the left 1,000 households and the commencement of his cultivation, he began to purchase medicinal herbs for strengthening his physique, often spending in the hundreds of taels, without a hint of regret. However, it was somewhat taxing on his poetic endeavors. The anthology of poems by Tai Bai, Emogia, Zimei, and Dong Pu, along with the 3 transformations in the brothel, adheres to a principle of modesty and pragmatism, except for the initial publication of Tai Bai's collection, where Li Su made an appearance. All subsequent compilations featured Zhuo Qianhu in the spotlight. In this regard, both he and Zhuo Qianhu share not only a mentor-disciple bond, but also a profound entanglement of interests. This realm is conducive to cultivation. where poetry and verse do not attract the same attention as they did in ancient times, which is one reason Li Su is able to live serenely in Suzhou. Nevertheless, Zhuo Qianhu frequently expresses his grievances, noting that many young ladies from prominent families inquire about the likes of Li Taibai, Wang Mo Jie, Du Zimei, and Lu Sanbian through the publishers of poetry collections. Zhuo Qianhu's sending his niece to Li Su suggests he might be hoping for a marriage alliance. Contemplating Tian Qi's beauty and grace, Li Su's gaze drifted momentarily. He sensed that Tian Qi and Zi Ying were likely seeking refuge with him for a short while before departing. In a secluded small bathroom within the communal hall, the newly hired cook, A Yin, immersed in the warm waters of the bath, gently stirred the liquid with her hands. Unexpectedly, she found herself encountering this young man again. Lost in thought, images from the previous night's events at a dilapidated temple outside the city surfaced in her mind. She was, indeed, the enchanting demoness Gu Qingyan sought by the fairy of Yuheng. Not long ago, she had infiltrated Taihu Lake and stolen the fairy's garments, discovering within the storage pouch the inner core of a millennium-old blood serpent. She had hoped that consuming it would greatly enhance her powers, allowing her to transcend the highest level of the 9 cold jade art. However, she was blindsided to learn that the blood serpent's core harbored a lecherous poison. Upon realizing this, Gu Qingyan nearly succumbed to despair, suspecting it might be a scheme devised by the fairy of Yuheng. Despite her attempts to purge the poison through various methods, she found herself unable to mitigate the toxicity of the blood serpent's core. Reluctantly, she resolved to seek out a suitable man. At the moment of her utmost need, she fortuitously stumbled upon Li Su, who was relieving himself. That wretched Yuheng must have known I was in a weakened state and would not easily let me go after losing the storage pouch, Gu Qingyan pondered silently. Disguising herself as a woman mourning her husband, she had deliberately made herself appear disheveled and reeking, all to evade the fairy of Yuheng's search. In truth, had it only been the fairy, she would have been confident in her ability to slip away unnoticed. However, upon her intended departure yesterday, she discovered that a vast number of sky patrol guards had amassed around Suzhou, vigilantly guarding all major roads, mountain paths, and waterways. Deep within Taihu Lake, a large vessel lay anchored. She could not ascertain whether these sky patrol guards were pursuing her, and thus, she dared not take the risk. For now, she would remain close to this young man to weather the storm. A sense of helplessness stirred within Gu Qingyan. The 9 cold jade art she cultivated was peculiar. Should she break her cultivation before reaching the 9th level, she would lose 80% of her power. Currently, her strength was reduced to a mere 20% of her peak, allowing her to face ordinary martial artists without fear, yet against the head of the Taoist sect, she would be met with certain doom. Hearing footsteps approach, Gu Qingyan glanced at the water's surface, her exquisite visage gradually transforming. When the maid from the mixed hall brought the garments, her visage transformed into that of a 35 or 36-year-old matron. Being the cook, she ought to maintain a degree of cleanliness. Gu Qingyan pondered as she rose from the bath. The maid, taken aback, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Was this the same woman who had appeared so disheveled? Gu Qingyan, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, dried herself and donned the dress brought by the maid. She found the azure fabric slightly loose at the top, so she adjusted her bosom before putting it on. After arranging her hair into an elegant bun, Gu Qingyan accepted another set of garments from the maid and stepped out of the mixed hall. Li Su, seated outside, glanced at Gu Qingyan as she emerged, then returned her focus to cracking black melon seeds, reflecting on the common adage that women emerging from the bath are often the most beautiful. However, she mused, those internet celebrities from her past life would likely appear disastrous without cosmetics and beauty filters. Silently critiquing, Li Su continued her thoughts. Gu Qingyan halted, observing Li Su. Startled, Li Su lifted her gaze to meet Gu Qingyan's. Mistress, Gu Qingyan said softly, inclining her head. Li Su's eyes widened in surprise. In this world, only the woman who sold herself to bury her husband called her that. Was it you, Yin? Li Su hesitated to inquire. Please call me Yin. Gu Qingyan replied in a hushed tone. Rising, Li Su scrutinized Gu Qingyan, who now resembled a perfectly ripe cherry. Is this truly you? Li Su found it hard to reconcile the beautiful woman before her with the previously disheveled Yin. The contrast was stark. One was in the heavens while the other was on the ground. Gu Qingyan silently cursed the oddity of it all, murmuring softly, her cheeks flushed. If those men knew you looked like this, they would surely swarm around you, Li Su teased, yet a hint of suspicion flickered in her mind. Why would someone with such allure still need to sell herself to bury her husband? Gu Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly, and she murmured, I do not wish to serve others with my beauty. Li Su was momentarily speechless. After all, having resorted to selling herself, could it truly be her choice? Let us go, she said, saying no more, her heart now tinged with caution. Gu Qingyan obediently followed Li Su. Strange, Gu Qingyan mused inwardly. Despite having bestowed so much of my power upon him, why does he seem unchanged? That night, a significant portion of her strength, along with the essence of the Millennium Blood Serpent's inner Dan, had been absorbed by the young man before her. Even if he failed to refine it promptly, he should have gained something substantial. Upon returning to the Li residence, Li Su arranged for Gu Qingyan to settle in before retreating to his study. Though termed a study, it was, in fact, his training room, spacious and adorned with shelves of books and desks, alongside 3 weapon racks. At the far end was a bed. Sitting at the desk, he retrieved a storage pouch containing fragrant sachets and extracted 3 volumes of esoteric scriptures, Autumn Water Sword Technique, Flying Immortal Sword Formation, and Ethereal Dragon Body. By evening, having completed the transcription of these texts, Li Su let out a long sigh of relief. Thus, upon encountering the white-clad heroine once more, there is no need to fret over her demanding the fragrant pouch. Fixated on the storage bag, a flicker of understanding sparked within Li Su as he noticed the red thread at the bottom of the pouch. During last night's banquet, Zhuo Qianhu had mentioned that the esteemed Yuhing fairy had recently slain the millennium-old blood serpent in Taihu. Without a doubt, that white-clad heroine must be the Yuhing fairy. This red thread is likely a remnant of the serpent's carcass. The flesh and blood of a millennium-old blood serpent must surely possess rich medicinal properties. Li Su's mind began to wander. In addition to a medicinal bath, he needed to consume some nourishing substances. The flesh of the millennium-old blood serpent was evidently extraordinary. Otherwise, the Yuhing fairy would have no reason to stow the serpent's body within the storage bag. Chapter 9. The newly appointed cook, heart racing how to extract it? Li Su found himself in a quandary. Tentatively, he reached in with 2 fingers, pinching the red thread, yet it remained unmoved. As his fingers traced along the thread, he faintly sensed a touch of moisture. With a firm downward press, he felt his fingers become warm and damp. Gripping tightly once more, he pulled out a piece of flesh over a foot long, which came forth with ease. It seems my speculation was correct. Li Su gazed at the length of flesh, faintly detecting a hint of blood scent. Wrapping it in drawing paper, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. By evening, the new cook, Gu Qingyan, had dutifully kindled a fire, bustling about in the kitchen. Please stew this piece of meat separately for me, Li Su requested, handing the wrapped blood serpent flesh to Gu Qingyan. Her heart fluttered slightly as she nonchalantly accepted it. Blood serpent meat? Indeed, the storage bag was in this rascal's possession. How audacious of him to flaunt the blood serpent flesh without properly concealing the storage bag. The scent Gu Qingyan's scalp tingled. If the Yuhing fairy were nearby, she would undoubtedly catch the whiff of the serpent's essence. Without delay, she unwrapped the drawing paper and placed the blood serpent flesh upon the chopping board. Grasping a knife to chop it decisively, Li Su observed for a moment before walking to the courtyard well to wash his hands. At that moment, Ziying emerged from the hall, standing beneath the eaves. She cast a glance towards the kitchen, her gaze landing on Li Su as he washed his hands, and commanded directly, "When the cook finishes preparing the meal, bring over a separate portion for me and the young lady." Li Su's expression darkened, responding with irritation, "I married a wife, not an ancestor. Have you forgotten your promise?" Ziying regarded him coolly. "Are we not to dine together?" Li Su fell silent. He had not intended to insist on sharing a meal with Tian Qi, yet the tone of this woman was exceedingly displeasing. "What do you say?" Ziying crossed her arms, her posture exuding an air of noble arrogance. "I can forego dining with Tian Qi." Li Su fixed his gaze on Ziying, replying in a low voice, "But you must dine with me." A jolt ran through Ziying as she discerned the underlying threat in Li Su's words. She shot him a glare, retorting, "In your dreams. Even if Oldswell were to arrive, it would not concern me when dining with my little concubine." Li Su muttered to himself, "If you are unwilling, then I shall." Before he could finish, Ziying turned on her heel and returned to her room. "This woman will regret it tonight," he thought. Li Su silently cursed as memories of the previous night flickered through her mind, providing her with a fleeting sense of solace. The night deepened. and Gu Qingyan had prepared an exquisite meal. Following Li Su's instructions, she divided the dishes into 2 portions and entered the bedroom of Tianqi, where she was to encounter Ziying. As she stood in close proximity to Ziying and Tianqi, she could not help but hold her breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Until that moment, she had only caught a glimpse of Ziying from across the courtyard and had felt no particular sensation, merely thinking that Li Su was quite fortunate to have such a stunning maidservant. Now, in the same room, she could distinctly sense that both Tianqi and Ziying were extraordinary individuals. After setting the table, Gu Qingyan glanced at the tall Ziying and relayed the master's request for her to join them soon. Understood, Ziying replied with an expressionless face. Gu Qingyan exited the room, musing to herself that the chef possessed an uncommon grace. Is that so? Tianqi whispered, observing Ziying's distracted demeanor. Let us eat. Indeed. They sat at the dining table, and as Tianqi savored the braised fish, she softly remarked, her culinary skills are quite impressive. Is that so? Ziying echoed, picking up a piece of the fish as well, though her mood seemed to dampen her appreciation. Is Li Gongzi intentionally trying to trouble Zi Jie? Tianqi inquired quietly. You noticed? Ziying sighed. It is rare for anyone to provoke Zi Jie into anger, Tianqi murmured. Ziying, momentarily at a loss for words, thought that under other circumstances, she would have shared her thoughts with the princess, but when it came to her intimate matters with Li Su, how could she possibly speak of it? It must be because you deliberately tempted him last night, Tianqi speculated. He is still in the body refinement stage and cannot truly confront you, so he resorts to making you unhappy in other ways. Ziying remained silent, thinking that if only it were that simple, perhaps you should continue dining with him. Tianqi suggested softly. I would not mind. Absolutely not. Ziying immediately rejected the notion, looking earnestly at Tianqi. He must not harbor even the slightest inappropriate thoughts toward you. But that would be unfair to you. Zi Jie, Tianqi sighed. Ziying's eyes flickered slightly as she retorted. It is just a meal. What is there to feel unfair about? Do you not worry that he might develop feelings for you? Tianqi suddenly asked. Ziying's heart skipped a beat. Her delicate brows knitted tightly, and she replied softly, Miss, such jokes are not to be taken lightly. They are unsettling. Unable to contain her laughter, Tianqi imagined the scene of Ziying being pursued by a young nobleman. Finish your meal, Ziying urged, serving Tianqi a piece of stir-fried lotus root. All right. After they finished their meal together, Ziying slowly made her way to the dining hall adjacent to the kitchen. In the dining hall, Li Su was heartily consuming cooked blood eel, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A great tonic. Isn't it good to eat alone? Ziying teased. With 2 tables of food, one laden with white rice and the other a banquet. If you had to choose, which would you prefer? Li Su inquired between bites. Ziying pursed her lips, understanding his implication. From the looks of you, it seems you have dined with Tianqi, Li Su remarked softly. If you truly do not wish to eat, you may return. Ziying froze momentarily, gazing quietly at Li Su, awaiting further words. Since you wish to conceal our relationship from her, it would be prudent to devise a reason for her to grow accustomed to your frequent presence in my abode. Li Su remarked languidly. Ziying's delicate face tightened, and she glared fiercely at Li Su, whispering through clenched teeth, You must be dreaming. Reality is just as it is. Li Su replied nonchalantly. You must understand, she and I are already wed. Have you ever encountered a couple who sleeps in separate rooms? Ziying took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she said, I will accompany you for dinner, but do not entertain any thoughts of sharing a room. With that, she seated herself opposite Li Su, picking up her chopsticks to begin eating. Li Su smirked, not pressing the issue this time. He could distinctly feel the warmth spreading through his body after consuming the blood dragon meat. Tonight, he needed to focus on refining the medicinal properties within. Undistracted by feminine allure, casting a glance at Ziying, who was engrossed in her rice, he mischievously placed a piece of cooked blood dragon meat onto her plate. Ziying's expression faltered. You wouldn't find me unclean, would you? Li Su inquired lightly. The scoundrel, Ziying cursed inwardly, maintaining her composure as she suppressed her discomfort and took a hearty bite of the meat. Li Su chuckled, reaching for more blood dragon meat with his chopsticks. Just as he extended them into the deep dish, another pair of chopsticks swiftly snatched away the very piece he coveted. Stunned, Li Su looked up to find Ziying's gaze, tinged with provocation. This meat is quite precious. 1 piece is sufficient for you, he retorted, not out of stinginess, but because the blood dragon meat clearly possessed extraordinary restorative properties, far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. He recalled his own experience of nearly losing control after consuming raw ginseng for the first time. Ziying pouted, reaching for another piece of cooked meat, depositing it into her bowl of rice. Li Su's eyelids twitched, and he quickly lunged for his chopsticks. "Do you enjoy it that much?" Ziying teased, her eyebrows arching as she continued to fill her bowl with the meat. "You!" Li Su exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ziying's face blossomed with a seductive smile as she provocatively glanced at him, her chopsticks perpetually extending, soon piling her rice bowl high. "If you find yourself unable to sleep tonight, do not blame me for not giving you a warning," Li Su chuckled coldly, lifting the deep dish and sipping the meat broth. "Is that truly necessary?" Ziying responded, exasperated. Chapter 10. Unique Medicinal Effects. Night training in the 8 extremes. What began as a tranquil dining experience quickly devolved into a frenzied contest between the two. In no time, the platter was nearly empty. Ziying leaned back in her chair, a cheerful smile gracing her lips as she observed Li Su. He patted his stomach, rising to his feet as he whimsically remarked, "Every morsel of meat and every vegetable you consumed may well contain my saliva." With that, he turned and departed. Ziying's smile faltered, suddenly feeling somewhat nauseated, her mouth filled with an unpleasant taste. That scoundrel! As the night deepened and the moon hung high, Gu Qingyan quietly entered Li Su's study after tidying up the kitchen, beginning to clear away any remnants of the blood dragon's flesh. She felt a sense of helplessness. If Li's residence were occupied solely by Li Su, at this moment, she would undoubtedly have him entirely under her control. However, the presence of 2 unsuspecting women complicates matters. With these 2 women around, Gu Qingyan, now reduced to merely 20% of her original strength, dares not act rashly. She must endure her frustration and assist Li Su in cleaning up the mess. After consuming a piece of blood serpent meat, the hidden toxicity that accompanies a millennium-old blood serpent weighs heavily on her mind, causing her delicate brows to furrow. She is already aware that Li Su and Tianqi sleep in separate rooms. Should the poison take effect, the implications are troubling. The thought sends her into a state of unease. Had Li Su sought her out, the contracted kitchen maid, instead of the 2 women, the potency of the flesh should not be that formidable, she reassures herself. Yet, if Li Su were indeed to come to her for an antidote, any resistance on her part, utilizing her remaining strength, would likely expose her. Even if she does not attract that vile woman, Yuheng, the 2 women in the bedroom are not one she can contend with at present. As the night deepens, Gu Qingyan, having returned to her chamber, finds herself unable to sleep, her ears straining to catch the sounds resonating throughout the entire Li residence. Though her strength has diminished significantly, her hearing remains keen. With focused attention, she can discern the slightest rustle within the house. The soundproofing between the rooms offers little challenge to her acute senses. In the main bedroom to the right of the hall, Tianqi is fast asleep, her breathing calm. Beside her lies Ziying, who, despite multiple attempts to close her eyes, finds repose elusive. The images of her time spent with Li Su the previous night haunt her mind, and influenced by these distracting thoughts, she can distinctly feel her body growing weak and feverish. As her cheeks flush, she silently curses Li Su in her heart. With the princess so near, Ziying dares not stir nor make a sound, a situation that proves exceedingly uncomfortable. Something feels amiss. The restlessness within her persists, prompting Ziying to furrow her brow in realization. Quietly, she extends her hand to check her pulse. Moments later, her complexion turns icy cold. Poisoned. How despicable. No wonder she permitted me to sleep here. A glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Ziying's eyes as she quietly rises, her steps light as she approaches the door, carefully opening it. After the unexpected loss of her virtue the night prior, although she harbors resentment, she has not directed any malice towards Li Su. However, the act of poisoning has struck a nerve. If she dares to poison her, will she not next attempt to poison the princess? Ziying will not allow such a despicable individual to exist near the princess. As she steps into the hall, the sound of a door creaking open to her left catches her attention. With a silent snort, she swiftly retreats into the depths of the hall. Once the most renowned female assassin of the Chu kingdom, she excels in the art of concealment. Li Su emerges from her room, making her way into the hall, where she opens the main door and strides into the courtyard. Arriving at the ancient well, she sheds her clothing and fills a wooden bucket with water, pouring it over her head. After dousing herself with 5 buckets of water, she reflects on the potent effects of the blood serpent meat. After dinner, he returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the Taishang Yuding Ju, refining the medicinal properties contained within the blood dragon meat. After cultivating for nearly half an hour, he still felt a warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by an inexplicable restlessness. This sensation resembled the effects he experienced from medicinal baths using potent herbs like huangjing and shueshen. When the body absorbs too much nourishment, a lingering warmth and agitation persist. He believed he had assimilated the genuine medicinal effects, and that releasing this heat would lead to a state of completion. Li Su pondered, realizing that since the blood dragon was a millennium-old creature, its flesh likely contained not only abundant restorative powers, but also a hint of malevolent energy. With a newfound determination, he glanced around and began practicing the 8 extremes fist in the courtyard. This martial art, the first rudimentary technique imparted to him by Zhuo Qianhu, featured expansive movements capable of unleashing force in all directions, characterized by its vigorous punches. He recalled Zhuo Qianhu's words during their initial lesson. Martial arts have 8 extremes that can determine the universe. Li Su later understood that the more elementary the martial discipline, the more astonishing the descriptions associated with it. Hidden within the hall, Ziying furrowed her delicate brows, sensing an unusual disturbance. She felt that Li Su might, like her, have been poisoned. Otherwise, why would he be dousing himself with cold water and practicing martial arts in the dead of night? If he were indeed poisoned. Ziying's gaze shifted to the east wing of the courtyard, where the cook, Yan, resided. One could discern whether someone was poisoned by taking their pulse. Ziying pressed her lips together, her mind made up. Regardless of Li Su's condition, she had to address her own affliction. Li Su ceased his practice, slightly taken aback as he turned towards the hall. The tall and graceful Ziying stood with her arms crossed, observing him from a superior vantage point. He lowered his gaze, feeling a slight flush on his face. After his vigorous movements, he had forgotten to don a shirt while practicing in the courtyard. It was merely a matter of habit. In the past, when he lived alone at the Li residence, he had no such reservations. Maintaining his composure, Li Su approached the ancient well, picked up his shirt, and put it on nonchalantly under Ziying's gaze. Having shared an intimate moment the previous night, he didn't mind granting her another glimpse. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the more he practiced, the hotter he became, attributing it to her presence, which he felt was disrupting his training. As he headed towards the hall, he noticed Ziying walking to the left side. His heart raced at the sight. Upon returning to his room, he faced Ziying, who sat at the edge of the bed, feeling compelled to offer an explanation. I used to live alone and often practiced martial arts in the courtyard after showering. I momentarily forgot you were here. You practiced at midnight as well? Ziying retorted with a cold laugh. This was difficult to explain. Li Su recognized that their relationship had not yet reached a level where secrets could be shared. I know what you're thinking. I will stay here tonight, Ziying warned, her voice icy. If you dare to be bare in the courtyard again, don't blame me for being unkind. Li Su curled his lip in annoyance, feeling as though he were being portrayed as the villain. If memory served him right, it was the woman who had, quite brazenly, undressed before him the previous night. Employing every seductive tactic at her disposal, he had merely gone along with the flow. He couldn't be bothered to explain himself, and simply kicked off his shoes before climbing into bed. Had it not been for the consideration of Old Left's reputation, he would have already thrown a divorce decree in the faces of these 2 women. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ziying took a deep breath, removed her shoes, and silently lay down on the outer side of the bed. Chapter 11. Ziying detoxifies. The enchantress stays silent in the east wing. The young man seemed to have an abundance of luck with women. Gu Qingyan, the cook who listened intently to the sounds within the Li residence, let out a soft sigh. After a brief moment of listening, she detected no unusual sounds and felt a twinge of confusion. With a beauty by his side, how could this young man possibly remain composed? Gu Qingyan thought to herself, recalling the scene she had shared with Li Su in the dilapidated temple, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. This young man was hardly a paragon of virtue. As the night deepened, Li Su was overwhelmed by an inexplicable restlessness, which he struggled to suppress. In such circumstances, any slight movement on his part would only serve to validate Ziying's claims. It struck him as peculiar that his self-control had deteriorated so drastically. For years, he had hardly given women a thought, maintaining a steady demeanor. Why, then, in the past couple of days, had he found himself so hard to manage? Lying beside him, Ziying cursed under her breath, suffering even more than Li Su. Before entering the room, she had convinced herself to stay composed. Yet, the imperturbable man beside her remained unmoved. Was she to initiate once more as she had the previous night? Surely, he was the one who had poisoned her, fully aware that she would be unable to withstand it. With this thought, Ziying let out a cold laugh and rolled over, seizing Li Su's wrist. Li Su stiffened, his heart racing, but he feigned sleep. Had he also been poisoned? Was his condition worse than hers? After confirming Li Su's pulse, Ziying was taken aback. After a moment, she realized that the poisoning had nothing to do with Li Su. It was likely the work of the new cook, Ian. As for her motives, they were easy enough to deduce. In Ziying's eyes, Li Su was indeed a scoundrel, but to a recently widowed beauty, he represented not only a benefactor, but also a potential pillar for her future. Not to mention, the handsome visage of Li Su made it entirely natural for the cook to be smitten. However, something felt amiss. If the cook were merely an ordinary woman, how could she possess such potent poison? Ziying was filled with doubt. If even she could be poisoned, the toxin was anything but ordinary. How long are you going to hold on to me? Li Su's voice suddenly broke the silence, cold and eerie. Ziying's face flushed, and she shot him a glare. You are such a scoundrel, Li Su. What have I done to deserve such a title? This was utterly baffling. You may do as you wish to me, but you must never harm my lady. Ziying took a deep breath. Li Su, what have I done to you? Just as Li Su was about to retort, he halted, in a state of soft longing. To quibble over a few expletives would be excessively petty. Li Su is evidently not a small-minded individual. He is a person of grand ambition. Outside the city of Gusu, at Hanshan Temple, the ethereal figure of Yu Hong, the esteemed female leader of the Taoist sect, clad in a flowing white robe, stood atop the dilapidated temple, letting out a gentle sigh. She had scoured every corner of Gusu, traversed the surrounding 100 miles, and explored the Taihu Lake region, yet she could not unearth the whereabouts of the enchanting Gu Qingyan. Surely, she must still be within Gusu. At the very least, my autumn water sword must remain in Gusu. Yu Hong gazed longingly towards the city. The autumn water sword, one of the famed blades of the Taoist legacy. If I do not find her within 2 more days, I shall have to seek the assistance of the Wu clan. Yu Hong softly murmured, her gaze shifting towards Taihu Lake. Deep within Taihu, a colossal ship lay anchored, hailing from Wuan County. The night had passed without rest. As dawn broke, Ziying, weary and exhausted, silently exited her room, carrying a chair into the courtyard. In the kitchen, the smoke of cooking had already begun to rise. The diligent cook, Gu Qingyan, had prepared a pot of rice porridge. Ziying seated herself by the ancient well, taking a moment to recuperate, and after regaining some strength, she fetched a bucket of water from the well for her morning ablutions. More than the fatigue of her body, it was her heart that felt the weight of exhaustion. For 2 consecutive nights, she had stayed in Li Su's room, and it was entirely her own initiative. The previous night could be deemed a stroke of misfortune, but last night, she had been poisoned. Ziying consoled herself, casting another glance towards the kitchen, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her bright eyes. In the kitchen, as Gu Qingyan kneaded the dough, a sense of dread washed over her. Even from across the courtyard, she could perceive the chilling aura emanating from Ziying. A frown creased Gu Qingyan's brow as a sudden thought struck her. Did this woman consume the blood serpent meat last night as well? If that were the case, Gu Qingyan pondered silently. If she was not mistaken, this woman had likely realized she was afflicted by lustful poison and discerned that Li Su bore the same affliction. In such circumstances, it was only natural for her, the newly appointed cook, to become the prime suspect in the poisoning. If that were indeed the case, how unjust this would be. Gu Qingyan shook her head in resignation. Were it not for her considerable loss of strength, she would hardly care for the suspicions of others. As the former leader of the Cold Jade Sacred Sect, she had endured countless slanders. In the room, brimming with vitality, Li Su languidly gazed at the ceiling. In the arms of tenderness lies the grave of heroes. The ancients do not deceive me, he mused with a tinge of regret. In the past 2 days, he felt his life had become excessively indulgent. He could not allow women to disrupt his path of cultivation. It was the true way to greatness. Li Su, with a sudden burst of energy, attempted to leap from the bed but miscalculated and collapsed it instead, shaking his head in exasperation. He donned his clothes and stepped into the courtyard. Noticing Ziying seated by the ancient well, his footsteps instinctively softened. Approaching her from behind, he gently placed his hands upon her shoulders. Ziying, who had already fallen asleep, was instantly roused. I am here to help alleviate your fatigue, Li Su whispered softly. Ziying's body stiffened, forcing herself to remain still. One of her personas in front of Li Su was that of a delicate maiden, frail and ignorant of martial arts. Scoundrel, Ziying muttered under her breath, her cheeks slightly flushed. You speak contrary to your heart, Li Su replied softly, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. This incited a surge of embarrassment and annoyance within Ziying, as unbidden memories from the previous night surfaced in her mind. Do not move recklessly. If your mistress discovers this, you may inform her that I am completely at your mercy, Li Su whispered. Ziying's gaze flickered, and her body gradually relaxed. Now, do elaborate on how you came to acquire this charming chef. Ziying cast a glance towards the kitchen where Li Ying was present. Charming chef? Li Su was taken aback. Instinctively glancing towards the kitchen, through the window she spotted Ian, the chef, kneading dough, flour dusting her cheeks, rendering her extraordinarily enticing. She did not appear this way when I first encountered her. Li Su reminisced about the scene beneath the large willow tree, gently massaging Ziying's shoulders as she spoke softly. In the kitchen, Gu Qingyan remained composed, her focus unwavering on the dough in her hands, unperturbed by her suspicions. Prior to masquerading as a widow for hire, she had meticulously arranged everything. She was confident that even if the Sky Patrol came to investigate, they would uncover nothing amiss. By the ancient well, upon hearing Li Su's account, Ziying narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you not wish to serve him with your beauty? Then why poison this scoundrel? Ziying was at a loss. Realizing this was undoubtedly the clever scheme of the charming chef, who first crafted an impression of disinterest and then resorted to poisoning, compelling Li Su to take the initiative in tormenting her. Poison is one thing, but why must I be the one to consume it? Ziying lamented. Do you suspect her? Li Su inquired softly, recalling his own wariness upon encountering the chef, Ian, after her bath the previous afternoon. Ziying's eyes flickered, feeling it necessary to caution Li Su. Otherwise, should the charming chef poison him again, it could implicate her and her highness. Chapter 12. A Beast in Human Skin. Testing the chef, I actually possess some knowledge of medicine, Ziying whispered. This statement was quite modest. Medicine? Li Su was taken aback. Ziying surveyed the kitchen area and stated, Last night, the dishes we consumed were poisoned. Li Su's expression shifted slightly as he turned his gaze towards the kitchen. The chef, Gu Qingyan, appeared unfazed while slicing noodles, inwardly feeling quite wronged. This accusation was thoroughly unjust. What poison? Li Su inquired calmly, lowering his voice. He had felt no discomfort the previous night. After a moment of silence, Ziying gently uttered 2 words, aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? Li Su was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Ziying responded with a soft murmur, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Are you certain? Li Su could not help but ask. Ziying retorted, Why did you bathe in cold water in the middle of the night? And practice martial arts? Li Su blinked, recalling that she had just mentioned being poisoned as well. Ziying's face flushed, and she scoffed softly, offering no reply. No wonder she was so proactive last night. Li Su pondered quietly, his thoughts becoming clearer as he asked softly. What do you think she intends by administering an aphrodisiac to me? What do you think? Ziying replied, exasperated. Coveting my beauty has ultimately benefited you, Li Su murmured softly. Ziying? In the kitchen, the chef Gu Qingyan. Get lost. Ziying took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to give that scoundrel a good beating. Sister Ziying. At that moment, the freshly awakened Tian Qi stepped out from under the eaves, calling out gently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is young Master Li giving Sister Ziying a shoulder rub? Ziying's body stiffened instantly. Li Su turned back, glancing at the beautiful concubine, and inquired, Is it true that Sister Ziying claims to understand some medical arts? Medical arts? Tian Qi blinked, stepping down from the eaves. It is indeed true. The most renowned female assassin of the Chu Kingdom naturally possesses some medical knowledge. She truly understands medicine. Li Su's face lit up with joy. Then, will you vouch for me? If I give Sister Ziying a shoulder rub for 7 days, she will provide me with a prescription that can strengthen my muscles and bones. A prescription? Tian Qi blinked, looking towards Ziying. Ziying suppressed her inner tension and replied with a composed, Tian Qi smiled knowingly, glancing at Li Su. Sister Ziying's prescription is worth a fortune. You are gaining immensely for just 7 days of shoulder rubs. Is that so? Li Su asked in surprise. Tian Qi cast another glance at Ziying, suppressing the urge to boast and refraining from saying more. You have no business here, Ziying said, pushing Li Su away. Li Su retreated a step, turning towards Tian Qi. I heard from Ziying that you enjoy writing and painting. Tianqi lowered her head slightly, responding with a soft hum. Ziying furrowed her brow, casting a warning glance at Li Su. How fortunate, Li Su smiled. I run a calligraphy and painting shop. If you marry me, we shall be a perfect match. Tianqi's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing slightly. Li Su wished to continue speaking, but, noticing Ziying's icy stare, thought better of it and refrained from further provoking her. Regardless, this woman had undeniably become his own. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. You are now my wife. We are family, so there is no need for formality. With these gentle words, Li Su headed towards the study. This scoundrel, Ziying muttered under her breath. Tianqi blinked. I feel he is quite the gentleman. Gentleman? Ziying smirked, her heart perplexed, thinking that if only you knew how beastly he could be at night, you would not utter such words. Where did this scoundrel learn such behavior? After breakfast was prepared, Gu Qingyan first served Tianqi and Ziying, then carried the food tray to the study. She knew that Li Su must have something to discuss with her. In the study, Li Su called to Gu Qingyan. Please, tell me more about your background, Li Su instructed. Having already made up his mind to visit the Qianhu office after the meal to have Zhui Qianhu investigate this woman, Gu Qingyan lowered her brow obediently, respectfully recounting her story. As she reached the end, she hesitated. Li Su observed Gu Qingyan. Do you have more to say? Gu Qingyan knelt on the ground. I committed a grave error last night, and I beg for your forgiveness, master. Li Su leaned gently against the chair. What error? I have not eaten meat for a long time. Gu Qingyan whispered softly. Last night, my master delivered that piece of meat. After preparing it for you, I kept 2 pieces for myself. Li Su was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qingyan lowered her head and continued. After consuming it, I realized that the meat was extraordinary. What do you mean by extraordinary? Li Su inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. After eating, I felt a warmth spread throughout my body, Gu Qingyan replied in a hushed tone. Li Su scrutinized Gu Qingyan, sensing that this beautiful chef might indeed harbor some secrets. If the aphrodisiac mentioned by Ziying was indeed administered by this exquisite cook, she would certainly be aware of the implications of last night's events and understand why he was inquiring about her origins once again. Conversely, if the spring poison had no relation to her, but rather to the blood eel meat, as she had just stated she had consumed, then she too would have been affected by the aphrodisiac. Yet, there had been no disturbances in the east wing where the chef resided last night. Perhaps the portion she ingested was too small, resulting in a milder effect? That would still indicate an act of secret consumption. Li Su pondered over his deductions. You are a chef. Every dish you prepare can be sampled, he said, gazing at Gu Qingyan. Do not feel overly anxious. My inquiry into your background is simply rooted in the belief that, given your culinary skills and appearance, you should not be an ordinary woman. Gu Qingyan maintained her lowered gaze, replying, My master has overpraised me. Rise, Li Su commanded gently, his resolve unchanged. He intended to have Lao Zhuo investigate this enchanting chef thoroughly. Yes, Gu Qingyan replied softly, rising and stepping aside. Li Su glanced at the breakfast laid out on the desk and instructed, Come here and join me for a meal. Gu Qingyan hesitated, feeling speechless. It was evident he suspected the food might be poisoned and wished for her to test it first. I would prefer you to be more obedient than cautious, Li Su said in a soothing tone. With reluctance, Gu Qingyan approached him. I will watch you eat. Li Su's voice grew even gentler. Gu Qingyan slightly bent at the waist, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat silently under Li Su's watchful gaze. It seemed there was no poison. Li Su thought to himself, Aren't you eating, master? Gu Qingyan asked quietly. Your manner of eating is quite beautiful. Merely watching you is enough to satisfy me. Li Su smiled, his words half-truths. This chef indeed possessed a captivating maturity and an alluring figure, making the phrase a feast for the eyes particularly fitting. Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed as she shyly stole a glance at Li Su. Could this woman truly be coveting his good looks? Chapter 13. The handsome young man of North City. After the meal, Gu Qingyan took the empty platter and left. Li Su lingered in the study for a short while before departing from the Li residence, heading straight for the Qianhu office. In the Qin dynasty, there were offices of the Sky Patrol established in various cities across the 9 provinces. As Li Su understood it, the Sky Patrol was akin to the Genie Wei of the Ming dynasty, clad in fish dragon robes and wielding embroidered spring knives, operating independently of local officials. They possessed the imperial privilege of executing orders before reporting in certain matters. In the entire city of Suzhou, there were 4 Qianhu of the Sky Patrol, with the left Qianhu overseeing the northern region of the city. Li Su and Zhuo Qianhu shared a close relationship, frequently visiting the Qianhu office, where the 100 households, the general flags, the minor flags, and the school officials had all encountered Li Su, often greeting him with smiles. In the document room, Zuolin was perusing the files when he glanced at the approaching Li Su. "Is there something on your mind? My niece has moved in with me, altering my way of life," Li Su replied, eyeing the documents as he conveyed his purpose. "To ensure they are well-fed and well-cared for, I hired a cook yesterday. Would you like me to investigate the cook's background?" Zuolin inquired casually. Li Su nodded, primarily concerned about his niece. Zuolin remained noncommittal, knowing that Li Su was inherently cautious. Even without Tianqi and Ziying's arrival, the hiring of a cook would likely lead him to seek Zuolin's assistance in verifying her credentials. "Does Ziying possess medical knowledge?" Li Su recalled. Zuolin subtly affirmed with a slight sound. "It is quite reasonable for a renowned female assassin to have some understanding of medicine. Neither of them is an ordinary person." "Is she?" Li Su asked softly. Zuolin cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. "You are not an ordinary person either." Li Su blinked. A youth who has never visited a brothel, how could he possess such knowledge of its renowned poetry? Zuolin replied coolly. "You previously mentioned that if you were to visit a brothel under the guise of Lu Sanbian's reputation, you wouldn't need to spend any silver." Li Su's expression darkened, and he retorted, "If you aren't going to discuss it, then there's no need for such remarks." Zuolin mused, "I am genuinely curious. Over the years, the pressure I have endured to assist you has been considerable. In Xinjiang County, there is a gentleman named Zheng Qian who is accomplished in both literature and martial arts, and who once proclaimed himself the second-best poet in the world, second only to Confucius. After perusing your poetry collections, he fell into despair, widely inquiring about your pseudonyms, hoping to engage in a literary contest with you. Additionally, the young master Wang Buozhi from Taiyuan is quite intrigued by who Wang Mo Jie is and whether he hails from the same Wang clan in Taiyuan. Moreover, there is Gu Wang, a renowned scholar from our Suzhou city. You must know of him?" Li Su chuckled awkwardly. "I primarily wish to ensure their well-being. After all, you are aware of my limited abilities. If I know nothing about them, I may be unable to provide the best protection. Since you can deduce that they are not ordinary individuals, you should understand that they do not require your protection," Zuolin remarked with a light scoff. Li Su's heart stirred, and he stated, "I only wish to know one thing." Zuolin closed the files in his hands and turned to Li Su. He knew he could not disclose the princess's identity to this young man just yet, but he also could not leave him entirely uninformed. Otherwise, in the future, it might lead to complications. "Are they stronger than I am?" Li Su tentatively inquired. Zuolin paused before responding indirectly, "In the face of danger, you need not concern yourself with them. Simply find a way to seek me out." "Stronger than me?" Li Su furrowed his brows, momentarily doubtful as he thought of the delicate Ziying. The impression she left was one of fragility, seemingly aloof yet easily toppled over, in stark contrast to the valiant woman in white. It is worth noting that initially, he had contemplated resistance before the white-clad heroine. "You must understand one thing," Zuolin said, looking at Li Su with a serious expression. Li Su blinked. "You are quite weak," Zuolin stated succinctly. "Li Su, one must possess self-awareness." Zuolin continued, "On a 20-zhang slope, if you leap down, you might nearly meet your demise. Lifting a bronze cauldron weighing 10,000 jin could very well crush you, and merely holding your breath underwater for an hour becomes intolerable. Do you truly believe this signifies strength?" Li Su replied in a subdued tone, "Not many of the celestial patrolmen under your command can match my prowess." "Huh." Zuolin chuckled. "Are you aware of what you are most renowned for in Suzhou City? The most renowned aspect?" Li Su paused, lifting his chin. "Surely it is my literary talent." Zuolin shook his head and inquired, "You must have encountered the city lord of Suzhou, Chen Feng, correct?" Li Su nodded. "He attended your birthday banquet last year. What is his appearance like?" Zuolin asked. After a moment's contemplation, Li Su commented, "He stands nearly 8 feet tall, exuding an extraordinary aura." Zuolin acknowledged, "Indeed, the visage of Lord Chun is remarkable. He himself believes so as well." He once gazed into a mirror and queried his wife, "Compared to Li Boyong of the north, who is more handsome?" Boyong being Li Su's courtesy name. "Has the city lord's wife seen me?" Li Su hesitated, his memory serving him well, yet he bore no recollection of her. Zuolin disregarded his query and continued. The city lord's wife replied, "Of course, my husband is more handsome, How could that dandy who sells calligraphy and paintings be compared to you? Li Su interjected. Lord Chun then asked his concubine, how do I compare to Li Boyong of the North in terms of attractiveness? Zuolin persisted. The concubine responded, how could Li Boyong ever compare to you, my lord? He is but a frail dandy. Li Su couldn't help but scoff. You seem to know of their private conversations? Zuolin continued, unperturbed. On that same day, a guest arrived, and Lord Chun posed the question, who is more handsome, I or Li Boyong of the North? The guest promptly replied, Li Boyong is merely a pretty boy. How could he possibly compare to you, my lord? Li Su fell silent, and after a considerable pause, coolly remarked, have you been eavesdropping on my composition of Guangguanji? In recent years, amidst his cultivation, he had not only transcribed ancient poetry from his past life, but also composed numerous classical texts, including the P. Zhou Ji's critique of King Qi's reception of advice. In this text, Zhou Ji inquired of his wife, concubine, and guest regarding who was more handsome between himself and Su Gong of the North. Each individual, one who loved Zhou Ji, one who feared him, and one who sought his favor, naturally proclaimed that Su Gong of the North could not hold a candle to Zhou Ji. Yet, upon seeing Su Gong in person, Zhou Ji found him indeed more handsome. Zuolin did not refute this, casually stating, since you are capable of penning such an article, you must realize that the highly praised city lord is, in truth, not as striking as you think. Your words leave me somewhat abashed. Li Su replied with a humble smile, feeling quite pleased with his own appearance in this life. Zuolin cast a sidelong glance. You should also comprehend that those celestial patrolmen who cannot best you do so merely out of respect for my standing. Li Su smirked, feeling a twinge of defiance. If he had only sparred with one celestial patrolman, perhaps that individual could be deemed a master of disguise. However, he had faced no fewer than 30 of them. Surely, not all could be mere pretenders, could they? Do you not believe me? Zuolin asked. Li Su murmured, I am a product of your teaching. If I truly embody the weakness you claim, it merely reflects your poor instruction. I do not recall ever stating that I would take you as a disciple. Zuolin replied nonchalantly. Li Su felt a pang of frustration. In truth, when he initially sought to apprentice himself to Zhuo Qianhu, the time traveler in him harbored a modicum of a dragon soaring heaven mentality, believing that it would not be long before he would elevate Zhuo Qianhu, imparting to him various profound martial secrets. To be accepted as a disciple was, in his mind, a privilege for Zhuo Qianhu. Little did he anticipate that Zhuo Qianhu had no intention whatsoever of taking him under his wing. Despite all his attempts at persuasion, Zhuo Qianhu remained unmoved, willing only to share some rudimentary martial arts and methods for building strength in the military. You shall go to the training grounds, Zhuo Cheng remarked, observing Li Su. Recently, a newcomer has arrived at the Qianhu office from Wuhan Prefecture, and he does not know you. I shall arrange for him to spar with you, and then you will comprehend the vastness of the world outside. A newcomer? Very well, Li Su nodded. Within the Qianhu office, he feared no combat. Simultaneously, he was eager to ascertain whether the disparity between himself and the martial artists beyond the gates of Gusu City was as pronounced as Zuolin had indicated. Chapter 14. The martial prodigy of the Wu clan, defeated in a single blow, the two departed from the office, with Li Su heading straight to the training grounds, while Zuolin proceeded to the prison established by the Qianhu office. Recently, the Daqian dynasty had intensified its efforts to apprehend rebels from the four nations, leading to an increase in personnel at the various county patrols. Wu Fengyun, hailing from Wuhan Prefecture, was one of the 12 patrol officers dispatched to Gusu City. At under 20 years of age, he was already the chief of the patrol. A competition of martial prowess? Wu Fengyun gazed at Zuolin, slightly astonished. Zuolin nodded and replied, that young man, relying on what he perceives as innate strength and some rudimentary martial training, has grown arrogant and overbearing. I wish for you to teach him a lesson. What is his relationship with the Qianhu lord? Wu Fengyun inquired cautiously. He is a junior whom I hold in high regard, Zuolin replied with a faint smile. I hope you can discipline him, so he understands that there are always greater forces and individuals beyond him to prevent future troubles. Given that the Qianhu lord favors this junior, I fear I may not be his match. Wu Fengyun hesitated. You hail from Wuhan Prefecture and bear the Wu surname. If you cannot best that young man, it would be a disservice to your lineage and name, Zuolin jested. The name Wu from Wuhan Prefecture signifies a certain honor. The king of Wuhan, the sole king of a different surname within the Daqian dynasty, has fought countless battles without a single defeat, having led the conquest of the Zhao, Yan, Chu, and Liang nations as the supreme commander. The king of Wuan is named Wu Qi. Thus, within Wuan Prefecture, the Wu surname is the most esteemed and honorable. In Wuan Prefecture, even orphans bear the Wu name, Wu Fengyun explained. Zuolin remained noncommittal, saying, "Let us see how it goes." "Very well," Wu Fengyun nodded. He understood that since this Zhuo Qianhu had personally sought him out, he had no choice but to engage in a contest with the youth named Li Su. The two individuals made their way to the training grounds, during which Zuolin shared some insights about Li Su. He was still at the body refinement stage, yet possessed considerable strength, capable of lifting a cauldron of 10,000 pounds. He had knowledge of various martial arts, including the 8 extremes fist, cloud-chasing steps, and leaf-sweeping kick. Was he concerned that I might not be a match for Li Su? Wu Fengyun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, was aware from his very first day at the Thousand House that bearing the Wu surname would undoubtedly raise suspicions. "I shall exert every effort," Wu Fengyun murmured. It would be best to achieve a decisive victory, overwhelming him completely, ensuring he concedes wholeheartedly, Zuolin remarked contemplatively. It was mid-morning, and the martial arts stage was devoid of spectators. Li Su stood alone upon the platform, quietly observing the approaching Zuolin and Wu Fengyun. "He seems formidable." Li Su assessed Wu Fengyun, noting that he appeared to be of a similar age, with a tall and robust physique and a rather striking countenance. Upon reaching the foot of the platform, Wu Fengyun also turned his gaze towards Li Su, noting his tall stature and handsome features, reminiscent of a scholarly figure. "I am Wu Fengyun, hailing from Wuhan Prefecture." He introduced himself. "I am Li Su, having trained under my master in the rudiments of martial arts for several years." Li Su replied. Zuolin ascended the stage, providing a brief introduction for both individuals. Wu Fengyun unsheathed the embroidered spring knife from his waist, tightening his sleeves as he advanced to face Li Su. "There is no need for reservations," Zuolin said with a faint smile. "Whoever emerges victorious, I shall treat to a drink tonight." Li Su scoffed lightly, expressing, "That reward lacks any incentive." Zuolin disregarded the comment and glanced at Wu Fengyun, instructing, "Make sure to teach this lad a proper lesson." Wu Fengyun remained silent, bowing slightly to Li Su, inviting him to begin. "Please," Li Su reciprocated with a bow, a glimmer of combat fervor flashing in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, they charged towards one another. Bang! Without the use of any specific technique, as they came into proximity, they simultaneously unleashed a punch, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. Wu Fengyun was sent reeling backwards, crashing to the edge of the training platform. Li Su appeared momentarily stunned, instinctively casting a glance at Zuolin, his eyes betraying a hint of inquiry. "Is this it? I was promised a glimpse of the vast world beyond, yet here is a world where I cannot even withstand a single punch?" Zuolin furrowed his brow, ignoring Li Su as his gaze remained fixed on Wu Fengyun. Was the information erroneous? Zuolin pondered, recalling that Wu Fengyun was purportedly the legitimate son of the current king of Wuhan, Wu Jian, and the direct grandson of the late King Wu Qi. How could someone of such esteemed lineage be so easily defeated? Had he intentionally feigned weakness? Zuolin's frown deepened. How could the grandson of Wu Qi succumb so casually? Rather than assuming a deliberate show of weakness, Zuolin leaned towards the possibility that the information he received was incorrect. Wu Fengyun might not be the grandson of Wu Qi after all. On the ground, Wu Fengyun sat in a state of bewilderment, staring at Li Su in disbelief. What had just transpired? He had only utilized 30% of his strength to gauge this individual's prowess. The moment their fists met, he felt as if he had been struck by a raging tide that sent him flying. Rising to his feet, Wu Fengyun fixed his gaze on Li Su, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This visit to Suzhou City, after all, was primarily to investigate Zuolin. Zuolin must already be harboring suspicions about me. As Wu Fengyun regained his composure, defeating the youth before him would undoubtedly alleviate his pent-up frustration. However, it would also confirm his identity to Zuolin. "My lord Li possesses extraordinary strength. I am in awe," Wu Fengyun remarked slowly. Li Su was momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Zuolin. Zuolin scoffed, "What strength? You bear the surname Wu and hail from Wuhan County, yet you cannot even best this boy. It is rather disgraceful for Wuhan County." Li Su, filled with a burgeoning fighting spirit, turned once more to Wu Fengyun. "Wu Gongzi, let us truly engage in battle." Wu Fengyun frowned, a hint of helplessness creeping into his expression. "I have genuinely exerted myself just now." "Very well." I shall personally teach this boy a lesson, Lin declared, shaking his head as he strode boldly towards Li Su. Li Su's eyelids twitched violently, and he quickly replied, Old Zwa, are you intending to bully the weak? And if I do? Lin retorted with a cold smile. In this 1,000-household estate, I shall bully whomever I please. Before he could finish his sentence, he approached Li Su and launched a direct punch. Li Su glared, refusing to retreat, and braced himself to meet the blow. In truth, over the years of honing his physique, aside from the necessary medicinal baths and the occasional striking of stones or trees, the most frequent activity he engaged in was enduring Lin's beatings. The two fists collided, producing a resounding thud. Li Su was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the edge of the training platform. Strange, has this boy secretly undergone medicinal baths recently? How has his strength surged so dramatically? Lin remained impassive, gazing down at Li Su, gradually comprehending why Wu Fengyun had faltered so easily moments ago. Li Su sat up, frustration etched across his face. How could he expect to dominate the world if he could not even defeat a mere left 1,000 household? Get up, continue, Lin said indifferently. With reluctance, Li Su rose to his feet, his body moving like the wind as he rushed towards Lin. Approaching within 10 paces, he leapt, aiming a kick directly at Lin's chin. Full of openings, Lin commented, extending his right hand to seize Li Su's ankle. Li Su's expression changed dramatically. Upon seeing the strange smile on Lin's face, his heart raced, and his handsome visage turned pale. Ha ha, Lin grinned mischievously. Before Li Su could utter another word, he found himself completely at Lin's mercy. Lin gripped Li Su's ankle as one would a heavy hammer, relentlessly smashing it against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The floor of the training platform around them fractured, debris flying in all directions. Wu Fengyun, observing from the sidelines, held his breath, his heart racing. Damn it! Li Su gritted his teeth, shielding his face with his arms, feeling immensely frustrated. This method of beating was one he had inadvertently taught Lin. Some time ago, while training in the mountains, he had captured a fierce tiger, grasping its tail and mimicking the Hulk's technique of slamming Loki against the ground. Since then, Lin had devised a new approach to help Li Su refine his physique. Has this boy already cultivated true energy within him? Lin raised an eyebrow, sensing the faint flow of true energy coursing through Li Su's meridians at his ankle. In the realm of body refinement, one cultivates true energy from the external to the internal, a sign of achieving great mastery. After a moment, Lin cast aside Li Su and, with a light demeanor, remarked, Is this all there is? Li Su lay on the ground, devoid of hope. Lin glanced at Wu Fengyun, shook his head, and proceeded to leave. Wu Fengyun's expression stiffened slightly as he clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Approaching Li Su, Young Masterly, are you all right? Li Su pressed his hands against the shattered floor, performed 6 push-ups in succession, and leaped to his feet. What could possibly be wrong with me? He grinned. Wu Fengyun was taken aback, his eyes quickly scanning Li Su, who was covered in dirt. Yet his face remained clean and handsome. As long as you're fine. Wu Fengyun nodded and turned to depart. Li Su called out, Hey. Wu Fengyun halted but did not turn back. How much strength did you use just now? Li Su inquired, sensing that Oldswell would not have allowed this individual to compete with him if he were to be defeated in one strike. 60%. Wu Fengyun replied before walking away. 60%? What a lie. Li Su stared at Wu Fengyun's retreating figure, shaking his head. This person was quite dishonest. The intelligence network of the Celestial Patrol was remarkably efficient. Within half a day, it uncovered all relevant information about the chef, Yan. Indeed, there was such a woman who originally resided in Su family village outside Suzhou. After her husband passed away, she sold herself to bury him. I was overthinking, Li Su murmured. Lin shook his head, remarking that it was not overthinking. In these extraordinary times, it was wise to be cautious. Is that Wu Fengyun particularly special? Li Su inquired with curiosity. Lin regarded Li Su and remarked, The opportunity that I intend to bestow upon you in the future, he may be your greatest competitor. Li Su was taken aback, then furrowed his brow, muttering, What? Have you painted a picture for him too? Having known each other for a long time, Lin had grown accustomed to Li Su's occasional nonsensical outbursts and chose to ignore them. Your strength is passable, Lin assessed the recent battle. Noting the slow speed and lack of agility, with numerous flaws, his judgment against the opponent was utterly muddled. Li Su remained silent for a while, reminding, I did send that Wu fellow flying. Are you proud of that? Zwolin scoffed. Li Su fell silent. Had he merely sent Wu Fengyun flying, he might have felt a tinge of pride. The key issue was that immediately after, he had been thoroughly bested by Zwolin. In such circumstances, how could one still feel proud? Return home, dig a pit in your yard, add some water, and practice in the mud, Zwolin instructed. Li Su's eyes flickered with interest, and he nodded. All right. With that, he turned to leave. Zwolin stood at the door, gazing at Li Su's vanishing figure, muttering. Young people possess too much energy, leading to overthinking. Shaking his head, he recalled Wu Fengyun, his gaze deepening. Since the princess has come to my side, I must ensure her safety. By evening, at the Li residence in the north of the city, Gu Qingyan stared at 2 large pieces of bloodworm meat soaking in a basin, rendered speechless. Does that rascal have a screw loose? Despite being warned about the meat's issues, he still consumes it. Gu Qingyan stifled the urge to explode in frustration as she raised her gaze towards the window. In the western part of the courtyard, a bare-chested figure stood in a large pit, hands tirelessly excavating the surrounding earth. The pit, filled with a muddy mixture of soil and water, rose to Li Su's hips, resembling a swamp. There was indeed something amiss with his mind. Gu Qingyan nodded, then resignedly took out a piece of blood eel meat, placing it on the cutting board, and picked up a cleaver to chop the meat with a series of sharp strikes. In front of the master bedroom window, Tianqi and Ziying stood side by side, gazing at Li Su in the yard, both puzzled and unsure of his intentions. Earlier, when Ziying had inquired about Li Su's digging, she received a succinct response, cultivation. Let him be. Perhaps he merely seeks to catch your attention, Ziying remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Tianqi blinked, observing the mud-covered Li Su, and felt that if this rather unrefined husband wished to draw her gaze, he likely would not resort to such a filthy display. Perhaps he was genuinely focused on his training, she thought, reflecting on the teachings of her own master. On the western side of the courtyard, beneath the wall, Li Su had been excavating a large pit since returning from the Qinhu office. With nearly a decade of cultivation under his belt, his strength was astonishing. With just his hands, he effortlessly shattered the muddy ground, creating a substantial pit. Within it, he had poured nearly 100 buckets of well water, achieving a particular consistency with the broken soil. For an ordinary person, moving within this pit would be nearly impossible. Even Li Su, with his nearly 10 years of training, found it challenging to navigate the muddy depths. As twilight approached, the skilled cook Gu Qingyan respectfully served a table of dishes to Tianqi and Ziying. Li Su emerged from the pit, making his way to the old well, where he drew a bucket of water and doused himself with it. Master, where would you like to dine? Gu Qingyan inquired with deference as she exited the hall. In the study, he replied. Oh, Gu Qingyan responded softly, her heart stirring with an unsettling premonition as she glided back towards the kitchen. After washing himself thoroughly, Li Su donned his wooden clogs and headed towards the study. Inside, Gu Qingyan had arranged a bountiful spread on the desk. At the center of the meal stood a porcelain pot, approximately half the height of a water bucket, containing freshly stewed blood eel meat. Join me for a meal, Li Su invited, casting a glance at Gu Qingyan, who appeared ready to leave. Yes, she replied, her scalp tingling as she already surmised what Li Su wished her to partake in, the blood eel meat. As she had anticipated, Li Su promptly served her a piece of the cooked blood eel. Gu Qingyan felt utterly helpless. She had no desire to eat it. Yet, the reality was that she not only had to consume it, but also express her gratitude in a manner befitting the situation. Li Su continued to serve her 5 sizable pieces of blood eel meat, after which he disregarded her completely. Based on his estimation, an ordinary person consuming such a portion would likely suffer a nosebleed or feel unwell. 5 pieces should be manageable, Gu Qingyan thought, secretly relieved. Yet, witnessing Li Su devouring the blood eel with fervor stirred a sense of unease within her. That scoundrel would undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep after consuming so much blood eel meat. In due time, Gu Qingyan could only pray that the tall maiden named Xing would put in a bit more effort tonight. Chapter 16, The Toxic Nourishment. Left Lin's your culinary skills are truly commendable, Li Su sincerely praised. As long as the master is pleased. Gu Qingyan returned to her senses and replied respectfully in a soft voice. Stay in the Li residence without needing to be overly formal, Li Su gently suggested. If you require anything, feel free to mention it. Oh, Gu Qingyan murmured, her head bowed. Do you not find it tedious to spend the whole day just cooking? Not at all, Gu Qingyan quickly replied, for she had no desire to engage in other tasks. Li Su refrained from further inquiries. As they were halfway through their meal, Ziying entered the study. "I shall take my leave," Gu Qingyan said respectfully, setting down her utensils and turning to exit, her head lowered. Once the door closed behind her, Ziying approached the desk and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "You certainly know how to indulge. If I truly knew how to indulge, it would be your young miss serving me dinner at this moment," Li Su retorted with a light scoff. Ziying's expression turned cold. Li Su maintained her composure, stating, "Have you forgotten that it was you who mentioned my newly acquired cook had issues?" Ziying's demeanor softened as she inquired, "What do you mean?" She was aware that Li Su had left earlier to investigate the talented cook, Ian. "The identity poses no problem," Li Su replied softly. "According to her, the issue may lie with the pot of meat I prepared." "Meat?" Ziying paused, glancing at the porcelain pot on the desk. She promptly picked up a pair of chopsticks, pinched a piece of cooked meat, and took a delicate bite, savoring the flavor. After a moment, Ziying furrowed her brows and fixed her gaze on Li Su, asking, "Where did you acquire this meat?" "You need only tell me whether there is an issue with it," Li Su said, her mouth full of meat, knowing she must not reveal its origins. "It is nourishing," Ziying replied succinctly. "Precisely," Li Su nodded, a light chuckle escaping her lips. "You must have overindulged in meat last night, leading to an excess of heat in your body, mistakenly believing you were drugged." "That is not correct," Ziying shook her head. "I can still distinguish between nourishment and medicine." As she spoke, she took another bite of the meat, contemplating its flavor once more. Li Su shrugged and continued to devour the blood eel meat in the pot. To her, as long as the blood eel meat was nourishing, any accompanying aphrodisiac-like toxins were inconsequential. After all, it could be expelled. "This meat is toxic," Ziying stated slowly. Her sensitivity to various poisons honed from her past as the foremost female assassin of the Chu kingdom. "Does it harm the body?" Li Su inquired. Ziying frowned and replied quietly, "Any poison will inevitably harm the body." "I mean, after detoxification," Li Su clarified. Ziying's brows knitted tighter as she comprehended Li Su's implication, coldly stating, "Do not presume that I will assist you in further detoxification. Thus, once detoxified, it will not affect the body." Li Su spoke softly, a serene smile gracing her lips. "That is acceptable. As long as I can grow stronger, I would not mind consuming poison." Ziying fixed her gaze on Li Su, asserting that there are many means to attain strength. "For example?" Li Su looked at Ziying with anticipation. Ziying pondered. "The Ling Mountain Sword sect possesses a type of Qingmu bone-quenching pill, which is highly suitable for body refinement stages." Li Su's expression dimmed slightly as she asked, "Can it be purchased?" Ziying fell silent for a moment. "I am but an ordinary youth in the city of Suzhou," Li Su murmured. "Do you believe I stand a chance of obtaining the precious elixirs of those esteemed sects and noble families? There is no need to consume poisonous sustenance." Ziying replied quietly. Leaning gently against the back of his chair, Li Su regarded Ziying, reflecting on the disparity of fate. Some are born into wealth, their desires easily within reach from the moment they draw breath, while others emerge from the mire, struggling for mere sustenance, often to no avail. Even with relentless effort, one may still succumb to hunger. I count myself fortunate to sit in this study, feasting on such nourishing boiled meat. Regardless of your words, I shall not assist you in detoxification again, Ziying huffed, turning to depart. "You know nothing of men," Li Su whispered, harboring doubt about the presence of any aphrodisiac in the broth. Even if it existed, with his own willpower, he could surely endure. If all else failed, alternative methods and choices remained. In truth, upon reaching adulthood in his past life, he often found himself bemused by the narratives in martial arts novels, where the male protagonists, under the influence of love potions, required the aid of beautiful maidens for liberation. Did they not possess hands? As these thoughts swirled, Li Su suddenly paused, lost in contemplation. Should he find himself unfortunate enough to fall victim to an aphrodisiac, with a stunning beauty like Ziying at his side? How naive I have been. As night deepened, the table was cleared, Li Su having consumed every morsel, particularly the boiled meat, leaving not a drop of broth. He moved to the center of the study, sitting cross-legged upon a mat, as he had the previous night, practicing the supreme royal cauldron technique, refining the potent effects coursing through his body. In the bedroom to the right of the hall, Tianqi and Ziying remained awake, engaged in hushed conversation. Before arriving at the Li residence, the two had established an agreement to conceal their identities at all times, even in such intimate whispers. With Ziying addressing Tianqi as Miss rather than Your Highness. "Ziying," somewhat distracted, pondered whether Li Su could withstand the effects of the heavily infused boiled meat he had consumed. Zijia, what occupies your thoughts? Tianqi inquired softly. Noticing Zi Ying's preoccupation, Zi Ying regained her focus and replied discreetly, the identity of Zuolin. Tianqi's heart stirred at the mention, and she whispered, are you suggesting that Zuolin is grooming Li Su for inclusion? Zi Ying nodded slightly. Zuolin's offer for us to seek refuge here indicates his trust in this young man. Yet, he refrains from imparting the true methods of cultivation, likely to ensure Li Su concentrates on honing his physical prowess. You have interacted with him more frequently. Do you believe he holds promise? Tianqi asked, her curiosity piqued. In the couple of days since her marriage to Li Su, their exchanges had been scant. Zi Ying's gaze flickered, recalling that Li Su was no longer a novice. And she gently shook her head. It is difficult. That sect accepts only 7 disciples each generation, and currently, only 2 spots remain, one of which is already reserved. Perhaps I could assist him? Tianqi suggested quietly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Zi Ying frowned, fixing a serious gaze upon Tianqi. Do not act recklessly. Oh, Tianqi replied with a soft exclamation, regret washing over her as she dismissed the thought. Let us not forget the promise we made to Zuolin. Zi Ying reminded her, rest assured, we shall remain together. I will certainly refrain from doing anything you disapprove of, Tianqi assured promptly. That is more like it. Zi Ying replied, gently ruffling Tianqi's hair. Now, go to sleep. In the Li residence, within the East Wing, the exquisite chef Gu Qingyan exhaled a gentle cloud of mist, her rosy complexion gradually returning to its former state. A mere few pieces of blood eel meat could hardly pose a challenge to me. Gu Qingyan reclined on her bed, lazily attuning her ears to the sounds reverberating throughout the Li household. Strange, she pondered. Why do my powers and the efficacy of the blood eel's inner elixir seem ineffective within this lad's body? He is out there digging a pit, presumably to cultivate the ethereal dragon form. To practice the dragon form in the mire is quite an unusual choice. As she contemplated, a sudden thought struck Gu Qingyan. Chapter 17, Midnight Cultivation, a fall into the mud pit. Could he be using my powers to practice the supreme cauldron technique? If so, what kind of energy source would he cultivate, demonic or righteous? A glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes as she began to comprehend why her powers had no effect on Li Su. Her abilities were primarily derived from the cultivation of the 9 cold jade technique, which inherently contained the so-called demonic nature spoken of by righteous practitioners. The Supreme Cauldron technique is an authentic foundational skill of the Taoist sect, producing gentle and balanced energy. Gu Qingyan silently deduced the implications of their combination, shaking her head, uncertain of what attributes the cultivated energy would possess under such circumstances. Perhaps the clash of righteousness and evil would simply cancel each other out. She mused with a hint of malice. As the night deepened, Li Su opened his door and made his way to the ancient well in the courtyard. As he had done the previous night, he lifted a bucket and poured cool water over himself. Could there truly be a lingering poison? He felt a twinge of skepticism. Despite having refined all the medicinal effects, an inescapable heat still permeated his being. In the past, he would not have thought twice, attributing it merely to the typical after-effects of potent tonics. After pouring 7 buckets of water over his head, he managed to alleviate the heat somewhat. Like the night before, Li Su practiced the 8 extremes fist in the courtyard, stretching his muscles through expansive movements. In the hall, Zi Ying concealed herself in the shadows, coldly observing Li Su in the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the East Wing, Gu Qingyan lay in bed, also listening intently to the sounds outside. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, both Zi Ying and Gu Qingyan heard faint noises from outside the Li residence. A figure clad in black stealthily climbed the wall on the west side of the Li estate, taking advantage of the dim moonlight to gaze at Li Su, who was practicing in the courtyard. Once steady, he withdrew a brush and a booklet from his pocket, silently recording his observations. The celestial patrolman Zi Ying, hidden in the darkness, fixed her gaze on the black-clad individual. Upon seeing the booklet he produced, she became almost certain of his identity. He belonged to the Celestial Patrol of the Daqian Empire. Each patrolman carried a ledger of impermanence, documenting all they witnessed. Is he here for me? Or for those 2 enigmatic women? In the East Wing, Gu Qingyan held her breath, calmly analyzing the situation. She recalled the colossal ship docked in Taihu and the concealed patrolmen surrounding the city of Suzhou. The celestial sect exists in a realm detached from the mundane world, and its connection with the great Qian dynasty is rather tenuous. Moreover, such an incident as losing a storage pouch is certainly something that the ungrateful Yu Hong would be too embarrassed to disclose to others. It seems I have not provoked any other matters recently. With this thought, Gu Qingyan's gaze drifted, and she mused that the trivial matters she had stirred up were likely unrelated to the court. Yet, these two women, one more peculiar than the other, captured her attention. Gu Qingyan and Xing silently observed the cloaked figure on the western wall, neither taking action to apprehend him nor alerting the meditating Li Su. After a moment, the cloaked figure closed the booklet in his hand and returned it to his chest. He cast a glance at Li Su, who was tirelessly cultivating, and with a gentle leap, entered the courtyard. His intention was to stealthily infiltrate this residence and ascertain how many individuals resided there. However, as he leapt into the courtyard, he realized something was amiss the moment his feet found no solid ground. A dull thud echoed through the air. Both Xing and Gu Qingyan held their breath, recalling that earlier in the afternoon, Li Su had excavated a substantial pit on the western side of the yard. The pit was filled with muck. Li Su halted and gazed towards the large pit. The cloaked figure, now smeared with mud, regained his balance and stared blankly at Li Su. His expression one of utter confusion. His eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if questioning why a pit of mud would exist in a perfectly respectable residence. Who in their right mind would dig a pit in their home? Li Su approached the edge of the pit, looking down at the cloaked figure from a height. Heavenly Patrol? Li Su observed the mud-soaked attire of the figure, which bore the faint outline of the fish-dragon pattern at the collar. This was a distinctive emblem of the Heavenly Patrol. The cloaked figure instinctively nodded. Are you from outside the city? Li Su inquired. In Suzhou City, there were 4,000 households, and the 4 captains typically maintained a policy of non-interference with one another. The 3 captains outside of Zuolin were familiar with Li Su and were aware of his close ties with Zuolin, thus they generally would not scheme against him. The cloaked figure had no choice but to nod. Having already investigated Li Su prior to this encounter, and knowing that this young man was closely associated with Captain Zhua of the Northern District, it was unlikely that the local Heavenly Patrol would conduct a night raid here. Why? Li Su pressed further. The cloaked figure fell silent. Li Su continued nonchalantly. You should understand that falling into this pit and revealing that you are investigating me constitutes a grave error. He added, if you disclose your purpose for being here, tonight's events can be dismissed and no one will be the wiser about your presence. The cloaked figure shook his head, his resolve unwavering. Then there is no room for negotiation, Li Su murmured to himself. I truly wish to avoid this. The cloaked figure felt a surge of anxiety and quickly responded. Since you are familiar with the Heavenly Patrol, you must understand that if I were to go missing here, trouble would come your way in droves. Li Su curled his lips in disdain. Then why not leave promptly? What? The cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Xing and Gu Qingyan, who had been eavesdropping, were equally astonished. Li Su scoffed. I can't very well kill you, can I? The cloaked figure stared blankly at Li Su, hesitating. Are you really going to let me go just like that? What else would I do? Li Su tilted his head slightly. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about my intentions? The man clad in black furrowed his brow, recalling numerous tales of predecessors who had infiltrated others' residences only to be discovered and subsequently beaten to death as common thieves. I am but a law-abiding citizen, Li Su stated earnestly. Since you are engaged in your duties, I have no reason to impede your progress. Am I truly to leave? The man in black questioned, uncertainty etched across his face. Li Su glanced at the black-clad figure, caked in mud, and kindly suggested, perhaps you should clean yourself before departing? Leaving in such a state may draw attention. The man in black looked down at himself, his skin twitching slightly. He remained perplexed as to why such a pit of mire existed within an otherwise pristine residence. Furthermore, the 4th captain had consistently remarked that his abilities were rather mediocre, attributing his victories over the minor captains to their deliberate concession to him. Li Su regarded the man in black with anticipation and said, if you do not mind, after you clean yourself, we could spar a few rounds. I wish to ascertain the true extent of my capabilities. Did he intend to seize the opportunity to best me? The man in black felt a surge of wariness and discreetly shook his head. I possess only a rudimentary understanding of lightness skills. My strength is quite ordinary, and I am certainly not a match for young Master Li. Suit yourself, Li Su shrugged, feigning indifference. The man in black, while keeping his gaze fixed on Li Su, retreated through the muck. Upon reaching the wall, he leaped lightly, emerging from the mire. "Are you truly allowing me to leave?" he inquired again, his heart laden with doubt. Li Su replied, "If you would be so kind as to enlighten me on how I have offended the celestial guards, that would be most appreciated." The man in black fixed his gaze on Li Su in silence, then suddenly propelled himself off the ground, soaring over the wall with remarkable speed. "He departs with remarkable decisiveness," Li Su mused quietly, reflecting on the myriad events that had unfolded in recent days. Chapter 18. A pretense becomes reality. A gesture of reciprocity. After aiding the seemingly ethereal white-clad heroine in detoxification, he was rewarded with her fragrant storage pouch. He also wed Tianqi and indulged in the company of Zi Ying for 2 nights. After pondering for a while, Li Su still could not decipher the situation and shook his head, glancing towards the hall, muttering, "It seems I have inadvertently collapsed the bed." This morning, in a moment of carelessness, he had sprung up like a fish and inadvertently damaged the bed. Returning to his study, he resolved to make do there for the night, while also testing whether he could withstand the so-called lustful poison. After a refreshing shower and practicing his martial arts, the restlessness within him had dissipated considerably. He was fairly certain that enduring the night would see him through the ordeal. In the northern part of the city, at the mouth of a secluded alley, the muddy man in black dashed several miles before finally feeling a sense of relief. "That young man truly let me go," he thought, still shaken from the experience. At the moment of his fall into the mire, he had felt near despair. A mistake made by the celestial guards while surveilling a residence could prove fatal. "Did you fall into a river?" An astonished voice rang out from behind him. Startled, the man in black turned to see the newcomer and sighed in relief, respectfully exclaiming, "Young master." In Suzhou, there was no one else referred to as young master but the commander of the celestial guards, Wu Fengyun, who stood before him clad in black. Indeed, the man in black knelt on one knee. "I have failed in my duties. I implore young master to forgive me." "Do elaborate," Wu Fengyun inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The figure clad in black dared not conceal anything, recounting in detail all that he had witnessed and experienced at the Li residence to Wu Fengyun. "Nighttime cultivation? A pit in the courtyard?" Wu Fengyun was taken aback. He never anticipated that someone would actually dig a pit in the yard. The black-clad man expressed his frustrations, filled with discontent. Wu Fengyun, momentarily speechless, pondered for a while before instructing, "You should leave the city for now. Li Su has close ties with Zuolin, and he will undoubtedly learn of this matter by tomorrow." "Understood." In a lofty pavilion, the celestial being Yu Hong, now adorned in a black Taoist robe, watched as Wu Fengyun stealthily traversed the night. Could Li Su be connected to the demoness? Yu Hong mused softly, her form as elusive as a phantom, vanishing from sight. In the northern part of the city, at the Li residence, within the study, seated cross-legged on a mat, having practiced the supreme heavenly cauldron technique twice, Li Su heard the creaking of the door as it opened. Raising his gaze, a tall, slender figure clad in purple caught his eye. Li Su could not help but arch an eyebrow slightly. The purple figure, exuding an air of coldness, approached and looked down upon Li Su. "Why did you let him go?" The purple figure inquired directly, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Su regarded her, recalling some of the words spoken by Old Zhua that morning. According to Old Zhua, both the purple figure and the concubine Tianqi were more formidable than he. If that were indeed the case, it would not be surprising for her to be aware of the events that transpired in the courtyard. Otherwise, "Do you wish for me to kill him?" Li Su replied, maintaining his composure. The purple figure frowned, gazing at Li Su with a detached demeanor. "I am a law-abiding citizen," Li Su elucidated. "If I were to kill or imprison him, a cascade of troubles would surely follow." The law-abiding citizen fell silent, suddenly feeling as though he and Li Su existed in 2 disparate worlds. Regardless of his intentions, now that he had traced the matter to this point, there was but one course of action he could take. Li Su spoke softly. The purple figure looked up at Li Su. Her curiosity piqued about how this law-abiding citizen would respond to the investigations of the Celestial Patrol. To her knowledge, the Celestial Patrol would not arbitrarily investigate an ordinary citizen. "Act in accordance with my identity," Li Su stated. The purple figure was momentarily perplexed, but upon noticing the glint in Li Su's eyes, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, and shot him a fierce glare. Li Su explained, "I am a normal man, newly married, and it is only natural for a husband to be deeply affectionate with his bride. You are a martial artist of the body refinement realm. It is most natural for you to shun the company of women," the purple figure retorted with a cold laugh. Strength is something outsiders find difficult to discern. Li Su replied. With two beauties now residing in my home, the Celestial Patrol likely has already deduced the situation. The purple figure furrowed her brow, as she too harbored concerns about this very issue. Moreover, she had a strong premonition that the black-clad man was likely investigating her and the princess. What are you contemplating? Li Su asked, observing the purple figure with a smile. Are you awake at this late hour, perhaps worrying about the poison within me? You think too much. The purple figure denied. Is that so? Li Su replied non-committally as he rose and approached her. The purple figure met his gaze, her expression devoid of emotion. Since you are here, you might as well stay tonight, Li Su said, looking into her eyes. I did not come here to assist you with your poison. The purple figure stated coolly. You recently inquired why I chose to release that dark-clad sentinel. Li Su leaned closer to Ji Ying, whispering softly, in truth. I let him go because I realized that he was not alone. Not alone. Ji Ying was taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing as she had not perceived any other presence. You do not comprehend the ways of the sentinels, Li Su explained in a hushed tone. They operate in pairs at the very least. I suspect that another has already infiltrated the Li residence. Ji Ying felt a chill run through her heart. If there were indeed others capable of eluding her senses, their strength would be formidable. The thought rendered her restless. The finest disguise often lies in the art of deception. Li Su leaned in closer, murmuring to Ji Ying. Ji Ying's expression shifted dramatically before she registered his words, glaring fiercely at Li Su. Just as she was about to utter a few choice words, she suddenly sensed an ethereal awareness that made her heart race. Was there truly a second individual? Ji Ying could not maintain her composure. This awareness reminded her of the intrusive sensation she had felt during her first intimate encounter with Li Su 2 nights prior, causing her heart to shudder. Seeing that Li Su was about to speak again, Ji Ying recognized the necessity of taking action to silence the man before her. Li Su's eyes widened in surprise. In the eastern chamber, Gu Qingyan was striving to relax her body, attempting to steady her breath. Her heart was in turmoil. Yuhing Fairy. The Yuhing Fairy's perception envelopes the entire Li residence. Why would that wretched woman come here? Gu Qingyan's heart raced with fear. On the western side of the courtyard, Yuhing Fairy surveyed the muddy pit beneath the wall, glancing at the study with a flicker of curiosity. What does digging this pit signify? Yuhing Fairy pondered, her senses sweeping across the entirety of the Li residence. Aside from the more intense activity within the study, there appeared to be nothing of particular note elsewhere. The Wu clan is investigating this young man. Yuhing Fairy mused silently, having searched for the elusive Gu Qingyan for several days without success. She had already contemplated seeking assistance from the current Wang Wu Jian of Taihu. To garner help, one must naturally offer something in return. The Wu clan's young man seemed to suggest that this boy had close ties with Zuolin. With that thought, Yuhing Fairy turned to leave. Has she departed? In the eastern chamber, Gu Qingyan's heart raced as she maintained her calm breathing, daring not to exhibit any signs of distress. In the study, Ji Ying's mindset mirrored that of Gu Qingyan as she exerted every effort to disguise herself, playing the role of a humble maid without allowing herself to relax. Chapter 19. The pinnacle of ascendancy. Yuhing's enlightenment. As dawn gradually broke, Gu Qingyan rose early. After a brief wash, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Li Su, Tianqi, and Ji Ying. Exhausted, Ji Ying sat beside the ancient well, dozing off as she had the previous morning. What a peculiar woman, Li Su murmured, having spent the night awake. He jumped into the muddy pit, bare-chested. The surface of the pit had dried slightly compared to the previous night. With Li Su's movements, the pit reverted to a quagmire. Finally roused, Tianqi approached the eaves. Glancing at Ji Ying by the well, her gaze furtively falling upon Li Su in the muddy pit. Such diligence, she remarked. Tianqi stealthily approached Ji Ying from behind, extending his hands to gently knead her shoulders. In the morning, Li Su once again arrived at the northern city's Qianhu office. Fell into a mud pit? Upon hearing Li Su's account, Zuolin was momentarily speechless. This mud pit seemed to be a result of his instructions to Li Su. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Li Su stared at Zuolin, incredulous, as he had envisioned Zuolin displaying a serious demeanor. At this moment, Zuolin remained calm, his focus primarily on the mud pit. Why should I be anxious? Zuolin retorted. Someone is investigating me. Are you not worried? Li Su scoffed. Zuolin lightly snorted. Do you think there have been few who have looked into you over the years? Li Su frowned, muttering, this is different. He was indeed aware that there had always been individuals probing into the figures behind those poetry collections. However, this was the first time someone had traced it back to his residence. Moreover, it was from an outsider's celestial patrol. This was quite unusual. There is nothing different about it, Zwolin replied nonchalantly. Others have investigated your residence before. You just weren't aware of it. Li Su gazed at Zwolin, a flicker of realization stirring within him. This time, it is also an investigation into me, he murmured. Had it been Tianqi or Ziying, Zwolin would not have remained so composed. Zwolin did not confirm or deny. Instead, he pointed out, yesterday, during your duel with Wu Fengyun, he did not employ his true abilities. Wu Fengyun. Li Su paused, a glimmer of understanding dawning as he asked, I recall you mentioned he hails from Wuhan County? Zwolin nodded slightly. If the investigation is merely about me, then there is no concern. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief, softly stating, my worry lies in the fact that the inebriated man's intentions are not solely about wine. The inebriated man's intentions are not solely about wine. Zwolin pondered in silence. Recognizing the phrase as originating from an ancient text written by Li Su, the record of the drunken pavilion. Focus on your cultivation. There is no need to concern yourself with other matters. Zwolin regarded Li Su, noting that he had yet to reach the pinnacle of his physical refinement journey. Your time is limited. Li Su blinked, inquisitively asking, what do you mean? The grand opportunity one have prepared for you is not something just anyone can attain. Zwolin replied with significant meaning. Li Su grimaced, retorting, your way of painting a picture is hardly convincing. Zwolin chuckled. Then tell me, how should one paint a picture to truly persuade others? Every cultivator should possess an indomitable spirit. Li Su regarded Zwolin with utmost seriousness, asserting that he should convey that the grand opportunity you speak of can only be attained through invincibility and physical refinement. Zwolin nodded, and what else? You must mention the pinnacle of physical refinement, and then speak of breaking through the peak, achieving the ultimate transcendence. Li Su lightly scoffed, adding that you should also illustrate your grand opportunity, detailing the achievements one could reach after obtaining it, rather than merely using the term grand opportunity as a means of evasion. Ultimate transcendence. Zwolin fixed his gaze on Li Su, earnestly stating, the grand opportunity one intend to bestow upon you requires you to be invincible within your realm and to achieve ultimate transcendence. Li Su responded, what? Do you not believe me? Zwolin narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Su scoffed. You are attempting to use the very words I just taught you to deceive me. Do you think I should place my trust in that? That is indeed a valid point. Zwolin smiled and remarked, you, my boy, possess mediocre talent for cultivation. After nearly a decade of tempering your body, you remain at this stage, far behind Wu Fengyun. The great fortune I have may very well end up in Wu Fengyun's hands. Li Su frowned, feeling somewhat displeased, and scoffed. He hails from Wuhan County. Even if you present your great fortune to him on your knees, he might not even acknowledge your existence. Reflecting on the few cultivation manuals obtained from her storage bag, she added in her heart, I am no longer the person I once was. Whether I would even value your so-called fortune remains to be seen. Zwolin nodded and said leisurely, indeed, what he overlooks, I am not particularly inclined to offer you. Just how vast is the chasm between you two? Li Su retorted with a sidelong glance. Is the gap so great? Great enough for me to send him flying with a single punch? If that's the case, then you might as well contend with Wu Jian yourself. Zwolin spoke softly. Wu Jian? Li Su's eyes widened. Wu Fengyun is the contemporary prince of Wuhan, Wu Jian, a name not to be trifled with. Zwolin glanced at Li Su and said, return home. If your strength is lacking, it would be prudent to temper your curiosity. Li Su huffed softly but refrained from further questioning. Having spent nearly a decade together, they shared a tacit understanding. Just as Zwolin never pried into how Li Su crafted his poetry and prose. This lad, is he trying to outsmart me? A blend of intelligence and Novice. Truly a rarity. Zwolin stood by the window of the study, gazing at Li Su's departing figure, murmuring in contemplation. A blend of intelligence and Novice. Deep within the study, the Yuheng fairy, seemingly merging with the shadows, revealed a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Last night, after leaving the Li residence, she had come to the Qianhu office to investigate some information about Li Su. To her astonishment, the entire Qianhu office bore no record of the young man. This was decidedly abnormal. To speak of transcending realms indicated he was no ordinary individual. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, as though something was amiss. The Yuheng fairy fell into deep thought. Just moments ago, While eavesdropping on the conversation between Li Su and Zhuo Lin, she felt an inexplicable discord. After pondering for a while, her gaze fell upon the departing Zhuo Lin, and a sudden realization struck her. Tempering the body? That young man has a concubine, yet remains in the body-tempering stage? A strange glimmer passed through her eyes as she fully grasped the incongruity. A youth who revels in nightly festivities and another who aspires to cultivate. How could he still be in the body-tempering stage? Something is indeed amiss. This young man harbors secrets. In the northern part of the city, at the Li residence, Li Su returned home, shed his shirt, and leapt directly into the mud pit to resume his cultivation. In recent years, his life had been rather monotonous. Almost half of each day was dedicated to his training. Monotonous, yet far from tedious. Initially, while learning fundamental martial arts from Zhuo Qianhu, Li Su once thought that cultivation was akin to the fitness regimens of his previous life. However, as his physique, strength, speed, vision, and hearing enhanced, he realized that this was an entirely different realm. No matter how much one trains, an ordinary person could never lift 1,000 stone. 3 years prior, Li Su had already managed to lift a bronze cauldron weighing 10,000 jin with relative ease. In the present day, he could effortlessly lift a weight of 10,000 pounds, displaying remarkable ease and skill. Standing amidst the muddy pit, where the muck rose to his waist, Li Su envisioned the postures and techniques of the ethereal dragon form, contemplating an attempt at its cultivation. The ethereal dragon form, originating from the Taoist heavenly sect, was one of the 4 martial techniques he had acquired from his storage pouch. As Li Su took steps through the muck, each movement sent splatters of mud flying. Simultaneously, strands of true energy flowed through his meridians, gradually intensifying. In the eastern chamber, by the window, Gu Qingyan casually glanced at Li Su in the muddy pit, her heart sinking immediately. The ethereal dragon form, she recognized it. Chapter 20, a subtle tune, a sudden clarity. This scoundrel, can he not be more discreet? Gu Qingyan's heart raced at the memory of the unsettling sensation she had felt the previous night, her scalp prickling in alarm. She was certain that the source of that awareness was the fairy of the jade balance. Should she flee? With this thought, Gu Qingyan gradually regained her composure. Approaching her vanity to gaze at her reflection. I have sealed my powers, my aura differs greatly from before, and my appearance is entirely transformed. What a flaw. Gu Qingyan furrowed her brow, pondering for a while, but unable to identify any weaknesses. The Celestial Patrol had already set its sights on that rascal. If I were to escape now, it would only invite trouble. Gu Qingyan shook her head, dismissing the notion of flight. She understood clearly that her immediate priority was to restore her strength. How to recover? Gu Qingyan felt helpless. She knew how to regain her powers, but it required a return to the Cold Jade sect. Currently, she was trapped in Suzhou City. Before the Li residence, at the Baiyang calligraphy and painting shop, the fairy of the jade balance, like a specter, surveyed the various artworks. The artistry was mediocre, yet her gaze fell upon a painting depicting a snowy day, where 2 figures were parting. To the right of the image were 2 lines of verse. Do not worry that the road ahead lacks friends. Who in this world does not recognize you? This young man is quite talented. A flicker of intrigue crossed the fairy's eyes as she noted that each painting bore a few lines of poetry. Approaching the counter, she discovered a poetry collection titled The 3 Transformations of the Pleasure Quarters. Seated in the armchair behind the counter, the fairy of the jade balance perused the poetry book while extending her perception, enveloping the entire Li residence. Simultaneously, in the eastern chamber, Gu Qingyan and the figures of Tianqi and Xing in the right-side bedroom sensed the fairy's awareness. Tianqi and Xing exchanged a seemingly casual glance, displaying a tacit understanding to remain silent. Li Su continued his cultivation of the ethereal dragon form in the muddy pit, undeterred. The fairy of the jade balance, initially intending to divide her focus, gradually fixed her attention on the 3 transformations of the pleasure quarters. Upon reading the line, I would rather exchange fleeting fame for a gentle tune, the fairy could not help but recite it softly. These literati are truly remarkable. Even a visit to a pleasure house can inspire such elegance. The fairy of the jade balance mused, and as she prepared to turn to the next poem, her brows slightly furrowed, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Is this the ethereal dragon body? After a moment of focused contemplation, the celestial maiden, Yu Hong, observed with fluctuating intensity in her gaze, perceiving that Li Su in the muddy pit was diligently practicing the steps of the ethereal dragon body. It seemed I had overlooked a vital detail. After a considerable time, Yu Hong exhaled softly, suddenly grasping many things. In the dilapidated temple outside the city, she was certain that the demoness, Gu Qingyan, had consumed the inner core of a millennium-old blood serpent and had succumbed to its accompanying lewd poison, having already engaged in carnal relations with a certain man to alleviate the toxin. In the recent days, she had been searching for the whereabouts of Gu Qingyan, neglecting to consider the individual who had assisted in alleviating the poison. There were no corpses within the ruined temple. The young lad residing in this abode, in the eyes of the left 1,000 households, was presumably at the tempering body stage. The youth was no longer innocent. He possessed knowledge of one of the esoteric arts of the Taoist sect, the ethereal dragon body. Coincidentally, her storage pouch contained the very manual of this profound technique. Gu Qingyan practiced the 9 cold jade skill. Should she breach the highest tier, her power would dissipate into the male. Thus, everything fell into place, Yu Heng mused. Attaining 80% of the demoness power would pose little threat to the young man, even if she were to breach the tempering body stage. His understanding of the ethereal dragon body led Yu Hong to subtly raise her brow, her perception delicately sweeping over the other 3 women in the residence: the unremarkable cook, the maiden with picturesque features, and the tall, icy beauty. At noon, Li Su emerged from the muddy pit and approached the ancient well, lifting a bucket to cleanse himself. Noticing the kitchen was already enveloped in rising smoke, with the lovely cook bustling about, Li Su pondered that simply consuming blood serpent meat for dinner was somewhat tardy. He returned to his study, retrieved the fragrance pouch from his storage bag, and inserted 2 fingers within it. In the art shop, Yu Hong blinked, her eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. How could this be? In the kitchen, Gu Qingyan stared at the 2 pieces of blood serpent meat presented by Li Su, her scalp prickling in shock. "I will stew it separately for myself," she stated casually as Li Su departed the kitchen. "Very well," Gu Qingyan replied, suppressing her trepidation and striving for calm, though she felt her body nearly yielding to fear. Yu Hong had already taken note of this young man, yet he remained blissfully unaware, daring to present blood serpent meat at such a moment. Was this not akin to brazenly displaying a storage bag before Yu Hong? How could anyone be so foolish? Gazing at the blood serpent meat upon the table, Gu Qingyan felt on the brink of despair. Back in the study, Li Su sat at his desk, extracting the manual for the ethereal dragon body from the fragrance pouch and delving into its teachings. Prior to this, the contents of the manual had already been committed to memory. Flipping through the pages, the visual experience proved more conducive to comprehension. There remained a considerable distance to achieving mastery. Li Su murmured, repeatedly perusing the manual to enhance his recollection and understanding. In the art shop, Yu Hong had regained her composure. The enchanting demoness erased the spiritual imprint I had left on the storage pouch. This young lad is merely at the body refining stage and is yet unable to refine it. The celestial maiden, Yu Hong, pondered, suddenly intrigued by why the demoness Gu Qingyan would leave this storage pouch to the young man. Was it a deliberate ploy to disrupt my perception? Or did the demoness hold the youth in high regard? Yu Hong fell into contemplative silence, her senses sweeping once more over the 3 women within the Li residence. She could not yet ascertain whether the demoness was among them. What she could confirm was that if the demoness was indeed one of the 3, she must have already detected her probing perception. At the very least, the storage pouch had been located. Yu Hong once again perused the volume titled 3 Transformations of the Brothel, her demeanor markedly more composed than the previous evening. In truth, she felt a wave of emotion. Initially fixated on Li Su solely to assist the Wu family in investigating the young man, she intended to subsequently enlist Wu Jian's help in finding the whereabouts of the demoness Gu Qingyan. However, she had not anticipated the profound surprise this young man would bestow upon her. During lunchtime, within the study, Li Su gazed at the sumptuous meal laid out upon his desk and generously rewarded the talented chef Gu Qingyan with a piece of blood dragon meat. "Thank you, master." Gu Qingyan responded with respectful gratitude, consuming a piece of meat the size of her palm before him. "Did you experience anything unusual after consuming the cooked meat last night?" Li Su inquired nonchalantly, having reached a near certainty that the blood dragon meat not only possessed rich restorative properties, but also bore a hint of toxicity. Gu Qingyan lowered her head, replying softly, "My body has felt quite warm. This meat is particularly nourishing, suited for martial artists like myself. Consuming a piece or 2 is generally safe," Li Su remarked, still sensing something amiss with the exquisite chef before him. "Thank you for your generosity, master," Gu Qingyan expressed, internally cursing the cunning nature of her situation. She understood that this rascal still harbored doubts about her intentions. "Let us dine," Li Su declared, then began to eat heartily. "Yes," Gu Qingyan replied, exiting the study. After a satisfying meal, Li Su settled cross-legged in the study, employing the supreme Yuding technique to refine the potent effects of the blood dragon meat. Behind him, Yu Heng appeared like a genuine specter, her right hand moving gracefully as she extended a wisp of ethereal energy into Li Su's body. Chapter 21. The Celestial Maiden Stays Over. Li Su holds his tongue after a while. Yu Heng confirmed that the young lad before her was indeed the one assisting the demoness Gu Qingyan in dispelling her poison. Though his youthful form had been compromised, his cultivation remained at the body refining stage, drawing upon the demoness' power, the nourishing effects of the blood dragon's core, and the supreme Yuding technique. The young man had surprisingly cultivated a source of true energy. Was he now a martial artist or a practitioner of my Taoist lineage? Yu Heng found herself in a moment of uncertainty. The initial stages of cultivation involve martial artists refining their bodies, while practitioners of the Tao cultivate their qi. The emergence of a true energy source signifies mastery in the Taoist cultivation of qi. As her investigation deepened, Yu Heng's astonishment grew. She observed that the young man, while appearing outwardly as a handsome scholar, possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, his bones seemingly forged through relentless trials, and his body imbued with an almost ethereal quality. Due to the overwhelming strength of his physical form, the true energy source within the young man was akin to something concealed in an abyss, making it difficult to perceive from the outside. No wonder the Wu family would investigate. A flicker of enlightenment passed through the eyes of Fairy Yu Heng as she began to comprehend certain matters. Li Su ceased his cultivation and abruptly turned to glance behind him, only to find emptiness. "How strange," he murmured, feeling inexplicably that someone had been watching him during his practice. Indeed, perceptive, Fairy Yu Heng maintained her usual demeanor, unperturbed by the young man's sensitivity. In their shared quarters, the presence of an additional individual would typically evoke a sense of awareness. In the afternoon, Li Su continuously released the heat from his body in the muddy pit. As evening approached, he retrieved 2 large pieces of millennium-old blood eel meat from his storage bag and handed them to the busy and talented chef, Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan had nearly become numb to the situation. She was certain that Fairy Yu Heng had not left and had already discovered that Li Su possessed a storage bag. The fact that she had not taken it directly suggested that she intended to capture him. As she chopped the blood eel meat, Gu Qingyan silently pondered. Earlier that afternoon, she had deliberately refrained from refining and consuming the piece of blood eel meat, which caused her entire body to radiate heat. She had to drink 2 whole pots of tea to suppress it. As night fell, having refined the nourishing effects of the blood eel meat, Li Su returned to the courtyard by the ancient well, lifting a bucket to wash his body. He cast several glances toward the bedroom on the right side of the hall. For the past 3 nights since taking a concubine, he had spent each evening with Ziying. This woman greatly affected his cultivation, Li Su muttered softly. Just as his words fell, the main door of the hall creaked open, and Ziying emerged. Li Su's eyes brightened as he washed himself again before turning back to the study. "This rascal," Ziying cursed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. She knew that the meat was toxic, yet he continued to consume more. Who could the hidden observer be? Ziying maintained a composed facade, but her heart raced with anxiety. Throughout the day, she and the princess had been exceedingly cautious, their hearts racing with fear, not daring to reveal any hint of abnormality. Were it not for the presence of someone in the shadows, she had no intention of paying any attention to Li Su that night. Now, however, she had no choice but to uphold her guise as a delicate maid and follow Li Su back to his room. What troubled her further was the necessity to silence Li Su, lest he speak recklessly. As the night deepened, Fairy Yu Heng sensed the movements within the Li residence. The young concubine, Tian Qi, was sound asleep, while the chef, Yen, tossed restlessly in bed, having consumed another piece of blood eel meat that evening. The slight toxicity of the blood eel meat had a significant effect on ordinary individuals. In the study, the 2 individuals remained uncertain to Fairy Yu Heng. As the leader of the Taoist sect, she had always traversed the mortal realm untainted, but in recent days, her search for the whereabouts of the Gu Qingyan had led her to overlook nothing in Suzhou, sensing various intimate encounters. To her, such affairs were largely the same. The primary suspect was none other than the beautiful maid in purple. Fairy Yu Heng observed Ziying's every move, pondering in silence, uncertain of her true nature. The beautiful maid in purple bears no resemblance to the enchanting Demoness. Had she not been in the company of that young lad, the celestial being Yuheng would not have suspected anything at all, particularly as she observed the close relationship between the purple-clad maid and the concubine. It seemed they were long acquainted. The Demoness, former leader of the Cold Jade sect, was utterly abandoned, with no kin to speak of. This was rather incongruous. The Demoness was a master of disguise, Yuheng mused, her focus honing in on the purple maid, her perceptions somewhat unrestrained. Should the purple maid merely be an ordinary servant, she would remain oblivious to Yuheng's awareness. Yet if she were indeed the Demoness, she would undoubtedly feel a pricking unease, and under pressure, might reveal a hint of vulnerability. As dawn broke, the eastern sky glimmered with a pale light. The restless cook, Gu Qingyan, rose diligently, washing up briefly before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. That wretched woman truly had her sights set on this place. Gu Qingyan rinsed the rice, her heart heavy with helplessness. Her strength had dwindled to a mere 20%, rendering her utterly powerless against that vile woman. All she could do was to play her role as the cook Yin to the best of her ability. Any slightest misstep would surely not escape the notice of that wretched woman's perception. Now, Gu Qingyan was engulfed in regret. Before arriving at the Li residence, her situation was far from ideal, yet at least she had remained outside the reach of Yuheng's awareness. However, upon entering the Li household, she had first been startled by Tianqi and Ziying, and then, inexplicably, had been accused of poisoning. Before she could completely exonerate herself, that vile woman had appeared again. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune. What frustrated Gu Qingyan the most was that she dared not express any of her emotions, bottling them up inside. If I am discovered, I shall surely drag that scoundrel down with me. The mere thought of Li Su made Gu Qingyan grit her teeth in anger. All of this was that scoundrel's fault. In the study, Li Su sat up, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Ziying beside him, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. This woman is rather peculiar, Li Su pondered, sensing that since the previous evening, something seemed amiss with her. Although she had not consumed any blood eel meat, her demeanor suggested otherwise. Particularly at this moment, she was still sound asleep, neglecting to venture into the courtyard. Did she not fear Tianqi discovering her? After a moment of contemplation, unable to decipher the mystery, he dismissed the thought and rose to dress, making his way to the ancient well. Considering Ziying's considerate behavior the night before, he resolved to discreetly shield her. Just as he was washing up, the delicate concubine Tianqi emerged. "Where is Sister Ziying?" Tianqi inquired softly, glancing around before fixing her gaze on Li Su. Li Su wiped his face and replied, "She concocted a medicinal bath formula for me based on my condition last night. She stayed up too late and has yet to awaken." "I see," Tianqi nodded, asking, "Is she in the study?" Li Su regarded Tianqi, refraining from answering directly, and instead asked, "Have you been to the painting shop in the front?" "The painting shop?" Tianqi's heart quickened slightly, and she shook her head gently. "Not yet." In truth, she had already visited several times. "Ziying mentioned you are proficient in the arts," Li Su said with a smile. "Would you care to critique my artwork?" Tianqi blinked and furtively glanced towards the study, gently nodding her head. Chapter 22, Superficiality. "The beast in human form let us go," Li Su said, leading Tianqi to the calligraphy and painting shop situated in front of the Li residence. The shop was adorned on all sides with Li Su's artworks, each piece accompanied by a few lines of poetry. Tianqi feigned admiration, although she had already perused each painting numerous times before. Observing Tianqi, Li Su felt quite confident in his artistic skills, despite a certain scholar in the city deeming his work as merely superficial. "What do you think?" he inquired gently after a moment of anticipation. Tianqi blinked, replying, "The artistic conception and poetry are remarkably harmonious." Li Su paused, stating, "I created the paintings based on the poetry." "Ah, I see," Tianqi exclaimed, a realization dawning upon her. No wonder she felt it was peculiar. Although the painting skills were mediocre, they seemed perfectly aligned with the accompanying verses. It turned out that the poetry came first, followed by the paintings. "How about creating a piece?" Li Su suggested, recalling that Ziying had mentioned Tianqi's fondness for calligraphy and painting. Tianqi hesitated, concerned that someone might recognize her artistic style in the future. With a smile, Li Su encouraged, "Draw me a portrait. I wish to see how I appear on canvas." "Oh, all right," Tianqi replied, feeling shy about declining. "I shall also create one for you." Li Su added playfully. Tianqi's heart raced, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her gaze, not responding to his remark. Standing at the counter, Li Su laid out a sheet of drawing paper before him, picking up a fine brush dipped in ink from the inkstone. Tianqi, with her head bowed, also took a fine brush in hand. We are already husband and wife. It should not be considered impolite for me to gaze upon you in this manner, Li Su teased, beginning to paint on the paper. Tianqi's heart pounded as she discreetly stole glances at Li Su, also beginning her artwork. In the study, the celestial being Yu Heng silently approached Thing, surveying her perfect and elongated figure. With a subtle movement of her right hand, a wisp of ethereal energy flowed into Xing through her brow. Xing's sinews had evidently undergone refinement, yet no true energy could be sensed. Yu Heng scrutinized Xing's face, contemplating the possibility that the enchanting maiden was a master of disguise. With her beauty, stature, demeanor, and the allure she exhibited the previous night all potentially being mere faades. Moreover, despite the obvious revelry between the young man and the woman in purple the night before, he had chosen to conceal this when conversing with his little concubine. If she were indeed a captivating spirit, then who was the little concubine? A disciple of the enchanting maiden? Shaking her head, Yu Heng silently withdrew from the study, intending to observe for a few more days. Gu Qingyan, having prepared breakfast, arrived at the painting shop. Master, breakfast is ready, she respectfully announced. Glancing at Li Su and Tianqi, who were engrossed in their artwork. We will eat in the dining hall shortly, Li Su instructed casually. Understood. I shall go awaken Xiying, Gu Qingyan replied. Very well, Li Su affirmed as she turned to leave. Will we dine together this time? Tianqi's heart raced slightly as her gaze swept over the portrait drawn by Li Su, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. The figure in the painting had an oversized head and a diminutive body, yet remarkably, it appeared quite harmonious. With its round face, which differed greatly from her own, she recognized at a glance that it was indeed her depicted therein. Why does it seem so endearingly cute? Tianqi pondered. As for the portrait, I refuse to believe you could turn it down. Li Su glanced at Tianqi's drawing, raising an eyebrow slightly. The figure in her artwork exuded grace and striking handsomeness. This craftsmanship approached 80% of my abilities, Li Su mused, hesitating momentarily before setting down her brush, refraining from inscribing a poem. Inscribing poetry on a portrait felt rather incongruous. Tianqi too timely laid down her brush. The painting is quite commendable, Li Su praised. Your depiction is also quite splendid, Tianqi remarked, gazing at her round-faced likeness, growing increasingly enamored by its cuteness. Li Su regarded Tianqi and was about to say, now that we are married, you ought to call me. However, her words were interrupted as she caught sight of Xiying approaching, causing her to purse her lips and refrain from continuing. Xiying's expression was frosty. As she neared Tianqi, she shot a fierce glare at Li Su, her eyes brimming with warning. Li Su merely smiled, unperturbed. Sister Xiying. Tianqi called out sheepishly. Xiying grunted in response, casting a glance at the drawings on the table, momentarily taken aback. Who is this little round face? It resembles Her Highness quite closely. Which one do you find more appealing? Li Su inquired with a cheerful smile. Naturally, my lady's drawing is more exquisite, Xiying replied coolly. Li Su's smile widened. You are implying that I look better, given that your lady drew me? Tianqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head in silence. Xiying, speechless, almost laughed in exasperation, casting a frosty glance at Li Su, laden with warning. Women are truly capricious. Li Su shook his head, steering the conversation away. Come. Let us dine. With that, he strode towards the door behind the counter. Scoundrel, Xiying muttered under her breath, feeling a mixture of shame and indignation. She sensed that Li Su's comment about capriciousness hinted at her reckless actions from the previous night. Last night, while in the study with Li Su, she felt a persistent unease, as if someone were lurking behind her, waiting for her to slip. Sister Xiying, shall we dine with him? Tianqi asked softly. He certainly has an optimistic view, Xiying scoffed, taking Tianqi's small hand. Let us return to our room to eat. She then cautioned, in my absence. Do not believe anything he says. Li Su did not respond. Tianqi murmured, her gaze somewhat distracted, recalling the last words Li Su had uttered before Xing's arrival. He must have wanted me to call him husband, Tianqi thought shyly. That scoundrel is quite cunning. If you interact with him too much, you might end up being sold while counting his money. Am I really that foolish? After the two women departed, the celestial maiden Yu Heng appeared in the study. her gaze settling gradually on the round-faced portrait of Tianqi on the desk. This artistic skill is indeed unique, Yuheng commented. Pondering the expressions Tianqi exhibited in her interactions with Xing, a hint of doubt stirring within her. Is she truly a seductress? Without the presence of Tianqi, the celestial maiden Yuheng could almost ascertain that the beautiful maid in purple attire was merely the enchanting Gu Qingyan in disguise. However, Tianqi's existence cast a veil of uncertainty over the matter. After dinner, Li Su leaped into the mud pit to continue his practice of the ethereal Piao Miao Yu Long Shun. The exquisite chef Gu Qingyan took advantage of her need to procure ingredients, carrying a small basket as she exited Li's residence. The weary Ziying, having exchanged a few words with Her Highness Tianqi in the bedroom, succumbed to sleepiness and reclined on the bed. Recently, it seemed that Sister Z had been particularly drowsy. Seated at the vanity, Tianqi glanced at Ziying, a flicker of concern igniting within her. Especially upon noticing the creased garments adorning Ziying, her mind was further troubled. She recalled that Sister Z had donned a fresh outfit after her bath yesterday. It was likely that she had been vexed by young Master Li. Contemplating this, Tianqi's gaze drifted, pondering that if Sister Z were to feign ignorance of martial arts before young Master Li, she might refrain from resisting should he act inappropriately. However, that seemed unlikely, as young Master Li was a genteel gentleman who would hardly lay hands on a lady. Chapter 23. Princess Yun Ran's visit. The impression that Li Su left in Tianqi's heart mirrored his appearance. He was like a scholarly and refined young man, possessing both knowledge and grace. Recalling Li Su, Tianqi covertly stole a glance at the slumbering Ziying, then quietly rose and approached the window. With a gentle push of the right window sash, she peered through the crack towards the mud pit on the western side of the courtyard. There, a young lad was laboring, drenched in sweat and covered in filth. If Zuolin truly wished for young Master Li to participate in the sect's initiation trials, mere practice in the mud pit would be insufficient. Tianqi's gaze remained fixed on Li Su, her eyes sparkling with a nascent intuition that Zuolin's suggestion for her to temporarily wed Li Su might not solely be an act of refuge. Perhaps it was also an endeavor to bestow upon young Master Li an extraordinary opportunity. Let us observe further. Perhaps in time Sister Z will harbor no distaste for you. And when we depart, shaking her head, Tianqi glanced back at the peacefully sleeping Ziying and quietly stepped out of the bedroom. She yearned to behold once more the portrait that Li Su had rendered. As a former princess of the Chu state, she had encountered many renowned painters, yet none had captured the essence of Li Su's likeness. Despite his round visage, there was an inexplicable charm that made him appear endearing. As Tianqi passed the mud pit, Li Su halted, raising his gaze to meet hers. I shall visit the painting shop, Tianqi murmured softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. At that moment, Li Su's upper body was exposed, adorned with mud that accentuated his chiseled physique. If you require anything, just call for me. Li Su replied with a smile. Oh, Tianqi responded softly, lowering her head and hastily walking past him. Having such a delicate little concubine was indeed delightful, albeit she could only admire him from afar for the time being. Li Su regarded Tianqi's retreating figure, casting a glance back at the bedroom, speculating that Ziying was likely catching up on her sleep. Otherwise, she would surely be at Tianqi's side. Ziying's attitude towards me has shifted significantly, Li Su mused, perplexed. According to Zuolin, when Tianqi and Ziying encountered danger, he, as the master of the Li residence, would merely need to escape with all his might. This indicates that in Zuolin's eyes, the prowess of Ziying should far exceed that of him, the master of the Li residence. He finds it quite difficult to fathom this notion. However, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Old Zua is still worthy of trust. Li Su continues her cultivation at the calligraphy and painting shop. Tianqi sits at the counter, meticulously examining the round-faced portrait painted by Li Su. Behind her, the fairy Yuheng, like a wraith, subtly gestures with her right hand, sending a wisp of ethereal energy silently towards the nape of Tianqi's neck. The moment the ethereal energy brushes against Tianqi's neck, it dissolves without a trace. Simultaneously, Tianqi straightens her posture and glances back. Was that the wind? She whispers, then resumes her scrutiny of the portrait on the counter. Outside the calligraphy and painting shop, a flicker of peculiar light crosses Yuheng's eyes. Is that the heavenly talisman? Yuheng falls into contemplation, suddenly realizing that she seems to have overlooked certain matters. Wu Jian, the contemporary king of Wuan, holds a prestigious position. Why does he linger at Taihu? Surrounding Gusu City are numerous Skywatch guards. What are they investigating? The identity of concubine Tian Chi may be pivotal. Yu Hong vanishes into the bustling streets, heading towards the East Thousand House. Gusu City possesses 4,000 houses. Prior to this, Yu Hong had already inquired about the Northern Thousand House, led by Zuolin. She vaguely senses that Zuolin harbors some issues, deliberately concealing information regarding Li Su. Li Su, a possible resemblance to Li Taibai? Deep within the archives, Yu Hong uncovers a dossier concerning Li Su, leaving her utterly astonished. After perusing the document, she shakes her head. The dossier merely expresses suspicion, lacking any solid evidence. Moreover, when the Taibai poetry collection was published, Li Su was still under 10 years of age. By the time she departs from the Thousand House, it is already afternoon, and Yu Hong possesses an additional portrait. The Daqian dynasty has issued a bounty for the notorious fugitive, Princess Yun Ran of the former Chu kingdom. This is a portrait of Princess Yun Ran at the age of 13. If it is indeed her, everything falls into place. Upon viewing the wanted portrait of Princess Yun Ran, the clouds of doubt in Yu Hang's heart gradually disperse. The father of Princess Yun Ran was the former emperor of Chu. Her mother, the former empress of Chu, was also Princess Ling Yao of the Daqian dynasty. Before the Daqian dynasty conquered Yan, Zhao, Chu, and Liang, intermarriages among kingdoms were commonplace. Born with the royal bloodlines of two kingdoms, Princess Yun Ran was destined for greatness from the moment of her birth. If she is indeed Princess Yun Ran, then the seals upon her are far more intricate than mere heavenly talisman. Yu Hong returns to the Li residence and discovers Tian Chi painting in the calligraphy shop, while the beautiful maid in purple sits beside her, providing close companionship. This desire to regain her powers and approach Princess Yun Ran now makes sense. Yu Hong ponders in silence, her doubts largely resolved. Yet one matter still perplexes her. How could the esteemed Princess Yun Ran serve as a concubine to a young man? Was she coerced by or did they employ the allure of beauty upon this royal maiden? Yu Hong quietly enters the courtyard, observing Li Su, who is cultivating in the mud pit. The identity of the concubine, Tian Chi, is rather unique, suspected to be the former Princess Yun Ran of Chu. The youth before her likely possesses a similarly complex background. The celestial being, Yu Hong, observed for a moment before returning to the front of the calligraphy and painting shop, which remained closed, its doors steadfastly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Hong resolutely rapped on the shop's door, intending to make a surprise visit to startle the enchanting woman within. Seated at the counter, Tian Chi paused, her movements synchronizing with those of her companion, Ziying, as they exchanged glances. Go summon young Master Li, Tian Chi whispered. Why should we do that? Ziying instinctively protested. The one knocking is likely a customer wishing to purchase calligraphy or paintings, and we are unaware of the prices. Tian Chi murmured in response. Ziying frowned and replied softly, the shop's door is closed. We might as well pretend we did not hear. Is that truly acceptable? Tian Chi hesitated. Ziying scoffed lightly. What harm is there? That scoundrel is not truly relying on selling calligraphy for a living. If he were, he would not keep the door shut all day, or he would be starving. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Hang's deliberately deep voice resonated from outside. I am a regular customer. Tian Chi and Ziying froze, their cheeks flushing slightly, as it became evident that their hushed conversation had been overheard. Please wait a moment. We shall fetch young Master Li, Tian Chi said. There is no need for inconvenience. Simply open the door, Yu Hong replied. I have reserved a painting and have already made my payment. Oh, I see. Tian Chi and Ziying exchanged knowing looks, their understanding apparent. Ziying rose to approach the door, while Tian Chi retreated to the back of the shop to find Li. As the door swung open, Ziying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the customer, Yu Hong. Cloaked in a light veil and dressed in flowing white, she appeared ethereal and breathtaking. A vision of elegance. Yu Hong cast a glance at Ziying before stepping into the shop. This woman. Ziying held her breath, recognizing that this customer was no ordinary individual. Quite composed, Yu Hong noted, surveying the shop that had long been etched in her memory, feeling a newfound admiration for the enchanting lady. Prior to entering, she had contemplated various reactions the enchanting woman might display upon their meeting, including fear-induced trembling, quivering lips, or dilated pupils. Chapter 24. An unpleasant reunion. An ominous visitor in the Li residence's courtyard. A reserved customer? Li Su exclaimed, her eyes widening. What do you mean by a reserved customer? Since when did I have this sort of business? The shop has been closed for over half a year, hasn't it? She claims to be a regular customer, Tianqi softly explained, stealing a glance at the bare-chested Li Su, her cheeks slightly reddening. A regular customer? Li Su replied, perplexed. The only regular customer I have is your uncle's Wa. Does that mean she is a fraud? Tianqi inquired, astonished. While they conversed, Li Su had emerged from the mud pit and approached the ancient well, filling a bucket with water to cleanse herself. Tianqi, blushing, hesitated before picking up Li Su's clothes and shoes. We'll find out soon enough. Li Su quickly rinsed herself several times, shaking off the water droplets that scattered in all directions. Once she donned her garments, she and Tianqi made their way to the calligraphy and painting shop. Upon catching sight of Yu Hong, Li Su appeared as though time had frozen around her. Tianqi and Ziying stood together, both holding their breath. Does she recognize me? The celestial maiden, Yu Hong, gazed calmly at Li Su. He suppressed the tumult of complex emotions within him, casting a glance at Tianqi and Ziying, and instructed them, you both may return. This is an esteemed client of mine, and I shall attend to her personally. Oh, Tianqi responded obediently. Ziying frowned, casting one last look at the enchanting Yu Hong, her heart perplexed. How could this scoundrel possibly know such an ethereal beauty? After the two women departed, Li Su took a deep breath, fixating on this extraordinary guest, his feelings in a state of disarray. It was this very woman who had forcefully claimed his innocence. With the storage pouch in hand, he was certain she would return, whether soon or later. You have recovered? Li Su ventured to break the silence. Recovered? Yu Hong replied, her expression inscrutable as she regarded him quietly, refraining from speaking. She was puzzled, wondering why this young man seemed familiar, as if they had shared a previous acquaintance. Observing Yu Hong's tranquil demeanor, a sudden apprehension struck Li Su. Could it be that she had come to silence him permanently? I lost a sachet, Yu Hong stated. Li Su blinked, thinking her voice was far more melodious than it had been that night. Indeed, she had seemed to speak only two curt phrases then, and he mused. I thought that was a reward you left for me. Regret washed over him. He had consumed the blood eel too slowly, and now, returning the storage sachet to this white-clad maiden felt like a loss. Reward? Yu Hong asked softly, her curiosity piqued. She was certain this was their first encounter, and their first exchange of words. How could the notion of a reward arise from such a moment? Just a jest, Li Su coughed lightly, continuing. That sachet is indeed with me. You opened it? Yu Hong inquired, her tone steady. Li Su nodded, muttering. Anyone who finds a sachet would naturally want to see what's inside. Just a glance? Yu Hong shot him a sidelong glance. Li Su coughed again, at a loss for words. Surely it was more than just a glance. I have taken what could be taken and consumed what could be consumed. Given what you did to me, is it not reasonable for me to expect some recompense? Li Su murmured, feeling a twinge of vulnerability. Yu Hong scrutinized him, gradually understanding. The storage pouch was evidently left to him by the enchanting demoness Gu Qingyan. When the demoness had stolen the pouch, she also took her Taoist robe, which was contained within it. While using this young man to neutralize poison, the demoness had likely donned Yu Hong's attire, possibly even masquerading as her. A flicker of vexation crossed Yu Hong's eyes. This was the only explanation that could elucidate the young man's current demeanor. Speak, what do you know? Yu Hong inquired, her tone betraying no emotion. Li Su blinked and shook his head. I know nothing. Speak, she commanded, her voice cold. Li Su's heart raced, and he promptly replied. The noble maiden eradicates evil by slaying the blood eel. She is indeed a paragon of virtue. As a mere scholar, to have been able to assist her in neutralizing poison is a stroke of extraordinary fortune for me. The demoness' identity dawned on Yu Hong, confirming her suspicions. The youth's daily companionship with the enchanting maiden raised a question in the heart of the celestial being, Yu Hong. She turned her gaze towards Li Su and directly inquired, what is your relationship with those two women? Li Su, feeling a twinge of guilt, hesitated momentarily before responding truthfully. The lady in yellow is my newly acquired concubine, and the maiden in purple is her attendant. Yu Hong fixed her penetrating gaze upon Li Su and remarked, your concubine is still a maiden, while her attendant has lost her virtue. Is it so apparent? Li Su blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Bring your concubine here, Yu Hong commanded. Li Su was taken aback and hesitantly asked, what does the heroine desire? She possesses extraordinary talent. Her innate qualities are remarkable, making her an exceptional practitioner. Yu Hong replied calmly, echoing the words spoken by the former head of the Tianzong upon first encountering her. Even now, she remained oblivious to the significance of her radiant aura. Li Su blinked, finding the statement oddly familiar, as if echoing the words of a charlatan. What about me? He inquired eagerly, having recognized the renowned Yu Heng before him. According to Old Zhua, such a figure was beyond his reach in a lifetime. Yu Heng glanced at Li Su and simply uttered, "Ordinary." Li Su's expression stiffened. "Am I merely ordinary? Then why did you choose me?" He huffed, feeling a sense of indignation. Yu Heng shook her head and walked directly towards the counter. Li Su's heart raced. She brushed past him and entered the Li residence behind the shop. Li Su's expression twitched, and he silently followed her. Tianqi and Ziying had not strayed far. They awaited Li Su in the courtyard, curious about Yu Heng's identity. Upon seeing her approach, both women held their breath. "This is Yu Heng of the Taoist Tianzong," Li Su introduced. Not long ago, she vanquished the 1,000-year-old blood serpent in Taihu Lake, ridding the people of a great peril. Both Tianqi and Ziying were taken aback. How realistic. Yu Heng's gaze swept over Ziying before settling on Tianqi, remarking from a distance, "I can see your radiant aura." Radiant aura? Tianqi's eyes widened. Ziying furrowed her brow, discreetly glancing at the princess. "Would you be interested in joining the Taoist Tianzong?" Yu Heng directly extended the invitation. "Join the Taoist Tianzong?" Tianqi's eyes widened once more. Ziying interjected quietly, "My lady is already married and has no interest in joining the Tianzong." Yu Heng turned her gaze towards Ziying, her expression as indifferent as water. Ziying's heart raced, a chill creeping down her spine. Li Su distinctly sensed the shift in Yu Heng's demeanor. She was serene and ethereal in her presence with Tianqi, yet cold and sharp as a drawn sword when addressing Ziying. Could it be jealousy? Li Su pondered, finding the notion plausible. "Do you wonder why I have come here?" Yu Heng spoke softly. Ziying's heart sank, her expression turning unusually frosty. The arrival was not benign. Chapter 25. The True and False Enchantress. Wings of Escape in the East Wing. By the window, the moment Gu Qingyan, the beautiful chef, saw the celestial maiden Yu Heng enter the courtyard, her legs turned to jelly from fear. She clenched her fists tightly, only to release them weakly, her heart filled with despair. In the courtyard, Li Su cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Let us converse at a leisurely pace." "You must have sensed my presence here long ago," Yu Heng said, her gaze fixed upon Ziying, whose calm demeanor was indeed admirable. Ziying scoffed. "The illustrious leader of the heavenly sect, when did you conspire with the Celestial Patrol?" "The main force currently pursuing Her Highness the Princess is none other than the Celestial Patrol. Given your unwelcoming demeanor, it is natural to assume you are aiding them." Yu Heng maintained a neutral expression. She had indeed traced the whereabouts of the enchantress and confirmed her identity, which was somewhat connected to the Celestial Patrol. As for accusations of collusion, she found no need to elucidate. "Do you know each other?" Li Su hesitated before stepping forward to face Yu Heng. Positioning himself in front of Ziying, Tianqi, who had been tense, was momentarily taken aback to see Li Su standing before Ziying. Ziying's cool visage also revealed a flicker of surprise. She did not expect Li Su to dare shield her at such a moment. "Do you know who she is?" Yu Heng inquired of Li Su calmly. Li Su met her gaze and replied earnestly, "In my eyes, she is akin to you." Ziying frowned, puzzled by his implication. "Are you a scholar?" Yu Heng asked. Li Su hesitated. "One could say that. Can you discern good from evil?" Yu Heng pressed further. Li Su felt a weight in his heart regarding the concept of good and evil. Before he could respond, Yu Heng added, "You might inquire of the woman behind you how much blood she has stained her hands with." Li Su's body stiffened, unable to turn around. "Why does it concern you?" Ziying retorted coldly, her past as the foremost assassin of the Chu kingdom, leaving her with no remorse for her actions. "You do not truly understand her," Yu Heng spoke softly. "She has been feigning before you." Ziying frowned and scoffed, choosing not to refute her words. Li Su found himself at a loss for words. Thinking to himself that having shared a bed with her for several days, he was well aware of her true nature. "Is she utterly irredeemable?" Li Su asked. "Objectively speaking, she possesses some principles," Yu Heng assessed. "Had the enchantress lacked any moral boundaries, this young man would likely have perished in that dilapidated temple long ago." Li Su sighed in relief. "That is good to know. Her association with good does not concern me." Yu Heng cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. "Now that I am here, she shall find it impossible to escape." "You may try," Ziying retorted, unflinching. Tianqi lowered her head, a cold glimmer passing through her eyes. Do I lack the right to speak? Li Su took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless. The celestial maiden before him was of a caliber far beyond his own mere body refinement level. He vividly recalled that night when she had seized his shoulder, leaving him without any recourse to resist. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. You needn't speak, Ziying said icily. Yuhing gently remarked. The heavenly sect never resorts to oppression. You may speak. Nonetheless, no matter how you argue, it cannot alter the fact that she is indeed a seductress. The seductress, Gu Qingyan, had long been trapped in despair within the eastern chamber, momentarily stunned. Swiftly, she comprehended that the wretched Yuhing had mistaken Ziying for her. How could such a misunderstanding occur? Gu Qingyan felt a slight release of tension, lowering her head to observe the unfolding situation. Ziying and Tianqi both frowned slightly, naturally concluding that the term seductress was purely derogatory. Your primary purpose in coming here must be for me, correct? Li Su inquired of the celestial maiden, Yuhing. Ziying and Tianqi were taken aback. In the eastern chamber, Gu Qingyan could not help but curl her lip in disdain. But then her heart stirred as she recalled that night, when she had borrowed the appearance of the vile Yuhing to assist Li Su with the antidote, donning Yuhing's robe. That little rascal must have misunderstood, Gu Qingyan mused. Yuhing's brow subtly arched, realizing that the young man before her still misconstrued the white-clad heroine from that night in the dilapidated temple as being her. You have misunderstood certain matters, Yuhing spoke softly. Li Su remained silent for a moment, shrugging slightly. I was indeed presumptuous. I am merely a commoner. How could I possibly be compared to that fragrance pouch? Tianqi's eyes flickered with confusion at the mention of the fragrance pouch. Ziying's gaze shifted, as she was aware that Li Su possessed a pouch embroidered with lotus flowers. You need not belittle yourself so, Yuhing replied. Li Su blinked. Then how about I trade my fragrance pouch for the life of the seductress behind me? You are the seductress, Ziying thought bitterly, her expression impassive. Yuhing shook her head. She is not worth it. I believe she is, Li Su murmured. If you truly understood her, you would realize how perilous it is to be in her company, Yuhing gently warned. In truth, I am attempting to save you. In the eastern chamber, the genuine seductress, Gu Qingyan, let out a non-committal snort. During her days as a kitchen maid, she often wished to harm Li Su. Given the bond we share, please grant me a favor. Li Su took a deep breath. If, as you say, it is dangerous to be with her, then please wait until I am truly in peril before intervening. A senior uncle from the heavenly sect once remarked that humanity is largely ignorant. Yuhing spoke softly. I once thought my uncle was overly cynical. It now seems I was the one who was naive. Li Su's expression twitched. How could he not detect the underlying ridicule from the white-clad heroine regarding his ignorance? He did not doubt this heroine, but he simply placed greater faith in Zuolin, believing that Zuolin would not harm him. Both Tianqi and Ziying were sent by Zuolin, and that was sufficient. Even if I am foolish, I implore you, noble heroine, to show mercy, Li Su murmured. Yuhing shook her head. You have already been blinded by beauty. Just as Li Su was about to say more, he felt a firm grip on his right shoulder. You talk too much. Ziying's face was cold as she seized Li Su's shoulder and lightly tossed him to the right. Li Su flew through the air like a cannonball, landing heavily in a mud pit on the western side of the courtyard. Ziying and Yuhing faced each other. It seems you have recovered, Yuhing uttered softly. You possess quite an extensive knowledge. The purple shadow let out a cold laugh, displaying her decisiveness as her body swayed, instantly transforming into 9 phantoms that encircled the Jade Balance Fairy from all directions. Simultaneously, Tianqi formed a seal with her hands, pressing her palms downward, causing a golden pattern to materialize on the ground, which rapidly expanded to a radius of 3 zhang. The Jade Balance Fairy was momentarily taken aback, her reflexes quickening as she attempted to move her feet, only to feel an overwhelming force gripping her, as if the ground itself sought to ensnare her. The 9 purple phantoms surged toward the Jade Balance Fairy. Her expression remained frosty as she raised her hands, only to find the pull from below intensifying, causing her movements to falter slightly. With a swift motion, the 9 purple shadows approached from all angles, their speed akin to a fleeting illusion, unmatched in swiftness. The Jade Balance Fairy's eyes sparkled, acutely aware of each purple figure's advance, and with a subtle arch of her back, she narrowly evaded the attack from the phantom before her. In the next instant, a tremendous force from below tugged at her leaning back, pulling her off balance. Chapter 26. The Fairy in Distress. The The bewitching demoness, this is dire. The Jade Balance Fairy's eyelids twitched. In the next moment, her entire body succumbed to the uncontrollable pull, collapsing onto the ground as the relentless force continued to draw her in. The 9 purple figures converged as one, their hands moving with lightning speed, swiftly sealing off the vital points around the Jade Balance Fairy. Tianqi lowered her head, an unusual flush creeping onto her picturesque cheeks, blood subtly seeping from the corners of her mouth, her body trembling faintly. The golden pattern on the ground had vanished without a trace. In the eastern chamber, Gu Qingyan, the demoness, could no longer restrain herself and stood up, astonished by the unfolding events in the courtyard. The Jade Balance Fairy had not withstood a single blow? How could this be? After all, she was the esteemed leader of the Taoist sect. Gu Qingyan was utterly bewildered. It was well known that even at her peak, she would have only a 40% chance of victory against the Jade Balance Fairy. This was one of the reasons she had chosen to seize the opportunity to steal the fairy's robe while she was bathing, for she did not possess absolute confidence in direct combat. Fortunately, I restrained myself and did not trouble these 2 women. Recalling her first encounter with Tianqi and the purple shadows, Gu Qingyan felt a sense of relief. Back then, she discerned that these 2 women were unaware of their own strength, behaving like obedient girls in their presence. What was that golden pattern? Gu Qingyan's gaze gradually fell upon Tianqi, realizing that the Jade Balance Fairy's defeat in a single move was due to the schemes of this young concubine. In the courtyard, Li Su, who had been thrown into a muddy pit, jumped out with fury etched on his face. Before he could unleash his anger, he noticed his white-clad heroine sprawled on the ground, supported by the purple shadow. Li Su was taken aback. Do you know her? The purple shadow shot a chilling glance at Li Su. Regaining his composure, he hurried over, hesitating as he glanced at the pale-faced Jade Balance Fairy on the ground, and inquired what just happened. He believed he had emerged from the muddy pit at an impressive speed. In the blink of an eye, the situation in the courtyard became utterly incomprehensible to him. How could the white-clad heroine, who could easily slay a 1,000-year-old blood serpent, suddenly be lying on the ground? The enigmatic purple shadow remarked, "What do you think?" Li Su felt a twitch in his eyelids, momentarily rendered speechless. If memory served him right, it was Purple Shadow who had just seized his shoulder and flung him into the mud pit. With subtle hints from Zwolin, Li Su had indeed contemplated that Purple Shadow's prowess might surpass his own. Yet, he never anticipated that Purple Shadow could so effortlessly subdue this white-clad heroine. A cough interrupted the moment. Tianqi discreetly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, slightly turning her body to face Purple Shadow, deliberately avoiding Li Su's gaze. Purple Shadow's expression shifted, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes as she gently stroked Tianqi's back. "Shaoqi, are you all right?" Li Su inquired with genuine concern, only then realizing that his beloved concubine seemed to be in distress. Tianqi merely shook her head, remaining silent. "Keep an eye on that wretched woman. Do not let her escape," Purple Shadow coldly instructed, as she supported Tianqi and turned towards the hall. Li Su furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the 2 women's retreating figures, keenly observing that Tianqi was entirely leaning against Purple Shadow. What was happening? Li Su pondered, glancing down at the jade-clad fairy, unable to resist scratching his head in confusion. Lying on the ground, the jade-clad fairy had all her vital points sealed by Purple Shadow, leaving only her eyes capable of movement. Was that the legendary soul-sealing talisman? The jade-clad fairy contemplated, feeling the immense suction that held her feet firmly in place. Any tilt of her body would succumb to the overwhelming force. As Li Su approached the jade-clad fairy, intent on lifting her, he caught sight of the mud smeared across his own body. Shaking his head, he removed his outer garment and bent down once more to cradle the jade-clad fairy in his arms. "Forgive me," he murmured. The jade-clad fairy maintained a placid expression, silently regarding Li Su. "Do not worry. I have no intention of allowing you to harm Purple Shadow, nor will I permit Purple Shadow to harm you." Li Su reassured her, though he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, he had been unable to prevent the white-clad heroine from confronting Purple Shadow, and he feared he would be equally powerless to stop Purple Shadow from dealing with the white-clad heroine. "Ah, the trials of man," Li Su sighed, carrying the white-clad heroine to the study. In the east wing, the enchanting Gu Qingyan's heart raced. That wretched jade fairy, Gu Qingyan suppressed her inner turmoil, her eyes darting restlessly. This was an undeniable opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She could not afford to be careless. Gradually, Gu Qingyan regained her composure, analyzing the current predicament. The one who exerted the most effort against the Jade Fairy was undoubtedly the concubine, Tianqi. The methods Tianqi employed must have taken a considerable toll. Within the entire Li residence, only Purple Shadow remained. As Gu Qingyan recalled the moment when Purple Shadow had attacked the jade-clad fairy, a realization struck her. Was that the Phantom Nine illusions? Could it be that she was? Gu Qingyan's mind conjured a name, Hua Nongying, the only female assassin ranked among the top 10 on the assassins list. If she indeed was Hua Nongying, then Tianqi's identity would be self-evident. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Gu Qingyan's eyes. As far as she was aware, Hua Nongying's last appearance was 5 years ago, during the tumultuous upheaval of the Great Qian against the Chu. If she were Hua Nongying, given her current strength, Gu Qingyan remained increasingly composed. The scene of Tianqi and Xing swiftly defeating the Jade Balance Fairy lingered vividly in her mind. She decided to observe the situation for the time being. These two women were wanted criminals of the Great Qian dynasty and would undoubtedly not allow that wretched Jade Balance to escape unscathed. Gu Qingyan exhaled deeply, realizing that her predicament had suddenly become clear. It was said that Princess Yunran of Chu possessed a treasure of extraordinary significance. Gu Qingyan smiled, a charming and alluring smile. In the bedroom on the right side of the hall, Tianqi could no longer contain herself, coughing up blood, her complexion turning pale and feeble. "You shouldn't push yourself so hard," Xing said, a look of concern etched on her face. "If I can just restrain that woman for a moment, I can subdue her." Tianqi forced a pale smile. "That would take too long. Young Master Li would discover it." "And if he does?" Xing replied, her voice subdued. "That woman is the cause of our misfortune. We are merely victims in this mess." "At that time, young Master Li stood in front of you," Tianqi murmured. "He simply didn't comprehend her significance." Xing scoffed coldly, the image of Li Su's silhouette flashing in her mind, and she huffed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Tianqi gently shook her head. "I have a bad feeling about this." Xing paused, frowning. "I sense it too. It's as if that woman recognizes me. She is the leader of the heavenly sect. This is a grave issue," Tianqi pondered, speaking softly. "Perhaps we should have young Master Li search for Zwolin." "Very well. Focus on your recovery," Xing said to Tianqi, her expression earnest. "No matter what happens next, you must not act again." "Understood." Tianqi replied obediently from her resting place. Xing shook her head, filled with deep sympathy and guilt. It was supposed to be her protecting the princess. Yet every time danger arose, it seemed that the princess was the one who suffered. Chapter 27. Confrontation and Youthful Narcissism in the Study. Li Su laid the Jade Balance Fairy upon the bed in the innermost corner. A shadow of melancholy crossed the fairy's eyes as memories of certain events on that very bed surfaced in her mind. Li Su sat beside her, gazing into her eyes. "Are you unable to speak?" The Jade Balance Fairy merely stared silently at him. Every vital point in her body had been sealed by Xing, including her mute point. "If you believe my strength can help unseal your mute point, simply blink," Li Su mused. The Jade Balance Fairy contemplated for a moment, continuing to gaze at him in silence. "Cannot," Li Su muttered, feeling a sense of defiance as he tentatively pressed under her jaw. The Jade Balance Fairy remained as quiet as ever. Li Su's expression remained calm, seemingly casually pulling away her veil. A flicker of emotion clearly crossed her eyes. "That was unintentional," Li Su explained. The Jade Balance Fairy's face remained impassive. Li Su murmured, "There is no need for a veil between us." That night, beneath the moonlight, what did I not see? The Jade Balance Fairy understood that this young man was undoubtedly recalling the events that transpired in the dilapidated temple that night. "Do you think Xing would kill you?" Li Su's expression grew somewhat serious. The celestial maiden, Yu Hong, blinked, her eyes shimmering with a radiant light. "Do you harbor enmity between you?" Li Su inquired, furrowing his brow. The purple shadow in his gaze occasionally appeared unnaturally frigid, yet it did not resemble that of a bloodthirsty individual. Yu Hong blinked again. Based on their respective positions, she and the enchantress had long been at odds, having clashed multiple times, resulting in a deep-seated animosity. This complicates matters, Li Su thought, feeling a sense of vexation. Both women were intimately connected to him, placing him in a precarious position. Even more frustrating was the fact that both possessed abilities seemingly far superior to his own. His dilemma, however, was hardly of significance. No one would pay it any heed. "Is there a way for me to assist you?" Li Su asked, gazing at Yu Hong. She regarded him quietly. Li Su pursed his lips, inexplicably irritated, sensing that she seemed to convey, "You are incapable." "I will attempt to persuade," Li Su began, but was interrupted by the sound of the study door creaking open. He looked up to see the purple shadow approaching with an expression devoid of emotion. "Fetch Zwolin," the purple shadow commanded as she drew near. Li Su frowned. Once Zwolin became involved, the white-clad heroine would likely vanish without a trace. "I am curious to know what enmity exists between you," Li Su expressed. The purple shadow glanced at Yu Heng's visage and retorted, "She is the transcendent celestial maiden of the Tian Zone, while I am the notorious enchantress. What enmity could there be? If it were not for a bitter blood feud, I would think we could sit down and have a proper discussion." Li Su gently suggested, "It is better to resolve enmity than to exacerbate it. She just attempted to take my life. Did you not witness that?" The purple shadow coldly questioned, fixing her gaze on Li Su. "Have I not seen it? Would I have positioned myself in front of you?" Li Su replied, resigned. Deluded, the purple shadow scoffed. Li Su fell silent, realizing that indeed, he had been overly presumptuous. "She is the leader of the Tian Zone," he thought, taking a deep breath. According to Oldzwa, she was someone he would never encounter in his lifetime. If she were to vanish in Suzhou, neither he nor Oldzwa would escape unscathed. Furthermore, Yu and Shaoqi would undoubtedly attract great trouble as well. The purple shadow frowned, her irritation palpable. "That is precisely why I instructed you to summon Zwolin. Is there a chance for resolution?" Li Su observed the purple shadow closely, sensing that her attitude did not indicate a relentless desire to eliminate the white-clad heroine, but rather an acknowledgement that the heroine was a veritable hot potato. Oldzwa, being a member of the Celestial Patrol, would undoubtedly employ their methods against the white-clad heroine. Li Su pondered silently, analyzing the situation. While those methods might suffice against ordinary individuals, the ultimate outcome in dealing with the white-clad heroine would likely result in Oldzwa willingly taking the blame to save both Yu and Shaoqi. The purple shadow's brows furrowed even deeper as she cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. "In the end, you still wish to save her. My relationship with her is unique. Thus, I naturally wish to rescue her," Li Su acknowledged earnestly. "However, my analysis is grounded in reality. If there exists no profound blood feud between you, it is indeed possible to engage in a conversation." "A unique relationship? In what sense?" the purple shadow inquired. Her interest piqued. "One is the transcendent leader of the Taoist sect, while the other is merely a street urchin from Gusu City. It seems improbable that their paths would ever cross. This is rather inconvenient to discuss." Li Su's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment as she forced a laugh, saying, "In any case, I know her. She has come here because I took her pouch." Ziying huffed noncommittally, her curiosity deepening. "First, let us free her from her mute condition," Li Su whispered gently. "We should have a proper conversation." After a moment's hesitation, Ziying, with an air of coldness, approached the bedside and unsealed the mute's affliction of the Jade Harmony Fairy. The Jade Harmony Fairy gazed at Ziying, a flicker of bewilderment passing through her eyes. She was at odds with the demoness. Why did she not strike directly? "Heroine, for my sake, could you temporarily reconcile with Ziying?" Li Su inquired softly, leaning closer to the bed. The Jade Harmony Fairy paid her no heed, her gaze fixed on Ziying, pondering why she did not act. Ziying sneered, "What? Do you long for death? Enough, let us sit and discuss this matter." Li Su assumed the role of mediator, gently urging Ziying to take a seat beside the bed. With a disdainful huff, Ziying complied, sitting at the edge. "You have the heroine under your control. You are the one in charge," Li Su observed. "What is your demand?" "Demand? What do you mean?" Ziying appeared puzzled. "I mean, what must the heroine do to ease your mind?" Li Su clarified, recognizing that for the current situation, it was crucial to assure Ziying's peace of mind to spare the life of the white-clad heroine. "Ah?" Ziying's brows arched slightly as understanding dawned upon her. After a brief contemplation, she stated, "I first need to know the nature of her dealings with the Celestial Patrol." Li Su looked toward the Jade Harmony Fairy, her tone gentle as she said, "This should not be an insurmountable matter." The Jade Harmony Fairy replied, "There is no deal. I can ascertain her presence here is ultimately due to you." Li Su smiled sheepishly. "Is it because of the pouch?" "Sort of." The Jade Harmony Fairy responded noncommittally. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Li Su turned to Ziying. Ziying fixed her gaze on the Jade Harmony Fairy, sneering, "You certainly have a penchant for meddling." She was somewhat speechless. Initially, she thought this woman conspired with the Celestial Patrol to capture her and the princess, only to discover there was no connection at all. How do I recall this being your initiation of the encounter? The Jade Harmony Fairy's tone remained cold. She had come to Gusu to eliminate the Millennium Blood Serpent, only to have her garments stolen by this demoness during her bath. I initiated. Zi Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly turning to confusion. How did I provoke you? Until this moment, she had not even been acquainted with the leader of the Taoist sect. The Jade Harmony Fairy scrutinized Zi Ying, and upon noticing Li Su's presence in her peripheral vision, a dawning realization began to take shape in her mind. This demoness was still deceiving the young man. Li Su caught the Jade Harmony Fairy's gaze and felt a rush of apprehension, tentatively pointing to herself and asking, "Is it because of me?" The Jade Harmony Fairy withdrew her gaze. "So it is all because of me," Li Su murmured, feeling somewhat guilty, as it seemed she had just lost her virginity to the white-clad heroine the previous night, only to share an intimate moment with Zi Ying thereafter. Zi Ying furrowed her brows slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Su, pondering who had bestowed upon this scoundrel such unfounded confidence. The Celestial Maiden, Yuheng, cast a lingering glance at Li Su, aware that the young man still harbored misconceptions regarding the white-clad heroine from that fateful night at the dilapidated temple. Chapter 28. The Lord of the Purple Shadow? A masterful performance. To return to the matter at hand, Li Su chuckled softly and turned to the Purple Shadow, gently inquiring about her second request after acknowledging the fulfillment of her first. After a moment of contemplation, Purple Shadow responded, "If you wish for me and the young lady to continue residing here, you must ensure that she pledges never to harm either of us again, nor to disclose our whereabouts to anyone else." This request was quite reasonable. Li Su nodded, his gaze fixed on the white-clad heroine lying upon the bed. Yuheng reminded him, "She harbors ill intentions toward your concubine." Li Su was momentarily taken aback. How could Purple Shadow possess malice toward Tianqi? This notion was utterly perplexing. A quick glance at Purple Shadow led Li Su to believe that no one could have cared for Tianqi more than she did. Purple Shadow, visibly exasperated, retorted, "You certainly have a knack for meddling. Heroine, you have indeed overstepped your bounds this time." Li Su directed his attention back to Yuheng, unable to suppress his own thoughts. "You might as well say that she intends to harm me. You are likely mistaken about her relationship with Shaoqi. Even willing to take her place in bed, I am the first to disagree with the notion that Purple Shadow harbors ulterior motives toward Shaoqi." Misunderstanding? Yuheng paused, her mind flashing back to the moments shared between Purple Shadow and Tianqi, suddenly enlightened. "It seems you have had your sights set on her for quite some time. Did you previously intend to deal with me, believing I would pose a threat to my own lady?" Purple Shadow also grasped the implication, recalling how this woman had initially approached the princess, eager to take her as a disciple, only to change her demeanor upon meeting her, becoming as cold as steel. "If this is the case, then it is indeed a misunderstanding," Li Su remarked with a smile. Yuheng fixed her gaze intently on Purple Shadow. Unyielding, Purple Shadow returned the stare. What a remarkable act, Yuheng mused, genuinely impressed by this enchantress. Purple Shadow remained speechless, her expression darkening. Li Su chuckled, looking at Purple Shadow. "You should now feel reassured. She harbors no ill will toward Shaoqi." Purple Shadow, noncommittal, huffed softly, feeling a slight sense of relief. Her chief concern lay with the princess. As for herself, she was less bothered, given that, as an assassin, her reputation was already tarnished. "I am quite curious, dear enchantress. What infamy do you possess that would cause the renowned leader of the Tianzong to regard you with such trepidation?" Li Su teased, genuinely intrigued by this aspect. Purple Shadow shot him a glare, coldly retorting, "I have already acted. Do you truly believe I would continue to feign weakness before you?" Li Su's eyelids twitched as he deftly sidestepped the topic, turning his attention back to Yuan. In a soft voice, he assured, "I can vouch that Purple Shadow will never harm Shaoqi. Will you trust me?" Yuheng's eyes flickered slightly as she replied slowly, "You will come to regret this. If your regret pertains to trusting Purple Shadow, then I shall harbor no regrets." Li Su smiled warmly. Purple Shadow pursed her lips, choosing to remain silent. Yuheng regarded Li Su, warning, "At that moment, you may find yourself without the opportunity to regret. Do not consider me, nor Shaoqi. Reflect upon your own predicament." Li Su gently advised, "He speaks wisely. It would be prudent for you to contemplate your situation." Zi Ying remarked coldly, "At present, it is you who is at the mercy of others." The Celestial Maiden Yuheng's gaze remained indifferent the moment she was captured by the enchantress. She had already resigned herself to the prospect of death. "My lady, If I were to persuade Xing to release you, could you assure me that you would not trouble her again, nor disclose her whereabouts or that of Xiaoqi? Li Su fixed his gaze upon the celestial maiden Yuang. She replied, she will not set me free. Ah, you have finally spoken a truth, Xing sneered. Li Su furrowed his brow, glancing at Xing in confusion. What on earth did you do previously to earn such distrust from this lady? I eradicated her entire Tianzong family. Does that suffice? Xing retorted, somewhat vexed, pondering if her reputation was indeed so tarnished. Ever since the fall of the Chu kingdom, she and the princess had been evading detection, never revealing their identities. Could it be that a member of the Tianzong was on my assassination list? Xing mused, lowering her eyes in reflection. Li Su massaged his temples, lamenting. Can you both not trust me just once? Being caught between you two is exceedingly challenging. For the sake of the lady, I cannot easily place my trust in her. Xing stated calmly. For your sake, I may spare her life, but I cannot release her. What then do you propose? Li Su inquired. Xing rose, casting a sidelong glance at the celestial maiden Yuheng, declaring, let her remain here for the time being. With that, she turned and departed. Li Su stood, gazing at Xing's retreating figure, a flicker of realization stirring within him. My concubine is likely to leave me soon. The enchantress harbors a hidden agenda, Yuheng thought silently. Li Su regarded the celestial maiden Yuheng earnestly, stating, I know not of Xing's reputation, but from what I gather, she possesses a cold demeanor yet a warm heart. At the very least, she is most sincere towards Xiaoqi. Upon exiting the study, Xing overheard Li Su's words, scoffing softly, her initial ire somewhat alleviated. You do not know her well enough, Yuheng murmured softly. Li Su scrutinized Yuheng for a moment, then rose, striding towards the study door, peering outside before closing it securely. Returning to sit at the edge of the bed. Since you think I lack understanding of her, enlighten me about the person you know. Yuheng cautioned, the more you know, the more perilous your situation becomes. Li Su, undeterred, replied, if she were concerned about my knowledge of her past, she would not permit me to be alone with you. Yuheng hesitated, gazing intently at Li Su. Tell me, would you believe that? I would, Li Su declared earnestly. The esteemed leader of the Tianzong had no need to deceive a mere cultivator of the body refinement stage. Yuheng remained silent for a moment, then spoke. She is known as the Enchantress of Yao, Gu Qingyan, the former leader of the Cold Jade sect. Gu Qingyan, the former leader of the Cold Jade sect? Li Su was taken aback, having indeed heard of the Cold Jade sect. Renowned for its infamy, the Cold Jade sect was the largest demonic faction in the southern territories of the Daiqian dynasty, notorious for its bizarre and sinister practices, with most adherents being targets of the Celestial Guard's pursuit. However, he was unaware of the identities within the sect or who the leader was. Xing was once the leader of the sect? Li Su murmured, a peculiar gleam flickering in her eyes. The celestial maiden Yuheng regarded Li Su and said, you seem rather unafraid? Coming to her senses, Li Su shook her head, asserting that it was not a matter of fear, but rather that fear would be of no use. Indeed, this was true. The celestial maiden noted that the young man before her had already caught the attention of the demoness and had engaged in the most intimate of relations with her. Whether he was afraid or not was utterly inconsequential. Life and death lay within the whims of the demoness. Xing is the demoness, but who is Xiaoqi? Li Su inquired with curiosity. The celestial maiden fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Her identity is rather special. For you, it might be better not to know. Li Su, with a serious countenance, felt her curiosity only intensify. The celestial maiden pressed her lips together, withholding any further information, not out of reluctance to share, but because of the unique nature of Tianqi's identity. She could not ascertain how this young man would react upon learning the truth, nor could she predict whether the demoness might resort to silencing him. Chapter 29. Am I the sect leader? The demoness rejoices. Are you willing to accept her as your disciple? She should not belong to a demonic sect or an evil faction, correct? Li Su asked the celestial maiden. With a gentle nod, the celestial maiden affirmed, the former princess of Chu cannot be classified as an evil figure, no matter how one might argue it. Do you still believe that Xiying's approach to Xiaoqi has ulterior motives? Li Su pondered, analyzing the situation. There is something about Xiaoqi that you deem significant. The celestial maiden remained noncommittal, simply observing Li Su in silence. Very well, I shall not speculate further. Li Su promptly shifted the topic, gazing at the celestial maiden and inquiring, if I cultivate the martial arts of your Tian sect, will there be any trouble in the future? The celestial maiden replied, The Tian sect does not concern itself with such trivial matters. I see. Li Su nodded and directly asked, what do you think of my joining the Tian sect? Joining the Tian sect? The Celestial Maiden expressed her astonishment, scrutinizing Li Su. You are a bit older than I expected. I am not yet 20. Li Su retorted, feeling indignant at being deemed older at such a vibrant age. The Celestial Maiden explained, disciples of the Tian sect must transcend worldly desires and forget the 7 emotions and 6 desires. You are unable to do so. So, you simply do not wish to accept me. Li Su pouted, unwilling to concede. Does your Tian sect accept disciples from the secular world? The Celestial Maiden regarded Li Su thoughtfully. Are you hoping for me to teach you? Li Su maintained a composed expression. If you instruct me in cultivation, I shall attend to your daily needs. It is a fair exchange. The Celestial Maiden closed her eyes. Li Su did not depart, but instead inquired, what would you like for dinner tonight? Anything will do, was the response. Then you should rest for a while, Li Su suggested. Without further ado, she pulled the bedding from the bed and draped it over the Celestial Maiden. Exiting the study, she exhaled softly. The female hero was reluctant to accept her as a disciple. Could it be that her talents were truly mediocre? Li Su felt a twinge of frustration, especially since this white-clad heroine was in such dire straits, yet remained unwilling to compromise, even slightly. Unbeknownst to her, evening had crept in. The cook, Gu Qingyan, emerged and respectfully inquired, Master, what would you like for dinner tonight? Just prepare as you see fit, but make enough for one more person. Li Su instructed before turning back toward the study. Understood, Gu Qingyan replied, casting a lingering glance at the door, her heart beating slightly faster than usual. The scoundrel, falling into my grasp, elicited a mischievous delight from the culinary maiden. In the deepest recess of the study, Li Su once again sat by the bedside, earnestly addressing the celestial figure of Yu Hong. Could you kindly instruct me on the proper use of this fragrant pouch? With a humble demeanor, Li Su sought guidance from the Celestial Maiden. Yu Hong gazed contemplatively at the pouch before responding. One must attain the spirit-gathering realm to wield it with ease. Li Su gasped at the mention of the spirit-gathering realm, the 4th stage within the martial cultivation system, a considerable distance from the body refinement stage, which spans 3 significant realms. However, if you can project your vital energy, you might manipulate it with relative simplicity, Yu Hong added. I suppose I shall explore this gradually, Li Su said with resignation, for he had only recently cultivated the seed of vital energy and was not yet able to project it outward. Observing Li Su, Yu Hong pondered for a moment but chose not to elaborate further. Having already cultivated the seed of vital energy, the projection was merely a matter of time. When Li Su pinched out a sizable piece of blood serpent flesh, causing blood to splatter, Yu Hong could not help but interject. The blood of the blood serpent is quite precious. Precious blood? Li Su was taken aback and quickly inquired, in what manner is it precious? Yu Hong explained, have you ever heard of talisman smiths? Talisman smiths? Li Su blinked, hesitating. Aren't they a bunch of charlatans? Charlatans? Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Li Su retorted, about 3 years ago, while I was cultivating in the mountains outside the city, a disheveled Taoist, claiming to be a heavenly talisman smith, insisted that if I offered him a roasted beggar's chicken, he would grant me a strength of 100,000 pounds immediately. Heavenly talisman smith? Yu Hong inquired in surprise. And then what happened? Li Su raised an eyebrow and leisurely recounted. Then, he was sent flying by Olds with slap. Yu Hong fell into silence. A single slap sent a heavenly talisman smith flying? She realized she might have overlooked certain details, reflecting that her understanding of Zwolin from the Thousand House was rather limited. In the realm of talisman crafting, a heavenly talisman smith is considered to be on the 3rd level, possessing battle prowess comparable to a martial artist of the same stage. Could it be that he is not a charlatan? Li Su scrutinized Yu Hong, sensing that her reaction was somewhat peculiar. Yu Hong regained her composure and spoke softly. Not all talisman smiths are charlatans. There exist individuals in this world with an innate ancestral aperture that harbors spirit. They can utilize the spirit of the ancestral aperture as a guide, supplemented by vital energy, to craft talismans and draw formations, commanding the laws of yin and yang. Innate ancestral aperture harboring spirit? Li Su's eyes widened in astonishment, for he had heard Zwolin speak of the ancestral aperture located in the forehead, capable of harboring spirit. This was an achievement attainable only at the 4th stage of martial cultivation. The blood of a millennium-old blood serpent serves as superior ink for crafting talismans, Yu Hong elucidated. Li Su comprehended fully, In the Taoist traditions of his previous life, there was indeed the concept of talismans, where special inks crafted unique talismans. Do you believe I possess the talent to become a talismansmith? Li Su gazed at Yu Hong with eager anticipation. Yu Hong candidly replied, "You are overestimating yourself." Li Su, dissatisfied, muttered, "Then what use is there in keeping this blood serpent's blood?" Yu Hong paused momentarily, recalling that if memory served her correctly, this ancient blood serpent was indeed slain by her. Besides being used for the ink of a talismansmith, does the blood of the blood serpent have any other purposes? Li Su inquired with curiosity. The celestial maiden Yu Hong pondered. The blood of the blood serpent contains extraordinary malevolent essence. It could indeed be utilized for a medicinal bath to enhance your physique. A medicinal bath? Li Su's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yu Hong cautioned, "It is toxic." "That small amount of poison is inconsequential," Li Su replied nonchalantly, retrieving 2 pieces of blood serpent flesh from his fragrant pouch. He rose and, carrying these 3 pieces of meat, approached the kitchen, handing them to the chef, Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan lowered her gaze upon the blood serpent meat on the cutting board, reflecting on how her current predicament stemmed from consuming the inner core of the blood serpent. "Should I allow you to taste it as well?" she mused. Li Su stood outside the bedroom door, gently knocking. Ziying opened the door, casting a warning glance at him. Understanding her gesture, Li Su took a cautious step back. Ziying quietly closed the door, and together they entered the room on the left side of the hall. Inside, the bed had collapsed. A repair Li Su had long neglected. "What is it?" Ziying inquired coldly. "What is wrong with Xiaoqi?" Li Su asked with concern. "It is of no concern to you," Ziying replied frostily. "She is my concubine." Li Su retorted, "Am I not allowed to care for her?" Ziying scoffed. "I thought your attention was solely on the celestial maiden Yu Hong. Your demeanor suggests you are feeling jealous." Li Su remarked, "You are mistaken. I did not expect you to have once been the leader of the demonic sect." "Leader of a demonic sect?" Ziying was taken aback. "Isn't the Cold Jade sect a demonic sect?" Li Su muttered, assuming Ziying was displeased with his characterization of the sect. Ziying's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon her. Cold Jade sect? The enchantress? So it is this enchantress. Chapter 30. Fleeing in disarray. The maiden's heart in turmoil upon grasping the situation, Ziying was rendered speechless. No wonder the celestial maiden's countenance turned as cold as a drawn sword upon seeing her. She had mistaken her for the enchantress Gu Qingyan. "Your reaction seems rather peculiar," Li Su observed, puzzled. Ziying regained her composure and asked nonchalantly, "What seems off? What is your full name?" Li Su probed cautiously. Ziying glared at him, stating, "I shall not change my name nor my surname. I am the enchantress Gu Qingyan." "Oh," Li Su responded casually, inquiring, "What about Xiaoqi? What is her full name?" Ziying paused, fixing her gaze upon him, unyielding. "What did the celestial maiden tell you?" "She mentioned," Li Su began, his mind racing to find a way to deceive her, only to be interrupted by Ziying's icy laugh. "If you dare lie to me, I shall ensure you can never be a man." Li Su's eyelids twitched, and he candidly replied, "She said that Xiaoqi has a special identity. It is better for me to know less than more." Ziying scrutinized him for a moment, her expression gradually softening. "Xiaoqi?" Li Su gazed at her expectantly. Ziying replied coolly, "The celestial maiden is correct. There are matters that are best left undisturbed." "Very well." Li Su let out a sigh, lamenting her own weakness. "At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness," Ziying scoffed. Gazing at Ziying, Li Su suddenly murmured, "The celestial lady Yuhing has arrived, and others may come as well." Ziying's expression grew serious. Li Su continued, "I suggest we maintain the status quo." Ziying scrutinized Li Su for a moment, then extended her right index finger to lift Li Su's chin, gently uttering a single word, "Leave." Her breath was fragrant as orchids, wafting softly through the air. Li Su fled in disarray. As night descended, Gu Qingyan prepared a meal for everyone, carrying a food box into the hall. "Just give it to me." Ziying obstructed the door. "All right." Gu Qingyan felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing to observe Tianqi up close. Returning to the kitchen, Gu Qingyan transported the meal to the study, intending to glimpse the circumstances of the celestial lady Yuan, only to discover that the bed curtains at the far end of the study had been drawn shut. This left her quite dissatisfied, though she dared not express her displeasure. Respectfully arranging the meal on the desk, "Here, have a piece." Li Su offered a piece of cooked blood eel meat to Gu Qingyan. "Thank you, master," Gu Qingyan responded. Astonished, inwardly cursing, realizing that this rascal still did not fully trust her. Watching the beautiful cook finish a piece of blood eel meat, Li Su waved his hand with a smile. The servant takes her leave. Gu Qingyan exited respectfully. Upon hearing the door close, Li Su lifted the laden desk and made his way to the innermost part of the study. He drew back the bed curtains and gently assisted the celestial Lady Yuang. "Lady, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Li Su inquired softly. Yuang glanced at the table filled with dishes and replied, "Anything is fine." Li Su first took a spoonful of lotus seed porridge and brought it to her lips. A hint of helplessness flickered in Yuhing's eyes as she reluctantly parted her red lips. Apart from her mute acupoint, all her major acupoints had been sealed by Xing. She felt utterly powerless, a reflection of her current predicament. Li Su, ever considerate, fed her with a spoon and chopsticks, occasionally using a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. "That's enough," Yuheng said softly after a spell of eating. "Is that truly sufficient?" Li Su queried, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Yuheng glanced at him but did not elaborate. "Would you prefer to lie down or watch me eat?" Li Su asked. Yuheng's gaze shifted slightly as she responded, "Lean against the headboard." Once reclined, her line of sight was obstructed, a sensation that was quite uncomfortable. "Very well." Li Su assisted Yuheng in sitting against the headboard. He then began to feast heartily on the cooked meat laid out on the desk. Yuheng watched quietly, no longer surprised. She had already perceived Li Su's eating habits prior. How might I escape this predicament? Yuheng pondered silently, her gaze gradually settling on the porcelain pot at the center of the desk. Inside the pot lay the cooked blood eel meat. "If I were to..." The celestial Lady Yuheng's eyes sparkled, her red lips parting slightly. "I seem to still be a bit hungry." Li Su paused, setting down his chopsticks and turning to look at Yuheng, his eyes filled with curiosity. "I haven't eaten that meat," Yuheng stated softly. Li Su hesitated for a moment, reminding her, "That is blood eel meat, which carries a special toxin." "It matters not," Yuheng replied, unconcerned. Li Su pondered for a moment, convinced that the white-clad heroine had already fallen into the trap of the blood eel once in a millennium. She would not succumb a second time. He rose, assisting the jade balance fairy to sit beside the bed, and placed a morsel of tender meat at her lips. The jade balance fairy began to eat. After feeding her over 10 small pieces of meat, he noticed that she showed no signs of stopping. Unable to contain himself, Li Su gently reminded her, "This meat is highly nourishing." "It matters not," she replied, her complexion unchanged. With a sense of helplessness, Li Su continued to feed her while indulging himself as well. Before long, the contents of the porcelain pot had vanished, having been consumed by both. Glancing at the remaining broth, Li Su inquired, "Shall we drink the soup?" The jade balance fairy succinctly replied, "Yes." The medicinal properties contained within the cooked broth were no less potent than that of the blood eel flesh. "Even the soup?" Li Su maintained his composure, silently lifting the ladle to continue feeding her. He speculated that perhaps the white-clad heroine had devised a means of escape, as her demeanor had altered significantly. Initially, she had acted like a refined lady, satisfied with just a few bites. But now she was unwilling to forego the broth as well. This was evidently unusual. After experiencing a subtle sense of fullness, the jade balance fairy finally paused. Li Su's eyes brightened, and he promptly lifted the porcelain pot to drink heartily. After their meal, the bed curtains were drawn once more. Li Su returned the desk to its original position, then took a cushion and settled down cross-legged outside the bed, practicing the supreme imperial cauldron technique to refine the medicinal effects of the blood eel flesh. Before long, the skilled chef Gu Qingyan quietly pushed open the study door and approached the desk to tidy up the dishes. This rogue, does he intend to personally attend to that wretched jade balance? Gu Qingyan felt discontented. She had assumed Li Su would arrange for her to care for the incapacitated fairy. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. The jade balance fairy, lying upon the bed, opened her eyes, a flicker of unspoken helplessness glimmering within her bright gaze. As the head of the heavenly sect, she had always remained aloof from the world, traversing through the mortal realm while remaining untainted. Who would have thought that one day she would find herself in such a predicament? She regretted having drunk so much broth. The feeling of remorse washed over her. After enduring for a while, she could no longer hold back and called out, "Li Gongzi." Li Su, engrossed in refining the medicinal effects of the blood eel flesh, immediately opened his eyes and turned toward the bed. "Did the heroine call for me?" The jade balance fairy hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Could you summon that chef?" "Chef?" Li Su was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that the heroine must need assistance. Yen is likely already asleep, he replied nonchalantly. The jade balance fairy fell silent, her meridians sealed, her senses greatly impaired, leaving her unable to ascertain the situation outside the room. If the heroine has a matter to discuss, feel free to speak. Li Su stood and approached the bed, speaking softly through the curtains. Regardless of the circumstances, our relationship is not one that can be compared with ordinary people. There is no need to treat me as an outsider. A shiver ran through the jade balance fairy's scalp. This young man still regarded her as the white-clad heroine from that night in the dilapidated temple. And this misunderstanding was inexplicably unsettling at this moment. I am fine. The jade balance fairy forced herself to endure, speaking slowly. Truly fine. Li Su gently lifted the bed curtain slightly. I am fine. The celestial maiden Yuheng spoke, her voice trembling faintly. Never mind. I shall go fetch a yen. Li Su shook her head, clearly observing the quivering lips of the white-clad heroine, who was evidently struggling to endure something. Thank you, sighed Yuheng in relief. Li Su smiled and opened the door, stepping outside the eastern chamber. Knock, knock, knock. She gently tapped on the door. Who is it? Came the vigilant voice of the beautiful chef. It's me, Li Su, she replied softly. If you're not asleep, please come out quickly. I need your assistance. Oh, the chef replied promptly. Under the eaves of the hall, Ziying lurked in the shadows, quietly observing Li Su standing outside the eastern chamber. Upon learning from Li Su that Yuheng had mistakenly identified her as the demoness Gu Qingyan, she pondered what could have led Yuheng to make such a ludicrous error. During dinner, she and Tianqi exchanged hushed words about this matter, both presenting expressions of astonishment and disbelief. After some contemplation, they suspected that the demoness Gu Qingyan might have also arrived in Suzhou, sustaining considerable injuries and thus forced to hide. Does the demoness Gu Qingyan have any connection with a yen? Ziying mused, her gaze fixated on the beautiful chef A Yen, who followed closely behind Li Su. In the study, the oil lamp flickered to life. Gu Qingyan suppressed her inner turmoil as she stealthily approached the bed in the deepest part of the study. At this distance, she could, with a mere thought, eliminate Yuheng in an instant. Heroine, a yen has arrived. You may instruct her as you wish. I shall step outside. Li Su spoke gently before turning to exit the study. Gu Qingyan gently seated herself on the edge of the bed, looking at Yuheng and softly inquired, Heroine, what is it that you desire? There are urgent matters for a person, Yuheng replied obliquely, her complexion betraying her discomfort. Oh, Gu Qingyan exclaimed, a knowing smile flashing in her eyes. She stood, bent slightly, and assisted Yuheng to her feet, saying, allow me to escort you to the restroom. Thank you. My dear, Yuheng expressed her gratitude. As Gu Qingyan helped Yuheng down from the bed, she noticed that Yuheng's legs were weak. She could hardly stand, let alone walk. Realizing that the insidious Ziying had sealed all of Yuheng's vital points, Gu Qingyan smirked inwardly, thinking, first, I shall humiliate you. She understood that should she directly assassinate Yuheng at this moment, it would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of Li Su, Ziying, and others, making escape problematic. Not being able to kill did not preclude her from humiliating. After taking just a couple of steps away from the bed, Gu Qingyan feigned a stumble, appearing to lack the strength to fully support Yuheng, and both women fell to the ground. Yuheng's expression shifted slightly. Master, Gu Qingyan exclaimed, her body pinning Yuheng partially to the floor. Suddenly, Li Su burst into the study, rushing to the side of the two women. What happened? She demanded, lifting them both with ease. Gu Qingyan, her face flushed with embarrassment, stammered, I lacked the strength and couldn't hold her steady. Li Su swiftly encircled Yuheng with one arm, stabilizing her. Heroine, are you unwell? Li Su asked with concern. Yuheng's lips quivered, yet she could not utter a word. Gu Qingyan hurriedly remarked, this brave lady needs to relieve herself. She seems quite urgent. Li Su's eyes sparkled as he realized this aligned perfectly with his suspicions. With all her vital points sealed, and having consumed copious amounts of meat broth, Yuheng Xinzi closed her eyes, her cheeks alternating between crimson and pale. Since the dawn of her memories, she had never encountered such an embarrassing situation. Allow me to escort you, Li Su said, lifting Yuheng Xinzi effortlessly and striding out of the study. Gu Qingyan silently trailed behind him, a subtle smile curving her lips. Was she laughing? In the dim light of night, Ziying stood in the corridor outside the study, watching as Li Su and Gu Qingyan headed towards the latrine, her eyes glimmering with an unusual hue. Outside the latrine, Li Su halted, glancing at Gu Qingyan before instructing her, you may return now. Taken aback, Gu Qingyan furrowed her brow in realization and promptly replied, "Oh, then I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed. "That scoundrel is quite attentive to that wretched woman," Gu Qingyan silently cursed, feeling a twinge of disappointment as she had hoped to witness Yuheng's disgrace. Ziying narrowed her eyes, fixating on Li Su, who was carrying Yuheng Xianzi towards the bathroom, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Could it be? Ziying's gaze drifted, and she felt an intangible sense of having deeply offended the esteemed leader of the Taoist Tianzong. Such an occurrence could hardly be attributed to me, could it? Why should I bear the blame? The enchantress had intervened, after all. Glancing at the eastern chamber, Ziying gradually regained her composure. She was certain that it was the slyly smiling chef who had covertly employed some trickery, causing Yuheng Xianzi's unfortunate predicament. The princess must endure a few more days of discomfort. I shall not permit any mishaps here before her recovery. Ziying stealthily returned to the hall and then to her bedroom. That scoundrel wouldn't act recklessly, would he? Hesitating, Ziying found it hard to trust Li Su's character and quietly slipped out of her room once more. Arriving outside the bathroom, Ziying paused, suddenly recalling Li Su's earlier action of sending the chef, Ian, away. He must not have wanted more witnesses to Yuheng Xianzi's plight. A realization dawned upon Ziying. She had misjudged Li Su, viewing him as far more of a scoundrel than he perhaps was, and she couldn't help but curl her lips in a slight smirk. That scoundrel possesses a certain tenderness towards the fairer sex. Ziying mused, pondering that if she were to enter at this moment, it would only exacerbate Yuheng Xianzi's embarrassment. Ultimately, there was no animosity between herself and Yuheng Xianzi. Their entanglement was merely a misunderstanding. As night deepened and the cool breeze enveloped them, Li Su returned to the innermost part of the study, still cradling Yuheng Xianzi in his arms. He had discreetly rendered her unconscious at the latrine, fully aware that the predicament she faced was nothing short of hellish. For Yuheng Xianzi, losing consciousness was a liberation. For Li Su, however, it presented a significant trial, one that could even be described as torment. He had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Otherwise, he would not have so readily taken Ziying into his confidence just days prior. This time, he felt that within him resided a certain noble quality, albeit in scant measure. Li Su arrived at the ancient well in the courtyard, shedding his upper garments, grasping the water bucket to douse himself, frequently casting his gaze toward the hall. During dinner, he had consumed a considerable amount of blood eel meat, and just moments ago, he had assisted the white-clad heroine in washing away the heat that now surged within him. The scoundrel, lurking in the depths of the hall, stirred his heart, and he muttered curses under his breath, as he did not encounter the anticipated violet figure. Li Su scoffed, letting out a soft grunt, and began to punch the air alone in the courtyard, his feet involuntarily adopting the ethereal steps of a drifting dragon. Could this rogue not find peace in slumber? In the east wing, before the window, the enchanting Gu Qingyan peered through a narrow gap, fixating on Li Su, who was practicing his punches in the courtyard, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. As Li Su trained, she could not ascertain whether he had roused the violet shadow in Tianqi. Under such circumstances, venturing to the study was far too perilous. Chapter 32. Candor and sloth. Time could not be squandered. Gu Qingyan pondered calmly. Recognizing that the root cause of the predicament faced by the celestial maiden Yuheng was the mistaken identity attributed to the violet shadow. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the celestial maiden could escape at any moment. What to do? Gu Qingyan's gaze fell upon Li Su, a sudden thought striking her. This rogue, so tender towards the shameless Yuheng, must still believe that the woman from that night in the dilapidated temple was Yuheng. As Gu Qingyan's thoughts whirled, she contemplated revealing the truth to Li Su. No, this rascal was no innocent youth. He had already entangled himself with the violet shadow. She dismissed the notion of confiding in Li Su, realizing that she could not place her hopes upon this scoundrel. Perhaps she could tamper with the morning meal? In the study, the slumbering Yuheng felt a coolness rise within her limbs and bones. She opened her eyes, and in the darkness, she distinctly saw the visage of the violet shadow. At last, she had come. Yuheng's expression remained placid. The violet shadow sat at the bedside, one hand wielding a pen, the other holding a blank booklet, inscribing upon the first page, "Do you believe I am the enchanting Gu Qingyan?" Upon reading the contents of the booklet, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuheng's eyes, yet she continued to regard the violet shadow with a tranquil demeanor. The violet shadow wrote further in the booklet, "You are mistaken. If you knew my lady well enough, you would understand that the only one by her side could be Hua Nongying." After completing the entry, she showed it to Yu Hong. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Hua Nongying, the foremost female assassin of the former Chu kingdom? 5 years ago, at the fall of the Chu kingdom, she single-handedly rescued Princess Yunran from under the very nose of Wang Wuqi. Yu Hang's gaze remained fixed on Hua Nongying, her expression shifting like the tides. She had indeed been aware of such an individual's existence. However, why would the renowned female assassin of Chu show weakness before that young man and indulge him so thoroughly? Reflecting on the afternoon's battle, she realized that the Violet Shadow's techniques were indeed distinct from those of the enchanting maiden, the 9 phantoms of allure. In that moment, Yu Hong grasped the truth, her gaze towards the Violet Shadow revealing a flicker of regret. Upon this realization, Ziying exhaled softly, picked up the booklet, and continued to write. If all goes as expected, the enchanting demoness you seek should be the cook, Yan, within this residence. After completing her note, she presented it to the celestial maiden, Yu Hong. Yu Hong paused in surprise, her gaze drifting slightly. The cook, Yan? She mused, immediately dismissing the notion of the cook. Ziying continued to inscribe. You must understand that both Princess and I hold unique identities. We seek refuge here and desire no disturbances. After perusing the booklet, Yu Hong blinked gently. I can release you, but I require a guarantee. Ziying wrote again, adding, as the esteemed leader of the Tianzong, Yu Hong, should you be willing to provide such a guarantee, I shall place my trust in you. Yu Hong blinked once more. Ziying regarded her intently, and after a prolonged moment, she sighed softly, choosing to place her faith in the woman before her. She wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between Yu Hong and the demoness Gu Qingyan, preferring instead to allow the 2 women to contend with one another. With her energy fully unleashed, Ziying felt the torrent of her essence surging through her limbs unrestrainedly. Yu Hong's complexion became flushed as she sat up, taking the brush and booklet from Ziying's hands. She wrote, Are you certain the cook is the demoness? Ziying hesitated for a moment, gently shaking her head, then took the brush back and wrote, I can only say she is highly suspicious. If she is indeed the demoness, she would likely act against me soon. Yu Hong wrote in response. Ziying nodded slightly, mirroring her own thoughts. This urgency to release Yu Hong was also driven by her desire to wait and see. Yu Hong's voice resonated directly in Ziying's ears. Ziying was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended that this was the celestial transmission technique of the Tianzong. The night was drawing to a close. Li Su released a long, weary breath, rinsing himself with well water before returning to the study. Approaching the deepest corner of the chamber, where the sleeping Yu Hong lay, Li Su gently sat at the edge of the bed, murmuring, You sleep quite soundly, yet it is I who suffers. As he spoke, he reached out to lightly tease Yu Hong's delicate, upturned nose. Yu Hong feigned slumber, yet her mind involuntarily revisited the previous urgent moments, causing her ethereal cheeks to blush uncontrollably. A shiver coursed through her scalp. She was acutely aware of what transpired before her slumber and, with her strength restored, she was even more cognizant of her experiences. This left her in a state of unease. Li Su blinked. As dawn approached, the night gradually faded, casting a dim light in the room. With his keen eyesight, he could distinctly see the crimson hue blooming on Yu Hong's exquisite face. She was awakening. Li Su was certain of it, maintaining a facade of calm as he continued to murmur, In truth, we have only met twice. The first time, you nearly derailed my cultivation. This time, I am devoid of reservations, and you are in a weakened state. I could easily take advantage yet choose to play the gentleman. If you dare to unleash your wrath upon awakening, I shall. Li Su paused, lightly brushing Yu Hong's nose again, murmuring, Let your fury come, just don't act rashly. This was Li Su's primary concern. He had previously regarded the term shameful indignation as an exaggerated expression. However, in this moment, he felt that its application to the white-clad heroine might not be an exaggeration at all. The cheeks of the Jade Balance Fairy flushed deeper, her fists clenched tightly beneath the blankets. Regardless of what the future held, during this period, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Li Su whispered, and after speaking, he slipped off his shoes and laid down beside the Jade Balance Fairy. Her body and mind were taut with tension, but upon hearing the steady rhythm of his breathing nearby, her anxious heart gradually began to relax. Enchantress, the Jade Balance Fairy opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashing across them. Her current predicament was entirely due to the Enchantress. As dawn broke, the culinary mistress Gu Qingyan arrived at the kitchen as usual. Moments later, A wisp of cooking smoke began to rise. Not long after, Ziying emerged from the hall, performing a simple ablution by the ancient well in the courtyard. She cast a glance toward the study, a hint of confusion stirring within her. During her stay at Li's residence over the past few days, Li Su had consistently risen early. What was different today? Aside from last night, it seemed as though he had hardly slept at all. Ziying's gaze became somewhat unfocused. By the time Gu Qingyan prepared breakfast, the study remained utterly silent. This scoundrel. Truly a hopeless case. Upon returning to the kitchen after delivering breakfast to Ziying, Gu Qingyan noticed the study door still closed, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. With a mischievous thought, she mused that the pure and pristine jade balance had likely been thoroughly ruined by that scoundrel. With this thought, her spirits brightened considerably. Patience is key. Haste may lead to mistakes, Gu Qingyan calmly contemplated as she awaited the opportune moment. Chapter 33. A reflection on past events. The fairy's loss of composure inside the study. The jade balance fairy listened to the sound of deep slumber beside her, a wave of helplessness washing over her. She had not anticipated that the young man beside her would choose to indulge in slumber at such a moment. Let him sleep well, she thought. Having already discerned the condition of his body, she knew that the young man had consumed a considerable amount of blood eel flesh to grow stronger, causing a surge of heat within him. He preferred to bathe and practice martial arts outdoors rather than impose on any of the women in the house, including her, who was rendered immobile in his eyes. Curiosity arose within her regarding the relationship between Ziying and the young man. Previously, she had assumed that Ziying, the enchantress, engaged in a dalliance with the young man to obscure their true intentions. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than she had imagined. It was not until noon that Li Su finally awoke, sitting up and gently stretching his shoulders, feeling warm and utterly comfortable. Turning his head to glance at the jade balance fairy, he discovered her bright eyes wide open, and he couldn't help but smile. "You're awake?" Li Su inquired softly. The jade balance fairy gave a slight nod, her eyelids half lowered, her mind involuntarily drifting back to some scenes from the previous night, inevitably conjuring further images. She was now certain that the robe she wore was not the one she had donned before. It must have been the young man who had retrieved it from the fragrance pouch to replace her previous attire. "Are you hungry?" Li Su asked gently. The celestial maiden Yu Heng let out a soft hum once more, surmising that the methods employed by the demoness against her would likely involve food or tea. As Li Su stood up, he remarked, "Let us wait a moment longer. At this hour, Yin should have prepared the meal." Yu Heng remained silent, dressed and composed. Li Su gazed at the celestial maiden reclining on the bed and hesitantly inquired, "Do you have any other needs?" Yu Heng was taken aback, looking at Li Su in confusion. "Ahem, for instance, the privy," Li Su added with a gentle cough. Yu Heng's expression froze. Li Su hurriedly clarified, "I do not intend to embarrass you. It is merely that your situation is unique, and one must be prepared for all eventualities. Do you understand?" By the end of his explanation, Li Su felt a prickling discomfort at the back of his head, convinced of his good intentions, yet the conversation grew increasingly awkward. Yu Heng shut her eyes, feeling a mix of shyness and indignation. As the leader of the heavenly sect, she had traversed the mortal realm numerous times, believing herself accustomed to its affairs, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, even transcending above it all. Never had she anticipated encountering such a mortifying circumstance. Noticing Yu Heng had closed her eyes, Li Su pondered for a moment, thinking that perhaps she was acquiescing. He tentatively extended his hands, passing them around her waist and beneath her knees. Yu Heng's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively considered pushing him away. But the thought of the demoness halted her impulse. She opened her eyes, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Li Su, taking advantage of the moment, gently lifted Yu Heng from the bedding, speaking softly, "Close your eyes. Leave everything to me." With that, he turned and strode towards the door, rather dominantly making decisions on her behalf. Yu Heng felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her thoughts in disarray. Should she intervene or continue with the original plan to lure out the demoness? As Li Su pushed open the door, Yu Heng shut her eyes once more. She could sense the presence of the cook, Yin. Upon seeing Li Su carry Yu Heng out, Gu Qingyan held her breath, emerging from the kitchen. "Prepare some light dishes," Li Su instructed with a glance at her. "Yes," Gu Qingyan responded respectfully. Yu Heng kept her eyes closed, her head gently resting against Li Su's shoulder. "Is it the demoness?" She pondered, uncertain. Li Su proceeded towards the bathroom, where it was cleaner, Gu Qingyan watched Li Su's retreating figure, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. At this moment, she realized she felt somewhat anxious. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the celestial maiden. She could not let it slip away. Gu Qingyan resolved firmly and turned back to the kitchen for the final preparations. By the window of the bedroom, Ziying quietly observed the unfolding events in the courtyard. Upon witnessing Li Su carry the celestial maiden into the bathroom, a peculiar glint flashed in her eyes. At that moment, Yu Hong had fully regained her strength. Yet she allowed that rascal to carry her, which was already surprising enough. Why do I feel that this rascal is bound to face misfortune? Ziying mused silently, a hint of delight gracing her mood. The bathroom in the Li residence was simply decorated, featuring a bath pool, a tub, a long table, and a clothes rack. Following his training with Zhuo Qianhu, Li Su had grown largely impervious to the elements. His daily bathing routine is quite simple, usually taking place by the ancient well in the courtyard, where he fetches water to wash himself. It was only after Tianqi and Ziying moved in that this bathroom became a tad more humid. When the fairy Yu Hong caught sight of the scattered robes and undergarments beneath the clothing rack, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably once more. Li Su cast a glance, his expression unperturbed, explaining, "I was so focused on taking care of you last night that I forgot to tidy up." Yu Heng's scalp tingled as she spoke in a tone of forced calm. "Please summon Ziying." "Ziying?" Li Su was taken aback, his eyes widening. "You mean Ziying?" The fairy Yu Hong gave a slight nod. Li Su gazed steadily into her eyes, pondering for a moment before articulating. "I understand that in this context, you might feel embarrassed. However, our relationship is unique. Before me, you may lay aside all defenses and shame. As the head of the Taoist sect, you might not be accustomed to worldly matters. It is quite common for elderly couples, like us, to care for one another." He added, "Couples should support each other intimately." "We are not a couple," Yu Hong replied in a low voice, struggling to comprehend why she found herself in such an awkward predicament. "But we have engaged in actions that couples do," Li Su murmured. Yu Hong glanced at him, yearning to inform the young man that the white-clad heroine from that night in the dilapidated temple was someone else entirely. Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, the potential occurrences during her unconsciousness left her speechless. She shook her head subtly, opting not to engage Li Su further, instead employing her celestial sound technique to convey her message directly to Ziying's ears. "Why aren't you hurrying over?" Her tone bore a hint of indignation. Ziying pouted, exiting the hall. She glanced towards the kitchen before her figure flickered, leaving behind 3 afterimages as she arrived outside the bathroom. Her footsteps grew slightly heavier. Li Su, who was in the bathroom, felt a jolt of anxiety and turned to see Ziying pushing open the door, her gaze chillingly fixed upon him. "What do you want?" she inquired, her expression devoid of emotion, causing Li Su to feel inexplicably guilty. Ziying scoffed, her expression unyielding. "Are you trying to make me ask you to leave?" Li Su frowned, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, remaining silent. Ziying's heart raced slightly, as she shot him a glare, exclaiming irritably, "Am I allowed to release her limbs from their restraints?" Li Su's expression softened as he mumbled, "Then I must trouble you." Ancient sect leader. Ziying, speechless, casually tapped her fingers on Yu Hong. The fairy feigned regaining her freedom. "I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything," Li Su said softly before departing. Yu Hong gave a slight nod. "Go quickly," Ziying urged, unable to suppress a push towards Li Su, her frustration palpable. This scoundrel had the audacity to glare at her just moments ago. Chapter 34. The steady demoness and the carefree fairy. The two exited the bathroom. With a cold expression, Ziying cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. Leaning closer, Li Su whispered, "Where is Xiaoqi? Is she all right?" Ziying responded with a cold smile. "What does it matter if I remember your young lady?" Li Su feigned a sigh and said wistfully, "I waited all night for someone, but that someone ignored me completely." Ziying's face flushed, and she muttered, "Bastard." Noticing that Ziying was not genuinely angry, Li Su edged closer, reminding her, "Don't forget, you still owe me a prescription for the medicinal bath." "Prescription for the medicinal bath?" Ziying was taken aback, then scoffed, "Have you really massaged my shoulders for 7 days?" Li Su's eyes lit up, and she promptly moved behind Ziying, pressing her hands onto Ziying's shoulders and gently kneading. Ziying's lips twitched, after a moment's hesitation. She did not push away the impudent girl behind her. "The Yuhing fairy is not someone you can covet. Do not entertain any thoughts about her," Ziying warned softly. Li Su replied nonchalantly, "I have not done anything improper towards her." Ziying let out a soft huff. this time choosing not to counter her. Before long, the Yuheng fairy emerged, her strength fully restored, and she could hear the sounds outside the bathhouse clearly. Ziying discreetly stepped forward, evading Li Su's hands, and regarded the Yuheng fairy with a glint of inquiry in her eyes. The plan remains unchanged. The Yuheng fairy's lips did not move, yet her voice reached Ziying's ears. Understanding, Ziying swiftly reached out and tapped the Yuheng fairy. The latter swayed unsteadily, prompting Li Su, quick on the uptake, to rush to her side and wrap her arm around the Yuheng fairy's waist. Ziying smirked, gave a soft huff, and walked away. Li Su watched Ziying's retreating figure, her words caught in her throat, ultimately refraining from speaking. The Yuheng fairy glanced at Li Su and then at the departing Ziying, shaking her head inwardly. She did not understand why Ziying would willingly submit to this young man, but she knew that both Ziying and the concubine Tian Qi would not linger here for long. They were destined to leave. Let us return. Li Su dispelled her thoughts and picked up the Yuheng fairy, striding towards the study. The Yuheng fairy cast a glance towards the kitchen, noticing the cook, Ayun, preparing dishes in the food box. Is it the demoness? The Yuheng fairy withdrew her gaze. In the kitchen, something felt amiss. Ziying and Yuheng have had contact. Could there still be a misunderstanding? Gu Qingyin's expression appeared normal, yet her heart raced with alarm. If Ziying and Yuheng were already entangled, Gu Qingyin felt a chill run down her spine, unwilling to dwell on the thought. Moments later, Gu Qingyin knocked on the study door, carrying the food box. Li Su opened the door, took the food box, and handed Gu Qingyin 3 large pieces of blood eel meat, instructing, "Stew this." Understood, Gu Qingyin replied respectfully, turning to leave. As Li Su carried the food box, she passed the desk and seized a book, making her way to the innermost part of the study. After arranging the dishes from the food box, she assisted the Yuheng fairy onto the bed. The Yuheng fairy gazed at the meal on the table, momentarily at a loss for words. This was not the scene she had envisioned. She had once hoped to observe the culinary artist Ayane's every move up close. Li Su sat on the edge of the bed, one arm encircling the waist of the ethereal Yuheng, while the other lifted a spoonful of lotus seed porridge to her lips. Yuheng hesitated momentarily, then reluctantly parted her lips to accept the offering from the young man beside her. For now, the only way to ascertain whether there was any malice in Ayane's cooking was through the food safety. Each dish was sampled, and no abnormalities were detected. As Yuheng continued to eat, she employed the technique of celestial sound transmission to communicate with Ziying. The food appears to be safe. Ziying, who was in the bedroom, paused and approached the window, gazing into the kitchen where Ayane was chopping meat. Was it truly safe, or had she already sensed something amiss? Ziying narrowed her eyes slightly. She was certain she had not misjudged the previous night when Ayane had displayed a faintly enigmatic smile, one that hinted at a mix of schadenfreude and unrestrained delight. Not long ago, when she had gone to the bathroom, she had avoided Ayane's gaze. However, she had forgotten this detail when exiting with Li Su. Once Yuheng confirmed that the food on the table was free of poison, she ceased her meal. Li Su, not one to waste, wiped the corner of Yuheng's mouth and then proceeded to devour the remaining food with gusto. After the meal, Li Su inquired, "Is there anything you wish to do?" Yuheng pondered for a moment and gently shook her head. "I do," Li Su replied with a grin. "I have recently been practicing the Supreme Imperial Cauldron technique and the ethereal dragon form. Would you assist me with some guidance?" Yuheng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Li Su was about to express his gratitude, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Quick to react, he maintained his smile and said, "Then I thank you, brave heroine." Yuheng remained silent. Li Su reached out again, lifting Yuheng and carrying her to the center of the study, where he placed her gently in the armchair. "I will first practice the ethereal dragon form," he declared, stepping back over a yard, standing still, and calming his breath, all the while mentally critiquing the situation. What was Ziying up to? How could this heroine be in motion? Li Su felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. He had clearly observed that when he questioned Yuheng, she had first gently shaken her head, then subtly nodded. Just yesterday, she had been utterly immobile. Could it be the effect of the blood serpent meat and broth she consumed last night? A flicker of thought crossed Li Su's mind, speculating that this leader of the heavenly sect was gradually regaining her strength. Dismissing further distractions, he began to practice the ethereal dragon form. The heroine would ultimately depart. The extent of what he could learn from her depended on his own capabilities. Time was indeed precious. After completing a round of practice, Li Su stopped and looked eagerly at Yuheng, who sat in the armchair. Yu Hong pondered before speaking. The ethereal dragon form was created by the patriarch of our heavenly sect, inspired by the clouds and mists of the mountains. Its footwork is elusive and ever-changing, akin to the swirling clouds in the mountains, unpredictable and intangible. Your recent practice has grasped the shape, yet lacks its spirit. Training in the mud is an admirable notion. The muddy path may hinder your progress, yet it can also propel you forward like a bolt of lightning. However, to achieve a grace as light as clouds and mist, one must comprehend the forces of nature. Li Su listened intently, contemplating every word of the Yuheng fairy. As she imparted the nuances of cultivating the ethereal dragon form, she refrained from demonstrating, mindful of her current persona. After elucidating the essential points of the training, the Yuheng fairy instructed Li Su to continue his practice, emphasizing that in the initial stages of cultivation, speed should not be the primary concern. Li Su nodded and resumed his exercises. The Yuheng fairy observed him quietly, her mind drifting back to conversations between Li Su and Zuolin in the bureaucratic chambers of the North City. The young man before her was evidently a product of Zuolin's meticulous grooming. A realization flickered in the Yuheng fairy's eyes as she contemplated the competition with the son of Wu Jian. Chapter 35. The Pinnacle of Martial Arts. The duel of the two maidens, Old King Wu and Wu Qi, hailed from the Golden Scale sect of Yuling Mountain. In the mundane world of martial arts, the Golden Scale sect lacked renown. However, to true warriors, it has always represented an insurmountable peak. Throughout history, the sect has accepted only 7 disciples, each emerging with the capacity to influence the world. Some wield unmatched combat prowess, their strength surpassing that of 1,000,000 soldiers. Others master military strategies, undefeated in battle. Still others possess unparalleled musical talents, their melodies echoing for miles without a kindred spirit, or they excel in talisman crafting, capable of inscribing celestial runes with their brush. Could he follow the path of the martial arts pinnacle? The Yuheng fairy scrutinized Li Su, recognizing from their first encounter that his physique was extraordinary. A short while later, a knock resounded at the door of the study. Li Su paused, approached the door, and opened it to reveal the beautiful chef, carrying a porcelain pot. "Please come in and tidy up," Li Su instructed, taking the steaming pot from her hands. "Yes," Gu Qingyan replied respectfully, entering the study and, with a quick glance, proceeding to the innermost part. The desk was cluttered with dishes before the bed. Ignoring the chef, Li Su carried the pot over to sit opposite the Yuheng fairy. "Would you like to have some more?" Li Su inquired with a smile, looking at the Yuheng fairy. Her eyes flickered slightly as she softly acknowledged him. Li Su hastily placed the porcelain bowl on the desk and returned to the Yuheng fairy, lifting her into his arms. The astute chef quickened her pace in clearing the tableware. By the time Li Su seated the Yuheng fairy at the bedside, the chef had already tidied up. "Here are 2 new pairs," she said, handing Li Su a set of new chopsticks and spoons. Li Su accepted only 1 pair of chopsticks, smiling. "You should have some." "Thank you for your generosity, master," the chef replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she delicately picked a small piece of cooked meat, savoring it in front of Li Su and the Yuheng fairy. After finishing, she dutifully took the food box containing the dishes and departed. "Is it her?" the Yuheng fairy mused as she watched the chef leave, contemplating whether to claim the chef for herself, a morsel of cooked meat lingering at the corner of her lips. "Come," Li Su spoke gently. The Yuheng fairy's eyes sparkled momentarily as she parted her lips. "Truly a feast for the eyes," Li Su remarked, his gaze burning with intensity. The celestial being, Yu Hong, cast a fleeting glance at Li Su, who promptly averted his gaze and brought a morsel of meat to her lips. "Here." Li Su's tone grew increasingly gentle. Without a hint of emotion, Yu Hong parted her lips and consumed the blood eel flesh. After symbolically consuming 6 pieces of the cooked morsels, she signaled him to cease. Li Su lifted a spoonful of broth, but she remarked, "I shall not drink the soup." Pausing momentarily, Li Su nonetheless offered the spoon to her lips, urging her to take a sip. Yu Hong lowered her gaze to the spoon, satisfying Li Su's desire. A flicker of joy stirred within him as he reached out to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. After all, she was still a young man, full of vigor. Yu Hong, feeling a sense of helplessness, recognized the fervor in Li Su's eyes and understood that he had developed feelings for her. Li Su carefully positioned Yu Hong against the headboard and began to devour the meat from the porcelain pot with great enthusiasm. Before long, the pot was emptied of both meat and broth. Wiping his mouth, he glanced at Yu Hong and remarked, I feel that this manner of eating does not significantly enhance my strength. Yu Hong, comprehending his implication, softly spoke. Do you wish to use the blood of the blood eel for a medicinal bath? Li Su gazed at her with anticipation. Yu Hong continued, if you trust Ziying, take the incense pouch to her and share your thoughts. She will certainly assist you. Seek out Ziying. Li Su's eyes widened in hesitation. Are you not concerned she might covet the treasures within the pouch? Yu Hong replied, you underestimate her capabilities. Is that so? Li Su nodded and inquired. Will you accompany me? No need. Yu Hong gently shook her head. I feel a bit fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Very well. Li Su rose and gently assisted Yu Hong to lie on the bed, instructing, I will leave the door open. If you need anything, simply call for me. And I should be able to hear you. Li Su exited the study. Just as Yu Hong intended to rise, sensing the cook approaching the study, she immediately lay still. Outside the study, the maid began tidying the porcelain pot. Gu Qingyan glanced at Li Su and respectfully said, I will take care of it. Li Su pondered and replied, tread lightly. Do not disturb that lady night. When you come out, do not close the door. Furthermore, if you have no other matters, remain nearby. If you hear any commotion from the study, come find me. Oh, understood. Gu Qingyan nodded. Proceed. Li Su made his way to the hall. Gu Qingyan breathed a silent sigh of relief and entered the study with measured steps, striving to suppress her inner tension, ensuring her heartbeat, breathing, and footsteps appeared as normal as ever. Upon reaching the desk at the innermost part of the study, she glanced at Yu Hong, then took the chopsticks and spoon from the desk and placed them in the pot. Using a wet wipe she carried, she began to clean the desk. Once the surface was tidy, Gu Qingyan lifted the pot, and as she turned, a faint, cool sensation brushed against the nape of her neck. She has indeed recovered. Gu Qingyan forcefully quelled her anxiety, maintaining a calm demeanor as her footsteps remained steady. The gentle, cool, and ethereal aura swiftly permeated her limbs and bones. The ethereal figure of the Jade Balance Fairy trailed behind the beautiful chef, brazenly inspecting her form. The chef's physique bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. Her energy was chaotic and her meridians obstructed. The Jade Balance Fairy was astonished, for the condition of the chef before her was akin to that of an average woman. Upon returning to the kitchen, Gu Qingyan began to wash the porcelain pots, ladles, and chopsticks, daring not to indulge in any frivolous thoughts. Diligently fulfilling her duties as a cook, she could distinctly sense the Jade Balance Fairy standing behind her. The pure and celestial energy of the Taoist sect wreaking havoc within her limbs and bones. This wretched being must have communicated with Ziying and begun to harbor suspicions about me, Gu Qingyan mused. Softly humming a folk tune from Suzhou, chickens and frogs croak in chorus. You sway at the stern of the boat, by the shores of Taihu. Lean close, O beauty. Shyly laugh, shyly laugh. Gu Qingyan imitated the voice of the woman she pretended to be, her tone soft and tender, sweet without being cloying. The melody infused with the unique charm of the Jiangnan waterways. The Jade Balance Fairy listened quietly, making no move to depart. The enchanting Gu Qingyan was adept at disguise. Her schemes, ever plentiful. The beautiful chef before her resembled the women of Jiangnan in the fairy's mind. However, Ziying's words lingered vividly. In comparison to this chef, the Jade Balance Fairy was more inclined to trust Ziying. Chapter 36. Medicinal Bath and Body Refinement. The fairy manipulates shadows in the hall. As Li Su entered, Ziying emerged from the right side chamber. The two shared a tacit understanding, saying nothing as they stepped into the left side room in succession. What are they plotting now? Ziying queried impatiently. I have decided to come clean, Li Su stated earnestly, gazing at Ziying. Come clean? About what? Ziying scrutinized Li Su from head to toe. The meat I consumed was actually that of a millennial-old blood eel. Li Su produced a fragrant pouch from her bosom, revealing the entire head of the ancient blood eel contained within. Ziying pondered for a moment and remarked, the storage pouch of the Jade Balance Fairy. Yes, I found it in a dilapidated temple outside the city, Li Su confirmed, nodding as she handed the pouch to Ziying. She said you could help me extract the blood from the eel. I wish to use it for a medicinal bath to refine my body. Ziying did not take the pouch, but instead looked at Li Su, questioning, why should I assist you? Li Su blinked innocently. Is it too formal to say help between us? Ziying smirked, remaining silent. Shall I bark like a dog to amuse you? Li Su ventured tentatively. Ziying raised an eyebrow. Nodding, that would suffice. Li Su replied, all right. What? Ziying was taken aback. Li Su widened her eyes, repeating what? Ziying frowned. a cold smile gracing her lips as she extended her right hand into a fist, inquiring, "Do you know what this is?" Li Su's eyelids twitched violently, and she immediately extended her own right hand to grasp Xing's fist, eagerly declaring, "Before coming to see you, I devoured another large pot of blood eel." Xing's heart skipped a beat. She inhaled deeply and uttered a single word, "Scram." "Oh." Li Su complied obediently, promptly exiting the room. Not to leave, but to stride directly toward the right side of the hall. "You scoundrel," Xing cursed inwardly, her figure flickering as she swiftly grasped Li Su's shoulder. In an instant, they found themselves in the bathroom. "If you dare to disturb my lady again, the voice of Xing will chill you to the bone." "Yet she is but my concubine," Li Su sighed. "Is it wrong for me to wish to see her, to know how she fares?" Xing frowned, cursing him under her breath, fully aware that this scoundrel was playing the emotional card. "Drain the water from the bath," Xing snapped. Li Su's eyes brightened, and he promptly complied. Moments later, the bath was dry, and he plugged the drain at the bottom of the tub. Xing stood outside the bath, holding a fragrant pouch in her left hand while her right hand's index and middle fingers pointed at the pouch's opening. Without any visible movement, a stream of blood gushed forth like a fountain, flowing into the bath. Li Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Before long, the blood filled the bath to 2/3 of its height. Xing halted and glanced at Li Su. "Left Lin should have assisted you with the medicinal bath. You know what to do next without my guidance." Li Su nodded, having undergone at least 2 medicinal baths each year since his cultivation began. "I can manage," he stated, untying his robe. At this, Xing turned, placing the pouch on a nearby rack before departing the bathroom. Upon entering the study, Xing approached the bedside and surveyed the figure of the jade-scale fairy lying on the bed. The fairy pondered, "There are no flaws." "No flaws?" Xing was taken aback. The fairy continued softly, "I once suspected you to be a demoness. The crucial point is that I have examined your body and found no trace of your true energy. However, your bones and meridians betrayed you. Yet this chef's body is no different from that of an ordinary woman." Xing struggled to maintain her composure. This woman had actually examined her body? "What were you thinking?" Xing inquired nonchalantly. "Demonesses excel at disguise," the fairy replied. "If it truly were her, she would eventually reveal a flaw. But what if it is not?" Xing pressed. The fairy answered, "If not, she likely fled far away. If I were a demoness, there would indeed be no reason for me to remain here," Xing acknowledged. The fairy scrutinized Xing, remarking, "The area surrounding Gusu City is teeming with celestial patrols." A chill ran down Xing's spine. Deep within Taihu Lake lies a massive ship from Wuan County, where the current king of Wuan, Wu Jian, resides, the fairy added. Xing's expression turned icy. The fairy continued, "With the vigilance of a demoness, she would have detected the blockade of the celestial patrols early on. Initially, she might not take the risk." Xing remained noncommittal, stating, "You still suspect that the demoness is still in Gusu." "I trust your judgment," the fairy said softly. "If it ultimately proves that the chef is not the demoness?" Xing inquired, gazing intently at the fairy. The fairy replied, "Then I suffer no loss. However, the demoness would find her schemes thwarted, and regaining her strength would not be so simple." "Regaining her strength?" Xing asked, maintaining her composure. "How long do you intend to stay here? Will you continue to pretend, or will you confront Li Su directly? If the chef is indeed the demoness, she has already realized my recovery." The fairy spoke softly. "There is indeed no need to continue the pretense." Xing also felt that it was too burdensome for the female leader of the Tianzong to act weak before that scoundrel Li Su. Yuhing Fairy remained noncommittal, sitting up and gazing at Xing. "What are your plans?" she inquired. Xing was taken aback. Yuhing Fairy continued, "Due to my involvement, it seems that her strength has been compromised. Once the celestial patrol arrives," Xing furrowed her brow and muttered, "It has nothing to do with you." "I have a proposal," Yuhing Fairy spoke softly. Xing grew wary, her eyes fixed on Yuhing Fairy. "With your qualifications, the gates of Tianzong shall remain open," Yuhing Fairy remarked. Xing instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. She was already aware that the current pursuit of her and the princess was led by the contemporary martial king, Wu Jian. This compelled her to contemplate various matters more carefully. "You need not respond now. I shall remain here for a while longer," Yuhing Fairy said gently. Xing remained silent, though she did not outright reject the proposition. Should she indeed confront Wu Jian, the presence of Yuhing Fairy might prove to be a significant advantage. When that young man mentioned Li Su, Yuhing Fairy's tone grew hesitant. As she considered Ziying's unique relationship with the young man and recalled the embarrassing incident she had encountered the previous night, Ziying's heart raced as she suddenly remembered that this woman had secretly sensed the situation within the entirely residence, and to divert attention, she had actively approached that scoundrel Li Su. This thought sent a shiver down Ziying's spine, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. "What do you wish to ask?" Ziying inquired, suppressing her embarrassment and maintaining a composed demeanor. Yuheng Fairy also kept her composure, stating, "His foundation is quite remarkable." "Indeed, it seems fairly adequate," Ziying conceded, unable to deny the truth. "I am curious why she would marry him, and as a concubine no less." Yuheng Fairy questioned. Ziying frowned and shook her head, responding, "That matter is of no concern to you. I believe I can assist her in healing," Yuheng Fairy offered. Ziying was taken aback and replied, "It was arranged by an old acquaintance of mine." Yuheng Fairy pondered for a moment and asked, "What is the relationship of this acquaintance with the Golden Scales sect?" Ziying was surprised and couldn't help but glance at Yuheng Fairy. This woman had deduced quite a bit, even connecting it to the Golden Scales sect. "I am not entirely sure," Ziying replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Yuheng Fairy did not press on, as Wu Jian had already arrived at Taihu, evidently confirming that Princess Yunran was indeed in Suzhou. Consequently, Suzhou would undoubtedly become a focal point of attention. The answers to her inquiries would soon be revealed. Chapter 37. The Enchantress takes the blame. The young man's innocence in the bathroom. There lay a deep bath, over a meter in depth, with smooth stone steps embedded along the edges. Li Su sat naked in the center of the bath, his entire body submerged beneath the blood-red sheen of dragon's blood. He continuously circulated the Taishang Yuding formula, warmth enveloping him inside and out. His skin felt as if it were being scorched in raging flames, excruciating and unbearable. His pores opened and closed, absorbing the bloodthirst and medicinal properties contained within the dragon's blood. The medicinal bath refined his body, as it continuously absorbed the effects of the bath to enhance his physique. This is an exceedingly agonizing process. Li Su vividly recalls the first time he underwent a medicinal bath. Upon immersing himself in the tub, the pain was so intense that he instinctively leapt out, more jarring than alcohol poured onto an open wound. This time, upon entering the blood pool, Li Su discovered that practicing the Supreme Imperial Cauldron technique during the medicinal bath allowed him to absorb the medicinal properties contained within the dragon's blood more rapidly. As dusk settled, Li Su reached the limits of his breath-holding capacity, blood oozing from his head, gasping for air. A glance at the pool's wall revealed that the level of dragon's blood had receded by an inch, its crimson luster slightly dulled. Strengthening was assured. Regarding the extent of enhancement, Li Su rose, fists clenched, vitality coursing through his limbs, warmth flowing within him. Exiting the bath, blood continued to drip from his body. He shook himself lightly, splattering blood everywhere, then glanced around, muttering about the need for a large mirror in the bathing chamber to admire his physique. Dressed and leaving the bathroom, he noted that night had fully descended. In the kitchen, the skilled chef Ian was busily preparing a meal, her figure illuminated by the flickering flames of the stove, presenting an alluring charm. Li Su exhaled a breath of stale air, realizing that his state of mind had been influenced by the absorbed dragon's blood. Alcohol can lead one astray. Fortunately, he had abstained for quite some time. As he pondered this, he entered the study and felt his heart race upon seeing a figure lying on the bed. The young lady, the celestial jade balance, distinctly sensed Li Su's fluctuating heartbeat. As he approached the bedside, she felt an intense warmth emanating from him, a warmth that transcended mere gaze. Upon reaching the bedside, Li Su observed the celestial jade balance gazing at him with wide, bright eyes, and a tinge of regret washed over him. He had wished to tease the heroine by playfully flicking her nose. "Heroine," he gently called out, extending his right hand to encircle her waist and assist her in rising. "You have absorbed too much dragon's blood," the celestial jade balance remarked, scrutinizing him with candor. "You have been poisoned." Li Su blinked, recalling that fateful night. "Is it akin to what you experienced then?" The celestial jade balance paused, understanding that he referred to the incident involving the blood dragon's inner elixir and the masquerade of the enchanting Gu Qingyan. "Actually, you have misinterpreted some matters," she replied softly. Li Su fixed his penetrating gaze upon her. "I merely wish to know, if I am poisoned, are you willing to assist me in detoxification?" "Certainly. I shall impart a technique to you," the celestial jade balance began, only to notice the young man's head drawing closer. A slender, jade-like finger pressed against Li Su's chin, rendering him unable to advance another inch toward her. He widened his eyes in astonishment. You, Li Su, unable to maintain composure? The heroine has actually returned? The celestial jade balance succinctly explained, the purple shadow is not the enchanting demoness. Realization dawned upon Li Su as he gazed intently at her. You have recovered. That is splendid. It spares me from the accusation of taking advantage of you in a vulnerable moment. The celestial jade balance furrowed her delicate brows and spoke slowly. I shall teach you the still water technique, which will help alleviate your restlessness. The still water technique can wait. What I desire now is your assistance in detoxification. Li Su insisted, his gaze unwaveringly intense upon the celestial jade balance. The celestial maiden Yu Heng gazed calmly at Li Su, her delicate jade finger, which had originally rested on his chin, gently moved to his forehead. A stream of ethereal energy erupted from her fingertip, flowing into Li Su's brow and swiftly permeating his entire being. Instantly, a refreshing coolness enveloped Li Su, both body and soul, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, rendering him utterly composed. So, you are unwilling? Li Su replied with a disappointed smile, rising to depart. Yu Heng furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Li Su's retreating figure, and a flicker of understanding stirred within her. The effects of the blood serpent's poison, the impersonation by the enchanting demoness, and the events of that fateful night all coalesced in her mind. The young man, brimming with youthful vigor, had aided her once more. Contemplating this, Yu Heng lowered her gaze slightly, beginning to grasp why this young man had shown such boldness before her. The demoness had caused considerable harm. Ultimately, Yu Heng effortlessly shifted the blame onto the enchantress Gu Qingyan. Upon exiting the study, Li Su wore an impassive expression, making a beeline for the bathroom, his thoughts lingering on the notion that the female knight would likely feel embarrassed to request the fragrance pouch from him again. After a fleeting moment of disappointment, Li Su's thoughts turned straightforward. In truth, upon realizing that Yu Heng had recovered, he had achieved a state of tranquility. He understood that since the female knight had regained her composure and cleared up the misunderstanding with Ziying, she would not linger at Li's residence for long. Once she departed, she would undoubtedly retrieve the fragrance pouch. Li Su believed that the white-clad knight possessed an inherently kind nature, having caused the ardent suitor some distress. She would likely feel a twinge of guilt, and upon her departure, she would most probably take the pouch with her. However, it was likely she would leave behind the complete blood serpent. How astute I am. Next, I must convey to the knight just how fervently I yearn to cultivate with the blood serpent. Li Su returned to the bathroom, shedding his garments and stepping into the blood-tinged bath, continuing his medicinal bathing and cultivation. At dinner time, the skilled cook Gu Qingyan first delivered meals to Zi Ying and Tian Shi before bringing a food box to the study. Upon seeing Yu Heng seated at the desk, she expressed surprise, inquiring, "Miss, are you well?" Yu Heng regarded the cook with a gentle nod. Gu Qingyan glanced deeper into the study and, not seeing Li Su, turned back to Yu Heng, asking, "Where's the master?" "He is currently in meditation," Yu Heng replied softly. "You may place the dinner here." "Oh, very well." Gu Qingyan approached the desk, setting the food box down. "How long have you been at Li's residence?" Yu Heng inquired. Gu Qingyan lowered her head slightly, responding softly. "Not long. Recently, my husband passed away, and I lacked the funds for his burial. It was the master who provided the money to help me lay him to rest." "What do you think of young Master Li's character?" Yu Heng continued her inquiry. Gu Qingyan lowered her gaze further, whispering, "The master is indeed very good." "Is that so?" Yu Heng's right index finger subtly moved, and silently, threads of ethereal energy began to permeate Gu Qingyan's limbs. "The master is truly wonderful." Gu Qingyan stole a glance at Yu Heng, hesitating before asking, "Miss, did the master perhaps say something to you last night?" Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yu Heng paused, observing the cook. "What is it you wish to express?" The servant wished to convey that Gu Qingyan, with her head bowed, believed that last night, the master must have been concerned about the young lady losing face before her, which is why he carried her to the bathroom. "My lady, you are so beautiful. It is understandable that the master momentarily lost control," she remarked. Yu Heng, lowering her eyes, recalled the Taoist robe from the bathroom, stirring within her a sense of inexplicable emotion. "What else do you know?" she inquired. During her time at the Li residence, she had yet to witness the master showing such tenderness to any other woman. Gu Qingyan softly replied, "The master must be sincere towards you, my lady. If you were to stay with him, you would surely find happiness in the future. Yuheng scrutinized Gu Qingyan, momentarily unable to discern whether the beautiful cook's words were genuine or a subtle mockery. Chapter 38. Sleepless on a Lonely Pillow. Nocturnal conversations in the bathroom. Do you truly think he is that wonderful? Yuheng asked. Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, softly affirming with a gentle mm. Suddenly, Yuheng posed a question. Do you like him? Gu Qingyan's heart skipped a beat, her face reddened, and she hastily shook her head, exclaiming, I am but a lowly servant, unworthy of the master. You must not speak such words, my lady. Yuheng paused, closely examining the beautiful cook before her, unable to detect any signs of deceit. My lady, the die is cast. Since you are already the master's, why not attempt to spend some time with him? Gu Qingyan encouraged, the master will certainly not disappoint you. When have I become his? Yuheng fixed her gaze upon Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan, taken aback, hesitated before saying, last night, the master assisted you. She trailed off, lowering her head, and dared to steal a glance at Yuheng, her cheeks aflame. Yuheng could not help but recall the awkwardness of the previous night. You may leave now. Oh, Gu Qingyan responded, turning to exit. Just as she reached the door, she glanced back at Yuheng and hesitantly added, if the master did not act improperly towards you last night, it would further demonstrate his sincerity. With that, she stepped out and gently closed the door behind her. Yuheng found herself momentarily lost in thought. She understood that the young man had knocked her unconscious last night to preserve her dignity, refraining from taking advantage of her vulnerability, a quality of immense value. Compared to the Confucian ideals of a sage ruler, he was not lacking in virtue. It was for this reason that she harbored no ill will towards him and did not resist his advances. Even when he had previously attempted to be disrespectful, she felt no anger, merely attributing the misunderstanding to the mischief of a certain enchantress. The young man's perceptiveness, unbeknownst to him, had extended into the bathroom, where he was assessing Li Su's condition. In the kitchen, Gu Qingyan ate her dinner while reflecting on the events that had transpired in the study. The wretched woman did not directly harm me, indicating she is yet to ascertain my identity. Compared to the afternoon, Gu Qingyan now felt far more composed. She recognized that as long as she did not reveal any weaknesses, even if Yuheng were to harbor suspicions, she would not act recklessly. The Taoist heavenly sect? She mused, aware that they ultimately prided themselves on being a righteous lineage, thus refraining from acting entirely on impulse. A sense of relief washed over Gu Qingyan as she considered that her current adversary was the female leader of the Taoist sect, rather than someone from a demonic cult. Had she found herself in the shoes of the celestial maiden Yuheng, she would likely have hanged this beautiful cook for interrogation by now. The events of last night, undoubtedly a source of embarrassment for that wretched woman, would be incessantly brought up, much to her chagrin. Gu Qingyan resolved to employ a strategy, to use Li Su, that scoundrel, to incessantly irritate the despicable Yuheng until she could no longer endure it. As the night deepened, Yuheng found herself sleepless. Having lingered in the study for an extended period, she quietly made her way to the east wing, standing before the bed, her gaze fixed upon the cook, whose ethereal aura seemed to seep into her being. After a prolonged examination yielded no anomalies, she proceeded to the hall, listening intently to the sounds of deep slumber from the bedroom. Tianqi was fast asleep, while Xing stood by the window, lost in thought. Was she gazing at that young man? Yuheng pondered silently. As the night wore on, Xing stealthily exited the room. Like a specter, Yuheng followed closely behind. Xing arrived outside the bathroom, quietly listening to the sounds within. The atmosphere was silent. What an impertinent fool, exerting himself so fervently, Xing cursed inwardly, knowing that Li Su was currently submerged in the blood of the river dragon within the bath. After a moment's hesitation, Xing gently pushed open the door and entered the bathroom. Approaching the bath, she peered through the dimness of the night to see Li Su sitting cross-legged in meditation. Inexplicably feeling a sense of relief, she watched in silence, and behind her, Yuheng was also observing quietly. Time passed without notice. Li Su finally stirred, his head breaking the surface of the dragon's blood as he gasped for air. Xing let out a soft huff, not bothering to conceal her presence, her expression cold as she regarded him. Sensing her gaze, Li Su looked up, his eyes suddenly alight. In the dim light, Xing's tall and enchanting figure stood gracefully. This isn't your first time cultivating. You should understand the principle of moderation, Xing remarked coldly. Li Su grinned, feeling the dragon's blood sliding down his throat. You arrived just in time. Bring me more of that dragon's blood. Li Su chuckled. I feel the pain has lessened significantly. It isn't intense enough. Ziying frowned and retorted. Why must you torment yourself? Did you not endure suffering during your body tempering phase? Li Su replied with a smile. The more intense the pain felt during body tempering, the stronger the physique. Is this what Zwolin taught you? Ziying inquired, surprised. Li Su blinked. Isn't that correct? Ziying found herself momentarily speechless. Is it not? For martial artists, perhaps it truly is. Did you not practice the Qi refinement method of the Tianzong? Ziying questioned. Li Su nodded vigorously. In this blood pool, as I circulate the supreme royal cauldron technique, I feel the absorption of the dragon's blood's medicinal properties is several times faster than before. Ziying scrutinized him. Are you using all the medicinal effects for body tempering? What else would I do? Li Su asked, puzzled. Ziying couldn't help but scoff. But that is a Qi refinement method, not for body tempering. Li Su paused, hesitating. Is it not possible to temper the body? Ziying was at a loss for words. Of course, it could be used for body tempering. During Qi refinement, the true energy circulates throughout the body, also having the effect of body tempering. Go rest. Moderation is key. Ziying concluded, knowing that this rascal was Zwolin's disciple, making it inappropriate for her to instruct him directly. Li Su remained still and said, I cannot sleep. Please fill the bath for me first. Ziying fixed her gaze on Li Su for a moment before walking over to the coat rack, picking up a fragrance pouch. With a subtle movement of her right index and middle fingers, a stream of blood flowed into the bath. In no time, the bath was nearly full, and Ziying halted her actions. The female hero remarked, You are not the enchanting Gu Qingyan. Reminded of this, Li Su sighed softly. Ziying raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you disappointed? Li Su replied with a light huff, Indeed, a bit disappointed, thinking to herself that the leader of the demonic sect would have an advantage due to her status. Ziying narrowed her eyes slightly. Li Su quickly changed the subject. If you are not the leader of the demonic sect, then who exactly are you? Did she not tell you? Ziying asked, surprised. Li Su's gaze wandered a bit. In her eagerness to pursue the female hero, she had forgotten to inquire. No, Li Su said, looking at Ziying with curiosity, since she did not mention it. You need not know, Ziying replied with a light huff. Li Su stared intently at Ziying and softly declared, Then do not speak of it. One day I shall know who you are. Ziying non-committally hummed in response. In truth, given how far their situation had developed, she did not mind revealing her true identity to Li Su. I only hope you will promise me one thing, Li Su said earnestly, gazing at Ziying. What is it? Ziying asked, her heart inexplicably quickening. Before you and Shaoqi leave, please inform me in advance, Li Su said softly. Ziying's heart raced a bit more, and she replied non-committally, It will depend on the circumstances at that time. Li Su expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, If you do not agree, I will seek out Shaoqi every day starting tomorrow. You dare? Ziying glared. Li Su lightly huffed. Do you think I would hesitate? You rascal, Ziying muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushed with anger. Li Su grinned. You call me a rascal every day, but how can I forget our unspoken bond? Before she could finish her sentence, a silver light flashed from her storage pouch. A sword, as sharp as autumn water, was pointed directly at Li Su's brow. Chapter 39. The Fairy's Gift. Shedding new scales, Ziying stood outside the bath, her right hand gripping the sword's hilt, wearing a knowing smile as she looked at Li Su and continued speaking. Li Su's entire body tensed, her frozen expression gradually softening into an awkward yet polite smile. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the rail, and the dew is thick. Gazing at Ziying, Li Su recited dreamily. Had we not met atop the Jade Mountain, we would meet under the moonlight of the Yao platform. What a change of tone, Ziying mocked with a smile. Li Su responded with a calm demeanor. Change? I merely speak from the heart and express my thoughts. Rascal, Ziying muttered again. Li Su felt a bit speechless. Could this woman not use a different term? Did you come specifically to see me out of concern? Li Su asked eagerly. Ziying's heart skipped a beat, and she retorted lightly, You certainly have a knack for self-delusion. Li Su chuckled, feeling quite pleased. He did not believe for a moment that this woman would come here without reason, especially to urge him to rest. I am genuinely happy that you came to see me, Li Su expressed sincerely. Upon seeing Ziying's face emerge from the blood pool, he truly felt joy. Do not indulge in self-delusion. Ziying let out a soft hum, sheathed her sword, and turned to the clothes rack, returning the incense pouch to its original place. With a faint remark, She noted that the toxicity contained within the blood of the flood dragon was far greater than that of the cooked flesh of the creature. She advised him to endure the night in this torment. Having spoken, she departed without hesitation. It is no wonder that it is often said that a woman's heart can be the most venomous. Knowing that I would endure, she offered no assistance in my cultivation. Ziying harbored a slight grievance against the white-clad heroine. Had it not been for her sudden arrival, she might still be feigning weakness before him. Perhaps she would have remained here tonight. Now, Ziying no longer pretended to be frail. Her sense of shame no longer permitted her to stay. Li Su had long realized this, which was one of the reasons he had refrained from suggesting that Ziying stay. It was an impossible notion. Discussing it further would only breed ill feelings. Lost in thought, Li Su stared blankly at the bathroom door. In truth, at the moment he first laid eyes on Ziying, he had fantasized about the night unfolding beautifully. Yet, he murmured to himself, "She will ultimately leave me." He lowered his gaze to the flood dragon's blood, forcing himself to dispel distracting thoughts. Cultivation. Becoming stronger. Only with sufficient strength could he freely pursue his desires. I seem to have lost my purity. In the past, my desire for strength stemmed solely from the joy of growth. Now, why do thoughts of women invade my mind? Beauty misleads. Li Su mentally scoffed at himself, sinking once more into the flood dragon's blood to continue his medicinal bath cultivation. The night was cool and serene. A figure, clad in white as pure as snow, stood at the edge of the bath, seemingly ethereal. Yuheng, the celestial maiden, gazed intently at the youth in the blood pool. Her heart, typically as tranquil as still water, felt ripples of emotion tonight. What a pitiful young man, she mused, mistaking me for a demoness. Ziying and Tianqi were destined to drift apart. The well-meaning cook may harbor ulterior motives. A flicker of pity crossed Yuheng's eyes as she stared for a moment before her gaze shifted to the clothes rack, where her storage pouch lay. The true treasure of the flood dragon was not its flesh. With a delicate motion of her right hand, the incense pouch floated gracefully to her. When she had been introduced to the flood dragon at Taihu Lake, others had spoken of its greatest strength. Its body was covered in impenetrable blood scales. Yet, upon slaying the creature, she found its scales to be surprisingly fragile. Upon discovering the lair of this millennium-old flood dragon at the lake's bottom, Yuheng noticed a layer of deep crimson scales, akin in length to the flood dragon itself. She realized that it was in the midst of shedding its skin. At that moment, Yuheng understood that the flood dragon she had slain was newly molted, its fresh scales in a state of vulnerability. The new scales possessed regenerative properties. This was the primary reason Yuheng had not only taken the flood dragon's core, but had also placed its remains into her storage pouch. She sought to investigate whether this growth characteristic of the new scales could evolve into a profound skill. At this moment, a new idea took root in her mind. You have saved me once. I shall return the favor with an opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on your own fortune. Yuheng sat gracefully in midair outside the bath, the incense pouch floating before her chest. Waves of ethereal energy emanated from within and around the pouch. Gradually, a stream of blood-red luminescence began to emanate from the pouch's opening, flowing into the bath. The newly formed crimson scales of the Millennium Blood Dragon transformed into particles of blood-red dust, silently swirling around Li Su, who was engrossed in his breath-holding cultivation. Immersed in the dragon's blood, he remained oblivious to the unusual occurrence, as the pores of his body opened and closed in agony and heat, with the relentless efficacy of the dragon's blood continuously fortifying his physique. Time flowed on, and within the dragon's blood, Li Su remained unaware that his breath-holding practice had far exceeded his previous limits. As dawn approached, Ziying stealthily returned to the bathroom, and Li Su had yet to cease his cultivation. Is he truly unafraid of poisoning? Ziying muttered to herself, convinced that absorbing excessive dragon's blood would inevitably accumulate its inherent toxicity within Li Su, potentially culminating in a catastrophic eruption. Even if he were to be poisoned, it bears no consequence for me, she huffed lightly, turning away from the bathroom and making her way to the study. Yuheng Fairy was seated at the desk, perusing a tome entitled Classics of Ancient Literature. In truth, she had arrived merely 2 breaths before Ziying. Prior to this, she had remained in the bathroom, safeguarding Li Su during his cultivation. How goes it? Ziying inquired. Yuheng Fairy shook her head, indicating that there remained no discernible flaw. Perhaps, Ziying furrowed her brow, recalling the enigmatic smile of the beautiful chef, confirming her suspicions. There is no perhaps, Yuheng Fairy replied softly, as she is a demoness. She must be aware that I am observing her and would not dare to reveal any vulnerabilities. The absence of flaws, however, does not equate to the absence of suspicion. Indeed, Ziying nodded, reflecting on her own circumstances. Days prior, upon realizing that Yuheng Fairy was secretly monitoring her, she too had feigned frailty and even sought to draw closer to Li Su, afraid to expose any weaknesses. What if she never reveals any flaws? Ziying asked. Yuheng Fairy pondered. Then that itself would be a flaw. Ziying was taken aback, not comprehending her meaning. The demoness, in her quest to regain her strength, would undoubtedly create considerable commotion, Yuheng Fairy explained. Ziying suddenly understood. The demoness Gu Qingyan was a notorious figure in the demonic sect. How could she remain silent indefinitely? If there were no news of the demoness, then the chef Ayan's suspicions would naturally escalate. That could take quite some time, Ziying murmured. Yuheng Fairy regarded her. It should not be too long. A shadow of concern flickered in Ziying's eyes as she grasped the unspoken implications of Yuheng Fairy's words. Wu Jian would certainly not linger long at Taihu. Once he took action, the demoness would likely exploit the ensuing chaos to her advantage. We need to confer with Zuolin regarding a strategy, Ziying contemplated, lowering her gaze. Upon exiting the study, Ziying cast a glance at the bustling chef Ayan in the kitchen before returning to the bathroom. This time, with a gentle wave of her right hand. A surge of energy struck the bath, startling the still cultivating Li Su from his trance. Emerging from the depths, he saw Ziying and, feeling a wave of relaxation, exhaled a breath of stale air. Chapter 40. Morning Song of the Celestial Slave, Taihu Marshal Yao. Has dawn truly arrived? Li Su pondered, suddenly realizing something amiss. In the past, each time he had held his breath to the limit, he would need to take deep breaths for a while to alleviate the suffocating sensation. Yet this time, though his breath-holding duration seemed prolonged, he felt no trace of suffocation. Ziying gazed at the blood-red figure of Li Su and said directly, I need you to visit the Qianhu office and bring Zuolin here. Li Su was taken aback, hesitating as she replied, You and Shaoqi have matters to discuss. Don't ask too many questions. Ziying responded calmly, adding, If we decide to leave, I will inform you in advance. Is that so? Li Su felt relieved and stood up, striding toward Ziying. The rascal Ziying's face twitched slightly as she averted her gaze. During the medicinal bath, she was naturally unclothed, shaking her body gently. Li Su realized that she seemed to have a layer of coagulated blood clinging to her skin, which she had failed to shake off. Go, bring me a bucket of well water, Li Su ordered, casting a glance at Ziying. Ziying's eyes widened. Are you instructing me to do your bidding? Li Su retorted with irritation. Do you want me to walk out like this? Aren't you afraid your lady might see? Infuriated, Ziying shot a glare at Li Su and, feeling quite helpless, exited the bathroom to fetch a bucket of clean water. She genuinely worried that Li Su might tarnish the eyes of her esteemed princess. I'll help you, Ziying said coldly as she returned to the bathroom. With a sly smile, she splashed the entire bucket of water onto Li Su. Li Su stood still, grinning as the water cascaded over her. Then I must trouble you, Sister Ziying, she said, nonchalantly spreading her arms wide. Ziying's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Li Su's figure, realizing that the water had not washed away the coagulated blood. And she instantly understood she had fallen into a trap. Continue, Li Su said leisurely. Ziying thought, this rascal is truly infuriating. In the morning, Li Su arrived at the Qianhu office in the northern part of the city. The Qianhu Lord was entertaining distinguished guests. Young master, please wait in the Qianhu Lord's study for a moment, said a cheerful officer named Yang, guiding Li Su to Zuolin's study within the office. What distinguished guests? Li Su inquired with curiosity. Yang lowered his voice, the Tian Nu from Chaoga City. Li Su was taken aback, maintaining her composure as she asked, How could the Tian Nu come to our Su city? Chaoga City was the imperial capital of the Deqian dynasty. The Tian Nu referred specifically to the eunuchs within the palace, a term of respect for them. I am not qualified to know, Yang chuckled. Li Su chose not to comment, aware that Yang knew more than he let on, understanding the perils of speaking too freely. Upon entering the study, Li Su comfortably settled into the Lord's chair, immediately noticing the open book on the desk, Gu Wan Guanji. With a smile, she thought about how old Zhuo must have marveled at this piece during his readings, perhaps regretting not having taken her, a prodigious talent, as his disciple. Over the years, in pursuit of wealth, Li Su had realized her own knowledge had diminished. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of discomfort, recalling how she had published poetry collections too frequently, with an excess of poems in each volume, neglecting the principle that rarity adds value. As noon approached, Zhuo entered the study and saw Li Su lounging in the armchair, her feet propped up on the desk, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. This brat truly has no sense of decorum. You've been visiting me a bit too often lately. Zhuo approached his desk, lifted the teapot, and poured himself a cup. Li Su opened her eyes and sat up straight, saying, Ziying sent me here. Zhuo paused his actions, fixing his gaze on Li Su. He asked you to come. Stating there is something to discuss, Li Su continued. Zhuo calmly inquired, did he mention the reason? Li Su shook her head, recalling that Yuhing Ferry was currently at the Li residence, hesitating momentarily, unsure whether to disclose it. Your demeanor suggests you are concealing something from me, Zhuo remarked with a light snort. Li Su maintained her composure, retorting, whether I conceal it or not, you will find out when you go. Are you worried I might harm you? Zhuo sipped his tea, shaking his head. The circumstances are peculiar. You may come to my place, but I cannot easily visit yours. Peculiar circumstances? Li Su asked, surprised. Zhuo explained, many outsiders have arrived. Some have taken an interest in me. If I go to your Li residence, they will have legitimate grounds to investigate you. Li Su paused, hesitantly responding. Those who dare to fixate on you wouldn't need a reason to investigate me. Who in Gusu City is unaware of the close ties between you and me? Zhuo replied nonchalantly, if they are watching me, they will undoubtedly not overlook you. A slight flutter of anxiety gripped Li Su as she gazed at Zhuo. Are they fixating on you, or on my newly acquired concubine? Zhuo inquired. What do you think? He added, pouring himself another cup of tea. Li Su furrowed her brow, slowly asking, when did they begin to observe you? Zhuo replied, before you married my distant cousin. So, they have always known the person they are seeking resides in my Li residence? Li Su felt a shiver run down her spine. Regretful? Zhuo scrutinized her. Li Su scoffed softly, saying, did I have a choice? You do. Zhuo smiled. You can choose to accompany me and meet the orchestrators behind this. Li Su was taken aback, looking up at Zhuo. What are you hesitating for? Zhuo chided lightly. Since you are here, come along and broaden your horizons. Where to? Li Su stood up. Taihu Lake. Taihu Lake, historically known as Zhenze, is crisscrossed by rivers and ports, flourishing in fisheries while frequently plagued by serpents and calamities. The millennium-old blood serpent that Yuhing Ferry slew was the most significant disaster in the Taihu Lake region in recent centuries. The credit for vanquishing the blood serpent and benefiting the local populace rightfully belongs to the dynasty. Deep within Taihu Lake, on the deck of a luxurious vessel, the contemporary prince of Wu Jian, gazed eastward, a hint of derision flickering across his stern visage. Flanking him were two individuals. On his left stood Wu Fengyun, who had previously sparred with Li Su, and on his right was an exquisite woman donned in a red palace dress. Her long hair cascading down and her skin as fair as jade, appearing delicate enough to break. Truly shameless, the woman in red remarked. Shameless? Wu Jian replied with a faint smile. Such has been the nature of worldly affairs since ancient times. Within the realm of Deqian, only the dynasty can bring prosperity to the people. The woman in red shot a sidelong glance at Wu Jian, teasingly saying, your words sound more like those of the officials from the 6 ministries of Chaoga City. Is that so? Wu Jian responded noncommittally. They're here, Wu Fengyun suddenly announced. The woman in red looked eastward, where, shrouded in mist, a small boat was slowly approaching. Is that the youth who sent you flying with a single punch? She inquired. Wu Fengyun's expression flickered with a hint of discomfort as he muttered, emphasizing, I only used 30% of my strength. Later, my sister will teach him a lesson. The woman in the red dress replied with a smile. Her name was Wu Yao, the legitimate daughter of Wu Jian. There's no need for that. Wu Fengyun said curtly. Do not underestimate him, Wu Jian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Fengyun. You have already suffered defeat once. Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Fengyun replied solemnly, if the opportunity arises today, I shall prove to father that it was not a defeat. Brother, let me have a go at him. Wu Yao said, her gaze fixed on the approaching fishing boat, a glint of sharpness flickering in her eyes. There's no need. Wu Fengyun maintained his impassive demeanor. Wu Yao said no more, her mind already plotting to find a chance to teach this audacious young man, who had dared to send her brother flying, a lesson. Chapter 41. The discarded disciple, Zhuo, the tiger's father and dog's son on the approaching fishing boat. Li Su and Zhuo glimpsed the 3 figures standing on the deck of the massive vessel. That person is Wu Jian, the current prince of Wuan, Lin introduced. You know Wu Fengyun, who is Wu Jian's son, and the other is Wu Jian's legitimate daughter, Wu Yao. Is he truly Wu Jian's son? Li Su questioned in surprise, his gaze lingering on the three figures on the distant deck, yet failing to rest on Wu Fengyun. The other two were striking. One was tall and robust, with a prominent nose, wide mouth, deep-set eyes, and a stern countenance that exuded authority. The other was dressed in a vivid red gown, her snow-like skin glowing radiantly, possessing a beauty that was captivating beyond compare. In contrast, the relatively handsome Wu Fengyun held no allure for Li Su. Lin remarked casually. His nickname is Wu Lang. He recently began using the name Wu Fengyun. Since he is Wu Jian's son, Li Su raised an eyebrow while rowing. His strength must be formidable. If I sent him flying with a single punch, does that imply I am superior to these scions of noble families? Lin paused. Snorting lightly, noble families often produce their share of wastrels. If you think yourself impressive, why not challenge Wu Yao? Wu Yao? Li Su couldn't help but glance again at the woman in the red dress. Is she strong? That depends on who she is compared to. Lin replied with a smile. She could easily send you flying with a single slap. Heh, Li Su chuckled. Memories of being thrown by the purple-clad woman resurfacing in his mind, stirring a hint of frustration. Regardless of who I face, I shall only use 70% of my strength, Lin advised in a low voice. Do not let them gauge your true depth. Is this related to the great opportunity you mentioned? Li Su inquired. Lin nodded slightly. The Wu family possesses advantages that surpass ours. I am genuinely looking forward to the grand opportunity you speak of. Li Su replied with a light-hearted tone. Indeed, my luck has been rather favorable recently. The white-clad female warrior had forcefully taken his virginity, nearly derailing his path as a martial artist. However, misfortune often conceals fortune. For losing his virginity brought him some of the white-clad warrior's power and a storage pouch. The techniques and resources had suddenly become available. The only regret was that the ethereal white-clad warrior was too aloof and unwilling to continue their connection. Fortune is but a fleeting moment. When it presents itself, one should grasp it with all their might. Yet when it departs, do not cling to it stubbornly, Lin subtly cautioned. The arrangement to wed Her Highness the Princess to this young man was initially conceived with the intent of having her assist him. However, he now harbored concerns that this youth might fall in love with the princess, potentially leading to heartache. Li Su cast a glance at Lin and queried, Have you been secretly observing my residence? You think too much, Lin retorted with a light scoff, thinking to himself that the good fortune this youth enjoyed was orchestrated by him, thus rendering any surveillance unnecessary. If you weren't peering, how did you transcribe the ancient texts? Li Su countered. Lin chose to ignore this remark, as he could not divulge that he routinely visited the Baiyang calligraphy and painting shop and the study at Li Su's home to check for any new creations. As they approached the colossal ship, Lin rose to his feet. Li Su, who had been seated at the stern, suddenly felt that the familiar Zhuai Qianhu emanated an unfamiliar aura, akin to a treasured sword, once sheathed, now drawn forth in a flash, its brilliance unveiled. Indeed, it is you, Wu Jian remarked, gazing down at Zhuai Qianhu with a tone of astonishment. Lin smiled lightly. You ought to address me as Shu. Shu. Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun aboard the large ship, along with Li Su on the fishing boat, were momentarily taken aback. How do I recall you being merely a discarded disciple? Wu Jian responded with a composed demeanor. Li Su held his breath, contemplating the term discarded disciple. Lin replied, A discarded disciple is still a disciple, far better than one who cannot even enter the mountain gate. Wu Jian scrutinized Lin, noting the newfound confidence in him, suggesting a significant advancement in strength. My strength no longer requires validation, Lin sharply countered, but you, forever overshadowed by my senior brother. Unable to match his prowess in battle or in accolades, not even in the merit of your own son. Upon hearing this, Wu Fengyun's expression soured. Wu Yao remained speechless, suspecting that the senior brothers Wei Qianhu mentioned must be their grandfather, Wu Qi. My son indeed pales in comparison to his son, Wu Jian conceded with a nod. Wu Fengyun felt a pang of frustration, unable to refute this point. How does one compare to their esteemed father? Lin remarked with a serene smile. Your son not only falls short of his son, but also lags behind the heir of this discarded disciple. The gazes of Wu Jian, Wu Yao, and Wu Fengyun naturally fell upon Li Su. Li Su had set down the oars, calmly observing the three. Indeed, he was a strikingly handsome young man. Wu Jian offered a compliment. adding, "To have you as an heir seems a bit of a disservice." Zuolin maintained his composure and replied languidly, "This is the advantage of selecting an heir. You cannot choose who bears your children, but I can select my successor from a multitude. Now I am deemed an heir?" Li Su mused inwardly, feeling inexplicably delighted, especially considering that the past Zhua had been utterly unwilling to accept him as a disciple. In contrast to Li Su's joy, Wu Fengyun felt deeply disheartened. In the past, he had always been the epitome of a tiger begets a tiger. Yet now he found himself inexplicably transformed into a tiger begets a dog. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, interjected Wu Yao, unable to contain herself. When has a true dragon ever sought a green snake for progeny? A snake can transform into a dragon after a millennium of cultivation. Zuolin smiled faintly, inquiring whether one deemed the serpent-transformed flood dragon or the flood dragon itself to be more formidable. The flood dragon is inherently a flood dragon, with a millennium of cultivation. It may eventually metamorphose into a dragon, Wu Yao responded calmly. What a coincidence, Zuolin mused. For within this Taihu Lake lies a blood flood dragon that has cultivated for a millennium, recently vanquished by the celestial leader, Yuhing Xianzi of the Tianzhou. Wu Yao furrowed her brow and replied coolly, "How do you know that the blood flood dragon was indeed a flood dragon and not a serpent-transformed one?" Zuolin countered. The serpent-transformed flood dragon, with ambitions soaring high, would scarcely remain in this mere Taihu Lake. The flood dragon's perspective is limited by its nature. The serpent-transformed dragon possesses a vision that encompasses the heavens and the earth, and when it ascends, it becomes a dragon. My brother, whose name is Fengyun, will inevitably achieve dragon transformation. Wu Yao declared proudly, "Your brother was sent flying by me, an unworthy disciple." Zuolin smiled. "Your brother, you say?" He was struck aside by this incapable disciple of mine. Wu Fengyun's countenance stiffened. Wu Yao sneered. "At that time, my brother had a mission and could not engage. Today, I shall allow the younger generation to experience the prowess of your esteemed disciple. I shall face him myself." Wu Fengyun spoke, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on Li Su. Wu Jian, with an indifferent expression, did not intervene. He too was curious to let his son or daughter test Li Su's strength. Zuolin turned to Li Su, smiling, "Choose one." Li Su rose, his gaze sweeping across the three individuals on the massive ship's deck. Zuolin's demeanor was decidedly arrogant in the presence of these three, showing no fear of Wu and Wang Wujian. At this moment, as Zuolin's disciple, he could not afford to appear weak. It is indeed a difficult choice. Li Su remarked lightly, raising an eyebrow. "Why not have all of you come at me together?" Chapter 42, The Battle at the Bottom of the Lake. Confrontation, the massive ship and fishing boats fell into silence. Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun's expressions were somewhat stiff. Wu Jian and Zuolin remained calm and composed. "Have I been too overbearing, leading this impudent boy to misinterpret my intentions?" Zuolin pondered silently, feeling quite exasperated. He had considered that Li Su might choose the more formidable Wu Yao as his opponent. Yet he never anticipated that Li Su would audaciously suggest they all come at him together. Impudent, Wu Yao's expression turned frosty. Wu Fengyun's face also darkened. Fixing a steely gaze on Li Su, his eyes cold as blades. To him, Li Su's words were a blatant insult. "Since this young Master Li has invited you all to join forces, then let us unite and allow him to enlighten us," Wu Jian stated. The massive ship and fishing boats once again descended into silence. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Wu Yao's lips as she gazed at Li Su, her expression a blend of mirth and challenge. Wu Fengyun's eyes glimmered with eagerness. Zuolin remained silent. Li Su too was quiet. Their thoughts mirrored each other. This family of three was utterly devoid of martial ethics. What left them most helpless was that it was Li Su who had initially spoken such grandiose words, tracing back to the source. One could hardly blame him for the absence of martial decorum. "Since we are at Taihu, let us engage in battle upon the lake," Li Su declared, his tone unperturbed. Having spoken these provocative words, even in defeat, he could not afford to falter. Zuolin continued to remain silent, suddenly feeling that not having accepted Li Su as a disciple was indeed wise. Since he was not considered a disciple, then a loss would merely be a loss, bearing little significance to their relationship. "As you wish, young Master Li," Wu Yao replied with a seductive smile, gracefully leaping from the massive ship to land upon the surface of the lake between the massive ship and the fishing boats. Her feet rested upon the surface of the lake, causing not a single ripple. Wu Fengyun also leaped gracefully, landing firmly on the water, creating only the slightest disturbance. Zwolin and Li Su observed the two standing atop the lake, enveloped in silence once more. Old Zwa, Li Su called out in a chilling tone. Zwolin retorted, "It is you who sought to challenge them, and you proposed the battle upon the lake. Why do you call upon me?" Despite his words, a sense of discomfort stirred within him. Over the years, he had not imparted any superior cultivation techniques to Li Su. His teachings had primarily focused on tempering the physical body. The art of standing firm upon the water was beyond Li Su's comprehension. "I merely wish to know if one can, at the body refinement stage, tread upon the water as effortlessly as they do," Li Su inquired quietly. Zwolin did not respond directly, but stated, "Wu Fengyun is indeed at the body refinement stage. Then why have you not taught me such techniques?" Li Su lamented. Zwolin scoffed lightly. "Have I not taught you? I have always told you to be light in your burdens. If you cannot achieve it, who can you blame?" A glimmer of peculiarity crossed the eyes of Wu Jian, Wu Yao, and Wu Fengyun. As Li Su pondered, he recalled Zwa's frequent admonitions that mere strength was insufficient. One must be able to lift heavy weights with ease and light weights with weighty effort. He had believed he had grasped the essence of this principle. Able to move freely even while bearing immense stones, wielding heavy logs as if they were mere brooms. "I feel you have forgotten to teach me," Li Su muttered as he passed by Zwolin. "Your feelings have always been inaccurate," Zwolin replied calmly. Li Su said no more and arrived at the bow of the fishing boat, casting his gaze upon the siblings standing on the lake. "I spoke of a battle in the water, not upon its surface." With that, he removed his upper garments before jumping into the depths of Taihu Lake. Wu Jian, Wu Yao, and Wu Fengyun all turned to Zwolin. Zwolin's expression remained unchanged as he remarked, "He indeed spoke of a battle in the water. The fight has commenced. Do not let your guard down," Wu Jian suddenly asserted. Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun felt a shiver run down their spines as they looked down at the lake's surface. Through the murky water, they discerned Li Su's figure sinking directly to the bottom. The lake bed became clouded, the grayish water swirling to conceal his form. Suddenly, a shadow, swift as a shooting star, darted through the murky depths, targeting Wu Fengyun. "Not good." Wu Yao reacted swiftly, gently pushing with her right hand, causing Wu Fengyun to slide sideways by more than a yard. Bang! A fist-sized black stone shot up from the lake's surface. Wu Fengyun lost his balance, his feet sinking into the water. Just as he struggled to stabilize himself, he noticed his sister, Wu Yao, floating gracefully toward him, grasping his shoulder firmly. "Be careful," Wu Yao admonished in a low voice. Wu Fengyun let out a muffled sound, and in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his right ankle. Not good. His expression changed drastically as his body fell uncontrollably into the lake. Wu Yao, still holding onto his shoulder, sensed an overwhelming force of descent emanating from her brother and realized the peril they faced. In a moment of critical urgency, she did not release her grip, but instead propelled herself into the air, descending alongside her brother, Wu Fengyun, into the water. In the lake, Li Su firmly grasped Wu Fengyun's right ankle, exerting force to swing him downwards, causing both Wu Fengyun and Wu Yao to plunge into the water. Without granting them a moment to breathe, Li Su maintained his grip on Wu Fengyun's ankle, rotating with great vigor. Wu Fengyun, gritting his teeth, found himself helplessly colliding with the lake's surface, feeling disoriented and suddenly reminded of the scene when Zwolin had seized Li Su's ankle and struck the ground. In contrast to Wu Fengyun's futile resistance, Wu Yao had regained her composure. Her body moved in tandem with her brother's, resembling the blades of a windmill. "This brute possesses immense strength," Wu Yao thought, astonished. She had assumed that even if her brother lost the advantage, he should not be so utterly passive. At this moment, she could distinctly feel the overwhelming force emanating from her brother, making her reluctant to pull him with any force. This cannot continue. Wu Yao focused her gaze on Li Su, her mind sharpening with intense concentration. A sense of foreboding arose within Li Su as he sensed something amiss. Initially, while swinging Wu Fengyun, he could distinctly feel Wu Yao's presence, aware that his strength could influence her. Suddenly, it felt as if Wu Yao had vanished. When his force reached her position, it only disturbed the water. In a flash, Wu Yao surged upstream towards Li Su, her right palm extended directly towards his face. Li Su, quick to react, immediately released his hold on Wu Fengyun's ankle. Despicable, Wu Yao silently cursed. Her brother was spinning rapidly, and if she did nothing, it was impossible to predict where he would be flung. Reluctantly, she abandoned her assault on Li Su and turned to grasp Wu Fengyun. An opportunity arose. Li Su forcefully kicked the water, propelling himself forward, his right fist aimed directly at Wu Yao's left shoulder. Wu Yao had already seized her brother's ankle with her right hand, and with her left hand raised, she moved like a snake, positioning herself beneath Li Su's approaching right arm. Li Su's fist passed through Wu Yao's shoulder, nearing her neck, unable to advance further. Wu Yao's left hand's middle finger pressed against Li Su's armpit. They were momentarily locked in a stalemate. "Your arms are not as long as mine," Li Su grinned, opening his right fist and lunging forward to seize Wu Yao's fair neck. Simultaneously, Wu Yao's left hand unleashed two bursts of energy from her index and middle fingers, driving straight into Li Su's armpit. Chapter 43, Unwarranted Victory? The Elegant Youth. Pain. Both Li Su and Wu Yao felt a jolt. As they faced off, Wu Fengyun, now stabilized, suddenly stood upright, glaring down at Li Su before diving in with his fists aimed at him. "How dare you strike my sister?" Li Su's eyes widened as he forcefully pulled. Wu Yao felt a sharp pain in her neck, her left hand weakened, and her entire body was drawn closer to Li Su. "This is bad." Wu Yao's heart raced. Her neck was thoroughly ensnared, and she knew that if Li Su exerted any force, he could easily crush her neck. Despicable, Wu Fengyun glared, his fists suddenly spreading wide, the force of his punches propelling him to stand upright again. Li Su firmly gripped Wu Yao's neck, raising his gaze to Wu Fengyun. His eyes filled with a provocative glint. "Is this all there is?" Wu Fengyun, enraged, glared fiercely at Li Su. Unfazed, Li Su lightly shifted his feet, his body gradually ascending. Wu Fengyun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. He never anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner. His true strength had not even been brought to bear. Upon the lake's surface, Wu Jian on the grand vessel and Zuolin on the fishing boat appeared somewhat subdued. This confrontation had taken them both by surprise. "Your disciple is quite intriguing," Wu Jian remarked slowly. Zuolin corrected him. "He is not my disciple. I have merely imparted to him some rudimentary martial arts." Li Su and Wu Yao emerged from the water, their heads breaking the surface. Wu Yao, drenched, had her enchanting face flushed, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or the constriction of her neck causing her to struggle for breath. "This should count as my victory, shouldn't it?" Li Su inquired, raising an eyebrow at Zuolin. Zuolin's face twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. While it indeed counted as a win, the manner in which it was achieved felt rather peculiar. Was it despicable or ferocious? To triumph under disadvantage using an unconventional method, one must concede. "You have won," Wu Jian stated. At these words, Li Su grinned, glancing at Wu Yao, a hint of apology in his eyes for the offense caused. Wu Yao glared but could not voice her thoughts, as the pressure of this rogue's grip remained unyielding. Wu Jian shook his head, his right hand gesturing lightly, causing the lake's surface to quiver and a curtain of water to rise between Wu Yao and Li Su. "Aren't you coming back soon?" Zuolin chided, his hand beckoning in the air, enveloping Li Su in a flow of energy that propelled him backward to the stern of the fishing boat. Old Zuo was indeed no ordinary man, Li Su thought, his eyes gleaming. Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun returned to the deck of the grand ship, both siblings wearing grim expressions. The wind had begun to stir. Wu Jian gazed at the lake, where ripples were beginning to form. Zuolin remarked with a serene smile, "Without turmoil, your grand vessel would find itself rendered ineffectual." "I had thought you would prefer a tranquil existence," Wu Jian replied. Zuolin retorted, "The tree wishes for calm, yet the wind does not cease. Fortunately, I possess some ability, which may quell the disturbances. To speak of courage, you overestimate your capabilities," Wu Jian replied, his expression impassive. "You should comprehend that this time is unlike any before." Li Su held his breath as an image of Tian Qi in her youth surfaced in his mind. The night prior, while assisting the Jade Balance Fairy in disrobing, he had discovered a folded portrait within her Taoist robe. "Even you have arrived. It is indeed a different time," Zuolin remarked with a calm smile. "But what of it? I am not like you. I may appear relatively youthful, yet I belong to the same faction as your father from a bygone era. As a member of the old guard, how could I bear to see a newly blossomed flower wither?" "No one wishes her harm," Wu Jian stated. Zuolin replied with a smile. "If she is unwilling, then so am I. That suffices. Can you truly prevent it?" Wu Jian's gaze turned menacing. Zuolin, with a defiant smile, replied leisurely, "To underestimate me is to underestimate your father." A strange flicker crossed Li Su's eyes. Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun furrowed their brows, while Wu Jian maintained his usual cold demeanor, gently shaking his head. "First, you must pass the trial at Chaoga. Please convey my regards to your father, Left Lin remarked, casting a glance back at Li Su. What are you waiting for? Li Su, her expression impassive, grasped the oar and began to row. The fishing boat altered its course, heading eastward. Wu Jian, Wu Yao, and Wu Fengyun observed in silence. Is he very formidable, father? Wu Yao inquired softly. Wu Jian replied, he is a senior disciple of your grandfather's sect. Do you think he is not formidable? But didn't grandfather say that you have already surpassed Wu Fengyun? Wu Yao hesitated. Wu Jian replied indifferently, this black satin green dragon robe I wear was meticulously embroidered by your mother, and if it becomes soiled, she will be burdened once more. Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun were taken aback. Wu Jian continued, and he is fighting for his life. A sudden realization dawned upon Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun. He is not stronger than you. His disciple cannot compare to my brother, Wu Yao huffed. Wu Fengyun's expression faltered, and he fell silent. Wu Jian frowned and glanced at Wu Yao. Have you yet to comprehend where your defeat lies? Wu Yao knitted her brows and scoffed. We lost because my brother and I are not as despicable as he is. Despicable? Wu Jian remained noncommittal, stating coolly, from the moment he seized Fengyun's ankle. Your defeat was sealed. Rather than lament his treachery, it would be wiser to ponder how he managed to grasp Fengyun's ankle. Both Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun fell into contemplation, reflecting on their past. On Taihu Lake, the fishing boat moved at a leisurely pace. The two individuals aboard harbored divergent thoughts. Old Left, your true intention in bringing me to meet Wu Jian cannot merely be for me to compete with Wu Fengyun and Wu Yao, can it? Li Su inquired, glancing at Left Lin, who sat in front of him, hesitating. What else could it be? Left Lin countered. Li Su remained silent. Sensing that Left Lin was offering him an escape route, reminiscent of the time when Old Left had brought him to entertain the 3 other celestial guards in Gusu City. At that time, Old Left had said nothing, yet both Li Su and the 3 guards understood his meaning. When we return home, I will inform Ziying that the blood dragon in Taihu has been eliminated and poses no threat, Left Lin stated. However, there have been numerous Yin-Yang practitioners arriving in Gusu City recently, which may disrupt one's tranquility. Oh, Li Su responded lightly, grasping the underlying message from Left Lin. Wu Jian in Taihu Lake was being supported by Left Lin, while the heavenly slaves coming from Chaoga City would be faced by Ziying herself. Young man, you have always been quite astute, Left Lin remarked softly. You should understand the principle of undertaking endeavors commensurate with one's strength. When one is not sufficiently strong, it is wise to refrain from overthinking certain matters. Such as? Li Su queried. Left Lin chuckled lightly. For instance, as you are still in the body refinement stage, it would be prudent not to dwell excessively on matters of love. Li Su curled his lips, unconvinced, and replied languidly, men of my caliber, well-versed and talented, typically have beauties falling at their feet. There is no need for me to contemplate such matters myself. It would be best if you could maintain that mindset. Left Lin reflected, historically, many gifted individuals have been ensnared by their passions, leading to a life of despondency. Sounds like you have quite a story to tell. Li Su raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Left Lin smiled. In my youth, I too was a dashing young lad. He added, in those days, I frequented brothels without spending a dime. Li Su chuckled, somewhat skeptical. Chapter 44. The grievous encounter with the purple shadow in the year of prosperity for the state of Chu, on the day of the grand wedding of the second prince. Renowned for his beauty, he summoned 15 illustrious figures, including myself, to don the groom's attire and stand at the city gate of the capital, awaiting the arrival of the bride from the great Qian. The bride was to select the suitor who most closely aligned with her ideals. Zuolin reminisced. Can you guess the outcome? Li Su blinked. You aren't suggesting that the bride spurned the second prince and chose you instead, are you? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Zuolin chuckled, a triumphant glint in his eye. Li Su regarded him with a curious expression. You didn't suffer any repercussions, did you? Zuolin paused, scoffing. What repercussions? The second prince is less handsome than I am. How could that be my fault? Not necessarily, Li Su murmured. Perhaps the bride simply preferred you, randomly selecting you as a suitable option. That merely indicates that she has a penchant for my type of handsome, Zuolin retorted, abruptly turning to fixate on Li Su with an icy gaze. Li Su felt a shiver run through him and nodded. I am inclined to agree. The bride's choice implies a certain fate between you two. Fate? Zuolin echoed softly. Is this old fellow smitten? Li Su mused internally, speculating that Zuolin was perhaps feeling a stir of emotions back then. Their conversation dwindled, and upon returning to the shores of Taihu, Zuolin suddenly remarked, young man, Power is fundamental. And then, Li Su paused, observing Zwolin. Without sufficient power, one must endure punishment. Zwolin declared, suddenly seizing Li Su by the shoulders. Before Li Su could utter a word, he felt himself lifted off the ground, soaring upwards. Zwolin grasped Li Su's right ankle, forcefully slamming him against the grass on either side. Good heavens! Li Su's complexion turned pale. After a considerable time, Zwolin, in high spirits, brushed off his hands and departed, leaving Li Su prostrate on the lakeside grass, gasping for breath. Upon returning to the Li residence, despite his desire to tear Zwolin apart, Li Su faithfully recounted Zwolin's words to the Purple Shadow and mentioned that Zwolin had previously hosted the Tiannu and met with Wu Jian. Tiannu? Wu Jian? Purple Shadow furrowed her brow in silence. Do you think old Zwa can defeat Wu Jian? Li Su whispered. Purple Shadow shot a glance at Li Su, retorting, What do you think? If I knew, would I need to ask you? Li Su scoffed, acknowledging that both old Zwa and Wu Jian were enigmas beyond his comprehension. One thing he was certain of was that both surpassed him in strength. If you are uncertain, refrain from inquiring further, Purple Shadow huffed. You are uncertain as well. Li Su directly challenged. Purple Shadow extended her right hand into a fist, gazing intently at Li Su. Maintaining his composure, Li Su stated, Today, I sparred with Wu Jian's daughter, Wu Yao, and I would like your insight on whether she allowed me to win deliberately. Oh, Purple Shadow raised an eyebrow. Having heard of Wu Yao, and nodded, do tell. It occurred as follows. Li Su lifted his right arm, indicating for Purple Shadow to touch his armpit with her finger. Purple Shadow complied. Your arm is slightly longer than hers, Li Su noted, requesting Purple Shadow to bend her left arm slightly. Ziying non-committally hummed, slightly bending her arm, only to discover that Li Su had directly gripped her neck. Are you seeking death? Ziying shot him a sidelong glance. Recalling the scene from earlier, Li Su wore a smile as he explained, his right hand unwavering, firmly clutching Ziying's fair neck. Ziying glared at him frostily. As I seized her neck, her fingers unleashed two bursts of energy, causing me to nearly release my grip, Li Su recounted. Like this? Ziying replied with a charming smile. Her left index and middle fingers releasing two streams of energy aimed directly at Li Su's armpit. Li Su winced in pain, immediately tightening his grip on Ziying's neck, grinning. Just like that. Ziying's face flushed crimson as she stared at him, attempting to voice her thoughts, only to find Li Su's right hand gripping her neck like a vice, rendering her unable to speak. Try to attack me, Li Su suggested with a smile. Ziying gritted her teeth, glaring at him, pondering how she could attack under such constraints. Her entire body felt powerless. It seems Wu Yao hasn't allowed you, Li Su murmured, still holding Ziying's neck with his right hand while gently encircling her waist with his left. Once I release you, you will undoubtedly retaliate, correct? A cold smirk flickered in Ziying's eyes, acknowledging his self-awareness. Regardless, if I must endure a beating, I shall at least play the man first, Li Su huffed lightly. Do you dare? Ziying's eyes glimmered with warning. Li Su's mocking smile solidified, and his right hand, still gripping Ziying's neck, began to unleash 5 invisible streams of energy. Prying his fingers apart one by one, Ziying's eyes brightened, realizing that Yuheng Fairy was aiding her. If I were to say I was merely jesting, would you believe me? Li Su retracted his right hand, gazing earnestly at Ziying. Heh! Ziying revealed her pearly teeth. Li Su inhaled deeply, suddenly lunging forward to embrace Ying's waist, gritting his teeth. Demoness, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Ziying reflected, it proves that when men fight for their lives, they often end up battered and bruised. Fortunately, as a martial artist, Li Su had long since become accustomed to enduring blows in his quest to hone his physique. Since his training began, his endurance had nearly surpassed all limits year after year. Ziying's understanding of Li Su was somewhat superficial. She was unaware of the true extent of his resilience. Though determined to strike Li Su, each of her attempts was tempered with restraint. This allowed Li Su enough leeway to hold her tightly, akin to a stubborn youth, unyielding in his resolve. Ultimately, fearing she might genuinely injure him, Ziying reluctantly ceased her efforts, allowing Li Su to confine her. This woman is rather weak, Li Su thought with pride, fully aware that Ziying would not truly harm him. If you do not release me, I shall genuinely explode with rage. Ziying warned through clenched teeth. Li Su lightly snorted, muttering, with my injuries so severe, can I take a moment to rest? A torrent of energy surged around Li Su. His eyelids twitched. I'm severely injured right now, don't speak recklessly. Before he could finish, his body shot forth uncontrollably like a cannonball, bursting out of the room. Mind your own business. The violet shadows lowered their gaze, a sense of displeasure stirring within. In the bathroom, Li Su stood steadily outside the bathing pool. This woman, Li Su, stretched her limbs, feeling somewhat perturbed. She had thought that after Xing ceased her struggles, she would naturally follow him into their shared past. Entering the bathroom, she glanced at the clothing rack and noticed the sachet of the white-clad heroine still present. Li Su let out a gentle sigh of relief, disrobing before leaping into the pool filled with the blood of the dragon. In the study, the celestial maiden Yuheng sat at the desk, her eyes fixed upon the open pages of ancient literary selections, yet her thoughts wandered to the bathing pool. Just moments ago, it was indeed she who had intervened. Absorbing the new scales from the blood dragon seemed to have made the young man more resilient. Yuheng pondered silently, her mind a whirl of thoughts. As evening approached, the skilled cook Gu Qingyan arrived at the study, carrying a food box. Is the master still cultivating? She inquired curiously, glancing at Yuheng. The celestial maiden nodded slightly, and, in the presence of Gu Qingyan, moved her right index finger, sending a wisp of ethereal vitality towards her. Gu Qingyan, maintaining her composure, placed the food box on the desk. It appears the master hasn't eaten all day. She hesitated, suggesting, shall I bring something for the master? Yuheng's gaze flickered as she gently nodded. Please send the food box to him. That young lady Gu Qingyan looked towards Yuheng. Do not concern yourself with me. Yuheng replied softly. Very well, Gu Qingyan said, lifting the food box and turning to leave. Outside the bathroom, Gu Qingyan called out, Master. The silence enveloped the area, both inside and outside the bathroom. As if on cue, the bathroom door creaked open. Does the celestial maiden wish for me to enter? Gu Qingyan maintained her composure, calling out to the master again. When there was still no response, uncertainty flickered across her face. Summoning her courage, she stepped lightly into the bathroom. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Gu Qingyan held her breath as she beheld the pool of dragon's blood, her lips twitching slightly. After a moment of staring at the crimson pool, she approached with trepidation, calling out, Master? The figure submerged within the pool, Li Su, offered no reply. Just as Gu Qingyan was about to call out again, she felt an unexpected force from behind. What does the celestial maiden intend? Before she could ponder further, Gu Qingyan gasped, plunging directly into the pool. Miraculously, the food box she held remained outside the pool. Seated at the bottom of the pool, Li Su sensed the disturbance and opened his eyes, peering through the deep crimson liquid to see a panicked visage approaching. What is this? Li Su instantly stood up, finding Gu Qingyan, who had flung herself in front of him, flailing in a frantic struggle. She grasped his body and stood up in alarm. Li Su stared at the beautiful cook before him, now drenched in flowing dragon's blood. Master. Gu Qingyan clutched Li Su's arm tightly, her lips quivering, her eyes filled with sheer panic. Li Su furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on the food box outside the pool, deep in thought. You came to deliver food? And accidentally slipped into the pool? How remarkably coincidental. Li Su remained composed, his gaze once again fixating on the beautiful chef standing within arm's reach. Are you all right? He inquired with genuine concern. Gu Qingyan glanced at the pool of dragon's blood, her face a portrait of lingering trepidation as she replied, I'm fine, really. Fine. Li Su raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. Could an ordinary woman, immersed in the blood of a millennia-old dragon, truly be unscathed? One would expect at the very least a sensation of searing heat upon her skin, if not unbearable pain. How did you come to be here? He asked nonchalantly, intending for this lovely chef to linger a while longer in the dragon's blood, to ascertain whether her claim of being fine held any merit. The young lady in the study sent me here to deliver a meal to you, Gu Qingyan stated truthfully, still wearing an expression that betrayed her shock. The heroine sent you? Li Su's eyes brightened with curiosity. What did she say? Nothing much. Gu Qingyan replied in a hushed tone. Li Su felt a pang of disappointment and pressed further. Has she eaten? No. Gu Qingyan shook her head. Prepare something light for her, Li Su instructed. Understood. Gu Qingyan nodded in compliance. Observing Gu Qingyan, Li Su queried, when you delivered the meal to the study, what was her expression like? Gu Qingyan paused, recollecting her thoughts before answering honestly. She seemed quite well. I see. Li Su nodded thoughtfully, then asked, what was she doing at that time? Gu Qingyan softly responded. She was seated at her desk, seemingly engrossed in a book. Reading? Li Su continued. When you take her the meal later, try to discern which book she was reading. I cannot read. Gu Qingyan hesitated, mindful of her role. Cannot read? Would you like to learn? Li Su inquired. What on earth does this scoundrel intend? Gu Qingyan inwardly cursed, her expression wavering as she replied, I am rather simple-minded. I fear I would not grasp it even if I tried. Li Su smiled. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. As my chef, you will need to manage expenses, and being literate would certainly prove advantageous. Oh, Gu Qingyan replied softly, her cheeks flushed. Do you believe the young lady in the study is a suitable match for me? Li Su suddenly posed the question. Ah, this. Gu Qingyan appeared momentarily stunned. But upon regaining her composure, she blushed and praised Li Su. Master, you are accomplished and strikingly handsome. You would be a perfect pair with that young lady. Hee hee. Is that so? Li Su chuckled with satisfaction. In truth, you are quite lovely as well. Gu Qingyan's cheeks deepened in hue, her gaze lowering as she murmured. Master is jesting. Stealing a glance at Li Su's lower half, Gu Qingyan cursed him silently, quickly averting her gaze, her face now aflame. Li Su seemed oblivious, remarking, if only she were as obedient as you. That would indeed be splendid, Gu Qingyan thought to herself, remaining silent with her head bowed. Alas, the blossoms may be enamored. Yet the flowing waters remain indifferent, Li Su mused. This scoundrel dares to dream, Gu Qingyan thought, pondering how captivating it would be if that jade-like woman truly felt affection. After all, it was she who had initially pursued me, Li Su mused aloud. Gu Qingyan's eyes flickered, her silence speaking volumes. Ultimately, they would all depart, leaving only you to remain by my side, Li Su reflected wistfully, gazing at the downcast Gu Qingyan. He added with a soft chuckle, it's quite remarkable that I could procure a beautiful chef like you for merely 10 taels of silver. Master is jesting, Gu Qingyan replied. Gu Qingyan responded softly. Feeling a sense of helplessness within, the rascal before her was, by all accounts, her nominal master, and she could not leave of her own accord at this moment. Moreover, she was certain that that wretched Yuheng was watching her closely. Any deviation from her role as the beautiful chef could provoke Yuheng's formidable wrath. In her eyes, I was merely an absurd joke, lacking self-awareness. Li Su murmured, wishing she could shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Gu Qingyan remained speechless, thinking to herself that Li Su possessed a fair amount of self-awareness. Do you think there is a chance I could surpass her in the future? Li Su inquired, gazing intently at Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan hesitated, asking, is that young lady truly formidable? Li Su chuckled without answering directly, asserting, I will undoubtedly surpass her in the future. My master certainly will. Gu Qingyan lifted her head, offering her praise. Li Su smiled and gently ruffled Gu Qingyan's hair, saying, stay close to me, and when I stand at the pinnacle one day, you shall be just below me. I eagerly anticipate that day, Gu Qingyan replied hastily, feeling incredulous at the lofty aspirations of this rascal. Have you eaten? Li Su asked. Gu Qingyan replied softly, I had a little. Li Su wrapped his arm around Gu Qingyan's waist, guiding her to the edge of the bathing pool. He sat directly on the marble steps within the pool, reaching for the food box outside and instructing, sit beside me and share a meal. As you command, Gu Qingyan replied, resigned to sit next to Li Su. She opened the food box, setting the plates and bowls on the edge of the pool. Her garments were sticky with the viscous blood of the jiao, which was quite uncomfortable. This woman truly has issues, Li Su thought as he savored his delicious meal, all the while discreetly contemplating. He had engaged in extensive conversation with this beautiful chef and invited her to dine with him in the pool to prolong her exposure to the jiao blood. Such an extended period had elapsed. A common person would not remain unresponsive for so long. Chapter 46. The Fairy's Turmoil. The purple shadows pried in the western corner of the bathing room. Fairy Yuheng blended almost seamlessly with the shadows. Initially, she had pushed the beautiful chef into the pool to observe her reaction. However, instead of uncovering any flaws in the chef, it was her own heart that had been thrown into disarray by Li Su's words. In truth, when she had thrust the beautiful chef into the pool, she had also imagined Li Su's potential response, considering that the young man, being vigorous and impetuous, would surely exhibit some impulsive behavior after absorbing the essence of the jiao blood. To her surprise, the young man did not behave inappropriately toward the beautiful chef. Rather, upon learning that it was she who had sent the chef with food, he revealed an expression of indescribable delight. This stirred ripples within Fairy Yuheng, causing her to abandon her intent to test the beautiful chef, with all her focus now fixated solely on the young man. After the meal, Li Su emerged from the bathing pool, giving his body a gentle shake, and discovered that this time he had completely shaken off the jiao blood. Strange, Li Su murmured. Earlier that morning, when he had exited the pool, He had attempted to shake off the congealed blood, but had been unsuccessful until the purple shadow had assisted him with water. "I will fetch a bucket of water for you, and once you are clean, we shall go out," Li Su said, glancing back at the beautiful chef who was tidying up the dishes. At this moment, the beautiful chef was covered in the blood of the dragon. "My apologies, master." Gu Qingyan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Li Su smiled, directly picking up the nearby bathing tub and exiting the bathroom. Remaining in the bathroom, Gu Qingyan, mimicking the bashful demeanor of a typical young girl, cupped her face with her hands, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and delight. The young man, pure of heart, observed the blushing chef with intrigue, pondering how convincingly she portrayed a bewitching maiden if indeed she were one. Before long, Li Su returned, balancing the bathing tub on his right shoulder and carrying a wooden bucket in his left hand. Setting down the tub and bucket, he glanced at the chef's garments stained with dragon blood, his eyes flickering as he approached the clothes rack. Turning his back to the chef, he reached into a fragrance pouch, retrieving the garments belonging to the celestial maiden, including her robe, undergarments, and footwear. Approaching the beautiful chef, Li Su smiled and said, "Once you've washed up, don these clothes and head to the study to observe how that young lady reacts. Is that appropriate?" Gu Qingyan hesitated, her expression betraying uncertainty. "If you sense her anger, simply explain the circumstances that transpired here." Li Su spoke, a hint of nervousness in his voice, adding, "If she shows no reaction, then it will be up to you to clarify." Gu Qingyan, celestial maiden. Li Su felt a tinge of embarrassment, primarily concerned that things might backfire, leading the fair lady to take the fragrance pouch and leave in a huff, resulting in a significant loss for him. The dragon meat remained uneaten. "Fool," Gu Qingyan thought disdainfully, though she nodded respectfully, saying, "Rest assured, I will ensure that young lady does not misconstrue the situation." Li Su, feeling awkward, placed the garments beside the bathing tub before entering the bath, sitting cross-legged and submerging himself in the dragon's blood, continuing to refine it. Gu Qingyan stole glances at Li Su in the bath, her cheeks still flushed. She was aware that the celestial maiden was likely monitoring her, compelling her to maintain her pretense. In a corner, the celestial maiden observed the beautiful chef undressing and entering the tub, failing to detect any flaws in her act. Her gaze gradually shifted to the young man in the bath. The lad appeared indifferent to the chef, favoring the cultivation of the celestial maiden's essence. She, having traversed the mortal realm multiple times, had noted that many men, regardless of age, often indulged in the act of secretly watching women bathe. Initially, she had thought the young man, filled with youthful vigor and possessing a unique condition, might be somewhat tempted by the chef presenting herself so readily. As time passed, the night deepened. The now clean chef, carrying her discarded garments and a food container, quietly departed. Smoke began to rise once more from the kitchen. The celestial maiden silently arrived at the calligraphy and painting shop. On the counter, a portrait of Li Su depicted him as a figure of elegance and vitality, lifelike in its portrayal. "Beware the enchanting maiden," the celestial maiden murmured, her gaze fixed on the portrait, lost in thought. As night enveloped the surroundings, on the western side of the Li residence, two shadowy figures clad in black stealthily approached the wall, straining to listen to the sounds within the entire estate. Confirming the courtyard was empty, they exchanged glances and simultaneously leapt silently over the wall. Thud, thud. To the west of the Li residence lay a mud pit. Li Su had not practiced in the pit for 2 days. The once muddy surface had become hard and dry. Caught off guard, the two individuals fell into a pit with a resounding thud. Their expressions froze in shock as they exchanged bewildered glances. Both equally perplexed. How could there be a pit here? A violet figure, ethereal as the wind, swiftly approached the edge of the mud pit. The hearts of the two tightened in unison, and before they could react, a flash of violet crossed their vision. Instantly, they felt a weight upon their shoulders, and their limbs sank deeply into the mire. By the time they comprehended the situation, they found themselves immobilized, trapped up to their necks in mud, with only their heads above the surface. Terror etched across their faces as they attempted to speak, only to realize their voices were silenced, their throats rendered mute. The violet figure entered the study, only to find the celestial maiden Yuheng absent, causing a momentary pause. Had she left? The figure pondered, then turned to the bathroom. A glance at the clothing rack revealed that the fragrant pouch remained, indicating that the celestial maiden was likely still within the Li residence. The gaze shifted to the bath, and after a moment of contemplation, the figure decided to interrupt Li Su's meditation. With a gentle flick of the index finger, a stream of energy surged into the bath. Li Su awoke abruptly, her head emerging from the water, and upon seeing the violet figure, a smile broke across her face. "Two little thieves have arrived," the figure declared. "Thieves?" Li Su was taken aback, hesitating. "The Celestial Patrol?" The figure shook their head. "It should not be them. They bear no record of the unchanging ledger." "Then what is your speculation?" Li Su inquired. The figure's expression grew grave. "I suspect they are assassins sent by the Imperial Court of the Heavenly Slaves." "Is it about to commence?" Li Su could not maintain her composure. After her encounter with Wu Jian that morning, she had anticipated unrest at the Li residence, yet did not expect the upheaval to arrive so swiftly. "What are your thoughts? Is there anything you require me to do?" Li Su calmly questioned the violet figure. Furrowing their brow, the figure fell silent for a moment before ultimately shaking their head. "When it concerns Her Highness, a mere cultivator of the body refinement stage can do little." Li Su chuckled softly, rising from the bath to approach the figure. "If you don't mind, allow me to interrogate these two thieves." The figure crossed their arms, gazing down at Li Su. "Are you capable?" With that, a flush crept across the figure's cheeks as they averted their gaze. Li Su stepped out of the bath, standing before the violet figure, and with a gentle tremor. Blood from her body scattered like silk. "Let us see. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles." This time, Li Su refrained from boasting or making light of the situation, instead articulating her thoughts while donning her attire. According to Old Left, he will assist us in stalling Wu Jian's people, while the matter concerning the heavenly slaves must be resolved by ourselves. The violet figure's eyes flickered with interest as they remarked, "This pertains to me and the young lady. It is not your concern." Once dressed, Li Su regarded the figure earnestly. "In truth, the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I perceived a captivating allure akin to that of a siren. Before Shaoqi exited the vehicle, I momentarily believed you were to be my bride." The violet figure's heart raced slightly, maintaining composure as they inquired, "Why bring this up?" "Throughout our subsequent interactions, I discerned an air of superiority surrounding you," Li Su continued. The figure frowned, non-committally humming in response. Thus, Li Su maintained her serious demeanor. "The most striking impression you leave upon me is that of a proud spirit." "Proud spirit?" Ziying's heart raced, and her brow furrowed as she inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" With the previous context provided by Li Su, she naturally assumed that Sundara referred to a combination of temperament and beauty. Li Su smiled and replied, "I merely meant to say that you are quite Sundara." Ziying fell silent for a moment, casting a rare reproachful glance at Li Su, momentarily exuding an enchanting allure that captivated him. Chapter 47. Though Chu is but 3 households. The Colonel speaks. Li Su and Ziying arrived at the muddy pit on the western side of the courtyard. Within the pit, 2 individuals bore pale faces, their eyes filled with panic. They wouldn't happen to have poison in their mouths, would they? Li Su pondered aloud, recalling Ziying's earlier mention that these 2 rascals might be assassins from the Imperial City. Typically, upon failing their mission, assassins would choose to take poison and end their lives. Ziying replied nonchalantly, "Does that really matter?" Li Su nodded, acknowledging her point. If they did possess poison, they would likely have already succumbed. The expressions of the 2 individuals in the muddy pit appeared rigid. "First, release their mute acupoints," Li Su commanded. Ziying extended a delicate finger, directing an invisible force toward the 2. Li Su felt a flicker of envy at her display of true energy. "You are Huanajing," one of the individuals on the northern side of the pit exclaimed, terror evident in his trembling voice. Li Su blinked and quietly asked, "Is that your true name?" Ziying softly affirmed, realizing there was no longer any need for concealment. On the sand and in the pond, the dusk descends, the clouds part to reveal the moon. Casting shadows of flowers, Li Su recited softly, praising, "How poetic." Ziying scoffed, retorting, "Did you come here merely to recite poetry? I am trying to flirt with you." Suppressing his thoughts, Li Su smiled and turned his gaze toward the 2 individuals in the muddy pit. "Gentlemen, what brings you to my humble abode at this late hour?" The 2 remained silent, their fear unabated. After waiting for some time without a response, Li Su suddenly turned to Ziying and inquired, "Which country do you hail from?" Ziying paused, softly uttering, "Chu." "One of the reasons they have come here is likely related to Chu, is it not?" Li Su continued. Ziying considered this and nodded slightly, acknowledging it as a possibility. "That is fortunate," Li Su remarked, glancing back at the 2 in the pit. They were likely mere pawns. Killing them would serve no purpose. Instead, it would be more beneficial to use them to convey a message to their unseen master. The eyes of the 2 in the muddy pit brightened slightly. Ziying frowned. Feeling somewhat disappointed, She had hoped Li Su would ask something more insightful. What message? She inquired casually. Reflecting on her own foolishness, how could an ordinary street youth contend with the Grand Qian dynasty? Li Su replied with a grin, in a moment. You will inscribe 8 characters on the back of the man on your left. Ziying and the 2 in the pit were taken aback. Though Chu is but 3 households. The fall of Qian must befall Chu, Li Su stated languidly. Ziying paused, glancing at the individual on her left in the pit. Despicable. The man on the left suddenly realized, his face shifting dramatically as he gritted his teeth in anger, his voice laced with terror. Once those 8 characters were inscribed on his back, returning home would not only spell doom for him, but likely for his entire family as well. You are quite clever, Li Su remarked. Li Su was taken aback. He had assumed he would need to elucidate the meaning behind the inscription, though Chu may be 3 households. The fall of Qian must be attributed to Chu. You might as well kill me, said the man on the left side of the pit, gritting his teeth. State your name, and I shall refrain from etching those 8 characters upon you, Li Su remarked. Otherwise, even if you were to bite your tongue and take your own life, those 8 characters would still weigh upon your back. Zhang Quan, the man muttered. And the individual beside you? Li Su continued to inquire. Zhang Quan hesitated for a moment before replying. Qinzhong, what are your identities? Li Su pressed on. Zhang Quan frowned, remaining silent. Li Su turned his gaze to the right, to Qinzhong, and pondered aloud. Where there is a will, there is a way. The 102 Qian passes ultimately belong to Chu. What do you think of this statement? Qinzhong, who was already in a state of extreme terror, turned pale. If you find that there are too many words, I can certainly devise another 8 characters for you, Li Su suggested, contemplating. Heavenly Father and Earthly Mother. Restore Chu. Overthrow Qian. How does that sound? Qinzhong muttered. We are lieutenants of the Imperial City Division. Indeed, it is the Imperial City Division, Li Su noted. Casting a glance at Ziying. Proceed. Ziying maintained a stoic expression. Internally surprised that this man had managed to elicit a confession from the 2 lieutenants without resorting to torture. As far as I know, the current king of Wuan, Wu Jian, has also arrived, Li Su stated, observing the 2 men in the pit. This indicates that the tasks you are charged with will conclude soon. Both of you are merely small pawns. Having been exposed now, should you return at this moment, you would likely face repercussions. If you wait until the matter has concluded and return stealthily, perhaps you could muddle through and escape accountability. Both Qinzhong and Zhang Quan remained silent, their hearts filled with trepidation. As lieutenants of the Imperial City Division, failure to perform their duties carried severe consequences. If we were to imprison you until this matter is resolved and then release you, you might cast the blame upon us, Li Su chuckled. By that time, even if you were held accountable, it is highly unlikely that you would face death. What exactly do you intend to convey? Zhang Quan could no longer contain his voice. Li Su smiled. With only the 2 of you, there remains a reasonable chance of deflecting blame. The law does not punish the many. If more lieutenants from the Imperial City Division were to fall into this pit during their investigation, consider the implications. Would you still bear any responsibility then? Are you asking us to betray the Imperial City Division? Zhang Quan's expression darkened. Li Su shook his head. When others fall into the pit, you will feign unconsciousness. And it will be someone among the newcomers who betrays the Imperial City Division. Zhang Quan and Qinzhong fell silent, grasping Li Su's intent. If you find this situation burdensome, I do not insist, Li Su spoke softly. In that case, let us proceed with the inscription. He glanced at Ziying and began to carve the words Heavenly Father and Earthly Mother upon Zhang Quan. Very well, Ziying replied with a charming smile. Zhang Quan's face turned pale, and he hastily asked, What do you wish to know? Li Su chuckled and glanced at Qinzhong. Qinzhong immediately responded. Zhang Quan is my elder brother. I follow his lead. Zhang Quan remained silent. Li Su looked at Ziying and gently asked, Shall I take my leave? Ziying's eyes sparkled, and she huffed lightly. Do as you wish. If I stay, I will know the full extent of your and Shao Qi's identities. Li Su leaned closer to Ziying and quietly cautioned, And what of that? Ziying let out a soft hum, her heart racing slightly. Li Su smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as she and Ziying interrogated the 2 individuals in the muddy pit. According to Zhang Quan and Qinzhong, they had followed the Grand Governor of the Imperial City Division, Chao Huaji, from Chaoga City to apprehend the wanted fugitive, Princess Chu Yunran. The area surrounding Suzhou City, extending 500 miles, had been thoroughly patrolled by the skywatching guards, blocking all routes. The elite embroidered clothing guards of the Imperial City Division lay in ambush at the City Lord's mansion. 300 captains were distributed throughout Suzhou. meticulously monitoring the 4 sky-watching divisions and certain individuals on the embroidered clothing list. Li Su, closely associated with Zuolin, was one of those named on the list. Chapter 48. Misunderstandings between men and women. The Ethereal Fairy, are you suggesting that the Imperial City Division is still uncertain of Princess Yunran's whereabouts? Li Su inquired, fixing her gaze on the two in the pit. Zhang Quan hesitated. All I know is that Governor Chao personally met with Zuolin, seemingly wary of this Qianhu. Chun Zhong added, the orders we received are to investigate without making arrests, prohibiting any rash actions. Li Su turned her attention to Ziying. Ziying pondered. They might be waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Li Su was taken aback. Ziying whispered, given the lady's unique status, a mere servant wouldn't dare act recklessly. Is that so? Li Su glanced towards the direction of the bedroom, a vague sense that matters were not so simple stirring within her. Should we keep them here, or let them go? Ziying asked. Zhang Quan and Chun Zhong grew anxious, having heard and witnessed far too many instances of betrayal and silencing. Let them stay, Li Su replied nonchalantly. If they possess any intelligence, they will faint at the appropriate moment. As you wish, Ziying said, equally unconcerned. Viewing Zhang Quan and Chun Zhong as insignificant figures, life or death held little significance. The two disregarded Zhang Quan and Chun Zhong, returning to the bathing area. Li Su instructed Ziying to add more dragon blood to the bath. Excess can be detrimental. Ziying couldn't help but advise. Zuolin should have informed you that immersing in medicinal baths does not improve with frequency. I am aware, Li Su smiled. I know my limits. There is no need to push it, Ziying murmured, sensing that Li Su was engaging in self-harm. We cannot afford to be patient, Li Su sighed. It seems I have offended the lady in white. I cannot guarantee she won't take her fragrant pouch and leave one day. How did you manage to offend her? Ziying asked, her curiosity piqued. Li Su's gaze drifted, pondering whether it could be considered an offense. It was merely an unrequited affection that had led to the chef donning a Taoist robe in a moment of provocation. During dinner, Ian came to bring me food and accidentally fell into the bath. I had her change into the lady in white's robe, Li Su whispered. Fell into the bath? Ziying raised an eyebrow, speculating this must be the handiwork of the Jade Balance Fairy. You certainly have a bold spirit. As she spoke, she picked up the fragrant pouch, intending to pour dragon blood into the bath, only to keenly notice that the scales of the blood dragon were completely absent. What happened? Li Su asked, observing Ziying. Ziying shook her head, her right index finger gently flicking, allowing the dragon blood to flow forth from the pouch, cascading into the bath. It must be the work of the Jade Balance Fairy. As the bath neared completion, Ziying withdrew her hand. Li Su gazed longingly at Ziying, his eyes glimmering with an intense fervor. A sudden flutter gripped Ziying's heart as she turned away, nonchalantly placing the fragrance pouch back on the coat rack, her fingers delicately toying with it. Li Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached her. Just then, an intangible aura of ethereal clarity abruptly enveloped him. He stiffened, his face flushing with embarrassment, as he mistakenly concluded that he had misinterpreted Ziying's intentions. Swiftly, he turned, shed his garments, and leapt into the bath. Hearing the commotion behind him, Ziying's body stiffened slightly. She turned to cast a lingering glance at Li Su. He shot her an irritated glare, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Why must you dawdle, leading me to misunderstand? Cursed be you, he thought bitterly as Ziying muttered a low curse and departed, a mix of shame and anger swirling within her. You are the real scoundrel. Li Su's face darkened, feeling that Ziying had intentionally toyed with him. In a corner, the celestial figure Yu Hong observed with a distant gaze, her right hand subtly gesturing, causing the fragrance pouch on the coat rack to swiftly approach. Having refined the new scales of the blood serpent, she noted that merely utilizing its blood for enhancement yielded less pronounced effects. She gracefully floated behind the bath, seated herself midair, and began to form intricate hand seals, infusing waves of ethereal energy within and around the fragrance pouch. The entirety of the blood serpent was ground to dust, and streams of crimson light surged forth from the pouch, coalescing around Li Su, gently permeating his pores. The sensation of pain intensified. Engrossed in his cultivation, Li Su sensed the anomaly, a flicker of joy blossoming within him, believing he had once again transcended a barrier, accelerating the absorption of the serpent's blood's efficacy. Time flowed on. Li Su reveled in a bittersweet agony, feeling as if the serpent's blood was actively infiltrating his being, the excruciating pain incessantly assaulting him. For a martial artist, such widespread discomfort typically signified an enhancement of one's physique. Yu Hong, on the other hand, remained composed. The tendrils of ethereal energy permeating Li Su's limbs and bones, subtly sensing the magnitude of his suffering. She had anticipated that this young man might cry out in pain and leap from the blood pool. As dawn broke, Ziying silently entered the bathing area, her keen senses immediately detecting the absence of the fragrance pouch. Has Yuheng departed? Ziying paused, quickly exiting the bathroom and heading to the study. Yet finding no trace of Yuheng, she furrowed her brow, a sense of melancholy washing over her, pondering the unreliability of outsiders. Earlier, she had held a glimmer of hope that Yuheng might prove to be an invaluable ally in a critical moment alongside the princess. You are far less dependable than that scoundrel. Exiting the study, she cast a glance at the two heads poking out from the muddy pit on the western side of the courtyard, exhaling a sigh of relief. Just as Li Su had suggested, Zhang Quan and Qin Zhong from the Imperial City Guard had adeptly learned to feign unconsciousness, striving to minimize their presence. When the exquisite chef Gu Qingyan passed by, a gasp resonated. A flicker of helplessness crossed Zhang Quan and Qin Zhong's eyes, as they exhibited an understanding of the charming chef's allure. Ziying walked past with an inscrutable expression. What is it? Gu Qingyan stammered, her fingers trembling. Panic etched across her face. Focus on your cooking, Ziying replied coolly. Gu Qingyan cast a glance at Ziying, then furtively glanced at the muddy pit. As if coming to a realization, she hesitated and asked, Does the master know? Of course he does, Ziying replied, fixing her gaze on Gu Qingyan. You are merely the cook he has purchased. Fulfill your duties as a cook and do not meddle in other matters. Understood. Gu Qingyan lowered her head and hurried off to the kitchen. Has Yuheng Fairy truly left? Ziying wondered, momentarily uncertain as she observed the retreating figure of the beautiful cook. After preparing breakfast, Gu Qingyan, as usual, first delivered it to Xing and Tian Qi, then carried the food box to the study, only to find Yuheng Fairy absent, which sparked a slight sense of surprise within her. Could it be that she left in anger? Gu Qingyan mused, recalling how, following Li Su's instructions the previous night, she had donned Yuheng Fairy's robe and provocatively paraded before her, recounting her encounters in the bathroom. I must remain vigilant. That wretched woman will not easily let me off the hook. Gu Qingyan approached the bathroom and gently knocked on the door. There was no response. She knocked again and called out, Master. Still, there was silence. With a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed the door, which creaked open. Stepping lightly into the bathroom, she surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the fragrant sachets hanging on the rack were already gone. Gu Qingyan maintained her composure, her gaze shifting toward the bath. Could it be that she truly left? Suppressing her thoughts, she quietly approached the edge of the bath and called out, Master. Li Su, immersed in the blood of the Jiao, opened his eyes and stood upright. Chapter 49, Inspired Reflections. Fortuity approaches in the bath. The Jiao blood surged. Li Su was enveloped in dark red Jiao blood, resembling a figure formed entirely of blood. Gu Qingyan held her breath slightly, taking in Li Su's form before flushing and averting her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Strange, Li Su murmured, stepping toward Gu Qingyan. He turned his back to her and sat on the stone steps within the bath, his lower body submerged in the Jiao blood. At that moment, he felt akin to a volcano, the heat coursing through his limbs and body. Upon seeing the beautiful cook, for a fleeting instant, he even entertained the wicked thought of disposing of her right then and there. This is highly abnormal. Gu Qingyan quickly set down the food box and retrieved the breakfast, placing it beside Li Su. Has the girl in the study risen? Li Su asked casually, his brow furrowing as he struggled to suppress the flames of desire within him. Gu Qingyan replied softly, She is not in the study. Not there? Li Su was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the clothing rack, his expression shifting dramatically. The place where the fragrant sachets were stored was utterly empty. Did I truly provoke the heroine last night? A heaviness settled in Li Su's heart. By the way, Master, there are 2 more people in the muddy pit outside, Gu Qingyan said cautiously. Do not concern yourself with them. Li Su's gaze remained fixed on the clothing rack, his expression fluctuating. Oh, Gu Qingyan responded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After a long pause, Li Su withdrew his gaze and glanced at the breakfast beside him. Devoid of any appetite. You may eat. Yes, Gu Qingyan replied, having discerned that Li Su was in a particularly somber mood, evidently believing that Yuheng Fairy had departed. Has the heroine truly left? Li Su frowned, seemingly in disbelief. After a spell of chaotic thoughts, he shook his head, whether the heroine had left or stayed. It was clear that their destinies could not entwine further. If life were but as it was upon first meeting, what sorrow would the autumn winds paint upon the fan? Li Su, stirred by his feelings, rose and entered the bathing chamber, resuming his cultivation anew. His endeavor was to absorb the last remnants of the dragon's blood from the pool. Was it that rascal who had fallen for the enchanting Yuhang? Or was it the self from that fateful night? Gu Qingyan mused, her thoughts wandering to that evening at the dilapidated temple. In the calligraphy shop, the fair Yuhang held her brush, inscribing upon a blank sheet, "If life were but as it was upon first meeting, what sorrow would the autumn winds paint upon the fan?" After a moment's contemplation, she opened the adjacent volume, The Three Transformations of the Brothel, flipping to the end, where she encountered the renowned poem, Butterflies Love Flowers, leaning against the precarious tower, the winds gentle. She had perused this work numerous times, yet each reading of its conclusion left her unsettled. Though my waist grows slender, I have no regrets. For you, I have withered away. Yu Hong gazed intently at this line, softly muttering to herself. This Liu Sanbian, blessed with unparalleled literary talent, yet chooses to languish in the brothel, willingly descending into depravity, squandering such exquisite gifts. As cultivators, we must not succumb to worldly desires. We ought to transcend beyond. Just as she finished her thought, she sensed the beautiful kitchen maid had tidied the food box and exited the bathing chamber, her figure flitting back like a wraith. The youthful Li Su, immersed in his cultivation, was indeed on the righteous path. Yu Hong observed him intently as he focused on his practice within the pool. With a delicate flick of her right index finger, a stream of crimson light emerged from the pouch at her waist, cascading into the bath and enveloping Li Su. The coagulated blood surrounding Li Su gradually dissolved, the essence of the dragon's gall permeating his very pores. Aside from the nascent scales of the dragon's rebirth, the most refined aspect of this millennia-old blood dragon lay within its inner elixir, complemented by the gall. In contrast to the inner elixir, the gall contained a greater concentration of the dragon's toxins. If he could withstand this trial, his willpower would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Yuan contemplated, her gaze momentarily drifting. The enigmatic demoness Gu Qingyan had succumbed to the unique toxicity within her inner elixir. Could this young lad endure? Time flowed inexorably. Li Su felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if his very being were on the verge of explosion. He bore through it, convinced that enduring this trial would elevate his physical prowess to new heights. Yet, something felt amiss. Had he absorbed too much dragon's blood, accumulating an excess of debauchery within? Had he known, he would have first sought the water-stopping technique from the female swordsman. As he continued to endure and cultivate, a flicker of regret arose within him, pondering the folly of his scheming before the female warrior. In the bedroom, Ziying and Tianqi were inseparable, practicing their coordinated techniques. Since the fall of the Chu kingdom 5 years prior, the two had remained together, developing an unspoken understanding, especially in combat, where Tianqi consistently provided exceptional support for Ziying. Will young Master Li face oppression from the Daqian dynasty after we depart? Tianqi expressed her concern. Already aware of the events that transpired the previous night, Zuolin should have paved the way for him. He is likely to leave soon to participate in the entrance examination for the Golden Scale sect, Ziying calmly assessed, recalling how Zuolin had introduced him to Wu Jian the day before. Is that so? Tianqi, with a newfound understanding, blinked and softly inquired. What do you think is the reason behind Zuolin's insistence on my marriage to young Master Li? Ziying glanced at Tianqi, aware of the princess's underlying thoughts. In the past, she would have swiftly intervened, ensuring that scoundrel Li Su could not take advantage of the princess. Do you wish to assist him? Ziying asked softly. Tianqi nodded slightly, expressing her concern. I am worried about Zuolin. He may be preparing himself for death in his confrontation with Wu Jian. A chill ran through Ziying's heart. After conversing with Li Su, she too had sensed this foreboding. The two factions aiming to confront the princess were evidently more formidable than the superintendent of the imperial city, Chao Huaji. Young Master Li is considered Zuolin's heir. Tianqi remarked earnestly, fixing her gaze on Ziying. I wish to assist him this once. Ziying's eyes flickered with thought as she nodded. Then let us assist him, albeit slightly. Tianqi's eyes sparkled with delight. Sister Z, you do not oppose? Does my opposition hold any weight? Ziying replied, somewhat exasperated. Tianqi, with a shy smile, murmured, young Master Li helps you with your shoulders daily. Surely that counts for something. Ziying regarded Tianqi with a serious expression, advising, you may help him, but do not engage with him too closely. Am I truly so naive in your eyes? Tianqi retorted helplessly. Having experienced the destruction of her nation, 5 years of wandering, and numerous life-threatening crises, she was far from the innocent child she once was. easily deceived. It is not your fault, Ziying shook her head. It is that scoundrel who is too cunning. Once he sets his sights on you, you may unwittingly fall into his trap. Just like those two officers from the Imperial City last night, she continued. That rascal frightened them into divulging everything with just a few words. That is not cunning. It is wisdom, Tianqi corrected, adding, moreover, he is helping us. Indeed, he is aiding us. But that does not imply he harbors no ill intentions towards you, Ziying warned as she looked at Tianqi. Trust me, if given the chance to approach you, he will devour you whole, leaving not a bone behind. She added silently in her heart, just as I have. Tianqi lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, her mind drifting to the scene of her and Li Su painting face to face in the art shop, where she had indeed felt the intensity of his gaze. She did not dislike it. Rather, it made her feel bashful. You exaggerate, Sister Z, Tianqi murmured. Young Master Li is quite nice. How could he be a monster? Ziying, feeling helpless, could not divulge her own entanglement with Li Su to the princess, which rendered her accusations somewhat flimsy. In any case, we are departing soon. You may assist him with the spirit refining, but do not meet him again, Ziying advised. Spirit refining involves gathering the world's spiritual energy through special symbols, infusing it into the body. The higher the rank of the talisman master, the more effective the spirit refining. Tianqi, her eyes gleaming, whispered, let it be tonight. Tonight? Ziying was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Very well, I shall make arrangements. Chapter 50. The unpredictable heart of the immortal. The dragon and elephant bind the spirit in the city of Suzhou, within the Lord's residence. The superintendent of the imperial city, Chao Huaji, took refuge here. He did not occupy the residence of the lord of the city, Chen Feng, but instead took up residence in the highest attic of the lord's mansion. Wherever he found himself, he preferred to be situated at the pinnacle. The two lieutenants dispatched to investigate Li Su's abode in the northern part of the city did not return throughout the night. Zhao Pu, a captain in the imperial city guard, knelt respectfully behind Chao Huaji, delivering his report. Chao Huaji stood by the window, gazing towards the north. Having heard from Chen Feng that Li Su was one of the most handsome men in Suzhou. From the portrait, he indeed appeared as a paragon of elegance, possessing a striking visage, as Zhao Pu remarked. Chao Huaji chuckled lightly, saying, if he is indeed a handsome man, even if he weds Princess Yunran, the third prince shall not be angered. Zhao Pu bowed his head in silence. Many nobles in Chaoga City harbored peculiar preferences, with the third prince, Xiao Yuancheng, being the most prominent among them, and a tale about him had circulated widely. The third prince's favored male companion, Dong Xianchen, once pressed down on the prince's sleeve during an afternoon nap. When the prince awoke, wishing not to disturb Dong Xianchen's sweet dreams, he severed his own sleeve with a dagger. This incident gave rise to the term, which became a euphemism for such distinctive inclinations. What news from the Cold Jade sect? Chao Huaji inquired. Zhao Pu replied respectfully. The Celestial Patrol reported that the former leader of the Cold Jade sect, the enchanting Gu Qingyan, was spotted near Suzhou before vanishing without a trace. Recently, the head of the Taoist sect, Yu Heng, was seen slaying a blood dragon in Taihu and has also gone missing. Some within the Cold Jade sect suspect that the enchanting lady and Yu Heng may have encountered one another, engaging in a life and death battle that left them both severely wounded. Is this information accurate? Chao Huaji pressed. Zhao Pu hesitated, stating, the incident involving Yu Heng slaying the blood dragon at the behest of Chen Xian, the leader of the Taihu gang, is indeed true. However, the whereabouts of the enchanting lady and the purported battle between her and Yu Heng have only been circulated among the disciples of the Cold Jade sect and remain unverified. The third prince is soon to arrive in Suzhou, and I wish for no unstable elements to exist within the city. Chao Huaji turned to Zhao Pu, who knelt before him, and said calmly, I understand. Zhao Pu replied, his heart tightening. Continue to send people to investigate Li's residence, Chao Huaji commanded. Before the third prince's arrival, I hope that the princess may remain at Li's house. Understood. In the northern part of the city, within the Li residence, in the bathroom, the pulverized essence of the blood dragon, under the control of Yu Heng, continuously seeped into Li Su's body. As the supreme royal cauldron technique operated, the meridians, energy seas, and acupoints throughout Li Su's limbs and bones became saturated with the abundant essence of the blood dragon, along with the unique toxicity that accompanied the millennium-old creature. He felt as though his entire being was on the verge of explosion. Both his body and will had reached a critical point of eruption. The human body is a divine repository containing countless imperceptible meridians and acupoints. Yuhing's hands moved in unison, as wisps of ethereal energy enveloped Li Su inside and out. Originally, the critical point Li Su was approaching was destined to culminate in an outward explosion. However, with Yuhing's intervention, it was as if numerous openings had suddenly appeared within Li Su's body, allowing the medicinal effects and unique toxins of the blood dragon to be released. Whether it is the efficacy of the blood eel or its unique toxicity, neither has diminished. Rather, they have permeated deeper into Li Su's body. Have I once again shattered a physical constraint? Engrossed in his cultivation, Li Su sensed the transformation within him, a joy that rendered him speechless. The Jade Balance Fairy observed Li Su closely, acutely aware of the fluctuations in his emotions, which stirred a sense of discomfort within her, reminiscent of her experience watching thunderclouds atop Tai Mountain in the Tianzhou. Within the clouds, lightning gestates. When thunder roars and rain falls, the clouds disperse. If the thunder within the clouds remains silent for too long, the accumulation of energy will only intensify, ultimately leading to an overwhelming tempest, with unrelenting gales and torrential downpours. I am aiding your cultivation, the Jade Balance Fairy reassured herself, as the essence of the millennium-old blood eel continued to flow around Li Su's body. As evening approached, Ziying entered the bathhouse, casting a glance at Li Su, who was still immersed in his training within the bath. She grimaced slightly, then resolutely lifted the bathtub and exited. Tonight, the princess intended to refine Li Su's spirit, which required him to remain naked in the tub for optimal effect. Filling the tub with well water, Ziying returned to the bathhouse, this time directly waking Li Su. Emerging from the blood eel's essence, Li Su gazed at Ziying, his eyes gleaming with an uncontainable fervor. Ziying's eyelids twitched as she glanced at the blood eel essence in the bath, suspecting that the accumulation of toxins within this rogue was nearing a critical point. This scoundrel must be doing this on purpose, hoping for my assistance in detoxification, Ziying thought, masking her irritation, and said, "Come out, cleanse yourself, and enter the tub. I shall present you with an opportunity shortly." Opportunity? What opportunity? Li Su inquired with curiosity. You need not know, Ziying replied nonchalantly, urging him, hurry, time waits for no one. Then why don't you bring me a few buckets of water? Li Su retorted playfully as he approached her. Ziying's expression twitched, casting him an exasperated glare before turning to fetch the water. Li Su smiled broadly, stepping out of the bath without shaking off the remnants of the blood eel essence, patiently awaiting Ziying's service. Glancing down, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He had underestimated the toxicity accompanying the blood eel. He could no longer suppress his body's instinctual reactions, feeling as if a volcano within him was on the verge of eruption. With a splash, 5 buckets of water cascaded over him, and Li Su shook his body gently, finally cleansing the residual blood eel essence. Suddenly, Ziying pointed at the acupoint on his shoulder. Li Su froze, staring blankly at her. With a charming smile, Ziying then pressed her finger against the mute point on the right side of his jaw. Li Su widened his eyes in surprise. Without further ado, Ziying grasped his shoulder and effortlessly tossed him into the bathtub. What is this woman planning? Li Su felt a wave of anxiety swell within him. As he realized Ziying was about to blindfold him with a piece of black gauze, his composure shattered entirely. This should be fine now, Ziying said with a flirtatious smile, patting his cheek before turning to exit the bathhouse. Hidden in the corner, the Jade Balance Fairy was taken aback, sensing the atmosphere of the Li residence and gradually revealing a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. After a brief moment, Ziying and Tianqi quietly entered the bathroom, their footsteps soundless. In the kitchen, Gu Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise. What were they planning to do? Lowering her gaze towards the dough, she felt a sudden flutter in her heart as she recalled Tianqi's identity. A rush of excitement coursed through her. They must be assisting that scoundrel, Li Su, in refining his spirit. Perhaps she could aid me in restoring my strength, or even elevate it further. Gu Qingyan's mind began to race. Ever since she had confirmed Tianqi's identity, she had contemplated this, but the urgency imposed by Yuhing Xianzi had rendered her hesitant to act. Inside the bathroom, Tianqi gazed at Li Su's silhouette in the bathtub, her heart pounding fervently. Ziying cast a lingering glance at Tianqi. Blushing, Tianqi quickly steadied her mind. Moving silently to stand behind Li Su, she began to form intricate hand seals, and beneath the bathtub, golden patterns resembling an elephant emerged. Was this the dragon-elephant spirit binding? Hidden in the corner, Yuhing Xianzi observed, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 51, Blind Recognition. The fragrant fairy in the world of the dragon-elephant, strength reigns supreme. The spirit binding nourishes the body, challenging the heavens. This was an endeavor to bolster the young man's vitality. Yuheng Xianzi watched quietly, a hint of admiration in her gaze. The golden symbol light was breathtakingly beautiful, its intricate patterns seemingly imbued with profound truths. As the dragon-elephant spirit binding took full form, ripples spread through the blood in the bathtub. Red orbs of light began to rise, flowing towards Li Su. In the corner, Yuheng Xianzi distinctly sensed the faint spiritual energy of the universe converging towards the bathtub. Within the tub, Li Su felt a wave of coolness enveloping him, as if a spring breeze had caressed his face, and the air had suddenly become invigorating. What was happening? Li Su was perplexed. As night deepened, Gu Qingyan, the skilled chef who had prepared dinner, first carried a food box to the bedroom on the right side of the hall, then smoothly approached the bathroom. Her steps were light, and she pushed the door gently. Only upon entering the bathroom did Ziying notice her presence. Ziying glanced at Gu Qingyan, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her right index finger to her lips, signaling Gu Qingyan to remain silent. Gu Qingyan understood immediately, nodding slightly and holding her breath as she gazed at the bathtub. The complex and profound golden patterns floated around the bathtub, while the crimson orbs of light rose and danced, cascading down into Li Su's body. Was this the dragon-elephant spirit binding? Gu Qingyan observed closely, discerning the golden patterns, sensing their resemblance to both a dragon and an elephant. As the night grew darker, Ziying's right ear twitched slightly, and she abruptly reached out to grasp Gu Qingyan's shoulder. A sudden tension gripped Gu Qingyan, and before she could react, both she and Ziying had already exited the bathroom. In the west side of the courtyard, two figures clad in black leaped gracefully over the wall into the yard. Before they could land, a purple figure flashed before them. This was not good. Their pupils constricted sharply, and in the next instant, their bodies plunged straight into a muddy pit, leaving only their heads above the surface. With the vital points of their bodies sealed, the two could only stare in silence. In the muddy pit, Chen Zhong and Zhang Quan's eyes brightened upon the arrival of the two cloaked figures, and they instinctively feigned unconsciousness. It was curious. Why did it seem these figures were not genuinely intent on targeting Ziying or Tianqi? Gu Qingyan felt a tinge of suspicion, her face betraying the panic befitting her role as a cook. Ziying returned from the bathroom, ignoring Gu Qingyan as she entered the room unceremoniously. Ziying likely suspected me to be the enchanting Gu Qingyan, she mused, having just captured her out of concern for Tianqi's safety. Her indifference now only reinforced Ziying's suspicion of her true identity, indicating she did not fear Gu Qingyan would expose her. As the hour approached midnight, Ziying supported the pale-faced Tianqi as they exited the bathroom and returned to the bedroom. It was far too lenient on that scoundrel, Ziying thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. Merely assisting young Master Li in regaining some strength was hardly significant. Tianqi smiled, a complex joy reflecting on her pallid countenance. Ziying, at a loss for words, gazed at Tianqi. Do you not think you are being overly kind to him? Am I? Tianqi blinked, her heart racing. Ziying remarked softly, you do not truly consider him your husband, do you? Tianqi's cheeks flushed, and she shot a reproachful glance at Ziying. If I were to consider him my husband, would you not also regard him as your son-in-law, warming his bed daily as a maid? Their roles in the Li household were that of a young lady and a maidservant. Ziying scoffed at the thought, her heart fluttering nervously. If the princess were to learn that she had already played the role of a maidservant for Li Su several times, it would surely be mortifying. What man could meet Sister Ziying without indulging in fantasies? Tianqi teased. Enough of your nonsense, Ziying said, extending her hand to assist Tianqi in loosening her garments. You have exhausted yourself tonight. You must rest well. All right, Tianqi replied obediently. In the bathroom, Li Su remained seated in the tub, enveloped in an indescribable comfort. He understood this was the opportunity Ziying had mentioned. It must be little Qi, he thought. If this chance were truly bestowed by Ziying, there would be no need to confine him in such a manner, nor blindfold him deliberately. This opportunity seemed promising, yet the follow-up was lacking, having provided the chance. Why not also release him from his constraints? Li Su mused, his spirits lifted. Whether he was smiling at the thought of Ziying or Tianqi was uncertain. The ethereal Yuheng fairy stood before Li Su, her gaze indifferent. With a subtle movement of her right hand, a stream of crimson essence flowed from the pouch at her waist, silently enveloping Li Su's form. A gentle warmth washed over him, causing Li Su to be taken aback as he attempted to channel the Taishang Yuding Ju. The essence of the millennia-old blood dragon surged violently through his pores, an overwhelming heat rising within him. Li Su's cheeks flushed, his eyes, hidden beneath the black cloth, gleamed with an extraordinary brightness. A smile involuntarily curved at the corners of his lips. This sensation was immensely potent. He had indeed grown stronger. You may be celebrating a bit prematurely, Yuheng Fairy thought, as the thickening essence from the pouch flowed into Li Su's body, undergoing a frenzied refinement. In his excitement, Li Su remained oblivious to the fact that, unbeknownst to him, both his mute point and shoulder wall had been unblocked. He was speculating that the recent opportunity was bestowed upon him by the delicate concubine, Tianqi. At this moment, the slightly fervent chance was granted by Ziying. Half an hour later, the celestial maiden, Yuheng, came to a halt. All the essence within the colossal body of the blood dragon had been infused into the young man before her, leaving behind only blood, flesh, bones, and horns, all devoid of vitality and unfit for cultivation. Simultaneously, the unique toxins harbored within the millennium-old blood dragon had penetrated deep into the marrow of the young man's blood and flesh. His body was nearing the utmost limits of endurance. Li Su ceased his cultivation, lifting his chin slightly, his eyes, hidden beneath a black cloth, fixated intensely ahead. He had a strong premonition that Ziying stood before him. If I were to remove the black cloth, she might feel embarrassed. Li Su rose, leaping lightly from the bath, extending his right hand forward. Yuheng's gaze flickered. She did not evade, contemplating that the young man had been poisoned far too deeply. Without assistance in detoxification, he might truly perish from the explosion of his own body. When Li Su's palm made contact with Yuheng's shoulder, he halted, his heartbeat quickening, sensing something amiss. The height was incongruent. Li Su held his breath. Ziying was exceptionally tall, and this woman before him was somewhat shorter than Ziying. The sensation he had just experienced was akin to that of cultivating within the blood of the dragon. With this thought, Li Su's heart raced even faster. Chapter 52. The Celestial Maiden falls to earth, proud yet delicate as night deepened. Ziying, who was keeping vigil over the slumbering Tianqi, gazed at the serene visage of the princess, feeling a twinge of pity. Considering the princess's arduous efforts, she resolved to let that scoundrel reflect on his actions in the bath for the entire night. She had no intention of aiding Li Su in unblocking his acupoints. What merit did that rogue possess that warranted such kindness from the princess? Ziying belittled Li Su in her mind, yet his fervent gaze inexplicably lingered in her thoughts. In the early morning, Ziying quietly rose. Upon reaching the bathroom's threshold, a casual glance revealed Li Su seated in an armchair on the western side of the courtyard, engaging in conversation with 4 individuals in a muddy pit. He has unblocked his own acupoints. Ziying approached the western side of the courtyard with a composed demeanor. Upon seeing Ziying, Zhang Quan and Chun Zhong in the muddy pit simultaneously fell silent. Sensing something, Li Su turned his head, a smile instantly illuminating his face. How did the interrogation proceed? Ziying inquired, standing beside Li Su, casting a glance at the 4 in the pit. The 2 newcomers, like Zhang Quan and Chun Zhong, were also officers of the imperial city. Li Su replied succinctly. Ziying pondered. It must be to ascertain whether the young lady and I are still here. I had the same thought. Li Su nodded, adding that these 2 brought news that Chao Huaji was awaiting the arrival of a noble. A noble? Ziying frowned, asking, do you know who it is? It is suspected to be the 3rd prince of the Dacian dynasty, Xiao Yuancheng, though they are not certain. Li Su murmured. The 2 newcomers in the muddy pit appeared somewhat pale. Between inscribing characters on their backs and surrendering, they chose the latter wholeheartedly. Xiao Yuancheng. Ziying contemplated. Glancing at Li Su, if it truly is Xiao Yuancheng, you must exercise caution. Li Su lifted his gaze towards the enigmatic Ziying beside him, pondering his peculiarity. The 4 individuals in the muddy pit simultaneously turned their attention to Li Su's face, their eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Ziying suddenly flashed a charming smile, suggesting that, perhaps, your allure exceeds that of the young lady. What does that mean? Li Su was taken aback. The 3rd prince is known to have an affinity for both genders, Zhang Quan from the pit remarked, a fact not concealed in Chaoga City. Li Su's expression froze, casting a cold glare at Ziying. Ziying teased, I was merely complimenting your looks. Did you not perceive it? Li Su scoffed, raising his right fist and extending his middle finger towards Ziying. Ziying squinted at Li Su's gesture, sensing that this rogue's act of defiance was hardly benign. We cannot remain passive, Li Su declared as he rose, scanning the 4 individuals in the pit, realizing the need for prior preparations. Do you have a plan? Ziying inquired. I am not well versed in the circumstances of Chaoga City, nor do I comprehend why they are intent on capturing Shaoqi, Li Su remarked, fixing his gaze on Ziying. But the key to resolving our predicament likely lies with the third prince. You mean to suggest that we should capture the leader to subdue the followers? Ziying raised an eyebrow. Is there hope for success? Li Su asked. Ziying did not reply, instead directing her attention to the four in the pit. The two newcomers remained silent, their lips trembling slightly. Zhang Quan and Chunzhong hesitated before speaking. When the third prince visits Gusu City, he will undoubtedly be accompanied by elite members of the Xuantian Guard. And he shares a close relationship with Supervisor Chao, who would certainly prevent him from encountering danger, Zhang Quan stated. Chunzhong added, the Chung Wangfu boasts 300 retainers, each possessing remarkable skills, including several proficient in the spirit-gathering realm. In other words, the challenge is formidable, Li Su murmured. A multitude does not equate to strength. Ziying replied nonchalantly, the true threat to me and the young lady has always been the martial general in Taihu. What about Chao Huaji's strength? Li Su inquired. The supervisor possesses unfathomable power, Zhang Quan quickly affirmed. Chunzhong echoed, indeed, the supervisor is the mightiest among us in the Royal City Division. The newcomers, not wanting to miss the opportunity, joined in praising Chao Huaji's prowess. Have you all become accustomed to flattery? Li Su scoffed. Flattery? The four in the pit were momentarily taken aback. Chao Huaji's rise to the position of chief of the Royal City Division is testament to his formidable abilities. Ziying remarked, yet he pales in comparison to the martial general. So, you are not intimidated by Chao Huaji? Li Su observed. Influenced perhaps by previous depictions of characters in film and television, instinctively believing that the supervisor, due to his title, must possess great strength. When have you ever witnessed me fear anyone? Ziying shot a sidelong glance at Li Su. That is indeed true, Li Su nodded. Recalling that the resolute Ziying showed no fear even towards the white-clad heroine, suggesting her strength was likely greater than he had initially surmised. Ziying raised her chin slightly and turned towards the ancient well, stating that she had yet to wash up this morning. So proud, Li Su muttered under his breath, then departed to return to the study. In the kitchen, Gu Qingyan, the exquisite chef preparing breakfast for everyone, had been eavesdropping intently on the conversation taking place in the western courtyard. Observing the intentions of Ziying and fearing the swift transformations of Xiao Yuanxing and his companions truly regard Wu Jian and Gu Qingyan with caution as they quietly analyze and seek their own opportunities. In order to restore my powers with Tianqi's assistance, I must first earn her trust. Has that wretched Yu Heng departed? The mere thought of the celestial maiden, Yu Heng, stirs a sense of helplessness within Gu Qingyan. With Yu Heng present, even possessing ample leverage, she dares not recklessly approach Tianqi. In the study, Li Su secured the door, treading lightly towards the innermost recess. The bed curtains had been drawn. As Li Su approached, he peered through the narrow gap in the curtains. On the bed, the celestial maiden Yu Heng lay quietly, a delicate silk blanket barely covering her shoulders. Her ethereal beauty was breathtaking, and even a fleeting glance inspired a reverence that felt almost sacrilegious. She feigned slumber. Li Su observed the blush gracing Yu Heng's cheeks. His spirits lifted beyond words. Last night, when he stealthily removed the black cloth covering her, he nearly startled the white-clad heroine into flight. Fortunately, his quick wit prompted him to inquire if she was suffering a recurrence of an old injury. After a moment of silence, the white-clad heroine responded with a soft acknowledgement. Accepting Li Su's fabricated narrative, a resurgence of an old affliction, rendering her weak and reliant once more on the care of the youthful Li Su. Li Su was not fully aware of the psychological turmoil the white-clad heroine had experienced. He simply grasped that it was she who sought him out and harbored no objections to his closeness. That sufficed for him. At that moment, feeling as though he might burst, he certainly did not hold back. He slipped behind the bed curtains, reclining gently at the edge, and playfully brushed his fingers against the tip of the white-clad heroine's nose, his joy unmistakable. Yu Heng could no longer maintain her pretense of sleep. She opened her eyes and gazed at Li Su, inquiring, when did you realize I am not the woman from the dilapidated temple? Li Su hesitated, his gaze momentarily unfocused. Before responding honestly, it was last night when I truly confirmed it. Last night, the white-clad heroine exuded an ethereal purity, unmarred by the complexities of the past. Similarly, the white-clad heroine from the temple that night also radiated an unblemished clarity, unmistakably revealing they were not one and the same. When did you begin to harbor doubts? Yu Hung scrutinized Li Su intently. Well, it was the night you were captured by Xing, he mumbled. Yu Hung fell silent, her cheeks visibly flushing once more. That evening was too painful to recall, an embarrassment beyond measure. Li Su found her reaction amusing, unable to suppress a grin. Noticing Yu Hang's lingering gaze, he quickly reassured her. The night at the dilapidated temple was merely an accident. Last night. Before he could finish, Yu Hung interrupted, asserting that last night was also an accident. Li Su, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered how it was that all the women connected to him possessed such pride. Chapter 53. The gradual loosening of garments, an unyielding companionship. Indeed, it was an unexpected turn of events, Li Su conceded with a nod. Yu Hang's delicate brows subtly knitted together. You unexpectedly discovered that I am a ruthless scoundrel, he boldly remarked, lifting her chin, and unexpectedly ensnared by my scheme. You have lost your powers and become my captive, entirely at my mercy, unable to resist. Yu Hang's expression remained serene as she regarded Li Su silently. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your consent, he murmured. The celestial maiden Yu Hung inquired. What would you do if you encountered a woman impersonating me on that fateful night at the dilapidated temple? Li Su paused, responding with a question of his own. What would you wish for me to do? Yu Hung remained silent. Please tell me about this woman and why she would dare to impersonate you, Li Su whispered. His curiosity piqued about the kind of woman capable of stealing the storage bag of the Taoist matriarch before him and assuming her likeness. The enchantress Gu Qingyan, Yu Hung succinctly replied. Li Su's eyes widened in astonishment as realization dawned upon him. Do you suspect Xing to be the enchantress because of me? Li Su asked subtly, sensing that the white-clad heroine might have discerned the true nature of his connection with Xing. It was clear she knew. During her first visit to Li's residence, she had remarked that Xing was no longer a maiden. Li Su felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, Yu Hung remarked, her gaze on the young man, revealing a complexity of emotions. Previously, she had found it incomprehensible that the illustrious Hua Nong-ing would submit to this youth. Yet now, as the leader of the Tianzong, she found herself equally ensnared by her feelings for him, even to the point of offering herself willingly. Clearly, she is not. Li Su mumbled. Yu Hung stated, the enchantress may still be within Li's residence. Still here? Li Su exclaimed, hesitating. Aside from Xing, there's only Shao Qi. Do you suspect a yin? The mention of a yin quickened Li Su's heartbeat. Do you find her suspicious? Yu Hung inquired. A yin? Li Su pondered in silence. Suspicious, indeed, he concluded, already convinced that the culinary artist A Yin was no ordinary individual. An ordinary person would not remain unfazed while steeped in the blood of a dragon. I once inquired about her with Zui Qianhu, Li Su murmured, during that time. Xing and I consumed cooked dragon blood meat, and she suspected a yin had poisoned our meal. We later discovered that the toxicity was inherent to the dragon blood itself. The Celestial Patrol found no issues with a yin. The enchantress excels in disguise and deception. The Celestial Patrol would undoubtedly uncover nothing amiss, Yu Hung remarked. Why do you suspect her? Li Su chuckled. Initially, I only suspected Xing, but later, she told me that when you carried me to the privy, the chef displayed a peculiar smile. Yu Hung replied softly. A peculiar smile? Li Su felt a chill run down his spine, cautiously inquiring. If she were the enchantress, what would she be hiding here for? He could not help but murmur, surely. She cannot be hoping to rekindle our past? Yu Hung cast him a sidelong glance. I was merely jesting, Li Su quickly added. The method she cultivates is unique. Until she breaks through to the highest level, should she lose her maidenhood, she would lose 80% of her power, Yu Hung articulated gently. Due to Tianqi's circumstances, King Wu Jian of Wu has come to Taihu, and the Celestial Patrol is scattered across a 500-mile radius around Suzhou. Given the enchantress's temperament, she is unlikely to take such risks. Yet, she would not choose to hide with me, Li Su replied, a sudden thought striking him. Could it be for the sachet? If she valued the sachet, she would not have gifted it to you in the first place. Yu Hung softly shook her head. Then what do you believe it is for? Li Su paused before asking. The celestial maiden Yu Hung pondered aloud. If your cook is indeed a, it might be for the sake of Tianqi. What has happened to Shao Qi? Li Su inquired with curiosity. She possesses the ability to assist thee in regaining her strength, Yu Hung replied softly. Is she truly that formidable? Li Su expressed surprise. Recalling the fortuitous encounter from the previous night, her astonishment slightly dissipating. This matter does not concern you. You may continue as before, Yu Hung stated without elaboration. Li Su blinked, raising an eyebrow. How about I help you probe her capabilities? Yu Hong regarded Li Su with a contemplative gaze. First, tell me, is she stronger than I am now? Li Su asked with a smile. Yu Hong did not respond directly, but instead murmured, due to her wariness of Ziying, Tianqi and I, she would not dare to act recklessly against you. Then she is indeed stronger than you, Li Su replied with a slight smirk. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, he looked at Yu Hong and asked, if I were to grip your neck, would you still have the means to retaliate? Yu Hong's gaze flickered, recalling the scene of the young man gripping Ziying's neck, rendering her defenseless. Ordinary individuals would not allow you to seize their necks so easily. Yu Hong remarked, if she were to prepare in advance, even if you held her neck, it would not guarantee her demise. If I were to grasp your neck, would you resist? Li Su said as he reached out his right hand towards Yu Hong's neck. Yu Hong merely observed him calmly. You would not resist, Li Su muttered, lowering his head to gently touch his nose against hers, a smile dancing in his eyes and on his lips. As Yu Hong gazed at the young man so near, a line from the three changes of the brothel echoed in her mind. As the belt gradually loosens, I do not regret, for I have withered away for her. A deeper understanding began to blossom within her. In the past, which man would dare to touch her so? How could she ever permit it? Was this the sensation of romance in the mundane world? Hand-holding that never tires, kisses that never grow stale, and footsie that never wearies. It felt as if her body naturally belonged to the young man. His desires appeared wholly justified. A knock at the door abruptly interrupted Li Su's advance. Ignoring the moment, he stood up, adjusted his attire, and approached the door, opening it. Master, the beautiful cook Gu Qingyan addressed respectfully, holding a food box. Li Su accepted the box and gazed at this seemingly cook, gently inquiring, do you know how to sew? So, Gu Qingyan momentarily paused, instinctively nodding. Embroidery? Li Su further probed. Gu Qingyan hesitated. I know a bit. That will suffice, Li Su smiled. Starting this afternoon, please make me a few garments. Understood, Gu Qingyan nodded. Somewhat puzzled about the young man's intentions, Li Su closed the door, bringing the food box to the bedside. He leaned into the bed curtain, cheerfully saying, Heroine, since you are unable to move freely, let me feed you. Yu Hong glanced at Li Su, but neither acknowledged nor refused him. In truth, she was still uncertain how to interact with this young man. Li Su climbed onto the bed, supporting Yu Hong as they sat side by side at the head of the bed, sharing breakfast together. What is your reason for having her make clothes? The celestial being Yu Hong inquired with a hint of curiosity, sensing that the young man's recent conversation with the culinary maiden held deeper significance. The third prince of Deqian, Xiao Yuancheng, is soon to arrive in Suzhou, and I wish to present him with a gift, Li Su remarked with a smile. Regardless of his inclination, as a half-disciple of Zuolin, the husband of Tianqi, and the man of Ziying, he was already entangled in this web of disputes. Furthermore, Zuolin, Tianqi, and Ziying had already chosen a stance on his behalf. All he could do was to lend whatever meager assistance he could to these three with whom he shared close ties. When confronted with powerful adversaries, Li Su, still in the body refinement stage, found himself at a disadvantage, for this was ultimately a realm governed by strength. However, should the formidable foe be the esteemed prince, the circumstances might very well shift. A trace of confidence adorned Li Su's smile. Chapter 54. Reunion with Wu Yao, a breach of martial ethics given your current abilities. It is rather premature for you to become involved in such matters, Yu Hong remarked softly. Involving Princess Yunran had prompted the Di Qian dynasty to mobilize figures such as the formidable King Wuan, Wu Jian, the chief overseer of the imperial city, Qiao Huaji, and the newly arrived third prince, Xiao Yuanqing. These individuals represented the will and determination of His Majesty, the Emperor of Deqian. The young man at her side remained blissfully unaware of the trials that awaited him. What can be done? Li Su shrugged nonchalantly. The trouble caused by old Zhuo is not something I, as a junior, can simply ignore, can I? While speaking, he offered Yu Hong a spoonful of lotus seed porridge. Yu Hong chose to remain silent. Presently, Princess Yunran held the position of a concubine to the young man, rendering it impossible for him to distance himself from the situation. And further discussion would serve no purpose. As the sun reached its zenith, Li Su ventured alone to the marketplace, procuring the finest silks, threads, and 6 sizable jade stones. Numerous unfamiliar vendors populated the bustling streets. As Li Su traversed the vibrant thoroughfare, his keen eyes discerned several merchants casting furtive glances in his direction. Passing by an inn, he felt an unexplainable sensation and looked up to behold a familiar crimson silhouette. the flowing, vibrant red palace gown enveloped an alluring figure. On the delicate, flawless visage, finely arched brows lifted slightly. The legitimate daughter of Wu Jian, Wu Yao. Li Su glanced briefly, cursing his misfortune, and swiftly turned to flee. Observing this, Wu Yao paused momentarily, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes in understanding of why the young man chose to run upon seeing her. With a soft huff, she leaped down from the inn and pursued him. The two engaged in a lively chase through the streets, with one fleeing and the other pursuing incessantly. That scoundrel is surprisingly quick, Wu Yao thought, astonished not only by his speed, but also by his fluid movements amidst the throng of pedestrians, gliding through the crowd like a fish in water, avoiding all contact. Does this woman lack suitors? Why is she so keen on chasing me? Li Su mused, relying on his familiarity with the streets of Suzhou to quickly lead himself into a dead end. Why have you stopped running? Wu Yao sneered, blocking the alley's exit. Li Su turned to face her, retorting, do you truly believe that, given my abilities, I cannot leap out of this alley? Wu Yao was taken aback, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a sense of caution brewing within her. The walls surrounding the alley were not particularly high, and given the prowess of the young man before her, he could easily leap over them. Why are you running? Li Su asked, bemused. Wu Yao retorted, then why are you fleeing? Li Su chuckled, so, if I run, you chase me? Wu Yao frowned, her tone icy. Our battle is far from over. Li Su regarded Wu Yao, raising an eyebrow. Have you devised a strategy? Do I need a strategy to deal with you? Wu Yao smiled. Initially, she had contemplated suppressing her own strength to engage this scoundrel on equal terms. However, she had now resolved to deliver a crushing lesson to him. With that, Li Su set down the silks and jade he had purchased, extending his right hand in a claw-like gesture. Then come here on your own accord. What do you mean? Wu Yao's eyes narrowed. Li Su responded nonchalantly. You just said the battle is still ongoing. Since it's a continuation, we must maintain the last state of that battle. I recall having seized your neck, and if we are to continue, I shall naturally continue to hold your neck. Wu Yao's expression turned frosty. Li Su widened his eyes. You're not planning to play dirty, are you? Wu Yao glared at him icily. If you wish to start anew, you must first acknowledge that you and your brother conspired together and were defeated by me, Li Su stated lightly. Bastard, Wu Yao seethed, frustration rising within her. Li Su was at a loss for words, pondering why these beautiful women had such a penchant for calling him a scoundrel. What I said was not erroneous. Li Su fixed his gaze upon Wu Yao. Do you think I should yield simply because you are a woman? Do I need your concession? Wu Yao was truly infuriated. Li Su beckoned with his right hand. If no concession is needed, then what are you waiting for? You just said the battle is not over. Wu Yao's chest heaved with indignation as she contemplated whether to simply strike this scoundrel. You're not angry and looking to take the opportunity to hit me, are you? Li Su remarked lightly. Wu Yao sneered in silence, thinking he at least possessed some self-awareness. If the previous battle is not concluded, you may strike me. But I shall not retaliate, Li Su stated calmly. Barring unforeseen events, my next battle will be with your brother. I wonder if you will be able to intervene then. Are you threatening me? Wu Yao's expression turned frigid. Li Su retorted, you threatened me first. He added, if you claim I threaten you, it reflects that in your heart, you believe your brother inferior to me. Otherwise, my words would seem laughable to you. You can't even compare to a single finger of my brother, Wu Yao scoffed. Her phoenix eyes brimmed with derision. Li Su nodded. If you do not continue the previous battle, then he has already lost to me twice. Wu Yao glared at Li Su, wishing she could simply eliminate this scoundrel. If the previous battle continues, and you happen to win, then my battle with your brother would result in one victory and one loss, thus nullifying each other, Li Su mused. So, do you wish to assist your brother in defeating me once? Do you think I would fall for that? Wu Yao sneered. Li Su chose not to elaborate further. Picking up the silks and jade from the ground and striding towards the mouth of the alley, Wu Yao furrowed her brow, her expression as cold as ice. Her gaze fixated on the approaching Li Su. As their figures brushed past one another, Wu Yao could no longer suppress herself. Just as she was about to utter a word, Li Su halted abruptly, his right hand lunging towards her neck. Wu Yao's eyelids twitched. Caught in hesitation, she felt a chill envelop her throat. Li Su firmly grasped her neck, applying slight pressure, causing her exquisite cheeks to flush a deep crimson. You scoundrel! Wu Yao glared at Li Su, her neck firmly ensnared, her body rendered powerless, her limbs devoid of strength. It seems you have not devised a proper countermeasure, Li Su remarked, gently lifting his hand, causing Wu Yao's feet to leave the ground, leaving her to stare helplessly at him. Allow me to offer you a suggestion, Li Su continued with a smile, as the legitimate daughter of the Wang family. You surely have access to profound martial arts. Seek out any techniques related to bone flexibility. If you can train your bones to be as supple as a serpent, then even with my grip around your neck, you would still possess the strength to fight back. With that, Li Su casually tossed Wu Yo aside and made a swift escape. Wu Yo quickly regained her footing, glancing at the desolate alleyway exit, her complexion shifting from green to pale. Scoundrel! Wu Yo gritted her teeth, filled with regret for having called out to him and for not resisting when he struck. If I encounter you again, Wu Yo inhaled deeply, resolute in her decision, next time, I shall say nothing and simply strike you first. Meanwhile, Li Su, having sprinted to his doorstep, breathed a sigh of relief, anxious that the woman might act out of indignation and disregard martial ethics. Upon entering the hall, Ziying emerged from the bedroom at the opportune moment. Did you go out? She inquired, glancing at the silk and jade parcels Li Su held, her brow furrowing slightly. At a time like this, you dare to wander? What if the Sky Patrol or the officers of the Imperial City catch you? I have a plan to deal with Xiao Yuansheng and Xiao Huaji. Would you care to listen? Li Su seated himself beside the tea table, grinning at Ziying. She raised an eyebrow, her expression inscrutable. Go on, she replied. I am parched. Li Su stated. Ziying's expression darkened as she narrowed her eyes at him. My plan might allow for a bloodless resolution, enabling Shao Qi to depart unscathed. Li Su added. Ziying remained composed, approaching the tea table to pour a cup of tea for him. Chapter 55, The Immortal's Affection. The enchantress's embroidery of the dragon for the great Qian dynasty. You and Shao Qi are indeed rebels. Is that not correct? Li Su lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip. Ziying scoffed. You are one as well now. Whether I am or not is of little consequence, Li Su smiled. What truly matters is whether His Highness the Third Prince could be implicated. Ziying frowned, momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? I intend to craft a dragon robe and a jade seal for this third prince, Li Su stated directly. A dragon robe, a jade seal? Ziying was taken aback. If the third prince finds that insufficient, I could also compose a few rebellious poems for him, along with a memorial denouncing the emperor, Li Su added. Ziying quickly grasped the implication, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, You intend to frame the third prince for treason? Not frame, he corrected. Li Su shook her head, intending to clearly inform him of the potential repercussions of capturing us. You underestimate the power of the royal family far too much. Ziying, regaining her composure, remarked that should you dare to speak up, he might very well resort to murder to silence you. Thus, we must strategize in advance. Li Su gazed at Ziying, acknowledging her own lack of strength, and conceded that if she couldn't capture the leader before the thieves, she would have to employ some underhanded tactics to assist them in overcoming this crisis. Not underhanded, Ziying corrected, but rather a clever scheme of discord. Are you complimenting me? Li Su laughed. Ziying shot her a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore the comment as she pondered Li Su's proposed strategy. However, neither I nor the young lady possessed the skill of embroidery. Realizing this, Ziying looked at Li Su with a hint of exasperation. A yen can, Li Su replied, taking another sip of tea. Cutting and designing. You both surely can manage that, right? Leave the rest to a yen. A yen? Ziying raised an eyebrow, glancing outside the hall and then back at Li Su, hesitating before speaking. There is something you might not yet know. What is it? Li Su feigned ignorance, though she felt a flicker of understanding within. A yen might very well be the enchanting Guqin yen, sought after by the celestial Yuheng. Ziying leaned closer to Li Su, whispering. Li Su's eyes widened in surprise. Are you certain? Ziying gently shook her head. Initially, she had been quite confident, but now her assurance waned. She recalled the peculiar smile that the exquisite chef A Yen had displayed, perhaps stemming from her feelings for Li Su. It seemed quite normal for a yen to smile with delight upon witnessing the distress of a woman whom Li Su held dear. Perhaps I should test her? Li Su suggested. Best not. Ziying shook her head. That is a battle between Yu Heng and Guqin Yen, and it has nothing to do with us. It concerns me, Li Su thought bitterly, sighing outwardly. After all, she is my chef now. Ziying cast a sidelong glance. Then take good care of yourself. If she truly is Guqin Yen, what do you think your image is in her eyes? Me? Li Su's heart raced as he began to reflect, muttering. I have treated her quite well. Every time I eat meat, I share a piece with her. His voice trailed off, growing uncertain. Are you sharing meat with her, or merely worried she might poison you? Ziying teased, a knowing smile on her lips. Li Su shot a glare at Ziying. This is all your fault. My fault? Ziying was taken aback. Li Su retorted, if you hadn't said she poisoned us. Would I have been so paranoid all along? Ziying scoffed. Only those with guilty consciences are prone to suspicion. Who among us has more guilty deeds? Li Su countered. His tone languid. Someone is so troubled by guilt that she doesn't even dare let me approach the newly acquired concubine. At this moment, a delicate hand pressed down on Li Su's shoulder, and with a gentle force, he was propelled towards the courtyard as if shot from a cannon. This rascal is becoming increasingly intolerable, Ziying thought, casting a furtive glance towards the direction of the bedroom. In the courtyard, Li Su stood up, brushing himself off, and raised his middle finger towards the hall behind him before leisurely returning to the study. In the innermost recesses of the study, the celestial Yuheng lay upon her bed, her right hand moving slightly, ethereal wisps of clarity enveloping the bed curtains, muffling any sounds from within. Li Su swiftly entered the bedchamber, his gaze fixated on the seemingly slumbering Yuheng, his eyes ablaze with fervor. When a demure, heavenly beauty reclines upon one's bed, it is scarcely conceivable for any man to remain indifferent. The cheeks of Yuheng were gradually suffused with a rosy hue, perceptible to the naked eye. In the afternoon, the anxious culinary mistress, Gu Qingyan, ventured into the chamber shared by Tianqi and Ziying. The embroidered dragon? Gu Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the artwork unfurled by Tianqi, a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, vividly rendered. Speak less, act more, admonished Ziying, who stood beside Tianqi, her gaze fixed on Gu Qingyan, reminding her of her place as Li Su's hired cook. Indeed, Gu Qingyan lowered her head, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to engage with Tianqi, one she could not afford to squander. Do not be overly anxious, Tianqi murmured gently. This is for my husband. Oh, I see, Gu Qingyan replied, positioning herself by the window, intently scrutinizing the artwork on the table. She mused silently. They likely lack knowledge of embroidery. In truth, as the former leader of the Cold Jade sect, she too was unfamiliar with the art of embroidery. Though she was well-versed in needlecraft, Li Gongzi has procured several garments for me. Should I not also present him with an outfit? Tianqi, seated nearby, quietly observed the culinary mistress, wishing to secretly glean the techniques of embroidery. If this woman were a seductress, she would certainly devise ways to draw near to her highness. Ziying thought, her watchful gaze remaining fixed on Gu Qingyan, unwilling to relax her vigilance. In the room, the three women harbored diverse thoughts, enveloped in silence. In stark contrast, the innermost recesses of the study exuded a vibrant atmosphere, particularly as Li Su discovered that the aura of Yuheng permeated the study. He became increasingly audacious, manifesting his affection for the celestial being through tangible actions. As dusk approached, the ever-mindful Gu Qingyan set aside her needlework, rising to inform Tianqi before exiting the chamber to immerse herself in the activities of the kitchen. Do you think she poses a threat? Ziying inquired in a hushed tone. Tianqi blinked, recalling her initial impression. I told you from the moment I laid eyes on her. Her demeanor is quite admirable. Ziying pondered, recalling that her highness had indeed remarked upon this. There is no need for undue concern. Zijie, Tianqi whispered. Even if she is truly the seductress Gu Qingyan, her approach to me is predicated upon her own desires. Indeed, Ziying nodded in agreement. Li Gongzi's plan appears to be feasible. Tianqi mused. However, it is certain to incite Xiao Yuanqing's ire, and he may harbor murderous intentions towards Li Gongzi. Ziying felt a chill run through her. She had considered this very possibility upon first hearing of Li Su's scheme. We must confer with Zuolin to ascertain whether his arrangements for Li Gongzi are thorough, Tianqi suggested softly. Do you wish for me to seek out Zuolin personally, or should that lad make another visit? Ziying queried. Let us defer that decision until the dragon robe is completed, Tianqi replied quietly. Ziying scrutinized Tianqi with suspicion. Do you harbor other intentions? Tianqi blinked playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Care to take a guess? Let us see if I can, Ziying teased, reaching out to tickle Tianqi's waist. Tianqi burst into laughter, pleading for mercy as she pointed to the recently embroidered five-clawed silk on the table. Ziying paused, a look of contemplation crossing her face, as she realized that her highness was referring to the culinary mistress, a yin. Indeed, waiting is necessary. Ziying nodded and remarked that if the Jade Balance Fairy had not truly departed, they would naturally choose her as their covert ally. We have little room for alternatives. Tianqi whispered. Ziying glanced at Tianqi and teased. Aren't you rather clever? Yet, upon encountering that scoundrel Li Su, You seem both dull and foolish. Tianxi's fair cheeks flushed as she shot Ziying a glare. If I were truly dull or foolish, would I heed your words? That is indeed a valid point. Ziying responded with a smile, reassuring herself that with her presence, the princess would certainly not be deceived by that rogue. Chapter 56. One kneels, one lies prostrate. Boyong's grandeur in the midnight hour, a slight stir arose from beyond the western wall of the courtyard. Ziying acted swiftly, capturing two cloaked figures and unceremoniously plunging them into the muddy pit. Li Su emerged from the study at the opportune moment, having already caught wind of the commotion. You are quite perceptive, Ziying remarked in surprise. Indeed, my strength has notably increased of late, Li Su replied, a hint of pride in his smile. Though he felt an undercurrent of unease. He could not ascertain whether this unease was directed at Ziying or the Jade Balance Fairy. He was aware that by later standards, he was straddling two boats. Or perhaps not merely two, there was also a concubine yet to be consummated. Li Su's gaze wandered. Ziying huffed lightly. Since you have benefited from my assistance, why not kneel and express your gratitude with a proper bow? Last night, the princess expended great energy to assist this scoundrel with spirit refining, Li Su replied, his expression darkening as he retorted, when I kneel, you must lie prostrate. Ziying brandished her fair, jade-like fist, casting a sidelong glance at Li Su. Li Su, however, chose to bypass this topic, redirecting his attention to the two individuals now submerged in the mud pit. Employing the same line of questioning yielded consistent results. After a brief inquiry, confirming that their information aligned with that of the other four, Li Su inquired about the itinerary of the third prince, Xiao Yuanqing. It is nearly time. Provide a time frame. Perhaps in 2 days. Both Li Su and Ziying felt a growing sense of urgency. In the depths of Taihu Lake, a slender boat glided through the night, approaching the stern of the formidable Wu family's vessel. The contemporary Wuan king, Wu Jian, sat on the deck at the rear, engaged in fishing. Uncle Wu, you are quite in high spirits, called out a young man seated at the rear of the fishing boat, wielding a pair of oars with a cheerful smile. You cannot row, Wu Jian replied with a sidelong glance at the young man, who could not feign being an ordinary person. The young man smiled and said, alone and the painter sage traveled south from Chaoga City to here, unnoticed by anyone. This can only indicate that Pei Xuanzai has been diligently looking out for you, Wu Jian remarked. In the center of the small fishing boat sat another figure, adorned with a bamboo hat and a raincoat, a long black beard adorning his chin. The current Emperor Qian's appointed painter sage, Pei Xuanzai. The third prince is exceptionally talented, no matter his guise, he resembles a dandy, the painter sage commented with a smile. This statement rang true, and Wu Jian nodded in agreement. The young man scoffed, I was born noble, wherever I may be. I am a dragon among a throng of snakes, and there is nothing amiss in that. Such is the case for me, and so it is for my cousin. He was none other than the third prince of Deqian, Xiao Yuanqing, whose bloodline connected him to the late Princess Yunran of Chu. The painter glanced at Wu Jian, noting that Prince Wuan must have already met that esteemed individual. You have misjudged this time, Wu Jian replied, shaking his head. Both the painter and Xiao Yuanqing were taken aback. Since you have arrived, I certainly shall not compete with you for accolades, Wu Jian said indifferently. Xiao Yuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, inquiring about the formidable disciple of the Golden Scales sect. Whether he is truly formidable or not, the painter is far more aware, Wu Jian remarked with a faint smile. Xiao Yuanqing could not resist stealing a glance at the painter, aware that in the past, this esteemed artist had participated in the entrance examination of the Golden Scales sect, showcasing considerable prowess. The painter maintained a calm demeanor. He was no longer concerned with the current standings of strength. He will fight with all his might, Wu Jian stated. The painter, seemingly enlightened, slowly commented. The scenery of Taihu is quite delightful, Wu Jian replied leisurely. Hence, I have lingered at Taihu without setting foot ashore. Xiao Yuanqing raised an eyebrow, understanding the undertones of their conversation. I've heard that my cousin has married his disciple? Xiao Yuanqing inquired curiously. He was well aware of the situation in Gusu City, having learned that his cousin wed a young man named Li Su. That young man is quite remarkable, Wu Jian praised, destined to be a figure of great renown. He has a future? Xiao Yuanqing scoffed. Wu Jian cast a glance at Xiao Yuanqing, noting his striking handsomeness, a beauty among 1,000. A beautiful man. Xiao Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, his heartbeat quickening as he nonchalantly asked, how does he compare to Gu? Exceeding him in every regard. Wu Jian replied with a gentle smile. Is that so? Xiao Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. What I say encompasses all aspects, Wu Jian added. You hold him in high regard. The painter pondered aloud. Gu has yet to meet him. Who could possibly surpass Gu in every aspect? Xiao Yuancheng chuckled softly, remarking, if he is truly as exceptional as you describe, I might spare his life out of appreciation for talent. Wu Jian gazed at the fishing floats on the lake, remaining silent and indifferent. The painter softly remarked, Princess Yunran must already be aware of the third prince's impending arrival. Her failure to flee in advance suggests she has some form of reliance. With Uncle Wu stationed at Taihu and the net already cast outside Gusa City, no matter her resources, she shall find it impossible to escape. Xiao Yuanqing smiled confidently. In the northern part of the city, at the Li residence, the situation had become exceedingly urgent. Under such circumstances, Ziying needed to remain closely by Tianqi's side. She vaguely sensed Li Su's thoughts, speculating that the young man might be wallowing in self-reproach due to his lack of strength, spending day and night secluded in his study to cultivate. A peculiar warmth stirred within her, prompting her not to intrude. In the study, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. Fully aware of the pressing situation, Li Su faced a daunting choice: to devote himself entirely to cultivation or to accompany the celestial maiden, Yuheng, in the tender embrace of warmth. He had once considered the allure of beauty he might encounter in the future. His thoughts had always been simple. You pursue your temptations while I pursue my cultivation. Much like the choices a straight man faces before his girlfriend in a game. Before the game starts, the girlfriend is paramount. Once the game begins, teammates take precedence. Yet, when confronted with true temptation, he realized that focusing solely on cultivation felt like a desecration of beauty. Especially, this enchanting beauty is the extraordinary and ethereal white-clad heroine, the celestial maiden Yuang. Li Su feels fortunate that the celestial maiden is not merely a beauty, but also a master of cultivation. Thus, the realm of tenderness can also serve as a training ground. Any inquiries regarding cultivation can be imparted to Li Su by the celestial maiden, who is willing to bestow her profound knowledge. Whatever Li Su asks, as long as she comprehends it, she shares her insights without reservation. This leaves Li Su not only satisfied but also emboldened to make a bolder request. I wish to focus on you, yet I do not wish to cease my cultivation. Li Su gazes longingly at the celestial maiden Yuheng and implores, could you possibly divide your attention, accompanying me while simultaneously using your vital energy to assist in my practice? After a brief moment of contemplation, the celestial maiden nods in agreement. Their fingers entwined. A stream of pure and potent ethereal energy flows into Li Su's body, coursing through his meridians, following the pathway of the supreme Yuding formula. You are so kind to me. I may become addicted, Li Su remarks, feeling utterly relaxed as he gazes at the celestial maiden, his eyes burning with intensity. She meets his gaze, declaring, this is my punishment for you. Punishment? That hardly suffices. Li Su replies with a raised brow and a smile, understanding the implications of her words. Once one has tasted the vastness of the sea, no other water can suffice. Once one has encountered the clouds of Wushan, all else pales in comparison. Having grown accustomed to the celestial maiden's unparalleled beauty and meticulous care, he fears that any future encounters with other women may inevitably lead to comparisons. From the very beginning, Li Su was aware that the white-clad heroine would not linger long at the Li residence. Throughout their time together, her unwavering obedience only solidified his suspicions. He possesses a clear self-awareness, recognizing that with his current strength, status, and position, he cannot fully possess this white-clad heroine. All he can do is leave the most profound impression possible during this fleeting period, ensuring he has no regrets. There is still time, the celestial maiden softly states. You are provoking me, Li Su responds, his eyes gleaming with fervent determination. The celestial maiden's cheeks flush as she casts a reproachful glance at him, forcing herself to concentrate on the flow of vital energy within him. This is a test. In the bedroom, the talented chef Gu Qingyan meticulously embroiders a lifelike golden five-clawed dragon onto silk. It looks incredibly real, praises Tianqi from the side. Ziying nods in quiet admiration, unable to resist glancing at the talented chef, contemplating that if this chef were indeed a seductive enchantress, she would be extraordinarily multifaceted. Whether it be disguise, culinary skills, or embroidery, she seems to master all with finesse. The main reason is that the lady's painting is exquisite and lifelike, Gu Qingyan compliments, which is indeed true, as her dragon embroidery is entirely based on the image provided by Tianqi. Tianqi smiles curiously and inquires, Can you also tailor? Tailor? Gu Qingyan nods. I often made clothes while serving at my husband's house. If the garments you create please my husband, I can, in his stead, grant you one wish. Tianqi says softly, gazing at Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan felt a stirring in her heart, unable to resist casting her gaze towards Tianqi's eyes. Those orbs resembled stars, shimmering with a touch of gentle fluidity, yet holding a hint of playful cunning. Was she hinting at something? Gu Qingyan could not maintain her composure, her heart involuntarily quickening its pace. To please both her master and mistress was the greatest aspiration of a servant. Let us begin with the tailoring, Gu Qingyan softly suggested. Very well, Tianqi replied with a smile. Gu Qingyan nodded, daring not to reveal any superfluous emotions. In truth, were it not for the presence of Ziying and Tianqi in the Li residence, she would be inclined to engage in open honesty with these two women, as there existed no conflict of interest between them. Yet, the potential presence of the Jade Balance Fairy nearby rendered her cautious about taking risks. That noon, in the northern part of the city, at the Boyang Calligraphy and Painting Shop, Boyang, the third prince, Xiao Yuansheng, donned in resplendent blue robes, stood outside the shop. Gazing up at its sign, his brows slightly arched. Flanking him were the renowned painter Pei Xuanzai and the governor of the Imperial City Division, Chao Huaji. Li Su. Style Boyang, Chao Huaji introduced. Boyang signifies greatness. It suggests a person of substantial merit, Xiao Yuansheng remarked with a smile. Greatness? This lad is rather audacious, Chao Huaji chuckled. Pei Xuanzai cast a sidelong glance at Chao Huaji, remaining silent, for he understood that the third prince's interpretation of greatness likely diverged from that of the governor. Knock on the door, Xiao Yuansheng instructed. Chao Huaji glanced at Pei Xuanzai, indicating for him to open the door. Pei Xuanzai stood still, smiling as he said, Governor Chao. Please. With a forced smile, Chao Huaji stepped forward and approached the entrance of the Boyang Calligraphy and Painting Shop, rapping on the door knocker. Inside the Li residence, both the study and bedroom fell silent. Chapter 57. The Fairy's Descent, the Painter's Tea in the innermost part of the study. A knock echoed at the door of the painting shop. The Jade Balance Fairy softly reminded, her right index finger gently tapping Li Su's brow. A stream of exceptionally cool and ethereal energy instantly alleviating the rising heat within him. Calming himself, Li Su looked at the Jade Balance Fairy and asked, How many are there? 3, she replied. At this hour, those knocking are likely connected to the Imperial City Division. I shall go and see, Li Su said, swiftly donning his garments. The Jade Balance Fairy cautioned softly, Be careful. Having risen from the bed, Li Su chuckled playfully. If even you cannot restrain me, others surely cannot. The Jade Balance Fairy shot him a mock glare. Wait for my return. Before leaving, Li Su gently brushed his fingers against the tip of her nose. As she sat up, watching his retreating figure, the final lines of the 3 transformations of the brothel echoed in her mind. As my belt grows looser, I do not regret. For her I suffer till I grow thin. No wonder so many become ensnared in the worldly mire. Mere observation could never grasp the depths of my current sentiments, the Jade Balance Fairy thought as she reclined once more. Lying on the bed, she purposefully set aside her identity as the leader of the heavenly sect, allowing herself to be just an ordinary woman in the company of the youth. Even through the lens of a sect leader, the young man appeared to be an extraordinary prodigy. When an ordinary woman receives the affections of a young man, she often accepts with delight, willing to surrender all that she is to him and eager to fulfill his every wish, relishing in the experience. Such was the case with the celestial maiden, Yuhong. She initially believed she might experience discomfort. Yet ever since that fateful night when she did not reject the young man's advances, it seemed as though her ability to refuse had vanished entirely. She found herself subtly yearning for his closeness, and satisfying his desires became her foremost priority. The young man's smile appeared to possess an extraordinary allure, compelling her to share in his joy. As the leader of the heavenly sect, Yuhong had thought her heart had long ascended to a state of detachment, impervious to the whims of fortune or misfortune. Yet, she now realized that there existed a young man capable of stirring her emotions like the ebb and flow of the tides. Each word and action of his seemed to tug at her heartstrings, governing her sentiments. As they exited the study, Li Su noticed that Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan had already gathered in the courtyard, where someone was present outside the calligraphy shop. Ziying wore a stern expression. Li Su inclined her head slightly, stating her intention to investigate. We shall accompany you, Tianqi offered softly. Li Su raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ziying, who maintained a cold demeanor and remained silent. sharing the princess's apprehension that the visitor might attempt to abduct Li Su. Should such a scenario arise, their preparations over the past few days would be rendered futile. Very well, Li Su replied with a knowing smile, understanding the concern of her two companions. Gu Qing Yin stole a glance at Li Su, thinking the young man likely remained blissfully unaware of the predicament that awaited him. A streetwise lad indeed struggled to comprehend the significance of the Deqian dynasty, she mused, shaking her head inwardly. Together, Li Su, Tianqi, and Ziying approached the calligraphy shop. Ying, open the door, Li Su commanded as they reached the counter. Ziying shot Li Su a dark look, then resignedly moved toward the entrance. Tianqi cast a reproachful glance at Li Su before quietly slipping to the side of the counter and crouching down. Li Su, taken aback, glanced curiously at Tianqi, who blushed and pointed to her cheek, shaking her finger gently. Understanding her cue, Li Su, seated in the old armchair behind the counter, instinctively extended her right hand and ruffled Tianqi's hair. Tianqi's eyes widened, her cheeks visibly reddening. Li Su smirked slightly as she nonchalantly withdrew her hand and turned her gaze toward the now open door. Tianqi shot Li Su an exasperated look, lowering her head as she delicately formed a seal with her hands, causing a golden pattern beneath her feet to flicker and vanish. Simultaneously, her breath, heartbeat, and the fragrant aura surrounding her seemed to dissipate into thin air. The door had swung open. At first sight of Ziying standing in the doorway, Xiao Yuancheng's eyes brightened. Upon discovering Li Su seated at the counter, his expression radiated further delight, confirming in his heart that his days in Suzhou would not be lonely. Ziying stood beside the entrance, her gaze sweeping over the three individuals outside, her cold countenance betraying a hint of gravity. She recognized the esteemed painter, Pei Xuanzi. A female assassin revealed her form, her power diminished by half. Xiao Yuancheng let out a faint smile and stepped into the painting shop, closely followed by Chao Huaji. As the master of painting entered, he nodded slightly to Ziying. The three did not immediately greet Li Su. Their gazes were drawn to the paintings adorning the four walls. Ziying returned to the counter and stood beside Li Su. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted the teapot from the counter and poured a cup of tea for Li Su. The two women gazed at the slightly yellowing tea in the cup, enveloped in silence. Li Su pondered, recalling that the last time the tea had been changed was likely more than half a year ago. The artistry of these paintings is decidedly mediocre, Xiao Yuancheng commented. Li Su shot him a sidelong glance, letting out a soft huff, choosing not to engage. Indeed, the artistry was ordinary, yet it possessed an undeniable essence. The master of painting remarked, "Ying, serve a cup of tea to each of these two guests," Li Su directed, casting a glance at Ziying, and added with a light chuckle, "Typically, guests who come here find the experience of appreciating the paintings distinctly transformed after savoring the tea." A peculiar glint flashed in Ziying's eyes as she discreetly filled the two teacups on the tray. Both Xiao Yuancheng and the master of painting couldn't help but turn back, their curiosity piqued by the tea. Ziying approached them with the tea tray. Could it be poisoned? Xiao Yuancheng scrutinized the yellowish tea with vigilance, glancing at the master of painting. The master of painting, maintaining his composure, lifted a cup to his nose, detecting a faint aroma that caused his brow to twitch ever so slightly. "This is aged pu'er tea from Yunzhou," Li Su said with a smile. "One tael of tea leaves is worth 100 taels of gold. You must purchase a painting from me after tasting this tea." "Aged pu'er tea," the master of painting murmured, bringing the cup to his lips for a delicate sip. "How is it?" Xiao Yuancheng inquired. Chao Huaji also couldn't help but glance at the master of painting, feeling a wave of relief that the latter was present. Otherwise, he would have been the one to test the tea. The master of painting's brow furrowed tightly as he glanced at Li Su, his eyes filled with suspicion. "This tea is undoubtedly suspect." Li Su maintained her usual demeanor, responding, "Strong tea is often bitter. Merely sipping it cannot reveal its true flavor." "This rascal certainly possesses remarkable audacity," Ziying, standing beside Li Su, thought, slightly holding her breath. She was convinced that this was not aged pu'er tea at all, but rather a pot of ordinary tea that had been left too long, its color altered. She even suspected that the tea might have turned rancid. In this world, few would dare to invite the esteemed master of painting to partake in such tea. The master of painting scrutinized the tea, uncertain and suspicious. The taste was exceedingly peculiar. "Poisonous?" Xiao Yuancheng frowned and asked. The master of painting pondered, "It should be non-toxic." "Should be?" Xiao Yuancheng expressed his dissatisfaction. The master of painting promptly corrected himself. "I assure you, It is indeed non-toxic. Chapter 58. The deceptive countenance of an emperor. No poison, yet you bear such an expression? Xiao Yuanqing remained cautious, questioning. Is it the flavor that seems off? The master of painting nodded slightly. It is a type of tea I have never encountered before. Xiao Yuanqing raised an eyebrow and asked, is it akin to that wine produced in the Western Desert? The master of painting contemplated for a moment before nodding. Perhaps so. I too find it challenging to adapt to grape wine at my age. With the passage of time, I indeed prefer nostalgia over new experiences. Li Su smiled and said, this is aged tea. If you drink a few more sips, perhaps you will find a sense of nostalgia. The painter cast a glance at Li Su, remaining silent. The lad had a cup of tea right before him, but had not even touched it. There was some truth to this. Old things often possess a certain stubbornness. Xiao Yuanqing chuckled and downed his cup in one gulp. Li Su's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yuanqing. This is troublesome. Noticing the expressions of the two, Xiao Huaji's face shifted instantly, and he anxiously watched Xiao Yuanqing. Indeed, there was a problem. The painter also observed Xiao Yuanqing with keen interest. Xiao Yuanqing savored the tea for a moment, his expression abruptly changing. And he spat out the tea he had yet to swallow, glaring coldly at Li Su. What a waste. Li Su appeared helpless, for this was a fine aged tea. Aged tea? How long have you kept it? Xiao Yuanqing's face turned ashen. Li Su grinned. Just about half a year. What a scoundrel. Xiao Yuanqing's face paled. The painter's expression grew slightly stiff as he had just taken a sip. So it was not poisoned. Xiao Huaji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Su looked at Xiao Yuanqing and remarked, you belittle my artwork, yet I offer you aged tea. This is quite fair. Your painting is in such a wretched state that it hardly requires my derision, Xiao Yuanqing scoffed. You? Li Su suddenly understood. Xiao Yuanqing's face stiffened slightly, a hint of displeasure rising within him. Observing Xiao Yuanqing, Li Su thought that as a prince, he wore his emotions on his sleeve, making him unfit for significant endeavors. Xiao Yuanqing sneered, gradually regaining his composure. I have underestimated you. He fixed his gaze on Li Su and mocked. I thought you were merely a pretty face with no substance. Your underestimation of me is of little consequence. What matters is my high expectations for you. Li Su appraised Xiao Yuanqing, arching an eyebrow and inquiring, has anyone helped you assess your features? Features? What do you mean? Xiao Yuanqing frowned. The painter and Xiao Huaji exchanged glances, surprised that the third prince found himself at a disadvantage in this initial encounter with Li Su. No wonder Wu Jian holds this young man in such high regard. The painter regarded Li Su and recalled the evaluation by King Wu Jian, in every aspect. He surpasses the third prince, Xiao Yuanqing. I observe that your heavenly crown is full and your earthly foundation is square. This is the visage of an emperor. Li Su stated, his expression becoming slightly grave. The visage of an emperor? Xiao Yuanqing, Xiao Huaji, and the painter were all taken aback. Zi Ying and Tian Qi, who had been hiding beneath the counter, understood that Li Su was laying the groundwork in advance. Are you trying to curry favor with me? Xiao Yuanqing laughed, casting a sidelong glance at Li Su, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. This is not flattery. It is merely the truth, Li Su replied earnestly. The wheels of fate began to accelerate the moment you encountered me. Your destiny is approaching. You will soon ascend to the throne. Xiao Yuanqing frowned, not believing that this young man was paying him compliments. The painter and Xiao Huaji shared his sentiment. Had Li Su intended to flatter the third prince, he would not have tricked him into drinking that cup of aged tea from the outset. You are dabbling in the supernatural, Xiao Yuanqing scoffed, a sense of wariness rising within him. You were born to be an emperor, Li Su asserted with a smile. I cannot be mistaken. The next emperor of Deqian shall undoubtedly be you. Xiao Yuanqing furrowed his brow even tighter, fixing his gaze upon Li Su, as he discerned the malevolent intent behind that smile. Indeed, it was insidious. The painter saint and Xiao Huaji shared the same notion. You may inquire of the two individuals beside you whether you possess the emperor's mandate, Li Su remarked with a smile. Xiao Yuanqing turned his head, casting a glance at the painter saint and Xiao Huaji. The painter saint remained silent, while Xiao Huaji, his scalp prickling, lowered his head, afraid to speak further. Although he maintained a close relationship with the third prince, in such a public setting, how could he dare to discuss matters of the imperial family? The one embroiled in the situation is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly, Li Su chuckled. It seems the two of them are too familiar with you, failing to perceive the regal aura emanating from you. Ziying, who had been standing beside Li Su, was somewhat speechless, This rascal truly had a talent for nonsense. Regal aura? Xiao Yuanqing shot a cold glare at Li Su, increasingly convinced that this person harbored ill intentions. You have indeed come to Suzhou at an opportune moment, Li Su continued. I intend to lend you a helping hand. You assist me? Xiao Yuanqing laughed mockingly, incredulous that this young lad would so easily submit. Li Su softly replied, I have crafted for you a complete dragon robe and carved a jade seal. Xiao Yuanqing's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting. The painter saint and Chao Huaji's gazes also sharpened, fixated on Li Su. The three of them comprehended Li Su's intentions entirely, framing and implicating the crime of treason. Tianqi and Ziying held their breath, each vigilantly observing Xiao Yuanqing and his companions. Both women were prepared to act instantly should any of the three show signs of unrest, ready to rescue Li Su. So, before I have even made a move, you have set your sights on me? Xiao Yuanqing's expression turned icy, a mix of anger and disbelief. He understood all too well what being falsely accused of treason would entail. From your demeanor, it seems you have already sensed the weight of my gift. Li Su said with a faint smile. Do not thank me just yet. What I have done for you extends beyond this. Historically, when dynasties change, there are always anomalies in the heavens and the earth. Your presence in Jiangnan will surely herald such an anomaly. Moreover, I have enlisted someone to compose poetry and proclamations that reflect your ambition for the throne, which will be ready for you. By the time you depart Suzhou, the citizens of Chaoga City will be aware that they are about to welcome a new emperor. You possess audacity. Xiao Yuanqing fixed his steely gaze on Li Su. His expression harsh, fists clenched, his heart subtly trembling. Chao Huaji, already pale, turned even whiter, staring at Li Su, horror flickering in his eyes. The painter saint, unable to remain calm, quickly grasped the maliciousness of the young man's words. This rascal's tongue is indeed formidable. Ziying held her breath, realizing from Xiao Yuanqing's reaction that Li Su's scheme might very well succeed. You need not worry. Others may doubt your imperial mandate. Li Su observed the menacing aura radiating from Xiao Yuanqing and kindly reassured him, when I alone speak, your father will certainly not believe it. When two voices arise, your father may still remain skeptical. When 3, 10, 1,000, and even the entire city speak of the third prince as possessing the emperor's mandate, he cannot help but ponder whether his father can still remain skeptical, even if His Majesty the Emperor continues to doubt. Among the third princess siblings, there are surely those who will believe. I boldly speculate that they may very well covertly stir the waters in support of the third prince's claim to the throne. Despicable. Xiao Yuanqing gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Li Su, a sinister smile curling his lips. Do you think I will allow you to fabricate rumors? You dare not, Li Su replied, nodding slightly before shifting the conversation. Xiao Yuanqing let out a cold laugh. Li Su continued, the third prince is undoubtedly astute. He must realize that I am here waiting for you, likely having made some preparations in advance. You might also consider that the left 1,000 households have resided in Gusu City for over 20 years and could have developed some undisclosed influence. Are you threatening me? Xiao Yuanqing growled, his body radiating an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. Li Su picked up a brush from beside the inkstone and glanced at Xiao Yuanqing, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, do you know Huang Chao? Huang Chao? Xiao Yuanqing, along with Chao Huaji and the master of painting, all looked taken aback, their expressions reflecting confusion. Tianqi and Ziying were similarly unaware of the name. He is one of your household's retainers, skilled in swordsmanship and somewhat versed in the arts. Li Su explained as he began to write. You once spoke of imperial ambitions in his presence, and in his excitement, he composed a poem on chrysanthemums for you, which you cherished dearly. Having finished, Li Su set down the brush. Ziying, who had been standing beside him, held her breath as she gazed at the newly penned poem on the counter. The master of painting deftly moved his right hand, causing the artwork to float before the third prince, Xiao Yuanqing. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, killing all others. The fragrance ascends to the heavens, permeating the morning song. The entire city is adorned in golden armor. Upon reading it, Xiao Yuanqing felt a heavy weight in his heart. Such overwhelming murderous intent, the master of painting remarked, casting a surprised glance at Li Su. A counterpoem? Chao Huaji breathed, his heart racing. As the chief supervisor of the imperial city, he had not read extensively, yet he could grasp the basic meanings of poetry. A counterpoem, indeed, brimming with lethal intent. If the prince does not favor chrysanthemums, I also have a peach blossom poem composed by Huang Chao for your highness, Li Su said, eyeing Xiao Yuanqing. You are courting death. Xiao Yuanqing's expression darkened, and in a fit of rage, he struck down the paper before him with a palm. Ziying reacted swiftly, positioning herself in front of Li Su and glaring coldly at Xiao Yuanqing. Meanwhile, Tianqi, crouched by Li Su's feet, braced himself for action. Li Su pulled Ziying back and, observing Xiao Yuanqing's grim countenance, smiled and said, "Your Highness, I find myself in a precarious situation. If I can assist you in claiming the throne sooner, I would consider myself a loyal minister. For your Highness, I would not hesitate to stand against the entire Deqian dynasty." Xiao Yuanqing's face was as dark as water as he stared at Li Su, rapidly contemplating a strategy to break the deadlock. He remained composed, aware that should Li Su's words reach the city of Chaoga, he would be left with no way to defend himself. Once the seed of doubt was planted in his father's heart. Very well. Xiao Yuanqing took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for a solution. It appeared that His Highness was reluctant to ascend to the throne prematurely. Li Su was taken aback, then smiled, saying, "In that case, you should not have come to Gus's city. I have heard that you are here to retrieve Princess Yunran. Are you not aware that Princess Yunran also believes you possess the Emperor's mandate? She intends to rally her old supporters and fully back you." Xiao Yuanqing felt a heavy weight in his heart once more. His task this time was to bring the living Princess Yunran back to Chaoga City. This scheme was exceedingly difficult to unravel. The painter saint lowered his brows, feeling a sense of melancholy. This was a blatant maneuver. Once the rumors spread, even if everyone knew the third prince was innocent, His Majesty the Emperor might still harbor suspicions. The crime of treason was far too sensitive, especially with the existence of that recent counterpoem. Had he known he would encounter such matters, he would never have taken on this task. Chao Huaji felt a chill run down his spine, filled with regret. As a celestial slave, he understood all too well what the suspicion of treason entailed. "You think that just by speaking, you can persuade me to release you?" Xiao Yuanqing scoffed, fixing his gaze on Li Su. "You underestimate me." Li Su leaned gently against the back of his chair, scrutinizing Xiao Yuanqing from head to toe. "It seems you are not as clever as I imagined." Xiao Yuanqing frowned and retorted with a cold smile. "Trying to play tricks again? As a prince, one must learn to conceal one's brilliance." Li Su offered heartfelt advice. "A single misstep in your duties may indeed lead to accountability and mockery from other princes. However, consider this from another perspective. The taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The fatter the pig, the more likely it is to be slaughtered. If your endeavors falter, you may not attract attention, but you also won't incite jealousy. So you are still thinking of me?" Xiao Yuanqing laughed in exasperation. The painter saint and Chao Huaji exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Ziying genuinely admired Li Su. "My husband is truly talented," she thought, while Tianqi regarded him with a hint of peculiarity. Li Su gazed at Xiao Yuanqing, speaking with profound significance. "It is not merely for your benefit. I have even imparted to you my ultimate dragon-slaying technique." "Dragon-slaying technique?" Xiao Yuanqing was taken aback. The painter saint, Ziying, and Tianqi all displayed expressions of confusion. Chao Huaji's heart stirred, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes, prompting him to glance at Li Su once more. This youth is wasted as a celestial slave. Chao Huaji mused inwardly. One cannot teach a fool. Li Su shook his head. Xiao Yuanqing frowned, turning to look at the painter saint and Chao Huaji. The painter saint remained silent in contemplation. Chao Huaji's gaze flickered, pondering whether to inform the third prince. "Do you understand?" Xiao Yuanqing fixed his gaze on Chao Huaji, directly inquiring. The painter saint could not help but look towards Chao Huaji as well. Chao Huaji chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Li Su, and whispered, "He must be hinting to the third prince that his earlier words could also apply to the other princes." Xiao Yuanqing was taken aback, turning back to Li Su. "I still do not know your esteemed name." Li Su ignored Xiao Yuanqing, focusing on Chao Huaji with curiosity. Chao Huaji replied nonchalantly, "I am Supervisor Chao Huaji." "So it is Supervisor Chao," Li Su said, suddenly enlightened, and asked with a smile, based on Supervisor Chao's palace intrigue experience. "Do you believe there is a possibility of success in what I have proposed?" Chao Huaji furrowed his brow, catching a glimpse of the third prince observing him. His expression tightening involuntarily. He immediately declared, "This commander does not concern himself with your words. As long as His Highness commands, I shall act without hesitation." "You indeed need to demonstrate your loyalty." Li Su nodded, smiling as he remarked, "If you heed my advice, you must remember that if you are not united with the third prince, he will not feel at ease." Chao Huaji's heart skipped a beat as he cast a sidelong glare at Li Su. In the end, Your fear of me is what drives you to spread such rumors. Xiao Yuanqing lifted his gaze towards Li Su, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Your life has always been in my hands. You are far too confident. The previously silent Xing fixed her gaze on Xiao Yuanqing, asserting, the so-called noble lineage is merely flesh and blood. One must understand that the tip of a sharp sword knows no distinction between high and low, provided you can reach me. Xiao Yuanqing sneered dismissively. A death by blade is not the fate of a prince. Li Su spoke softly, to strip away his title, seize his power, confine him in a dark prison. Remove his garments, and offer him 2 ounces of poison wine to end his life. This is the death befitting a prince. Xiao Yuanqing's expression darkened once more. Comprehending the implied message behind Li Su's words, Chao Huaji, along with the painter, understood the gravity of the situation, especially Chao Huaji, who had lived in the palace since childhood and felt the weight of Li Su's statements more acutely. I do not believe you, a mere street youth can sway the winds of the world, Xiao Yuanqing scoffed. As long as I eliminate you here, your schemes will come to naught. Is that your decision? Li Su raised an eyebrow, spreading his hands. If so, please proceed. Xiao Yuanqing frowned, coldly staring at Li Su. Your Highness, perhaps it would be wise to retreat for now, Chao Huaji suggested quietly, concerned that the third prince might make a hasty and regrettable choice. Your Highness, do not forget the purpose of this visit, the painter added softly. Xiao Yuanqing gradually regained his composure. He had not intended to act prematurely. He merely wished to observe Li Su, the master of the Li household, and discern what qualities could earn the admiration of Prince Wu Jian. He had even contemplated teasing Li Su if he turned out to be a handsome man. However, he never anticipated that before he could make a move, Li Su would deliver a striking blow, leaving him unable to fully steady himself even now. I shall remember you, Xiao Yuanqing remarked, casting a glance at Li Su before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Li Su called out. Xiao Yuanqing's demeanor turned cold, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. His patience had reached its limit. Might I request your Highness to provide further critique on my artwork? Li Su stood, maintaining his composure, and replied nonchalantly, in Gusu City. There was once a great scholar who claimed my painting lacked depth. Within 2 years, his concubine and son were found in scandalous relations, leading to his disgrace. Are you threatening me? Xiao Yuanqing laughed in anger. Ziying cast a sidelong glance at Li Su, feeling a mix of exasperation and surprise. How had she not noticed before that this rascal was rather petty? The artistry is indeed mediocre, Ziying thought, acknowledging Li Su's literary talent while simultaneously recognizing the shortcomings of his painting skills. You are insulting me, Li Su coldly remarked. I run a calligraphy and painting shop. What do you mean by saying my painting skills are mediocre? Xiao Yuanqing replied, Ziying, while Tianqi interjected, the saint of painting. Chao Huaji chimed in. Are you saying that my work is so poor that it cannot be critiqued? Xiao Yuanqing couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. You truly possess the demeanor of an emperor. Li Su retorted with a smirk. I have heard that King Wu Jian, is near Taihu. I wonder if he would be willing to become your subordinate, charging into battle for you. Xiao Yuanqing's expression turned as cold as ice, glaring at Li Su, who met his gaze unflinchingly. Chapter 60, Seizing Opportunities. The honest saint of painting, the calligraphy and painting shop fell into a profound silence. Chao Huaji frequently glanced at the saint of painting, Pei Xuanzi, hoping that this esteemed master could step in for the third prince and re-evaluate Li Su's artwork. However, the saint remained silent, for while he could discuss other matters, he found it impossible to feign admiration for others in the realm of painting. In fact, his earlier comment regarding Li Su's mediocre skills had been quite generous. Typically, he did not show much regard for this shop. Why was he suddenly so concerned about others' opinions? Ziying held her breath, watching the standoff between Li Su and Xiao Yuanqing, feeling utterly speechless. Tianqi, crouched by Li Su's side, felt a bit lost in thought, wondering if her evaluation had been too off the mark. After a long silence, Xiao Yuanqing gritted his teeth and retracted his words, feeling extraordinarily frustrated. At such a moment, he could not afford to completely sever ties with the insufferable person before him. Just okay? Li Su expressed his dissatisfaction. Xiao Yuanqing retorted angrily, do not push your luck. Li Su paused, then gracefully waved his hand, declaring that those who are mere pretenders to elegance deserve only to behold mediocre works. As Xiao Yuanqing left, he did so with great indignation. Close the door, Li Su commanded as he reclaimed his seat in the old armchair. Ziying nodded slightly and hastened to the door. Tianqi, poised to stand, suddenly felt a warm hand atop her head, causing her cheeks to flush. With a sigh of relief, Li Su reflected on the confrontation with Xiao Yuanqing. Forcing Xiao Yuanqing to retract his statement was not solely an act of pettiness. It was primarily to ascertain Xiao Yuanqing's stance. The willingness to yield under such circumstances indicated that he was not a mere wastrel and had a grasp of the implications that came with bearing the stigma of treason. Ziying approached, teasingly observing the languid figure of Li Su in the chair. Are your legs weak from fright? Even if I were frightened, little Qi would support me. Li Su quipped. Tianqi's face reddened once more. Ziying felt a pang of anxiety, swiftly moving behind the counter, only to see Li Su's hand resting on Tianqi's head, her expression instantly turning frosty. Li Su coughed lightly and discreetly withdrew his right hand. At the right moment, Tianqi stood, casting a playful glare at Li Su. You rascal, she chided. Ziying gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anger. How could this man dare to act so casually during such a moment? She thought. And the princess as well? Why does she not intervene? Have your legs gone numb from squatting for so long? Li Su asked, avoiding Ziying's icy gaze and turning his attention to Tianqi with concern. Tianqi lowered her head, gently shaking it. If you dare to take liberties with my lady again, I shall ruin you. Ziying abruptly pulled Tianqi, coldly sneering in threat. After uttering those words, she dragged Tianqi back to the courtyard. Li Su muttered under her breath, rising to return to the courtyard as well. On the northern streets of the city, Xiao Yuanqing's countenance was dark and frigid, his anger boiling within him, accompanied by a sense of frustration. As the third prince of the Dacian dynasty, he had never endured such humiliation. Approaching the city lord's mansion, Xiao Yuanqing finally regained his composure and cast a glance at the painting sage, inquiring, You are the painting sage. Pray tell, how would you assess his painting skills? The painting sage stroked his beard and replied, Your Highness's initial critique was quite astute. His painting skills are indeed rather mediocre. I can assure you, I am not mistaken. Xiao Yuanqing scoffed, yet bewilderment crossed his face. Could it be that he was genuinely unaware of his own lack of talent? He is certainly aware, the painting sage chuckled. Then he is deliberately targeting me? Xiao Yuanqing furrowed his brows. Perhaps not, the painting sage pondered. What do you mean? Xiao Yuanqing pressed, his frown deepening. The painting sage did not respond directly but smiled, saying, If your highness were to claim my painting skills are mediocre, I would simply dismiss it with a smile. Oh. Xiao Yuanqing raised an eyebrow, contemplating, and retorted, You are the painting sage. Who would dare to call your skills mediocre? Such a statement would only reveal their ignorance. The painting sage continued, However, should your highness assert that my fishing skills are lacking, I might take offense. Xiao Yuanqing was taken aback, recalling their journey together. The painting sage had a penchant for angling, but often returned empty-handed after a whole day of fishing. His fishing prowess, it seemed, was indeed quite average. Why is that? Xiao Yuanqing inquired softly. The painting sage glanced at him. If someone were to say that your highness lacks humanity, would you be angered? I lack humanity? Xiao Yuanqing laughed, responding nonchalantly. If such rumors were to circulate, it would be easy to clear my name. However, if someone were to claim that Master Chao lacks humanity, he might very well resort to violence. The painting sage smiled. Chao Huaji's expression stiffened, and he shot a cold glare at the painting sage. Xiao Yuanqing paused, gradually grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that by calling his painting skills mediocre, I am striking at his vulnerability? He raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily a vulnerability. The painting sage mused. The tea in that establishment has remained unchanged for over half a year, and many of the paintings are covered in dust. That young man likely does not care for the art shop. It is possible he has studied painting for a long time, only to find his talent lacking. Unwilling to accept the deceitful nature of those who claim to have exceptional artistic gifts. Xiao Yuanqing chuckled coldly. Indeed, the painting sage nodded in agreement, smiling as he stroked his beard. To achieve success in the realm of painting, one must possess a certain integrity, much like myself. Xiao Yuanqing replied with a chuckle. How shameless. Chao Huaji secretly cursed. Your highness should contemplate a strategy, the painting sage advised. I shall take care not to recall anything overheard in the art shop. Chao Huaji quickly echoed. I have heard nothing as well. Xiao Yuanqing's expression darkened once more. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the false accusations of treason against him. Upon grasping Li Su's intentions, he felt utterly bewildered, unable to think calmly. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, he ascended to the high pavilion where Chao Huaji was temporarily residing. Is the solitary one truly at a loss? Xiao Yuanqing cast a concerned glance toward Chao Huaji. his brows deeply furrowed. The hesitant Qiao Huaji found himself at a loss for words. As a heavenly servant, he had entered the palace at the tender age of 8 and understood all too well that treason is a charge unlike any other. While most crimes require irrefutable evidence for conviction, treason is treated with utmost severity. It is better to execute an innocent than to let a traitor escape. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, it becomes exceedingly difficult for His Majesty to place his trust in the third prince again. The servant remained silent, lowering his head, as he dared not offer any counsel on such matters. Xiao Yuanqing felt a rising tide of frustration. He was stifled by the unexpected developments since his arrival in Gusu City, where he had yet to make his move, only to be caught off guard by Li Su. Sitting upon the soft couch, he closed his eyes, reflecting on the events that transpired in the Boyang calligraphy and painting shop. He was acutely aware that the solitary one would come, having already laid a trap in wait. Yet, he could not ascertain whether the solitary one had truly orchestrated the slanderous poem to be disseminated in his name. The very thought sent a chill through him. As a favored legitimate prince, he knew well that should such rumors reach the ears of the emperor, despite the emperor's outward demeanor of indifference, his heart would surely harbor doubts, and his royal brothers would use this to their advantage. Such rumors must not reach Chaoga City. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yuanqing pondered his strategy. Beside him, Qiao Huaji stood with bated breath, respectfully contemplating the ramifications of that slanderous poem. The potency of baseless rumors may be limited. However, coupled with this poem, it would serve as irrefutable evidence of treason, Qiao Huaji mused. What if I were to take direct action and apprehend that scoundrel? Xiao Yuanqing suddenly proposed. Qiao Huaji was taken aback, replying softly, if the sage of painting were willing to testify on your highness's behalf, His Majesty would likely believe you. Yet, I fear that the scoundrel has left some contingency plan. A contingency plan? Xiao Yuanqing frowned, skeptical that a mere street youth from Gusu could indeed reach into Chaoga City. It was inconceivable. Qiao Huaji hesitated before continuing. However, he has been in the company of Huan Nongying. Huan Nongying, also known as Ziying, was renowned as the foremost assassin of the Chu kingdom before its downfall. Are you suggesting that they may have already contacted my imperial aunt? Xiao Yuanqing's heart sank. Xiao Lingyao, the current emperor's legitimate sister, was his beloved aunt and the former queen of Chu, mother to Princess Yunran. After the fall of the Chu kingdom, she was escorted back to the capital, Chaoga City, where she lived in seclusion at Taoguan. Qiao Huaji shook his head. I dare not speculate recklessly. I cannot afford to take risks. Xiao Yuanqing contemplated for a long while before stating, I too cannot remain so subjugated. Qiao Huaji silently nodded. Dealing with a mere street youth was indeed not worth the peril of being labeled a traitor. The esteemed third prince could not allow himself to be so constrained. The critical factor remained that slanderous poem. Xiao Yuanqing analyzed calmly. As for the dragon robe and jade seal, as long as I do not don them before others, even if they attempt to frame me, few would be inclined to believe it. However, once that satirical poem spreads under the guise of solitude, it may as well be done. This is the essence of the matter. Qiao Huaji nodded, acknowledging that throughout history, the most insidious often come from the literati. The servant had witnessed numerous instances of scholars writing books and painting, slandering others. Chinchime? Xiao Yuanqing glanced at Qiao Huaji. This unfortunate prince indeed bore a heavy fate. Qiao Huaji nodded and recounted with a sense of lamentation that according to the records of the Royal City Department, the scholar who authored the tale of Xianglian was originally a fellow townsman of Prince Chun. When he visited Prince Chun, the prince, noticing his financial struggles, gifted him a copy of the Luan Jing, with 10 gold leaves tucked within it. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, the scholar felt that the prince's generosity was insufficient. Harboring jealousy that led him to pen the tale of Xianglian, alleging that Prince Qin abandoned his wife and child in pursuit of wealth and fame. Both the Celestial Patrol and our Royal City Department found through investigation that prior to Prince Qin's success, he had lived a solitary life, devoid of even a maidservant, let alone a wife and daughter. Nevertheless, fueled by ill-intentioned individuals, the tale of Xianglian circulated widely, resulting in Prince Qin's reputation being utterly destroyed and his relationship with Princess Qingzhao fracturing. Xiao Yuanqing regarded Qiao Huaji. Raising an eyebrow, I recall that His Majesty had assigned you to lead the investigation into this matter. Indeed, I did, Qiao Huaji affirmed. The case was thoroughly examined, and the scholar had confessed, yet alas, the tale of Xianglian had already disseminated. Even though the scholar had been subjected to the most severe punishment, it was of no avail. Xiao Yuanqing's gaze flickered. In truth, Qiao Huaji's account diverged from certain rumors he had heard. One such rumor suggested that Chao Huaji had colluded early on with Qin Shimei, aiding in the destruction of his former wife and erasing all possible evidence. Who truly cares for the veracity of rumors? A flicker of clarity crossed Xiao Yuanqing's eyes. He had never concerned himself with the authenticity of the tale of Xianglian. Others, too, would not care whether the satirical poem originated from his princely residence. It was imperative that he remain unassociated with this poem. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yuanqing recognized that the power of this satirical poem far surpassed that of the tale of Xianglian. Anyone who entangled themselves with it would surely meet misfortune. Chao Huaji remained silent, inwardly admiring the young man. With one deft move, he had delivered a blow that left the third prince at a loss. He had also mentioned that an extraordinary event would transpire in Suzhou. Xiao Yuanqing cast a glance at Chao Huaji. Investigate everything related to him and Zuolin. Understood. Chao Huaji respectfully replied, then hesitated to inquire, should we continue to send officers to the Li residence? No need for officers, Xiao Yuanqing replied coolly. Seal off the Li residence from all directions. Not even a fly shall escape. He also remarked that preparations for a dragon robe and jade seal had been made for him, as he intended to let them reap the consequences of their actions. As he concluded, Xiao Yuanqing let out a cold laugh. I shall attend to it immediately, Chao Huaji said before departing. Li Su, Li Boyong, I shall remember you. Xiao Yuanqing murmured softly. Throughout his life, he had never felt as stifled as he did today. He needed to swiftly find a new master for this satirical poem. As Xiao Yuanqing pondered, a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps he could find a royal brother or brother-in-law to take the fall for him. Xiao Yuanqing's eyes shimmered as he fell into deep contemplation. This indeed presented a way to break the deadlock. However, he felt a lingering apprehension that such a course of action would render him susceptible to Li Su's manipulation. At the very least, in the matter of apprehending Princess Yunran, he would undoubtedly be hampered. Perhaps, as Li Su suggested, he might even have to deliberately let Princess Yunran escape in order to dispel any suspicions of treason. How could one be constrained by another? Furrowing his brows tightly, Xiao Yuanqing's mind conjured the image of Li Su's jovial demeanor, filling him with a seething resentment. In the past, he harbored a peculiar fondness for handsome men. Yet this was the first time he found himself so thoroughly loathing such a striking visage. As long as Yunran remained unharmed, he would refrain from taking matters into his own hands. The Empress Dowager would not resort to meddling with Xiao Yuanqing over a mere street youth. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as a resolution formed in his heart to engage in subterfuge and strike from the shadows. Sitting upright, he was interrupted by the arrival of a visitor. Your Highness, I am Zhao Pu, here to pay my respects, the official announced, kneeling respectfully before him. I have heard that the Hanyu sect has recently stirred considerable activity in the Jiangnan region. As dusk settled, Zuolin stealthily infiltrated the Boyang calligraphy and painting shop. He had been informed that the third prince, Xiao Yuanqing, and the chief of the Imperial City Division, Chao Huaji, had both visited this place. A faint yet palpable aura of blade intent emanated from the shop, pervading the entire Li residence. Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan within sensed this blade intent almost instantly. Gu Qingyan, busy in the kitchen, maintained her composure while kneading dough, though an unsettling restlessness brewed within her. In the bedroom, Tianqi and Ziying exchanged knowing glances, recognizing this as Zuolin's covert signal. Shall we go and take a look at the calligraphy shop? Ziying suggested softly. All right. Tianqi nodded slightly, and together they exited the bedroom. In the study, at the very moment Zuolin entered the calligraphy shop, Yu Heng, the celestial maiden, had already sensed his arrival. Prior to this, she had mostly confirmed Zuolin's identity and thus had retracted her own aura, providing Li Su with a discreet indication. Your esteemed Zui Qianhu has arrived at the calligraphy shop, she communicated through her ethereal voice, resonating directly in Li Su's ear. He possesses formidable strength. Do not speak to me as if I were present. Li Su was taken aback, but soon nodded slightly. The bond between him and Yu Heng was a secret known only to them. Old Zua must know that Xiao Yuanqing has been here, Li Su mused silently, contemplating an immediate visit to the calligraphy shop to discuss forthcoming matters with Old Zua. However, given his own capabilities, he was unable to detect Old Zua's arrival. Going now could incite suspicion. From Yu Heng's demeanor towards Old Zua, Li Su surmised that Old Zua's genuine prowess likely surpassed that of Ziying and Tianqi by a considerable margin. Within the Li residence, Yu Heng was unperturbed by the possibility of Ziying and Tianqi discovering her presence in the study. Once Old Zua arrived, she would dare not move. communicating solely through her thoughts. As evening approached, Li Su reasoned, surely it would be reasonable for me to step out for a moment? He crafted a suitable excuse for himself, rising and nonchalantly donning his garments. Ziying and Tianqi have already gone to seek him, Yu Hong reminded him telepathically. As Li Su donned his shoes, he seemingly brushed against the tip of the jade balance fairy's nose. The fairy cast a reproachful glance at him, as if this young man were perpetually teasing her. Upon exiting the study and securing the door, Li Su made his way directly to the latrine. In his previous life, when a man's essence was released, it would not be long before he needed support while urinating. Li Su, hands on hips, felt an increasing satisfaction with his own physique. He was aware that many men in his past life struggled to exert themselves when relieving themselves, either unable or unwilling to apply too much force. However, he felt none of that discomfort. Every part of his body was capable of exerting full strength. Chapter 62. 3 years of spirit cultivation. 5 years of invincibility in the art shop. Zwolin, seated behind the counter, sensed the scene of someone reveling in their urination, involuntarily twitching his face. This rascal was still as insufferable as ever. Zwolin silently scolded, recalling the first time he took the initiative to confront this youth, who had brazenly displayed an air of superiority while they were both relieving themselves. Such blatant disdain was intolerable for any man. What is the matter? Ziying, perceptive as always, noticed Zwolin's change in demeanor and appeared quite speechless. Zwolin maintained a composed expression and remarked, "That brat is just too naive, too immature." Naive and immature? Ziying exchanged glances with Tianqi, who hesitantly asked, "Are you suggesting there is something wrong with his plans?" "I mean there is something wrong with him as a person," Zwolin replied with a light snort. "Something wrong with him?" Both Ziying and Tianqi looked bewildered. "What kind of problem?" Tianqi inquired softly. Zwolin glanced at the paintings hanging around, chuckling lightly. "For instance, these artworks, which are quite ordinary, yet he insists that each piece is a masterpiece." A peculiar glimmer flashed in Ziying and Tianqi's eyes. "Indeed, there is something amiss," Ziying nodded, then brought up Li Su's insistence that the third prince, Xiao Yuancheng, praise his paintings. Tianqi chimed in, recounting how Xiao Yuancheng had visited the art shop, filling Zwolin in on all the details. No wonder Xiao Yuancheng looked so grim upon his departure, Zwolin mused, raising an eyebrow. Using the scheme of treason to frame Xiao Yuancheng would indeed make him cautious. "That poem possesses tremendous power," Ziying remarked softly. Tianqi swiftly wrote down Li Su's poem, Ode to the Chrysanthemum, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flower blooms, slaying all others. The fragrance soars to greet the morning songs, the city adorned in golden armor." Zwolin recited it, chuckling. "I am not at all surprised that this rascal can compose such verses. Over the years, I have witnessed countless classic lines from Li Su." He could not ascertain whether all these poems were indeed Li Su's creations. He merely knew that selling such poetry for profit was an extravagant endeavor. In the past, he had struggled to comprehend why those impoverished literati, nearly destitute, looked down upon the wealthy and deemed money to be tainted. However, after assisting Li Su in selling poetry and compiling collections, he suddenly found himself aligning with some of those literati sentiments. In the realm of poetry that could endure through the ages, gold and silver truly seemed like mere dross. To measure the value of poetry with gold and silver was to utterly squander its essence. Certainly, he merely expressed such sentiments in his heart. The poetry collection must still be published, and the due royalties must still be collected. Young Master Li indeed possesses remarkable literary talent, Tianqi remarked with light admiration. To describe someone as cultured is often to compliment their refinement. Zwolin chuckled, yet this rascal's only connection to elegance is likely his appearance. Ziying's eyes sparkled as she recalled the delightful nights spent with Li Su, subtly nodding in agreement. That scoundrel only pretended to be refined and gentlemanly before the princess. Before her, he could easily be labeled a beast in human guise. "I find young Master Li rather agreeable," Tianqi mumbled, her delicate face flushing slightly. Zwolin glanced at Tianqi and replied with a smile. "Your perception may stem from your unfamiliarity. Once you truly become acquainted with him, you will understand that some individuals exude an irresistible aura of provocation." "Is that so?" Tianqi blinked and couldn't help but glance at Ziying. Ziying nodded seriously. "He indeed possesses an insufferable charm." "That must be quite entertaining," Tianqi pondered silently, growing increasingly curious about what Li Su is truly like in daily life. "Did you come here upon receiving news?" Ziying inquired, looking towards Zwolin. Zwolin nodded slightly, stating that the current situation was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Xiao Yuanshang, the favored legitimate prince, had also arrived in Suzhou, signifying the emperor's resolve. Is Li Su's strategy effective? Ziying asked. Zuolin contemplated before responding. If Xiao Yuanshang were sufficiently astute, he would refrain from direct confrontation, at least not to the extent of cornering you. Not to confront directly? Are you suggesting he would employ others to do his bidding? Ziying's intelligence shone through. At the very least, he would not easily let that rascal off the hook. Zuolin remarked with a faint smile. That scoundrel indeed possesses audacity, daring to confront Xiao Yuanshang openly. Does he not know that imperial authority cannot be challenged? Both Ziying and Tian Qi felt a heaviness in their hearts. In truth, Uncle Zhua, even if you had not come, we were already planning to seek you out, Tian Qi said softly, gazing at Zuolin. We wish to know how you intend to arrange for young Master Li. You should have already guessed where he is destined to go. Zuolin smiled. Tian Qi and Ziying paused. Indeed, they had already surmised. The Jinlin sect. Zuolin had previously entered and exited this sect. That is a matter for the future, Ziying stated. For now, he is embroiled in our troubles. Entangled? That is hardly certain, Zuolin retorted lightly, asserting that according to his words, this situation is a paradox of fortune and misfortune. Opportunity and crisis coexist. Had he not encountered you, who would have assisted him in refining his spirit? You are aware of this? Tian Qi exclaimed in surprise. Zuolin smiled. My intention in having you temporarily wed this lad is to have you assist him in refining his spirit. As expected, Ziying replied coolly. Zuolin nodded. That scoundrel may be insufferable, yet at times, he is quite endearing. Ziying pouted, noncommittal. Simply helping young Master Li refine his spirit will not lead to an immediate leap in his power. He remains at the body refinement stage, Tian Qi softly remarked. That is sufficient. Excess can be detrimental. Zuolin shook his head, stating that the rascal's foundation is solid enough. His issue lies in his mindset. Mindset? Tian Qi and Ziying were momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Zuolin in unison. It is evident that he possesses great intelligence, as demonstrated this time by his ability to seize upon Xiao Yuanshang's vulnerabilities with just a few words, Left Lin remarked. Indeed, young Master Li is exceptionally astute. Nodded Tian Qi. Ziying remained silent, for she had always been aware of Li Su's extraordinary cunning. Intelligent individuals often believe they can effortlessly attain more, Left Lin continued, noting that such individuals typically overlook the importance of grounding themselves, harboring delusions of reaching great heights in a single bound. When that rascal first began his training with me, he envisioned achieving the foundational realm of spiritual essence within 3 years and becoming invincible within 5. 5 years of invincibility? Tian Qi blinked in surprise. Ziying pondered. Are you suggesting that he aims too high while lacking the necessary skills? While it is true that he aims high, his skills are not necessarily lacking. Left Lin replied softly. Those who aim high often neglect the fundamentals during their training, fixating solely on breaking through as swiftly as possible. However, he is different. From the outset of his training, he inquired about the limits of body refinement, demonstrating a fervent pursuit of foundational strength, yet he simultaneously believes he is extraordinarily gifted, capable of effortlessly transcending limitations to forge an unparalleled foundation. Young Master Li underestimates the challenges of cultivation, Tian Qi mused thoughtfully. Ziying remarked. He is merely fixated on reaping the rewards without the toil. His fervor for training borders on self-abuse, Left Lin observed, casting a glance at Ziying. Ziying paused, recalling how Li Su consumed toxic blood serpent flesh in his quest for strength, immersing himself in serpent blood day and night. Such a training attitude cannot merely be described as seeking an easy path. I dedicated 10 years to refining his physique, tempering his will, and instilling in him a sense of groundedness, Left Lin said softly. I once believed he had become a steady and exceptional gem. It was not until I took him to meet Wu Jian that I truly realized his mindset had remained unchanged. He boldly challenged both Wu Jian's daughter, Wu Yao, and son, Wu Fengyun, right in front of Wu Jian, even daring to seize Wu Yao by the throat as a show of defiance. He continues to believe that he will one day be invincible in this world. In the back hall of the calligraphy and painting shop, Li Su leaned quietly against the wall, listening intently, feeling unconvinced and thinking that old Left was overinterpreting certain matters. To challenge Wu Yao and Wu Fengyun simultaneously was not something he anticipated Wu Jian would so readily accommodate, disregarding any concerns for face. As for seizing Wu Yao by the neck, That was merely a crucial aspect of defeating both her and Wu Fengyun. It was simply a standard combat technique, not a display of bravado. Moreover, his audacity in speaking boldly before Wu Jian was rooted in the confidence bestowed upon him by Left Lin. Over the past decade, he had diligently refined his physique and had long since developed a profound respect for the rigors of cultivation, fully aware that this realm is one where strength reigns supreme. Li Su believed that throughout these 10 years, he had conducted himself with remarkable steadiness, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. It was only after becoming familiar with Old Left that he occasionally made bold statements. He considered this entirely normal, as even the most introverted individuals tend to speak freely in the presence of true friends, often making grandiose claims. In simpler terms, this is what one might call a hidden flamboyance. Nearly everyone possesses such an aspect. Tianqi and Ziying exchanged glances, both aware of Li Su's victory over Wu Yao, with Ziying having personally experienced the helplessness of being seized by Li Su's grip. Possessing an indomitable belief, is it not justified? Ziying could not help but inquire, for throughout history, who among the exceptional talents has not harbored such unwavering conviction? Take Ziying herself, who has always faced adversaries of greater realms without fear of battle. The youthful spirit is often envied. Who does not long for such verdant years? Zuolin chuckled softly, then shook his head, gently remarking, to possess an indomitable belief is not inherently wrong. The error lies in being merely Li Su, neither of noble birth nor born of illustrious lineage. The journey to the Golden Scale sect is fraught with challenges, and behind him, he has no one to rely upon. In the calligraphy shop, Tianqi, who had experienced the true devastation of a nation in ruin, comprehended Zuolin's words, as well as the underlying implications. It is I who have burdened you, Tianqi murmured, contemplating that had she not come to Suzhou, Uncle Zhuo would likely have safeguarded Li Gongzi all the way to the gates of the Golden Scale sect. You think too much, Zuolin replied, shaking his head with a smile. To encounter you is a fortune that rascal has accrued over several lifetimes. As for me, I am hardly connected to you. To engage in battle with Wu Jiang is an opportunity that many covet. The rumors of Wu Jiang's prowess are said to surpass even that of Wu Qi. Ziying glanced at Zuolin. I can only say that the senior brother has grown old. He cannot escape the passage of time. Zuolin smiled gently, adding, as for Wu Jiang's strength, it is not as formidable as you might envision. His life has been too smooth, having scarcely faced any significant battles. As he spoke, Zuolin looked at the two women, advising, rather than worrying about me and that rascal, you should contemplate your own futures. Our futures. Ziying and Tianqi exchanged glances. The one from Chaoga City likely has health issues. Otherwise, he would not have consecutively dispatched Wu Jiang and Xiao Yuanqing. Zuolin's tone grew somber. He is determined to secure the princess. A weight settled upon Ziying's heart as she clenched her fists. If that is the case, I implore you to abandon the confrontation with Wu Jiang, Tianqi said earnestly, gazing at Zuolin. I hope you can directly escort Li Gongzi to the Golden Scale sect at Yuling Mountain. Ziying's expression shifted. Zuolin laughed, but then huffed, you rascal. How long do you intend to eavesdrop? Ziying and Tianqi were taken aback, turning to see Li Su approaching from the back hall. He walked directly up to Tianqi. She held her breath, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with a rosy hue as her heart raced. Suddenly, Li Su reached out, placing his hands on Tianqi's shoulders. Her heartbeat nearly surged to her throat, her face burning like the evening clouds. Ziying's expression turned icy, and just as she was about to intervene, she saw Li Su abruptly release Tianqi's shoulders, prompting her to glare fiercely at him. You cannot think only of yourself. Li Su admonished, gazing at Tianqi with a hint of reproach. Do you wish for old Zhuo to take me away alone, leaving me to confront the Deqian dynasty by myself? Have you considered what would happen if you were captured in Chaoga City? Old Zhuo is but a remnant of the old era and of little consequence. You need not dwell on him. But what about me? I am in my prime. My era has just begun. Do you wish for me to harbor a sense of inadequacy towards you for the rest of my life? Moreover, considering the cherished Ziying, you would not wish to implicate either me or Lao Zhuo, and certainly, you would be even less inclined to burden Ziying. She has accompanied you for 5 years. Throughout this time, how has she fared, and what has truly mattered to her? While others may be oblivious, you ought to be aware. Do you intend to shatter her resolve with your own hands, making her feel as though she is utterly worthless? Zuolin cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. Tianqi hung her head low. Ziying, with a mixture of emotions, could not help but glare at Li Su. Li Su continued, in truth, neither Lao Zhuo nor Ziying are protecting you. They are safeguarding their own beliefs and convictions. Tianqi was taken aback, unable to suppress a glance upwards. Li Su softly added, they are nurturing their ideals. Tianqi lowered her head once more and murmured, I do not wish for you to be harmed because of me. It is my honor to protect Her Highness the Princess. Ziying spoke earnestly. Li Su scoffed, retorting, by saying that, you will only make her feel more guilty. Then you speak, Ziying replied, irritated. I say what I say, Li Su lightly huffed. Regarding Tianqi, Ziying is not protecting you. She has simply fallen for you in a pure and unadulterated manner. Ziying? What? Tianqi was momentarily stunned. Ziying, with a darkened expression, shot an incredulous look at Li Su, thinking to herself that this rascal truly dares to fabricate anything. Zuolin, seated at the counter, also gazed at Li Su with exasperation. Consider this. Over the 5 years you have lived together, has she not devoted all her thoughts to you? Li Su continued. If you suffer even the slightest harm, she feels more anguish than if she were wounded herself. Tianqi blinked, softly acknowledging that Sister Ziying indeed invested her entire heart into her. Ziying's eyes flickered, yet she did not refute the statement. Is this not love? Li Su murmured. If she did not love you deeply, would she act this way? Her affection for you transcends the boundaries of mere romantic love. Reflect on this. If you were to go to Chaoga City, who would suffer the most? Tianqi kept her head down, remaining silent, feeling a peculiar sensation within. Ziying's countenance also appeared somewhat uneasy. Furthermore, Li Su fixed her gaze upon Tianqi, articulating each word deliberately. You are not a burden. Tianqi looked up, staring blankly at Li Su. If you were truly a burden, why would Chaoga City be so intent on capturing you? Li Su smiled. The desire of Chaoga City to possess you indicates that you are a treasure greatly valued by the Deqian royal family. This treasure now belongs to Ziying. When you are with Ziying, her strength likely increases by 2 levels, does it not? Tianqi remained silent, acknowledging to herself that being with Sister Ziying indeed maximized her capabilities. This rascal possesses quite the eloquence, Ziying thought, and for a fleeting moment, she almost believed that her time spent with Her Highness was not entirely innocent. You must have faced numerous battles together over the years, Li Su inquired. Tianqi softly affirmed that she and Sister Ziying had indeed encountered many challenges. If you were to leave Ziying, her strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly, Li Su analyzed. What then, if she were to confront her former enemies once more? Consider this, when she is with you, her strength is at a formidable 99. Her adversaries, seeking to confront her, undoubtedly devise strategies tailored to that level of might. If you were to leave her side, and she were to encounter her foes, what do you think would transpire? Tianqi lowered her head, a sudden wave of concern for Sister Z washing over her. Ziying pursed her lips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as if Li Su underestimated her capabilities. It seems you have come to recognize your significance to Ziying, Li Su remarked, gesturing towards Zuolin. You are also worried about implicating old Zua, aren't you? Zuolin let out a soft grunt in response. Tianqi, still with her head bowed, responded with a subtle hum, curious about how Li Su would continue to persuade her. For a man, especially one like old Zua, who has endured a lifetime of mediocrity. Li Su was saying something when, all of a sudden, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. Zuolin, with a dark expression, had delivered a sharp tap to Li Su's skull. Li Su clutched his head, his face contorted in pain. Well-deserved, Ziying thought, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Tianqi blinked, observing Li Su's grimace, and for some inexplicable reason, felt a surge of laughter bubbling within her. For a man, it is essential to make at least one choice in his lifetime that embodies the spirit of defiance, even against a myriad of obstacles. To deem his existence fulfilled, Li Su endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he continued, even against a myriad of obstacles, I shall not be deterred. Zuolin raised an eyebrow slightly. Tianqi remained silent. Moreover, he is not even doing it for you, Li Su added. Both Tianqi and Ziying were taken aback. Zuolin narrowed his eyes slightly, coolly stating, young man, one may indulge in a careless feast. However, should you dare utter such words carelessly, I shall ensure you never live as a man again. Do you see? His attitude is clearly amiss. Indicating I have struck a nerve, Li Su sneered lightly. As for old Zua, spare yourself the delusions. Tianqi paused, lifting her gaze to Li Su, daringly inquiring. What about you? Upon asking, her heart raced uncontrollably. Ziying frowned, casting a warning glance at Li Su. Are you feeling anxious? Li Su suddenly questioned. What? Tianqi was momentarily stunned. Ziying and Zuolin exchanged bewildered looks. I know you are anxious, but hold your horses, Li Su grinned. Once I truly break through to the body refinement stage, we shall consummate our union. Chapter 64, The Chef's Flaw. Simply because she is too beautiful, Tian Chi's entire face flushed crimson. Ziying glared fiercely at Li Su, her frustration boiling over. Zuolin shook his head in disbelief. Rest assured, Li Su added, before we consummate, my body shall remain entirely unharmed, guaranteeing you the most perfect wedding night. You scoundrel! If you dare speak such nonsense again, I will personally ensure your manhood is forfeit. Ziying could no longer contain herself and erupted in expletives. Tian Chi's head nearly drooped to her chest, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Zuolin shook his head in exasperation. Li Su smiled subtly and continued, do not forget, you are my sworn concubine, by law. All that is yours belongs to me. I assist you. It is a matter of course. If I do not extend my help, perhaps you should introspect on whether you have fulfilled your duties as a concubine. At this juncture, Li Su keenly observed that Ziying's right fist was hurtling towards her. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, she crouched down slightly. Do you dare to evade? Ziying laughed in fury. Clearing her throat, Li Su gently grasped Ziying's fist and chided playfully. I am merely advising your young lady. Begone. Ziying gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. Li Su let out a huff and moved closer to Zuolin. Tian Chi cast a reproachful glance at Li Su, her cheeks flushed, rendering her exceptionally charming. Though the lad spoke rather outlandishly, there was a kernel of truth in his words. Zuolin chuckled softly and remarked, Your Highness, please do not concern yourself with us. Rather, contemplate how to extricate yourself from this predicament. Oh, Tian Chi nodded obediently. Old Zuo, what are your thoughts? Li Su glanced at Zuolin. Tian Chi and Ziying also turned their attention towards him. Zuolin reached for the teapot, intending to pour himself a cup, only to recall that the tea in this establishment had not been changed for over half a year, and he set the teapot down again. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Su's eyes. Ziying shot a sidelong glance at Li Su. Upon my arrival here, I noticed the Imperial City Guards have brazenly surrounded the Li residence, Zuolin mused. Your strategy has taken effect. Xiao Yuanqing likely aims to sever your connection to the outside world. Li Su pondered for a moment and replied. He is already aware that I have prepared the dragon robe and jade seal for him. He likely intends to have these items fall into my hands. That is indeed a possibility, Zuolin nodded. He will not relinquish this mission easily, especially since you have provoked his royal dignity. He will not let you go lightly. Barring unforeseen circumstances, another faction will likely infiltrate Gusu City. Another faction? Li Su pondered, contemplating the implications of a potential betrayal. Once they have done so, he may strike forcefully to eliminate this foreign influence and rescue your highness, thus completing his mission satisfactorily, Zuolin analyzed. You are most familiar with Gusu City. Which faction do you believe Xiao Yuanqing will seek? Ziying inquired. Certainly not Wu Jian, Li Su interjected with a smile. He likely no longer dares to involve Wu Jian in matters concerning Gusu City. That is not necessarily the case, Zuolin countered with a light scoff. You underestimate Wu Jian. I suspect he is already aware of the events transpiring between you and Xiao Yuanqing. Is that so? Li Su felt a surge of realization, recalling the encounter with Wu Yao while purchasing silks and jade. Recently, aside from the numerous patrol guards and assassins from the Imperial City gathering nearby, another faction has been observing this area, Zuolin spoke softly. Which faction? Li Su asked with curiosity. Zuolin revealed without hesitation the Southern Hanyu sect. The Hanyu sect? Li Su, Ziying, and Tian Chi exchanged glances, unable to suppress their surprise. What? Did you know beforehand? Zuolin queried, his keen senses detecting their unease. Ziying and Tian Chi both turned their gazes toward Li Su. A shiver ran down Li Su's spine. She was reluctant to discuss the matters concerning the enchanting Gu Qinyan and the celestial Yuhang. The maid I purchased that day may indeed be the enchanting Gu Qinyan, Li Su murmured softly. Zuolin was taken aback as he gazed at Li Su, astonished. Is she the cook you urged me to investigate? Li Su responded with a soft hum, her gaze somewhat unfocused. It seems your recent life has been quite extraordinary, Zuolin observed, eyeing Li Su with suspicion. Sensing that she was concealing something from him, Li Su cleared her throat and whispered, she appears to have sustained severe injuries, and that fairy Yuhang is pursuing her. As for whether my cook is it remains to be verified. I cannot be entirely certain. I shall go and take a look, Zuolin declared. Rising and heading towards the back hall, Li Su felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly followed. Ziying and Tianqi exchanged glances and also trailed behind. Upon entering the courtyard, Zwolin glanced through the kitchen window and immediately spotted the beautiful chef, a yin, busily working at the countertop. What are they up to? Gu Qingyin maintained her composure, her hands never pausing, though a hint of anxiety bubbled within her. Zwolin stared intently for a moment before turning back towards the calligraphy shop. What can be discerned from merely observing? Li Su grumbled inwardly and, after a fleeting glance at the beautiful chef, returned to the calligraphy shop with Zwolin. Inside the shop, Li Su, Ziying, and Tianqi looked at Zwolin with eager anticipation. Zwolin turned to Li Su and said thoughtfully, I am quite curious. What are your thoughts? Me? What do you mean? Li Su's heart raced. Zwolin retorted, with her looks, does she really need to sell herself to earn a living? Li Su, Ziying, and Tianqi exchanged glances. If there truly existed a chef of such beauty, how could it be that Zwolin would be the one to purchase her services? Zwolin chuckled coldly. Li Su, Ziying, and Tianqi suddenly grasped his implication. Are you suggesting she is so stunning that it is impossible for her to be a mere cook? Li Su's eyes widened, and a lyric from her past inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Only because you are too beautiful. What else? Zwolin replied, exasperated. It is evident there is something amiss. Yet you can still bring her home. How peculiar. Ziying and Tianqi exchanged furtive glances, feeling a twinge of guilt. They had initially been oblivious to any discrepancies, with Tianqi merely appreciating the chef Yan's elegant demeanor. Li Su stroked her chin, glanced at Ziying and Tianqi, and nodded, conceding. If there is a mistake, we must admit it. This is indeed our oversight. Ziying and Tianqi quietly observed Li Su, remaining silent. This was fundamentally your error. Zwolin scoffed, still feeling somewhat incredulous. The main issue is that the three of us are simply too attractive. Li Su grinned, saying languidly, our standards are excessively high, and we overlooked the chef's beauty, mistakenly believing her to be average. Ziying and Tianqi exchanged knowing looks, both subtly nodding in agreement with Li Su's reasoning. Subsequently, the three of them turned their attention to Zwolin. Zwolin furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, why do I have the feeling that something about your statement is off? Your intuition is not incorrect, Li Su, Ziying, and Tianqi thought in unison. Young man, are you implying something about my appearance? Zwolin realized the implication and shot a glare at Li Su, his face darkening. This scoundrel, the insinuation woven within her words, was nothing short of an insult to his looks. Is there? Li Su blinked innocently. I was merely praising your keen observation and meticulous thought. Zwolin chuckled coldly. In my youth, I was far more handsome than you. Indeed, you are correct, Li Su nodded repeatedly. Zwolin continued. This rascal is once again asking for a beating. In Chapter 65, The Unity of Blade Techniques, the true Jianghu, both Ziying and Tianqi exchanged peculiar glances. At that moment, Tianqi began to comprehend why both Zwolin and Ziying deemed this young masterly deserving of a thrashing. Do you think my chef is a demoness? Li Su inquired with a curious expression. Zwolin furrowed his brow and shook his head. I am not familiar with demonesses, but I can assert that one who truly needs to sell herself to bury her husband would certainly not be her. Such a woman could easily attract numerous men willing to spend silver. Leave her affairs to me and Her Highness the Princess, Ziying suddenly interjected. Both Zwolin and Li Su were taken aback. Very well, Zwolin nodded. Li Su, lost in thought, remained silent, having vaguely grasped Ziying and Tianqi's intentions. Their circumstances were exceedingly perilous. If they could win the demoness over as an ally, she might prove to be an unexpected asset. Coincidentally, Tianqi possessed the ability to assist the demoness in regaining her strength, if she truly is a demoness. Li Su recalled the jade-hued fairy on the couch in the study, and he momentarily found himself in a quandary. Do you wish to learn blade techniques? Zwolin asked unexpectedly. Li Su snapped back to reality and retorted, your question is overly courteous. Over the years, have I not learned everything you have taught? This time is different, Zwolin replied nonchalantly. The martial arts I previously imparted to you were merely child's play, intended to aid in your body refinement. Li Su stared coldly at Zwolin. When I previously asked you to procure profound manuals, it surely was not due to an inability to acquire them? Zwolin smiled. The ones I could obtain were beneath my notice. There was no need for me to purchase them for you. Li Su's expression darkened. Beneath your notice? Then why not teach me a few techniques that you find worthy? Young Master Li, establishing a solid foundation is crucial. Uncle's will likely aims to forge the strongest foundation for you, Tianqi whispered in consolation. Huh. Li Su let out a cold laugh, taking a deep breath. You have no idea how I have spent these past 10 years. Were your days in Suzhou particularly miserable? Zuolin glanced sideways. Li Su's face turned somber, and he fell silent. Ever since encountering Zuolin, despite the slow pace of his cultivation over nearly a decade, he had actually lived quite comfortably in other respects. Noticing the atmosphere grow chilly, Tianqi blinked and curiously inquired, Uncle Zhua, what blade technique do you plan to teach young Master Li? Li Su subtly perked up his ears. Unity, Zuolin gently uttered. Unity? Li Su's face displayed confusion. He had never heard of such a blade technique. He looked towards Zi Ying and Tianqi, only to find them equally perplexed, clearly hearing of it for the first time. Zuolin spoke thoughtfully. This is a blade technique I created myself, integrating myriad blade styles into one, hence the name Unity Blade Technique. I thought you would mention the unity of man and blade. Li Su muttered. That is a lofty realm. Do not always aim too high, Zuolin replied brusquely. Li Su, conceding with a soft O, chose not to argue further. As a beginner in the path of cultivation, he had always been receptive to advice. Let us depart. Zuolin rose, casting a glance at Li Su. It is time for you to witness the true Jianghu. In the realm of authenticity, Li Su was momentarily taken aback, hastily following in the wake of Zuolin. Tianqi and Ziying arrived at the entrance of the shop, watching the two depart. Uncle Zhua intends for young Master Li to experience the harsh realities of the martial world, does he not? Tianqi murmured softly. Ziying nodded slightly, sharing this sentiment, and pondered, according to Zuolin, that rascal's mental fortitude seems to be lacking the true baptism of combat, which has led him to fervently pursue cultivation while naively oversimplifying matters. This is a consequence of his limited experiences. After all, how could an ordinary street youth comprehend the vastness of the world? Can young Master Li truly be considered ordinary? Tianqi mumbled. Ziying paused, retorting with a light scoff. Compared to Her Highness the Princess, is he not ordinary? Even his artistic skills, to call them average would be overly generous. Tianqi covered her mouth with a soft laugh. I cannot compare to young Master Li. He can effortlessly compose poetry, and his artistry is not without merit. She added in her heart, at least I adore the piece he created for me. Ziying, rendered speechless, shook her head and glanced around, suggesting, let us not dwell on him. We should focus on our own matters. Tianqi's expression turned serious as she sensed at least 10 prying eyes lurking on the street ahead. If Uncle Zhua can help us thwart Wu Jian, our greatest adversaries would then be the painting sage and Chao Huaji, Tianqi quietly analyzed. Young Master Li's strategy has already taken effect. Xiao Yuanqing will not issue commands lightly. Finding a way to evade the surveillance of the painting sage and Chao Huaji has become our foremost challenge. Ziying closed the shop door and turned towards the door behind the counter, her brows lifting slightly. Let us not forget that we may have a master of disguise on our side. Let us wait another day, Tianqi whispered. If that fairy Yuheng truly departs, we will have no other options. Ziying nodded slightly. Both she and the princess, from the depths of their hearts, preferred to collaborate with fairy Yuheng. In the deepest recesses of the study, fairy Yuheng leaned against the head of her bed, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. With her formidable strength, she could effortlessly perceive the movements within the entire Li residence. Upon hearing Zuolin mention the appearance of the cook, Yan, her initial reaction mirrored that of Li Su, Tianqi, and Ziying. She had not realized there was anything amiss with the cook's appearance from the very beginning. The enchanting fairy Yuheng remained silent, contemplating. Before her thoughts dwelled on Li Su, her sole desire within Suzhou City had been to capture the enchantress. Now, however, the urgency to seize the enchantress seemed to have diminished. She even found herself questioning whether capturing the enchantress at this juncture would be beneficial or detrimental for the young Li Su. Though my garments grow looser, I have no regrets, for I wither away for her. At this moment, fairy Yuheng gleaned a new understanding from this line of verse. No wonder some would plunge into the demonic path for love. Furrowing her delicate brows, fairy Yuheng discovered for the first time that such an irresistible passion, one that leads to self-imposed descent, possesses a remarkably domineering aspect. In the kitchen, the beautiful chef Gu Qingyan sighed with relief upon seeing Tianqi and Ziying return to the hall. They need me. As long as that wretched Yu Hong does not emerge to cause trouble. Gu Qingyan assessed the current situation, her mindset having stabilized significantly compared to the past. In Gusu City, at the Lord's Manor, When Zuolin and Li Su departed from the Baiyang calligraphy and painting shop, they did not conceal their whereabouts. The news of their departure reached Xiao Huaji and Xiao Yuanqing almost immediately. Did you intercept them? Xiao Yuanqing asked coldly. Xiao Huaji shook his head and replied solemnly. That's what fellow wields a formidable blade intent. When he passed by, the elite from the imperial city, sent by me, were utterly immobilized. Blade intent. Xiao Yuanqing frowned and commanded, summon the painting saint. Understood. Moments later, the painting saint arrived at the top of the high pavilion. Already aware of the situation on his way there. As long as Princess Yunran remains, Zuolin will not leave, he asserted with certainty. Xiao Yuanqing muttered. I care not for Zuolin. The painting saint pondered and remarked, there exists a tacit understanding between Zuolin and Wu Jian. Wu Jian will not come to Gusu City, and Zuolin is unlikely to interfere with the third prince's affairs. He likely does not intend to escort young Master Li away. I wish for no unforeseen events. Li Su must remain in Gusu City. Xiao Yuanqing's expression turned grim. Shall I suggest that the old Taoist accompany the third prince to observe? The painting saint proposed, intrigued by Zuolin's intentions with Li Su at such a time. Xiao Yuanqing's gaze flickered slightly as he inquired, how does your strength compare to that of the one surnamed Zua? The painting saint did not answer directly, instead stating, the old Taoist legs are still quite nimble. Xiao Yuanqing understood, nodding, very well, let us proceed. He glanced at Xiao Huaji. You shall accompany us. Yes. Xiao Huaji responded respectfully, feeling a tinge of unease. He realized that in such times, the third prince likely intended for him to serve as a rearguard should danger arise. Chapter 66. Confronting Heaven and Earth, Sustaining Power with Blood in Gusu City. To the north, Li Su followed Zuolin as they walked straight ahead. Upon reaching the city gate, Zuolin requested a sword from the city's captain and tossed it to Li Su. It was a wild goose feather knife. With a straight blade and a curved tip, the back of the blade featured a reverse edge, resembling the shape of a wild goose feather. Most of the guards had become unfamiliar faces. Li Su received the wild goose feather knife, his gaze discreetly scanning the city walls. Aware that the entire Gusu city lay under the control of the third prince, Xiao Yuanqing. Is it to your liking? Zuolin glanced at Li Su. Li Su lightly weighed the hilt, candidly stating, it feels somewhat light. The weight is not a concern for now, Zuolin replied as he stepped towards the city gate. Continuing, regardless of the weapon employed, one must achieve the ability to treat heavy as light and light as heavy. As Li Su followed Zuolin, he noticed the surrounding unfamiliar soldiers appeared as if struck by a spell. They not only did not impede him and Zuolin, but did not even turn their heads. What has happened to them? Upon exiting the city gate, Li Su could not help but ask in a low voice. Blade intent, Zuolin succinctly replied. Blade intent. Li Su blinked, walking while saying, my understanding of blade intent may differ from yours. You have yet to begin practicing with the blade. Hence you cannot comprehend true blade intent. Zuolin smiled lightly, adding, just know that they are all terrified of me and dare not move. Lost in thought, speculated that it was related to the aura emanating from him. Aura? That's rather one-dimensional. However, given that you have yet to commence your blade training, your understanding thus far suffices. As he spoke, Zuolin gradually quickened his pace, with Li Su closely trailing behind. The sun had set, and night was encroaching. The two wove through the forest, their speed increasing. Is the effect of the tempering really this remarkable? Zuolin marveled at the pace of this young man. As Li Su's current speed had surpassed his own fastest by double, he was astonished that Li Su could keep up so steadily. Where are we headed? Li Su, ever curious, inquired, still following closely behind Zuolin. I shall take you to Slay, Zuolin replied nonchalantly. Slay? Li Su paused, his heartbeat quickening. Having traversed this realm for nearly a decade, he had always been a law-abiding citizen. Who are we to slay? He could not help but ask. Evildoers. Zuolin replied succinctly. Scoundrels? Li Su exhaled in relief. There was no moral burden in slaying scoundrels. Zuolin halted before a mountain peak. What is this place? Li Su stood beside Zuolin, gazing at the summit, where flickers of flame and numerous houses clinging to the mountainside were faintly visible. Blood Moon Stronghold, Zuolin introduced. The chief here, Lin Bao, was once a disciple of the Cold Jade sect. A disciple of the Cold Jade sect? Li Su enlightened. Are you suggesting this is one of their strongholds? In a sense, Zuolin nodded, continuing. Lin Bao is proficient in the 8 styles of Bloodblade, and is at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, making him a fitting opponent for you. Mid-stage of Foundation Establishment? Li Su's eyelids twitched. What? Are you afraid? Zuolin shot a sideways glance at Li Su, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Su scoffed. I fear not even Wu Jian. How could I fear a mere mid-stage foundation establishment? Then let us ascend, Zuolin replied calmly. Li Su looked at Zuolin and said, Have you forgotten something? I have not forgotten. Zuolin was aware of Li Su's implication that mastering the blade technique required an understanding of other blade forms first. In that case, Li Su pondered, Please enlighten me regarding the heinous deeds Lin Bao has committed. He has engaged in all manner of banditry, abductions, village massacres, and the ambush of passing caravans. Zuolin stated flatly, If you know he has done such terrible things, why did you not capture him before? Li Su retorted, This is not within my jurisdiction. Zuolin replied, a hint of disdain in his tone. Moreover, remember this. Those who meddle in others' affairs tend to meet an early demise. Li Su smirked slightly, raising his gaze to the mountain peak once more, inhaling deeply before reciting, 10 years forging a sword, its frost blade yet untested. Today, I shall display it. Who bears grievances? With that, he brandished the Yanling blade and strode up the mountain. Zuolin's expression darkened as he glared at Li Su. This fool wishes to learn the sword? I shall teach him the blade instead. Zuolin silently grumbled, harboring a strong aversion to swordsmen for various reasons, firmly believing that those who wielded swords were either pretentious or effeminate. A glance at Li Su, who was now crouching and glancing furtively, made Zuolin's face darken further. This wretched individual, so brash in moments of folly, dares to confront the heavens and the earth, even laying hands upon the neck of Wu Jian's daughter. Yet, when the situation demands courage, he cowers like a startled bird. Has this lad already anticipated the arrival of formidable foes from Blood Moon Stronghold? Zuolin squinted, gently shaking his head, still believing that Li Su harbored trepidation towards those in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. It is indeed my fault for having warped his understanding. Zuolin chuckled softly, ascending the mountain without concealment, even deliberately approaching the hidden sentry placed by Blood Moon Stronghold at the foot of the mountain. The hidden bandit was startled. In the next moment, his body crumpled as if made of clay, blood gushing forth. Zuolin's gaze remained indifferent as he continued his ascent. Moments later, Hua Sheng, Xiao Yuansheng, and Xiao Huaji arrived at the foot of Blood Moon Stronghold, all sensing the metallic tang of blood, hastening to the lifeless form of the hidden bandit. Such overwhelming power, Xiao Huaji thought, observing the bandit, whose body lay in a gruesome state, evidently shattered by an extraordinarily potent force. Killing intent, Hua Sheng murmured, lifting his eyes towards the mountain's summit, softly stating, If the old Taoist predictions hold true, his battle with Wu Jian is imminent. Xiao Yuansheng paused, skepticism evident in his voice. From merely glancing at this corpse, you can deduce that? He is cultivating his strength in preparation for battle, Hua Sheng replied, cautioning, it would be wise not to provoke him recently. His murderous intent is profound. Xiao Huaji seemed to grasp the meaning. Is he truly bold enough to kill the prince? Xiao Yuanqing scoffed. Hua Sheng replied nonchalantly, Your Highness might as well give it a try, to see if a desperate man will relent in the face of your princely status. Desperate man? Xiao Yuanqing's eyelids flickered, realizing the implications of Zuolin's confrontation with Wu Jian, and thus, he composedly declared, His opponent is Wu Jian. I shall not interfere with Wu Jian's affairs. Hua Sheng shook his head gently. He likely hasn't engaged in a serious battle for quite some time, and given that his opponent is Wu Jian, he will undoubtedly hone himself to peak condition before the fight. This requires cultivation and sharpening one's skills. Blood serves as the finest material for sharpening. Indeed, it is unwise to provoke such a person at this juncture, Xiao Yuansheng murmured, before his brow furrowed. Yet, I cannot allow Li Su to escape my grasp. He held high hopes for Li Su. Hua Sheng raised his gaze, surveying Li Su, who was currently laboriously climbing the mountain, and pondered, If your Highness wishes to eliminate Li Su, it may prove challenging before the battle commences. I do not wish to wait, Xiao Yuansheng retorted coldly. Xiao Huaji glanced towards the mountain's peak, murmuring, The leader of the Blood Eagle Hall from the Cold Jade sect, Bloodblade Baijan, should be present at this Blood Moon Stronghold. The stronghold's chief, Lin Bao, could be considered a disciple of Baijan. Bloodblade Baijan. Xiao Yuansheng was taken aback. Turning to Hua Sheng. Hua Sheng understood the inquiry in the third prince's eyes and gently shook his head. They are not on the same level. In this world, the notion of Bloodblade will likely cease to exist. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Yuanqing's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Hua Sheng. And what of you? As the esteemed Hua Sheng, a master of divine talismans, Dealing with a mere discarded disciple of the Golden Scale sect should be effortless. Huasheng did not respond directly, instead smiling and asking, "Third Prince, do you truly wish for the old Taoist to intervene?" Xiao Yuanqing's expression momentarily faltered. Should the esteemed painter before him decide to take action, he could effortlessly obliterate Li Su. If it were merely that man surnamed Zhua, it would be manageable. However, should he falter, it would not be long before that counterpoem began to circulate through the city of Chaoga. Surely, rescuing Baijan would be feasible, he thought, regaining his composure. "There's no need," the painter replied, shaking his head. This would only incite Zuolin's wrath, potentially causing unnecessary complications. Chao Huaji, standing nearby, coolly interjected, "Baijan is a blade borrowed by the third prince from the Cold Jade sect." The painter raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chao Huaji. "In that case, there is even less reason to intervene. If this blade is broken, the Cold Jade sect will undoubtedly provide more." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yuanqing inquired, perplexed. The painter smiled knowingly. Did not Director Chao mention that the enchanting demoness may have sustained grave injuries? If this holds true, the followers of the Cold Jade sect will come in droves. Is it the demoness Gu Qingyan? Xiao Yuanqing mused, acknowledging his limited understanding of the grievances with the Cold Jade sect. "It is unrelated to past grievances," the painter remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. "The crux lies in the fact that this demoness practices a unique cultivation method. Until she reaches completion, should her body be breached, 80% of her power will be unleashed uncontrollably." 80% of her power? Xiao Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What might happen to the man who possesses her? The painter merely smiled, remaining silent. Xiao Yuanqing grasped the implication, his heart racing. Chao Huaji, however, emitted a soft snort, feeling inexplicably melancholic. He too was aware of the situation, yet his heart remained undisturbed. If that is the case, the Cold Jade sect could indeed become a formidable weapon, Xiao Yuanqing murmured. Pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Are there many women practicing this method within the Cold Jade sect?" The painter shook his head, suggesting that a special physique was necessary for such cultivation. "I see," Xiao Yuanqing said, feeling disheartened. He had hoped that if many women practiced this method, he could subjugate the entire Cold Jade sect. If few did, he could seize the method and select women to cultivate it, thereby continuously absorbing their power. Meanwhile, at the Cold Moon stronghold, near the cluster of houses at the mountain's peak, Li Su, still stealthily advancing, could not help but inhale deeply, detecting a faint scent of blood in the air. This aroma seemed freshly spilled. His gaze turned icy as horrific images of bandits savagely slaughtering men, women, and children flashed in his mind. The first battle, purging evil for the people, bore no psychological burden. Li Su continued his stealthy approach, eyes fixed intently on the path ahead. As he neared the stronghold's entrance, not a single bandit was in sight, prompting a frown of heightened vigilance. With a silent leap, he slipped over the fence to the right of the gate. Suddenly, a deluge of blood rained down upon him, freezing him in place. A moment of terror gripped him. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the Yenling blade, calmly surveying the scene ahead. Bloody, mutilated corpses lay strewn about, a gruesome tableau. Why the delay? An impatient voice pierced the air. Li Su felt a sharp pain in his rear, propelling him uncontrollably forward. Zuolin retracted his foot, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. By the heavens! In midair, Li Su's face turned pale with realization of the unfolding chaos. Who? In a courtyard by Jean. The notorious leader of the Blood Eagle Hall of the Cold Jade sect suddenly pivoted, only to be met by a rush of crimson shadow. This does not bode well. Baijan's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, a searing pain struck his face as if he had been struck by a massive boulder, sending him uncontrollably crashing towards the ground. Nearby, Lin Bao, the chief of Blood Moon Village, swallowed hard, his eyes wide with horror. Damn it! Li Su cursed through clenched teeth, rising to his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the man he had just sent sprawling into the earth, his eyelids twitching involuntarily, an unsettling feeling washing over him. Baijan had sunk deep into the ground, his head particularly impacted, as if someone had deliberately dealt him an extra blow, enduring the excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. Baijan opened his eyes, blood mist clouding his vision, revealing only a vague silhouette before him. "My surname is Zhua, my given name Lin," Li Su replied hastily. In the shadows, Zuolin stood bewildered. Zuolin? Lin Bao's expression changed dramatically. He had heard of this name and knew Zuolin to be one of the 400 captains of the Heavenly Patrol in Sioux City. Zuolin? Who is he? Baijan rasped, struggling to rise but finding himself utterly powerless, as if every bone in his body had been shattered. The Heavenly Patrol captain of Sioux City. Lin Bao murmured, tightening his grip on the bloodied blade, aware that Zhou Lin's presence signified ill intent. Who are you? Li Su inquired. Lin Bao's eyes flickered as he responded, I am Lin Dao. I have heard of Blood Moon Village's notorious raids on passing merchant convoys, and I have come to eliminate these bandits. And him? Li Su glanced at the grotesque sight of Baijan on the ground. He is. Lin Bao hesitated. Lin Bao? Li Su suddenly questioned. Lin Bao froze, his expression shifting as he realized that this captain of the Heavenly Patrol had come specifically for him. Don't be foolish. The Heavenly Patrol always has portraits when capturing individuals, Baijan croaked from the ground. Lin Bao's face changed again as he glared at Li Su. Are you toying with me? It seems you are indeed Lin Bao, Li Su remarked, a spark of combat igniting in his eyes. Let us engage in battle. I will cleave you in two. Lin Bao roared, launching himself at Li Su while swinging his bloodied blade downwards with ferocity. The speed seemed less than overwhelming. Yet Li Su remained composed. As Lin Bao closed the distance, Li Su deftly shifted half a foot to the right, his right hand slicing the air, aiming directly at Lin Bao's neck. Swish! A flash of crimson light erupted. Lin Bao's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Was it truly that simple? Li Su stood momentarily stunned as Lin Bao's lifeless body crashed to the earth. Could this lad possess an innate talent for wielding a blade? Zhou Lin, observing from the shadows, noted the unusual glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. An exquisite calmness paired with impeccable timing and angle of attack. An instant kill. Zhou Lin stepped into view, casting a glance at Baijan, still sprawled on the ground, suddenly filled with regret. He had exerted too much force, incapacitating the man entirely. Otherwise, he could have further honed Li Su's skills with him. Upon seeing Zhou Lin, Li Su hesitated for a brief moment, letting out a faint hum, saying nothing. After executing Lin Bao with a single stroke, his heart felt momentarily disordered. I intended for you to learn the art of swordsmanship, yet you simply took his life. How can one master the technique in such a manner? Left Lin expressed with irritation. Li Su let out a light snort and retorted. You claimed he was in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, and I assumed he was stronger than I. Who would have anticipated that he couldn't evade even a single strike from me? Left Lin found himself momentarily speechless. He had observed that blow with utmost clarity. As Lin Bao's attack approached, the blade grazed Lin Bao's arm and swiftly descended upon his neck. Under such circumstances, given Lin Bao's prowess, there was no time for evasion. Go and check if there are any manuals related to swordsmanship within the village, Left Lin commanded. Oh, Li Su responded lightly, glancing at the white blade on the ground, and couldn't help but inquire, who is this? The blood blade from the Cold Jade sect, Left Lin casually replied. After speaking, he gently moved his right hand, and beside the white blade, a blood-red dagger was unsheathed, swiftly severing the neck of the white blade. The blood dagger landed in Left Lin's grasp. This blade is quite commendable, Left Lin observed, before tossing the blood dagger to Li Su. Is this what you mean by decisiveness in slaying? Li Su caught the blood dagger, maintaining her composure, and stepped towards the nearby dwelling. To remain unperturbed during one's first kill? I must admit I underestimated this young man, Left Lin mused, observing Li Su's retreating figure, suddenly realizing that this individual might be far more mature than he had initially presumed. After a thorough search, the courtyard now housed 6 women and 2 large bundles brimming with gold and jewels. In Li Su's possession, there were 3 manuals, the Blood Blade technique, the Cold Moon Shadow Step, and the Blood Fiend technique. The manuals and treasures shall belong to me, while the women are yours, Li Su allocated. Left Lin's expression darkened. And before he could voice his thoughts, Li Su continued, you are 1,000 household of the Sky Patrol, thus it is convenient for you to accommodate them. Left Lin's demeanor softened. Before departing the mountain stronghold, Li Su glanced back, smiling. It is indeed right to eradicate all, for evil must be vanquished entirely. During the search of the stronghold, he had encountered numerous remains, indicating that this band of brigands had committed heinous acts. Left Lin raised an eyebrow. You seem to be adapting quite rapidly. What choice do I have? Li Su replied cheerfully. After all, I am your protege. The world of martial arts is perilous. What you encountered tonight is merely a minor affair, Left Lin admonished. I understand. You have resolved most of the dangers for me, Li Su nodded, aware that Left Lin had brought him along to witness the slaughter of the bandits, likely to expose him to the harsh realities of the martial world. You made a mistake today, Left Lin remarked. Li Su paused, contemplating carefully, then shook his head. There were two. Oh. Left Lin expressed his surprise. Chapter 68. The goddess contemplates. The strong adapt. Firstly, I should have dealt with the blood blade immediately, Li Su stated calmly. His strength was uncertain, and he could have seized the opportunity to retaliate while I was off guard. Left Lin nodded, recognizing that this was the very point he wished to convey. Even while gravely injured, the white blade managed to alert Lin Bao, stating that the Sky Patrol captures individuals based on portraits. This alone was quite remarkable. And the second? Left Lin inquired. Li Su whispered, among these women, there may exist special circumstances. Left Lin was taken aback, having overlooked this aspect. If there truly is a problem among them, would you still rescue them? Left Lin asked with curiosity. Li Suyi smiled gently and remarked, why dwell on events that have yet to occur? When the moment arrives, there is little time for contemplation. One must rely solely on their heart. Zuolin chuckled, clearly pleased with Li Suyi's response. As Confucianism teaches, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Li Suyi replied, in my view, the thoughts we entertain before an event are of no consequence. What truly matters is how we respond when the event unfolds. Am I unaware of such teachings in Confucianism? Zuolin inquired nonchalantly. Li Suyi smiled, once I utter it, it becomes reality. It seemed that her state of mind was indeed influenced. Zuolin observed her in a notably exhilarated condition. The group departed from the summit of Blood Moon Village. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yuanqing, the painter sage, and Xiao Huaji trailed behind Li Suyi and Zuolin. Xiao appeared to have discovered a potential weakness in them. A faint smirk graced his lips. A weakness? The painter sage and Xiao Huaji exchanged puzzled glances. The so-called chivalrous heart, Xiao Yuanqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Huaji acknowledged with an O, realizing that the third prince referred to Zuolin and the 6 women rescued from the stronghold. The painter sage frowned, perplexed. When did possessing a chivalrous heart become a flaw? He subtly shook his head, opting not to argue directly but instead stated, perhaps the third prince is overthinking. Performing a good deed does not necessarily mark one as chivalrous. And what do you mean by that? Xiao Yuanqing asked the painter sage. If Zuolin truly possessed the chivalrous spirit you believe him to have, do you think Blood Moon Village would have remained so brazen until now? Was it Zuolin who vanquished the 1,000-year-old blood flood dragon in Taihu? That is a valid point, Xiao Yuanqing conceded. The painter sage continued softly. For someone like Zuolin, rescuing those 6 women was merely a casual act. Even the infamous Chao Duzhu might occasionally display benevolence. Chao Huaji, who had been silently listening, suddenly stiffened, his expression turning cold as he shot a glare at the painter sage, retorting sarcastically, indeed, my reputation is far from pristine, unlike yours, painter sage. I do not paint grotesque horses to ruin farmers' crops. The painter sage smiled, stroking his beard. You speak the truth. Chao Huaji's expression faltered, glaring at the painter sage in frustration. This is not mockery of the painter sage, is it, Chao Duzhu? Xiao Yuanqing laughed. For an artist, if the subjects they depict could come to life, it would surely represent the pinnacle of their craft. Chao Huaji snorted, remaining silent, feeling quite vexed. He loathed such insidious scholars whom he could neither verbally combat nor physically confront. Let me find an opportunity, he thought, a shadow passing through his eyes. As night deepened, Li Suyi returned to the Li residence, already well past midnight. We'll resume tomorrow, departing in the evening, Zuolin stated before their parting. Agreed, Li Suyi replied, making her way to the courtyard, where she approached the ancient well to draw water and cleanse herself. Ziying quietly appeared beneath the eaves of the hall, observing the bare-skinned Li Suyi intently. Have you taken a life? Ziying inquired softly. Li Suyi looked up. I killed a bandit leader and saved 6 suffering women. Do you feel like retching? Ziying recalled her own first experience of taking a life, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Li Suyi blinked and countered, have you? What? Ziying was taken aback. Nothing, Li Suyi grinned. As Ziying squinted her eyes in contemplation, a flush crept across her cheeks, and she shot a fierce glare at Li Su. It was not out of the realm of possibility. Li Su murmured to himself, noting that he and Ziying had never employed any flimsy precautions in their exchanges. You impertinent fool, dare to speak such nonsense again. Ziying's face reddened with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. All right, I shall say no more. Li Su set down the water bucket, gazing eagerly at Ziying. A sudden jolt of emotion surged within Ziying as she glared at him, muttering an expletive before turning on her heel and retreating to her chamber. Such pride, Li Su muttered under his breath. Disappointment washed over him. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Upon returning to the study, Li Su could not suppress a shiver. A chill pervaded every corner of the room. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he recognized that this unsettling coldness emanated from the depths of the study, particularly from the bed where the Jade Balance Fairy resided. It was evident that she could hear every whisper and rustle within the Li residence. Steeling himself, Li Su approached the edge of the bed and gently lifted the curtain, revealing a pair of luminous, ethereal eyes that coldly fixated on him. "Are you upset?" Li Su inquired earnestly. The Jade Balance Fairy remained silent. Was she angry? She could not ascertain, but a vague sense of melancholy stirred within her. "It is only natural to feel anger," Li Su remarked as he slipped beneath the thin blanket. "Do you have feelings for Ziying?" The Jade Balance Fairy queried directly. Li Su did not respond but instead fixed his gaze on her, retorting, "Did you know about my relationship with her all along?" The Jade Balance Fairy remained mute. Indeed, she had known for quite some time. Li Su's eyes shifted momentarily before he suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of the tale of the three holy mothers?" "The three holy mothers?" The Jade Balance Fairy paused. Shaking her head gently, Li Su spoke softly. "There exists an ancient text titled The Goddess of Huashan, which recounts the story of a handsome scholar en route to the capital for the imperial examinations. Upon passing Mount Hua, the goddess, captivated by his charm and simplicity, fell for him. She revealed herself, and over time, their affection deepened, leading them to cohabit for 7 years. One day, she announced, 'I intend to find you a wife.' Can you guess why she would say such a thing?" The Jade Balance Fairy lowered her gaze, softly responding, "She must be leaving." "Indeed," Li Su observed intently. The goddess declared, "I am not immortal and cannot remain by your side forever. You should have a wife who can accompany you." The Jade Balance Fairy furrowed her brow slightly, reminding him, "Ziying will not be with you forever either. So, in the end, I will possess nothing, will I?" Li Su asked, his voice tinged with melancholy. The Jade Balance Fairy was momentarily at a loss for words. "When I gaze at you, my eyes are filled with nothing but you," Li Su whispered tenderly. The Jade Balance Fairy lifted her gaze to meet his, and indeed, she saw herself reflected in the depths of his eyes. "Do you know what I long to do most at this moment?" Li Su inquired once more. The Jade Balance Fairy silently regarded him, offering no response. "Old Zhua intends to teach me swordsmanship," Li Su stated, maintaining his gaze on her. "I once read in an ancient text about the exploits of an unparalleled swordsman. This text described his swordsmanship with these lines. The sword's aura stretches across 30,000 miles. A single blade's light chills 19 provinces. He must have been formidable, destined to be remembered in history." The celestial maiden Yu Hong spoke softly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She had never heard that line of poetry. Li Su nodded and remarked, "He is indeed formidable. However, the crux of my observation lies not in his strength, but rather in a commendable habit of his." Yu Hong gazed at Li Su again, a tinge of curiosity swelling within her. "He always drinks after taking a life," Li Su continued. Yu Hong responded softly, "I am aware that some powerful individuals share this habit." In truth, Yu Hong herself possessed a peculiar ritual. After each battle, she relished the indulgence of a warm bath. After drinking, he invariably seeks the company of women, Li Su added. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of inscrutable emotion flickering in her eyes. "Today, I dispatched a bandit leader," Li Su stated. Yu Hong fell silent. "I have little interest in alcohol," Li Su continued. Yu Hong shot him a reproachful glance. Li Su grinned, locking eyes with the celestial maiden. "You will fulfill all my desires, won't you?" In Chapter 69, Overpowering All, Abusing Authority, Yu Hong found herself increasingly unable to refuse Li Su, particularly after being touched by the tale of the Huayu goddess. It could be said that a mutual understanding had developed between them, as neither had mentioned the shadowy figure again. In fact, after hearing the story of the Huayu goddess, a hint of regret began to stir in Yu Hong's heart. The young man before her had never intended to confine her, granting her the freedom she cherished. How could she intrude upon his other affections? The tyranny of love might not only erode my convictions, but also incite a desire to monopolize the young man. As Yu Hong's realizations deepened, her gaze upon him softened further. In the bedroom, Ziying was restless, plagued by insomnia. "Damn it," she muttered, her cheeks flushing at the thought of Li Su's gaze. As dawn approached, Li Su, filled with unwavering resolve, rose from his resting place. He needed to practice his sword techniques, while Yu Hong could offer guidance. She could not replace the necessity of personal training, leaving Li Su with a subtle sense of regret. In the courtyard, Li Su wielded the Yen Ling sword. practicing the movements of the blood blade technique, executing each form with precision. The blood blade technique comprised 8 forms with 64 variations. After a thorough rehearsal, Li Su heard Yu Heng's ethereal voice resonate in his ears. The essence of the technique you are practicing lies in the dual principles of cunning and swiftness. Cunning? Swift? Li Su pondered silently. Yu Heng continued to convey her wisdom. In the practice of sword techniques, 2 things must be avoided: mediocrity and rigidity. Li Su blinked in realization. A slight deviation can lead to catastrophe. The blade's cunning is formless, capable of countless transformations, Yu Heng elucidated. Li Su grasped her meaning, understanding the depth of her counsel. Mediocrity indicated an incomplete mastery, while rigidity suggested a lack of adaptability, possessing only form without spirit. In the heat of battle, rigidity is the gravest folly, relying solely on predetermined moves without the ability to improvise. This principle holds especially true for the mastery of sword techniques. Should one only adhere to the prescribed forms in combat, an opponent could easily anticipate their next move. A slight deviation can lead to catastrophe. The blade's cunning is formless, capable of countless transformations. Yu Heng's explanation was remarkably precise. At the outset, it was imperative to master the techniques thoroughly, rather than merely approximating them. Li Su made up his mind and continued his practice. He was no longer a novice in cultivation, possessing ample strength and speed, enabling him to effortlessly execute the sword techniques. As dawn broke, the culinary mistress Gu Qingyan opened the door, instantly spotting Li Su training in the courtyard. Bloodblade? Gu Qingyan glanced twice before lowering her head and heading towards the kitchen. The smoke began to rise. The only one nearby familiar with the bloodblade techniques was likely Lin Bao from the Cold Moon Village, Gu Qingyan mused, faintly surmising what transpired between Li Su and Lin last night. As the morning unfolded, Zi Ying and Tian Qi awoke in succession, both women, after grooming themselves. Unconsciously gazed at Li Su. With no thoughts of women on his mind, he focused on honing his sword skills. Noticing that Zi Ying and Tian Qi were observing him, Li Su steadied his resolve, ignoring the two, and continued his practice undeterred. However, after breakfast, he shed his upper garments, revealing a sculpted abdomen akin to a finely chiseled blade. As he practiced, he faced the hall. The 2 women standing by the bedroom window had varying reactions. One blushed a deep crimson, while the other scowled, swiftly shutting the window. By noon, Tian Qi and Zi Ying observed that Li Su remained tirelessly engaged in his sword practice. Sister Zi, should we perhaps advise young Master Li? Tian Qi whispered. Zi Ying retorted lightly, advise him on what? Overindulgence is detrimental. But isn't he overdoing it? Tian Qi murmured. He is fine. Zi Ying shook her head, asserting that practicing sword techniques posed no risk of excess. Is that so? Tian Qi blinked in surprise. The cultivation of talismans consumes one's vital essence and mental faculties. Zi Ying elucidated. His sword practice primarily depletes physical stamina. With his physique, sturdier than an ox, even 10 days and nights of continuous training would pose no significant issue. Does he not have any accompanying profound techniques? Tian Qi glanced at Li Su once more. Regardless of that, he is a disciple of Lin, and it is not our place to interfere, Zi Ying replied curtly. In truth, her reluctance to encourage Tian Qi to intervene stemmed largely from having witnessed Li Su's formidable physical prowess during his training in the blood pool. Knowing that a mere morning of sword practice would not be detrimental. Very well, Tian Qi abandoned her intention to persuade Li Su. After lunch, adhering to the principle of balancing work and rest, Li Su returned to his study, requesting the celestial Maiden Yu Heng to assist him in cultivating the Taichin Yuding technique while dividing his focus. If the culinary mistress Yen is indeed a demoness, do you wish for me to subdue her? Yu Heng suddenly inquired. Li Su was taken aback, gazing into Yu Heng's eyes as realization dawned upon him. You believe that if Yen is a demoness and Xiaoqi aids her in regaining her strength, she could become an ally to Xiaoqi? Li Su gently questioned. Yu Heng nodded slightly. I am pleased to see you consider this. Li Su smiled, lightly touching the tip of his nose against hers, signifying that she had begun to genuinely think of him. Yu Heng's already flushed cheeks deepened in color. Since you are considering me, I too shall contemplate your well-being. Li Su spoke softly, expressing his desire for their relationship to remain forever sweet and harmonious. Our interactions have already seen you give so much. Upon this modest bed, you have nearly fulfilled all my desires. Yet, I have done little in return for you. If I were to ask you to relinquish your steadfast beliefs, and abandon your quest for vengeance on my behalf. Do you truly believe I could accept such a sacrifice with a clear conscience? The celestial maiden, Yu Hong, gazed into the proximity of those eyes and nearly uttered, "If you wish, I can momentarily spare her." Upon speaking, her heart felt as though it had skipped a beat. "I do not wish for that," Li Su lightly scoffed, declaring, "I would rather demonstrate my power before you, compelling you to witness my glory, to see you gaze upon me with admiration and affection. I desire to be more domineering in your presence." Yu Hong tilted her head slightly. In truth, she had always sensed this sentiment within the young man during their interactions. "A commendable notion," she softly remarked. Li Su's expression darkened slightly. "Are you about to say, 'Do not think of it any further'? That is your own assertion." Yu Heng's eyes rarely curved into a smile. Li Su retorted with determination, "In the future, I shall become a tyrant, claiming the heights of your heavenly sect, and take you as my consort. I eagerly anticipate this." "Anticipate what?" Li Su inquired abruptly. Yu Heng paused, choosing silence. Some sentiments were easier for the youth to express, while articulating them herself proved far more challenging. To dare remain silent would warrant consequences. Li Su scoffed lightly. A phrase unexpectedly surfaced in Yu Heng's mind, self-serving under the guise of public duty. Chapter 70. The Enchantress Restored, slaughtering all under heaven following this exchange. Yu Heng's mindset transformed, as if basking in the warmth of a gentle sun, becoming clear and enlightened. Perhaps this was not a descent into despair, but rather a state of intoxication, she mused. Descent often accompanies degradation, entwined with the concealed guilt within one's heart. At this moment, her heart lay wide open, illuminated by the soft radiance emanating from the young man, brightening every shadowy corner of her being. In the courtyard, the exquisite chef Gu Qingyan approached the hall, carrying a basket filled with needles and threads, making her way to the bedroom. "A yin, close your eyes," Tianqi instructed softly as she regarded Gu Qingyan. A tremor coursed through Gu Qingyan's heart as she began to grasp what would transpire next. Obediently, she shut her eyes. At this moment, she remained a chef, bound to heed her master's words. With a swift motion, the figure of Ziying flickered, transforming from 1 into 9, as 9 purple silhouettes instantaneously surrounded Gu Qingyan. "This is not good." A rush of alarm surged through Gu Qingyan's heart. Before she could react, she felt every vital point in her body sealed by the purple figures. Her complexion turned pale, her heart racing violently. "After the lady assists you in regaining your strength, there will be a period of weakness, for safety's sake. You will need to be incapacitated for a time," Ziying whispered near Gu Qingyan's ear. Gu Qingyan's color began to stabilize as she trembled. "Miss Ziying, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." Ziying rolled her eyes. "Not understanding is of no consequence. I will pose but one question. Are you willing to assist my lady?" Ziying fixed her gaze upon Gu Qingyan's eyes. Gu Qingyan promptly stated, "Miss Tianqi is the master's wife, and thus she is my mistress. I am willing to do anything that may be of use to her. Remember the words you speak at this moment," Ziying softly advised. "I truly wish to do anything for Miss Tianqi," Gu Qingyan reiterated, fully aware that this was a pivotal moment. "Sister Z, I wish to place my trust in her," Tianqi murmured. Ziying nodded. "I have faith in your discernment, Mississippi." Gu Qingyan felt an immense relief wash over her, her heart racing with anticipation. As dusk approached, Li Su took the initiative to rise and went to the courtyard to practice her swordsmanship once more. Before long, Zwolin arrived. The two exchanged little conversation before departing together. This time, they ventured to a more distant location, eliminating a gang notorious for preying upon the disabled to profit from their misfortunes. Li Su's intent to kill was untainted, driven solely by a desire to protect the weak, free of any psychological burden. Zwolin recognized this quality in her. In the following days, he refrained from directly leading Li Su to kill, instead guiding her to meet the victims of such atrocities. Li Su's strikes became increasingly decisive and resolute. To wield the strongest blade, one must be free of doubt, regardless of good or evil, Zwolin imparted. Li Su nodded. "I share that sentiment. Hesitation in wielding the blade is a form of cruelty towards oneself when confronting an enemy. You exhibit no hesitation because the individuals I have had you eliminate these past days are irredeemable villains," Zwolin remarked casually. Li Su paused, acknowledging the truth in his words. "If a virtuous person were to obstruct your path, would you still strike without hesitation?" Zwolin inquired. "I would," Li Su replied resolutely. Zwolin narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning, "Have you developed such a strong will to kill? Would you slay a good person, thereby becoming a villain yourself?" Li Su met Zuolin's gaze and countered. Do you believe that I am a good person now? Zuolin replied coolly, goodness has its limits. The cowardice of the wicked is not true evil. I at least do not consider myself a villain. Li Su scoffed. I am no villain. Why would a good person stand in my way? A true good person would never obstruct my path. If they dare to do so, it indicates they are not genuinely virtuous. If they are not good, what justification is there for sparing them? What if he were indeed a good person? Zuolin pressed. Li Su retorted, then why would he impede my journey? I asked you to answer, not to question. Zuolin glared. Your question is rather amateurish. Li Su remarked before continuing earnestly. You understand my nature. If I felt guilt, I would flee immediately. If I am free of guilt, what harm is there in slaying the wicked? Indeed, what harm is there in purging the world of evil if one is free of guilt? Zuolin mused. Glancing at Chu Xiao, he further questioned, what if, afterward, you realized you had wronged an innocent? Why must you dwell on hypothetical scenarios? Li Su answered, exasperated. Zuolin replied calmly, because you are not yet mature enough. If he were an elderly man with a beautiful daughter, I would care for her and ensure he had grandchildren. If he had just married, I would tend to his wife. If he had a lovely sister or brother, I would take on the role of brother-in-law. Is this response mature enough? Li Su scoffed coldly. Zuolin's expression darkened. He did not hold back. Drawing his embroidered spring knife directly from its sheath, aiming a swift strike at Li Su. Li Su reacted with remarkable speed, raising his blade to meet Zuolin's assault. Over the past few days, the two had frequently engaged in combat practice. To be precise, Zuolin had been providing Li Su with a series of challenges. This young man indeed possessed remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Zuolin continually intensified his strength and speed, while the angles of his strikes grew increasingly intricate. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Li Su remained decisive in his attacks, executing each move with impeccable timing, strength, and speed. In the depths of Taihu Lake, on the deck of a colossal ship, Wu Yao and her brother Wu Fengyun were engaged in a duel against Wu Jian. Wu Yao wielded a black soft whip, while Wu Fengyun brandished a heavy sword nearly half along. Their speed and strength proved inadequate. With his left hand casually positioned behind his back, Wu Jian effortlessly parried their combined assaults with a dark golden spear. Father, you are simply too strong, Wu Yao remarked, as she aimed her whip unceremoniously towards Wu Jian's face. With a slight tremor of his spear, Wu Jian redirected the whip, striking Wu Fengyun instead. Failure must begin with self-reflection, Wu Jian stated calmly. Wu Fengyun remained silent, his demeanor focused and stern as he swung his heavy sword. Yet he could not penetrate Wu Jian's defenses. It was Wu Yao's soft whip that posed an unpredictable threat, striking unexpectedly and leaving them on the defensive. Losing to father is nothing to lament, Wu Yao affirmed, stabilizing her whip for another attack on Wu Jian. But my brother must not fall to that insufferable brat. The mere thought of Li Su ignited her irritation. A flicker of frustration crossed Wu Fengyun's otherwise stoic face. In his encounters with Li Su, he had been unable to unleash his true potential, leaving him feeling deeply vexed. With such a level of combat ability, even if you were to fight again, defeat would be inevitable, Wu Jian stated coldly, lightly lifting his spear, causing Wu Fengyun to drop his heavy sword, which crashed onto the deck. Wu Yao paused, a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Your foundations are lacking, Wu Jian declared bluntly. Wu Fengyun, his face sullen, remained silent. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly possess the strength to fight back. I refuse to accept that. As for me, that insufferable brat is even less capable, Wu Yao retorted. The reality is that you both have been defeated, Wu Jian replied coolly, particularly emphasizing Fengyun's 2 losses. Wu Fengyun's expression turned rigid as he clenched his fists. Father, do you truly believe my brother cannot match him? Wu Yao gazed earnestly at their father, Wu Jian, while Wu Fengyun's heartbeat quickened, secretly attentive. Has losing twice not conveyed anything? Wu Yao countered. But those instances were exceptional circumstances. Wu Jian chuckled. Exceptional circumstances? Are you unaware of what Li Su is currently engaged in? Both siblings fell silent, realizing that Li Su was presently training his swordsmanship alongside Zuolin. In the past, Li Su could merely be regarded as a youthful lad. Nonetheless, his grasp of the timing in battle far surpassed that of the two before him. Wu Jian stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing ahead with a tone of indifference. What he was currently learning from Zuolin was not merely the art of swordsmanship, but the very techniques of killing. In the future, his strikes would undoubtedly become even more decisive. What defines a strong individual? The victor who survives the battle is the true stronghold. In terms of combat experience, his younger brother eclipsed him greatly. Wu Yao continued to argue, asserting that her brother had served in the military since childhood, participated in the Battle of the Liang, and later joined the Celestial Patrol, where he had vanquished countless bandits. Her brother had genuinely endured the baptism of war. And what of it? Under your assistance, he has suffered defeat at the hands of Li Su not once, but twice? Wu Jian shot a glance at his daughter. Wu Yao and Wu Fingyun's expressions froze. That scoundrel is treacherous and vile, Wu Yao muttered. You just claimed that in terms of combat experience, Fengyun surpassed him by a great margin, Wu Jian remarked leisurely. Wu Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. I wish to engage him in battle once more, Wu Fengyun said slowly. Wu Jian turned to look at Wu Fengyun, stating that if he wished to join his grandfather's sect, he must indeed face him in combat and emerge victorious. I will, Wu Fengyun replied with unwavering resolve. Mere words bear no weight, Wu Jian said flatly. The truth remains. You are currently no match for him. Wu Fengyun's expression stiffened once more. Father, I believe my brother can easily defeat that scoundrel now, Wu Yao said quietly, insisting that her brother was the true prodigy of heaven. Even a mere street boy could not compare, let alone a prince of the Deqian royal family. Not even a single hair of my brother's would be outmatched. Shall we have another bout then? Wu Jian smiled faintly. Wu Fengyun hesitated, remaining silent. Wu Yao's eyes gleamed as she eagerly nodded, suggesting that her brother should teach him a lesson. The momentum of Zuolin's blade would reach its pinnacle in about 4 days, Wu Jian observed Wu Fengyun, informing him that he had 4 days left. If you were to fail again after 4 days, his words were cut short as Wu Fengyun decisively interjected. I shall not be defeated again. Father, I too wish to engage him once more, Wu Yao suddenly declared. Wu Jian chuckled lightly, asking what? Do you doubt your brother now? Wu Yao's face flushed as she quickly shook her head, gritting her teeth, declaring that the grudge of having her neck grasped, if not avenged, would leave her heart in turmoil. Is that so? Wu Jian smiled ambiguously. Certainly, Wu Yao huffed, though her heart was heavy. She dared not meet the eyes of her father and brother. Her true intention was to injure Li Su first, ensuring her brother held an absolute advantage. Wu Jian once again turned his gaze eastward towards Taihu, softly stating, after this battle, some will undoubtedly achieve fame throughout the 9 provinces, while others will depart in obscurity. The night was enchanting. In the northern part of the city, at the Li residence, in the innermost depths of the study, Li Su, who had spent half the night in slaughter, washed the blood from his body with well water. On the bed lay the once fierce Yuheng, now abnormally gentle and obedient, soothing his soul. The tender embrace of warmth is not only a grave for heroes, but also a sanctuary for the spirit. Li Su relished the time spent with Yuheng, as it bestowed upon him an illusion, as if the reward for his chivalrous deeds was the company of a beautiful maiden. Yin likely possessed an 80% chance of being a demonic beauty. The celestial maiden Yuheng gazed down at Li Su and softly inquired, why is it still at 80%? Li Su was taken aback. To his knowledge, during the days he had been practicing swordsmanship under Zuolin's guidance, Tianqi had already assisted the culinary maiden in restoring her strength. However, this had come at a considerable cost to Tianqi, as Xing had been sealing the culinary maiden's vital points to prevent any unforeseen repercussions. Yuheng, being well informed, should have been aware of these matters. She gently remarked, I have examined Yan's condition. It remains unchanged from the past, showing no signs of abnormality. Shall I inquire with Shaoqi? Li Su pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of helplessness. The information he possessed was solely derived from Xing, who treated him with suspicion, preventing any opportunity for him to meet Shaoqi. Yuheng shook her head softly, suggesting, let us discuss this after you navigate through the current crisis. Li Su focused on the ethereal visage before him, stating, I do not wish for you to undertake actions against your will because of me. Yuheng responded with a hint of melancholy. Have I not already done enough? Li Su smiled broadly, muttering, when I said unwilling, I referred to actions that contradict your beliefs. I have employed certain methods within her, Yuheng whispered. Li Su blinked, a hint of self-satisfaction emerging as he remarked, so this is still for my sake. Yuheng did not contest his assertion. She merely continued to observe the young man below her. Her actions were indeed motivated by concern that the demoness might abandon her principles and turn against Tianqi, Xing, and Li Su. This is still a form of punishment for you, Yuheng murmured. The gentle punishment was indeed insidious. Li Su closed his eyes and said, I previously recounted the tale of the Huayu goddess. Have you heard the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl? At that moment, he was seized by a fervent desire to compose a verse for Yuheng, one that she would cherish even after their separation. The cowherd and the weaver girl? Yuheng pondered, asking, "Is this a tale you encountered in ancient texts?" "Indeed," Li Su affirmed, beginning to narrate. The cowherd was a youth tending cattle. Orphaned at a young age and bullied by his siblings, with only an old black ox for companionship. One night, the black ox spoke, instructing him to venture to the river near the village, where he would find garments that had been stolen. Anxious yet compelled, the cowherd approached the riverbank under the cover of darkness and beheld a beautiful maiden bathing in the water, her white garments resting nearby. Following the black ox's advice, he stealthily seized the maiden's clothes, intending to flee. The maiden, startled by his actions, called out to him, captivated by her beauty. The cowherd proposed that he would only return her garments if she agreed to marry him. The maiden, left with no choice, consented. At this juncture, Li Su paused, suddenly noticing an unsettling change in Yuheng's countenance. "What troubles you?" he asked, feeling a surge of apprehension, wondering if this realm too harbored a version of the cowherd and the weaver girl legend. Yuheng, with an icy demeanor, questioned, "Are you certain that this story was derived from ancient texts?" Li Su chuckled nervously, muttering, "Have you heard this story before? The tale is unfamiliar to me. However, during my sojourn at Taihu, I coincidentally had my garments pilfered." The celestial being, Lady Yuheng, cast a reproachful glance at Li Su. At this moment, she began to doubt the authenticity of the story this young man had narrated about the goddess of Huashan, suspecting it might have been a mere fabrication. Li Su, suddenly enlightened, could not help but chuckle, remarking that her experiences bore a striking resemblance to those of the weaver girl. "Just a resemblance?" Lady Yuheng retorted, somewhat speechless. "You have misunderstood me." Li Su, feeling a tad helpless, insisted that there indeed existed such a story, and one would understand upon its conclusion. Lady Yuheng remained noncommittal. The weaver girl, left with no other choice, ultimately decided to wed the cowherd. Li Su continued, describing their life post-marriage as blissful, filled with the joys of farming and weaving, culminating in the birth of a son and a daughter. However, their union did not go unnoticed by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West, who, upon learning of the weaver girl's marriage, were filled with fury and dispatched celestial soldiers to abduct her. It turned out that the weaver girl was a deity tasked with weaving the evening glow, the clouds of sunset being her responsibility. "And what of the black cow?" Lady Yuheng inquired suddenly. "What?" Li Su was taken aback. Lady Yuheng pondered aloud. "If what you say is true, then all beings in the heavenly realm are deities. And the union between the weaver girl and the cowherd was orchestrated by the black cow. Evidently, the black cow possessed the ability to speak, suggesting it had attained significant spiritual prowess. Given the existence of the celestial realm, it would be logical for them to investigate thoroughly the celestial soldiers, while capturing the weaver girl would not overlook the black cow." Li Su blinked. "I forgot to mention that the black cow passed away shortly after the cowherd and weaver girl were wed due to old age." "I see." Lady Yuheng nodded, finding this explanation somewhat reasonable, though she speculated that the cause of death was not natural, but rather a consequence of the weaver girl's actions. As a goddess, she would naturally eliminate any malevolent entities, particularly one that had conspired to facilitate her marriage to the cowherd. A peculiar glimmer crossed Li Su's eyes as he continued. Before its demise, the old cow even instructed the cowherd to skin it, advising that wearing its hide during critical moments might prove beneficial. "Cowhide," Lady Yuheng exclaimed, curious about the weaver girl's reaction. Li Su blinked again. Both the weaver girl and the cowherd were deeply saddened by the black cow's death. "That cannot be right." Lady Yuheng suddenly shook her head. "What is amiss?" Li Su asked, intrigued. Lady Yuheng reflected. "You previously mentioned that the cowherd was merely an untrained young herdsman, correct?" "Yes." "Untrained," Li Su affirmed vigorously. "Why would an ancient cow spirit willingly remain by his side?" Lady Yuheng mused, as if struck by a revelation. "His constitution must be rather extraordinary." Li Su paused, curiosity piqued. "In what way is it extraordinary?" "Perhaps the cowherd possesses the bloodline of the bovine race," Lady Yuheng speculated. "Can a human truly have a bovine bloodline?" Li Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Lady Yuheng gently explained. "One of the reasons that Tianqi attracts the attention of the Dacian royal family is due to her unique bloodline." "Tianqi's bloodline is unique?" Li Su was taken aback. Without elaborating further, Lady Yuheng returned to the topic of the cow, stating, "If the story you recount indeed transpired, It is likely that the true suitor of the weaver girl was not the cowherd, but rather that old black cow. Li Su. I was recounting a mythological love story, was I not? How did the tone suddenly shift so dramatically? Chapter 72. The Black Bull and the Weaver Girl. Whimsical clouds intertwined as a celestial being, the bloodline of the weaver girl must be extraordinary. The fairy Yuheng continued to expound her conjectures, suggesting that the ancient black bull had, through some peculiar means, influenced the minds of both the cowherd and the weaver girl. After all, how could the weaver girl possibly consent to marry a man who shamelessly stole her garments? Li Su pondered for a moment and mused. Perhaps the cowherd is as handsome as I am, and the weaver girl, in a moment of weakness, fell for him. To be captivated by mere appearance at first glance? Yuheng Fairy remarked, suddenly reminded of the plight of the seduced demoness. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. Are you implying that the weaver girl was ensnared by a spell? Li Su was momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook his head. No. Even if she were enchanted, it would undoubtedly have been the doing of the ancient black bull. Yuheng Fairy contemplated, in truth. It is likely that the black bull is the one who can break the weaver girl's enchantment. Li Su interjected, I am merely recounting a tale of love, not an absurd narrative of a bull-headed man. Perhaps you are overthinking this. This is indeed the most plausible reality, Yuheng Fairy asserted while fixing her gaze upon Li Su. She cautioned, remember this. Those not of our kin often harbor divergent intentions. In the future, should you encounter any speaking creatures, do not trust their words. Li Su was momentarily speechless, yet he could only nod in resignation. He understood that Yuheng Fairy's tendency for elaborate interpretation stemmed from the vast differences between their past and present environments. In his previous life, no one could cultivate. Upon hearing the ancient black bull speak, they would immediately recognize it as a myth. In this life, however, it was indeed possible for a black bull to converse. Uncertain, Li Su reflected, if I am not mistaken, the ancient black bull must have transformed into the likeness of the cowherd, and after consummating with the weaver girl, absorbed her bloodline or divine power, thus concealing its own demonic nature. The weaver girl may have sensed something amiss, yet it was too late. As time passed, she gradually succumbed. When the celestial soldiers you mentioned arrive, the weaver girl will choose to bear the burden alone, not betraying the cowherd. The tale you are about to unfold is likely one of separation between the weaver girl and the cowherd, Yuheng Fairy concluded, gazing intently at Li Su. Li Su smiled faintly and nodded, acknowledging, indeed, they are to be worlds apart. After the weaver girl is taken back to the heavenly court, the cowherd, donning the skin of the ancient black bull, carries a boy and a girl on his shoulders, astonishingly soaring into the sky, following closely behind the celestial soldiers. Upon witnessing this, the Queen Mother of Heaven pulled a phoenix hairpin from her head and, with a gentle stroke behind the celestial soldiers, drew forth a shimmering Milky Way, effectively isolating the cowherd on the other side. The heavenly court must be immensely powerful, indeed, Yuheng Fairy inquired. Li Su nodded, affirming, it is indeed formidable. Yuheng Fairy mused. Then this impostor cowherd, the ancient black bull, either seeks to join the heavenly court or intends to gather intelligence regarding its strengths and weaknesses. Could it not simply be for the sake of the weaver girl? Li Su retorted, feeling exasperated that what was meant to be a romantic tale had been interpreted by this white-clad heroine as a conspiracy. You just mentioned that he was carrying a boy and a girl. Yuheng Fairy regarded Li Su and questioned, do you truly believe that if he had genuinely fallen in love with the weaver girl, he would still prioritize carrying the children in such a dire moment? Li Su pondered for a moment and surmised that it might be due to concerns over the child lacking a mother. The celestial maiden, Yuheng, gently shook her head, asserting that if he had truly fallen in love with the weaving maiden, his heart would undoubtedly belong solely to her. He was likely taking his children along, perhaps gambling on the notion that the heavenly soldiers would refrain from harming innocents, or perhaps wishing for his entire family to be welcomed into the celestial realm. Li Su was left speechless. Did it succeed? Yuheng inquired. Li Su replied candidly. Eventually, the Milky Way stretched vast and boundless, with turbulent waves surging. The cowherd could not cross, and could only gaze longingly at the weaving maiden from afar, both of them weeping throughout the day. It is said he could fly clad in cowhide, so how could the Milky Way hinder him? Yuheng analyzed. It is likely that powerful celestial beings were stationed both within and beyond the river, and he dared not reveal his strength, thereby refraining from attempting to cross. Is that another possible interpretation? Li Su's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he continued. Later, The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were moved by the genuine affection of the cowherd and the weaving maiden, and after deliberation, they permitted the couple to meet once every year on the 7th day of the 7th month. From that time forth, every year on this date, magpies would soar to the heavens, constructing a bridge across the Milky Way to facilitate the reunion of the cowherd and the weaving maiden. Magpies. On the 7th day of the 7th month? Yu Hung mused for a moment before asking, "Are you certain it is the 7th day and not the 15th? "I am quite certain. It is indeed the 7th day," Li Su affirmed with a nod, then curiously inquired, "Have you thought of something?" "It may be that the weaving maiden's bloodline is connected to avian deities, enabling her to summon magpies," Yu Hung softly suggested. "Or perhaps the black ox is acquainted with avian creatures. Their annual reunion could signify that the black ox has been discovered by the celestial court and imprisoned beyond the Milky Way. This yearly meeting might be a deliberate arrangement by the Queen Mother, allowing the weaving maiden to deliver sustenance to the black ox, ensuring he does not perish from hunger." As she concluded, Yu Hang's tone wavered with uncertainty. "Your explanation is rather intriguing," Li Su chuckled. "Under normal circumstances, a divine maiden consorting with a creature would certainly lead to her confinement, making it improbable for her to gaze at the black ox across the Milky Way." Yu Hang shot him a sidelong glance. "That is also a valid point," Li Su conceded after a moment's reflection. "Where is that ancient text?" "I wish to examine its specific contents," Yu Hang asked, sensing that the young man's narrative had likely overlooked significant details. "It has been burned," Li Su replied with utmost seriousness. Yu Hang tilted her head slightly. "So, what is it you wish to convey with this tale?" "Allow me to recollect why I shared this story with you," Li Su chuckled, having nearly forgotten the initial impetus for his narration due to Yu Hang's somewhat absurd interpretation. "You mentioned that your assistance is a form of punishment for me." With a gentle tone, Li Su continued, "Before your interpretation, the story of the cowherd and the weaving maiden appeared profoundly beautiful in my eyes. Their destined separation due to their differing statuses resonates with our own circumstances. Their annual reunion on the 7th day of the 7th month, as you suggested, may indeed be a form of punishment, one I find myself enviously contemplating." Yu Hang remained silent. "I have a poem I wish to present to you." Li Su gazed at the jade balance fairy, warmth flickering in his eyes. This poem, titled The Magpie Bridge Fairy, was composed by a poet named Qin Xiaoyu, inspired by the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. "Qin Xiaoyu?" the jade balance fairy murmured, having never heard of that name. "Delicate clouds play tricks, flying stars convey sorrow, the silver river quietly shines." Li Su recited softly. A vivid image appeared in the jade balance fairy's mind, the cowherd and the weaver girl gazing at each other across the Milky Way, when suddenly, the cowherd transformed into the guise of a black bull. This could hardly be a love story. With preconceived notions, the jade balance fairy found it difficult to envision the cowherd and the weaver girl as a romantic tale. To be precise, in her estimation, the cowherd had perished from the beginning. The true protagonists of the story were the old black bull spirit and the weaver girl. Chapter 73. The divine symbol of the painter, master, and apprentice's contest. When the golden wind and jade dew meet, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. Li Su's gentle recitation continued to resonate in the jade balance fairy's ears. She was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Li Su, recalling their true first encounter. At that time, the young lad had mistaken her for a seductive demoness. It was also on that fateful night that she faced the most embarrassing moment of her life. The appointed time is like a dream, tenderness flows like water, enduring the glance back at the magpie bridge's return path. If love is meant to last, then why fret over the dawn and dusk? As Li Su reached the end of the poem, he looked into the jade balance fairy's eyes and spoke deliberately. "Your punishment for me is still far from sufficient." "Then let us continue," the jade balance fairy replied, sitting upright. Li Su's life was exceedingly fulfilling. The bloodshed that commenced each evening persisted unabated. Zuolin's aura surged, his gaze growing ever more profound. Surprisingly, Li Su beside him seemed entirely unaffected by the carnage. Each evening, before the slaughter began, Li Su was full of vigor, evidently anticipating the forthcoming brutal trials. Upon returning to Suzhou after the bloodshed, Li Su wore an expression of eager expectation. "Is this lad truly a born butcher?" Zuolin mused, not dwelling too much on it, as he understood Li Su's mindset had not been significantly affected, allowing him to remain unconcerned. One night, the slaughter concluded, in a radius of 500 miles. "There are no more bandits," Zuolin remarked abruptly. Li Su blinked. "Is it finished already?" "That's sufficient," Zuolin replied, gazing towards Lake Tai, his eyes deep. A slight tension gripped Li Su's heart. Sufficient implied an end. Generally, the conclusion of one matter heralds the commencement of another. Is it about to begin? Li Su inquired slowly. Zhuo Lin nodded slightly. Wu Jian has already shown me enough courtesy. To delay further would be rather impolite. As the two made their way towards Suzhou, they conversed. These days, Xiao Yuansheng has been rather inactive. Li Su pondered aloud. In your battle with Wu Jian, should Xiao Qi and Ziying take the opportunity to leave Suzhou? What? Do you wish they wouldn't? Zhuo Lin shot a sidelong glance at Li Su. Li Su lightly scoffed. Reasoning, should I wish otherwise? They are both so beautiful. One as a concubine, the other as a chambermaid. What a delightful arrangement. Who would willingly forfeit that? Zhuo Lin replied. A princess as a concubine? Ziying as a chambermaid? Now that's quite the audacious thought. Then you should follow them closely and see if they are willing to take you along, said Zhuo Lin with a cold smile. If I desire it. I am certain they would not reject me, replied Li Su with a confident smile. Zhuo Lin scoffed derisively. They may not refuse. But do you have the gall to follow them as a burden? Li Su merely huffed, refraining from retorting. As for Ziying, she is the renowned Huan Nongying. Xiao Qi is a being beyond your reach. Zhuo Lin remarked nonchalantly. You do not believe Xiao Qi to be weak, do you? Beyond my reach? Li Su shot a glance at Zhuo Lin and inquired. Is she a talisman master? A natural-born talisman master, Zhuo Lin replied softly. As long as she does not venture into Chaoga City, she is destined to stand at the pinnacle of talisman arts. What of her strength compared to Ziying's? Li Su pondered, curiosity piqued. Zhuo Lin stated, if they are together, even if that demoness is uninjured, she must avoid confrontation. Li Su did not press further. Recalling the time when the Yuheng Ferry was swiftly captured, in the time it took him to fall into a muddy pit, the Yuheng Ferry lay incapacitated. Compared to you, who is stronger, the demoness or you? Li Su asked subtly, wanting to gauge the Yuheng Ferry's strength. When you advised Xiao Qi, you mentioned I was a remnant of the old era. Zhuo Lin glanced at Li Su and mused, that is indeed true, when I was at my zenith. The demoness you spoke of was likely still a budding maiden. Your true glory must have been around the time of Prince Chu's marriage, correct? Li Su inquired with intrigue. About that, Zhuo Lin nodded. You must have seen the painting sage who follows Xiao Yuansheng. That old man has mediocre vision. The title of painting sage is likely more boastful than warranted, Li Su remarked, recalling that when he first encountered the old man, he was unaware of his identity until Ziying later informed him. It appears he does not hold your artwork in high regard, Zhuo Lin teased. My art is akin to celestial music, exquisite yet seldom appreciated by the worldly pretenders who cannot truly grasp its beauty, Li Su reflected serenely. Zhuo Lin countered. Such a misguided perception is certainly not something I imparted. Zhuo Lin shook his head in disbelief and said, his title as painting sage was conferred by the Emperor of Deqian, which makes it somewhat legitimate, but he is far from the best in the world. Li Su's eyes brightened, but before he could speak, Zhuo Lin interrupted curtly, you could not possibly be the best. Li Su lightly huffed, if not me. Then can it truly be you? Not I. Yet I have triumphed over the painting sage, Zhuo Lin mused, and it was in his area of expertise. You can paint? Li Su scrutinized Zhuo Lin with skepticism. Zhuo Lin smiled lightly. You shall learn more about my legends in due time. Li Su pursed his lips. Unable to suppress his curiosity, do tell. Zhuo Lin shook his head. You only need to know that the key figure behind the capture of Xiao Qi is this painting sage. Is he formidable? Li Su became serious. Zhuo Lin replied softly. 5 years ago, he was already at the pinnacle of talisman mastery, and his proficiency now is at least as strong, if not stronger, than it was then. He would not dare act recklessly, would he? Li Su thought of the schemes against Xiao Yuansheng, feeling slightly reassured. Zhuo Lin Dao, until the outcome of my confrontation with Wu Jian is determined, he will not act recklessly. However, he will inevitably make his move. For he is the envoy of His Majesty the Emperor. Although this operation appears to be led by Xiao Yuansheng, it is, in fact, the painter saint who holds the true trump card. Can Ziying and Xiao Qi contend with the painter saint? Li Su inquired, her brow furrowing. Zhuo Lin replied softly. The painter saint has some acquaintance with Xiao Qi's mother. I suspect he will not directly attempt to capture her. Rather, he will keep her whereabouts exposed, resulting in relentless pursuers. Li Su's expression darkened. Zhuo Lin nodded, stating that the true combatants would still be Wu Jian or Xiao Yuansheng, along with Chao Huaji and others. Your strategy has instilled fear in Xiao Yuansheng, preventing him from acting rashly. In my duel with Wu Jian, Wu Jian will also be able to refrain from concern. So, it appears we are left with the borrowed blade of the Hanyu sect? Li Su asked, astonished, sensing that matters would not be so simple. The one truly intent on capturing Shaoqi is the emperor of Chaoga City, as Lin cautioned. A flicker of understanding flashed in Li Su's eyes. There were indeed others lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, Taihu Lake is vast enough, Lin remarked softly. Taihu. Li Su's heart stirred as she glanced at Lin. Are you suggesting that Shaoqi and Ziying should observe the battle? Lin smiled broadly, responding leisurely. This may very well be my final battle. How could it lack an audience? Li Su's heart sank. What? Are you reluctant to part with me? Lin cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. Li Su remained silent. As they spoke, the pair had already returned to the city of Suzhou. I never contemplated how I would feel after this battle concludes, Lin remarked with a faint smile. I only know that my blade will surely be sharper than Wu Jian's purple gold spear. I shall not be defeated. As he concluded, an air of indomitable confidence radiated from Lin. You truly will not falter, Li Su said earnestly, turning to regard Lin. Your defeat can only belong to me. Over the years, you have struck me countless times, and I have kept meticulous account. Once I achieve mastery, I shall repay you in kind. Lin chuckled, responding thoughtfully. If that day truly comes, it will certainly be amusing. There will indeed be such a day, Li Su whispered. Her thoughts drifting to the jade balance fairy resting upon her study's bed, bolstering her resolve. Upon returning to the northern part of the city, they halted before the Li residence simultaneously. On one hand, we have faced each other numerous times. Each occasion, you have reveled in your superiority. Believing yourself to be above me, Lin remarked with a cold smirk. Li Su blinked, inquiring, shall we compose poetry? In this regard, as a time traveler, Li Su had always held an air of arrogance. Lin shook his head, turning to gaze down the street. Curious, Li Su followed suit. Surveying Lin's line of sight. It was already late at night, and under the moonlight, the street lay desolate. Suddenly, Lin unfastened his belt. Li Su was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. Chapter 74, The Goddess of the Card Point. The Arrogant Enchantress, a great chapter seeking urgent updates. Are you certain you wish to compete with me in this? Li Su's eyes flickered with intrigue. Lin remained silent, drawing his energy inward as strands of true qi coalesced within certain meridians of his lower body. A stream of slightly yellowish energy surged forth, akin to an arrow released from its bow, cascading beyond 5 zhang. Li Su pinched his nose and raised his brows slightly. The distance was roughly 17 meters. He regretted not drinking more water. Lin felt a twinge of remorse. The rushing stream gradually slowed, soon resembling a faucet turned off, with only a few drops falling. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Li Su's eyes. Lin's expression darkened. You requested this competition. I did not coerce you, Li Su remarked leisurely, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before confidently unfastening his belt and relieving himself. Ever since encountering the poisoned white-clad heroine, his strength had been steadily increasing, almost at a breakneck pace. As a martial artist, this enhancement signified a fortification of his physique. Under the moonlight, Li Su stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority. A stream of shimmering water flowed sluggishly from near to far, rushing ahead. Lin's face stiffened. He was certain that the scoundrel beside him was doing this purposefully. In my youth, I didn't need any support, Lin thought bitterly. Although he still maintained his youthful physique, he was distinctly different from Li Su. He was not merely a martial artist, but a consummate swordsman. Moreover, he had never specifically honed this aspect, unlike the young rascal, who not only frequently trained in this regard, but also took pride in it. The sparkling water ultimately formed a complete circle around the steaming puddle 5 zhang away, an outright provocation. Lin's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, regretting not using more of his true energy earlier. Damn it, he muttered in frustration, slapping the back of Li Su's head before turning to leave. What was I thinking? Competing with this little rascal? Jealousy, naked jealousy. Li Su let out a soft huff. The slap didn't hurt. Suddenly, his entire outfit was shredded to tatters, cascading to the ground. Li Su's expression froze. So petty, can't even handle it, he murmured, lightly huffing. After finishing, he leapt back to the Li residence, promptly darting into the study. His tattered clothes required some comfort from the Jade Balance Fairy. The following day, at dawn, the Jade Balance Fairy retrieved the autumn water sword from her fragrance pouch and then handed the pouch to Li Su. What is this? Li Su blinked. For today? The Jade Balance Fairy replied softly. Li Su paused, responding with a gentle murmur. The jade balance fairy gazed at him, silent for a long while. It seems I shall lose much today, he thought with a light smile, accepting the pouch. If you speak up, I can assist you, the jade balance fairy offered softly. Li Su's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. I previously shared the tales of the Huayu goddess and the cowherd and the weaver girl. Would you like to hear another story? I would gladly listen to any tale you tell, the jade balance fairy replied tenderly. This story is called The Goddess of the Checkpoint, Li Su intoned. The Goddess of the Checkpoint? The jade balance fairy expressed surprise, finding the name peculiar. Checkpoint is not her name, but rather her habit, Li Su stated seriously. Her name is Su New Jersey. Su New Jersey? Yuheng, the celestial being, was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Li Su. Are you certain her name is Su New Jersey? Is there something amiss? Li Su hesitated, realizing it was a name he had whimsically fabricated. Hoping to evoke a sense of familiarity that would illuminate the essence of the story he intended to share about the goddess of critical moments. I have a junior sister whose name is indeed Su New Jersey, Yuheng revealed. Ah, Li Su exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Then it is merely a case of sharing the same name. Yuheng did not offer a definitive response, but comprehended that the youth before her was subtly hinting at something significant through the tale he was about to unfold. Li Su began. The goddess Su New Jersey possesses a beauty akin to yours, exquisite and unparalleled. Her prowess is profound, and she has few rivals in this world. She is exceedingly benevolent, frequently aiding the weak and vanquishing malevolence. Moreover, she has a peculiar habit of intervening at pivotal moments during her rescues. What do you mean by pivotal moments? Yuheng inquired. To elucidate, it signifies that she invariably acts at the most crucial junctures, which has earned her the moniker, the Goddess of Critical Moments. Goddess of Critical Moments, Yuheng softly echoed, her gaze fixed on Li Su. If by chance she were to arrive in the vicinity of Taihu and witness your plight, do you believe she would intervene? If so, at what critical moment do you think she would act? Li Su smiled broadly, pleased with Yuheng's understanding. The strength of the goddess Su New Jersey is formidable, naturally. She would be more attuned to battles of a higher caliber, he murmured. Yuheng's heart stirred with realization. She understood that the higher caliber battles Li Su referred to were those involving Zuolin and Wu Jian. This is a hope that I may save Zuolin, she mused internally. Li Su continued, not only is the goddess Su New Jersey's power unfathomable and her beauty remarkable, but she also possesses a discerning heart. Upon encountering Tian Qi and Ziying, whose talents are exceptional, her eyes would undoubtedly light up. And when she sees them in peril, on the verge of being captured, she would act decisively. And what else? Yuheng pressed. Li Su shook his head. That is all. What about you? Yuheng asked. Me? I am but an ordinary youth from the streets. How could the exalted goddess Su New Jersey ever notice someone like me? Li Su blinked at Yuheng and added playfully. You wouldn't think I am the fabled protagonist, destined for greatness, who merely needs a glance from that lofty goddess for her to willingly come to my side and fulfill my every wish, would you? Yuheng shot him a playful glare. Li Su gently pinched her cheeks. Do not concern yourself with me, lest I become your Achilles heel. Yuheng's thoughts were stirred. The youth was indeed worried that their overt camaraderie might tarnish her reputation. As they prepared to part ways, Li Su inquired, is there anything you wish to say to me? Yuheng tilted her head, gazing at Li Su. Have you never considered forcing me to remain by your side? I have been doing so all along, Li Su chuckled. You often say that fulfilling my every wish is a punishment. I present you with various unreasonable requests to make you accustomed to my presence, weaving for you the most exquisite poetry. How is that not a punishment for me? He sighed. Alas, you have failed. The celestial maiden, Yuheng, softly murmured, as she found herself in the company of the young man, truly experiencing the essence of love, along with its possessiveness and fervor. Yet, she was enamored, teetering on the brink of surrender, while deep within, she remained lucid, aware that she would ultimately depart. Resolutely unwilling to remain by the young man's side indefinitely. This understanding was mutual. The young man was acutely aware of it as well. How could I forget my defeats? Li Su remarked with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor insincere. Yuheng responded, in the future, I shall certainly seek you out. Li Su's expression turned earnest. On that day, I may be quite domineering, regardless of your willingness or whether you still wish to acknowledge our bond. Should you forget, I will help you gradually reclaim those memories, restoring your willingness to do anything for me, just as you do now. Then you must live well, Yuheng whispered. Li Su reached out, gently brushing his fingers against the tip of Yuheng's nose. Perhaps you should envision it beforehand. Imagine you are seated with the eminent figures of the Tianzong, and suddenly, I burst in, sweeping you into my arms before their very eyes, departing with flair. Yu Heng walked away, leaving Li Su holding the fragrant pouch, lost in thought. The day spent with Yu Heng had been nothing short of a dream. Who would dare believe that the extraordinary leader of Tianzong, Yu Heng, would willingly reside on a young man's bed, allowing him to indulge his whims? The pouch in his hand and the lingering fragrance on the bed testified to the truth of this reality. With a soft sigh and a carefree smile, Li Su rose, clutching the pouch as he began to gather his belongings. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would soon be leaving Gusu City. In the kitchen, smoke had begun to rise. Gu Qingyan, with most of her acupuncture points still sealed by Xing, caught sight of Li Su and let out a soft hum. She had been contemplating whether, once her powers were fully restored, she should bestow upon this scoundrel an unforgettable lesson. Having gained 80% of her power, how dare he command her to do this and that? Gu Qingyan scoffed inwardly. Breakfast was prepared. Gu Qingyan first delivered meals to Tian Qi and Xing before heading to the study with a food box in hand. Why does it feel like something is missing? She pondered silently, calling out to her master as she approached the desk. Li Su, engrossed in the collected works of ancient literature, regarded the beautiful cook with a sense of nostalgia. Unquestionably, his first experience had been stolen away by this enchanting chef. Ah Yan, stay and dine with me. Li Su called out to Gu Qingyan, who was about to leave. How vexing, Gu Qingyan muttered under her breath, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she softly replied. All right, Ah Yan, how do you perceive my treatment of you? Li Su inquired, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. He feared she might hold a grudge against him. Yet, he did not believe he had wronged her in any way. It seemed Xing had disclosed his identity to this rascal. Gu Qingyan maintained her composure, respectfully stating, in this world, my master is the kindest to his servant. Is that so? Li Su raised an eyebrow, asking, if one day you were to suddenly gain strength, surpassing me, how would you treat me then? Indeed, she knew of my identity, Gu Qingyan mused inwardly, yet her demeanor remained respectful. How could a servant ever be stronger than her master? I am speaking hypothetically. Li Su clarified. If a servant were to become stronger than her master, the servant Gu Qingyan, with a humble demeanor, contemplated briefly, and her eyes suddenly sparkled as she softly declared, I am willing to bestow all my strength upon you, my master, so that you may surpass me. Li Su interjected. I asked you to speak of the future, why then do you dwell on the past? She was dissatisfied with the woman's lingering resentment, staring intently at Gu Qingyan. What if I cannot grant that? Even if you cannot, I am still willing to give, Gu Qingyan replied softly. Li Su narrowed her eyes, pondering whether this woman was determined to exact revenge on her. It struck her that she had not even uttered harsh words to this woman before. When I first laid eyes on you, I truly did not anticipate that you would be so beautiful, Li Su mused. I bought you for the sake of pity, seeing you as one who sold herself to bury her husband. Indeed, it is your grace that has afforded me my current life, where I can eat my fill every day. Gu Qingyan nodded in agreement. Li Su felt a pang of silence. Was this woman implying that she was the reason for her own loss of power, reduced to such a state? She fixed her gaze on Gu Qingyan and asked, if I were to grant you freedom, what would your thoughts be? Freedom? Gu Qingyan was taken aback, then scoffed inwardly, thinking to herself, do I need you to bestow my freedom upon me? Yet, outwardly she quickly responded, I do not desire freedom. I find joy in staying by your side, washing your clothes, cooking for you, and caring for you for a lifetime. Li Su's expression darkened slightly, her tone sharp as she retorted, when have I ever asked you to wash my clothes? Gu Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Have you not? Why then do I feel so tormented in this household? Should you have any needs, feel free to command me. I am willing to do anything for you, my master, Gu Qingyan said, her head slightly bowed. Li Su scrutinized Gu Qingyan intently. Gu Qingyan continued to avert her gaze. Not even a couple of words to appease me? Li Su thought. If I must endure a beating, I would prefer to do something in advance to make it worthwhile. With a huff, she glanced back at Gu Qingyan, her expression softening. Gu Qingyan's heart raced. An unsettling premonition washed over her. Chapter 75. Honest Encounter, Handshake of Reconciliation in the Study. Li Su gently inquired, Ian, what do you think of my appearance? Gu Qingyan stole a glance at Li Su's face, her own flushed with embarrassment as she replied, my master is quite handsome. And do you like it? Li Su pressed. Gu Qingyan's cheeks turned crimson, and a shiver ran through her as she suddenly regretted not having flattered this rogue earlier. Do you not like your master? Li Su's eyes narrowed. No, Gu Qingyan hastily shook her head, her face growing even redder, exuding an aura of shyness. Do not evade the question. I wish to hear you say whether you like me, Li Su insisted. This rogue, Gu Qingyan cursed inwardly. With her powers sealed, now was not the time to confront him. She could only maintain the guise of a cook. I like you, Gu Qingyan murmured, her head bowed, her cheeks aflame. What is it that you like? Li Su inquired further. Gu Qingyan whispered, I like my master. Who likes my master? Li Su continued, with a sense of resignation. Gu Qingyan continued, the servant has a fondness for her master, Li Su. Li Su gently took Gu Qingyan's right hand and smiled. In truth, the master harbors affection for Ian as well. Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed deeper as she lowered her head in silence, inwardly cursing. She was certain that this scoundrel intended to disgust her one last time. Previously, you mentioned not wanting to serve others with your beauty. Would you be willing if the person were me, your master? Li Su inquired softly. I would rather not, Gu Qingyan muttered inwardly, her head bowed in bashfulness. How could the master possibly hold any regard for a mere servant? You underestimate yourself, Li Su replied with a warm smile, if you wish. You could become the master's woman today. Gu Qingyan's thoughts raced, baffled by this rogue's intentions. Is he not afraid of Ziying coming to take revenge? She thought, her scalp tingling. I am not jesting, Li Su said, rising to lean closer to Gu Qingyan's ear, whispering, you should return to your room. I will seek you out shortly. Remember, if you are willing, you must be honest with your master. Understood, Gu Qingyan replied. Her face flushed, and she turned to leave. Had she not been uncertain whether Yuhing Fairy had departed, Li Su would have felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, he was genuinely concerned that Yuhing Fairy might still be lurking somewhere within the Li residence, observing his every move. This was certainly a possibility. The enchantress sought to exact revenge on him, unaware that the Yuhing Fairy had already tampered with her. With this thought, Li Su felt a slight sense of relief. After dinner, Li Su entered the hall. Ziying and Tianqi emerged at the opportune moment. Today is the day, Li Su stated plainly. Both Ziying and Tianqi were taken aback, their expressions growing serious. Once Old Zhuo arrives, we shall proceed to Taihu, Li Su continued, recounting some of the remarks made by Zhuo Lin the previous night. The key to Ziying and Tianqi's escape lay in evading the pursuit of the painting saint. It seems Old Zhuo intends to take advantage of the battle with Wu Jian to help us eliminate most of our pursuers, Li Su pondered. Wu Jian is formidable, Tianqi remarked, a rare gravity in her voice. He defeated my father with a single move. Li Su blinked in curiosity, asking, your father was the second in line, correct? Indeed, Tianqi nodded slightly. Before he ascended to the throne of the Chu kingdom, he was known as the Chu Beauty, was he not? Li Su queried. Chu Beauty? Tianqi paused, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. I am not aware of that. Indeed, Ziying interjected. Both Li Su and Tianqi turned to her. Ziying continued. The father of Her Highness the Princess was once a remarkable figure, renowned far and wide. Li Su mused to himself, realizing the truth of Old Zhuo's tale, and then inquired with curiosity, and what of Old Zhuo? All I know is that he is a discarded disciple of the Jinlin sect, and was once a peer of Wu Qi. Zhuo Lin, Ziying contemplated. His original name was Jiang Zhuo. After becoming a discarded disciple of the Jinlin sect, the older generation preferred to call him the Sedgecoat Traveler. Jiang Zhuo? Sedgecoat Traveler? Li Su's eyes widened in surprise. I don't recall ever seeing him don a sedge coat. He has long since retired. Who would still maintain their former habits? Ziying retorted. It is said that Uncle Zhuo, in his youth, cherished the pastime of fishing on snowy days. Tianqi whispered that her father also often fished on such days due to Uncle's preference. Is that so? Li Su raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tianqi, and inquired nonchalantly, when your father fishes, does your mother ever watch him? Tianqi's eyes widened as she nodded. Yes. How did you guess? Because that would be quite pretentious, Li Su replied with a grin, certainly not revealing to the girl that on the day of her mother's wedding, she had chosen Uncle Zhuo as her husband. While gazing at her father, her mind might have been filled with thoughts of Uncle Zhuo. Quite pretentious? Tianqi exchanged glances with Ziying, who frowned and asked, what do you mean? It signifies a certain level of sophistication, Li Su explained. Huh, a laughable sophistication. Ziying retorted, casting a sidelong glance. That is my father, Tianqi reminded quietly. Ziying felt a jolt in her heart, and replied calmly, indeed. He possesses a remarkable sophistication. Li Su then inquired further about Zhuo Lin, discovering that Zi Ying and Tian Qi did not possess extensive knowledge regarding him. They could not articulate Zhuo Lin's specific achievements or his level of strength, only that he had once been quite renowned. There is another matter, Li Su said. Regarding the two women, my cook seems to harbor considerable resentment towards me. Zi Ying raised an eyebrow and asked, why? Has she admitted to being a demoness? Tian Qi, equally curious, noted that she had assured the demoness Gu Qinyan of her restored strength. However, the demoness, perhaps too fearful of the Yuheng fairy, had maintained a state akin to an ordinary person. She hasn't admitted it, Li Su scoffed, expressing her frustration. Despite my numerous hints, she remained steadfast in rejecting my offers. When I suggested I could grant her freedom, she insisted she wished to stay by my side forever to repay my kindness. Tian Qi and Zi Ying exchanged glances, both perceiving the underlying meaning in the cook's words. What do you intend to do? Tian Qi asked curiously. Li Su smirked. She is still in my grasp. If she dares to show defiance now, I must take action before she regains her strength. If she were to strike me later, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? You are already quite deserving of a beating, Zi Ying huffed lightly. Li Su shot her a sidelong glance as we part. I have many words I wish to share with Xiao Qi. Tian Qi's cheeks flushed as she quickly lowered her head, her heart racing. Zi Ying felt a surge of alarm and shot Li Su a warning glare, her eyes filled with admonition. Li Su, unwilling to back down, returned the glare, her expression rife with mockery. Scoundrel, Zi Ying silently cursed, her frustration mounting at Li Su's veiled threats. All right, Sister Zi, young Master Li, at such a moment. You should reconcile, Tian Qi said helplessly. Reconcile? Very well, Li Su nodded and extended his right hand. Tian Qi blinked, questioning whether a handshake was truly necessary for reconciliation. Zi Ying, exasperated, chose to ignore the scoundrel. Chapter 76. A slip of the tongue. A cook's candor. Li Su turned to Tian Qi and remarked softly, Xiao Qi, look. Your sister Zi is unwilling to shake hands with me. Tian Qi cast a playful glare at Li Su before turning to Zi Ying, pouting, Sister Zi. In a moment of resignation, Zi Ying extended her right hand as the princess spoke. Li Su grinned and grasped her delicate hand, then reached out with his left hand towards Tian Qi. Tian Qi's heart raced, and before she could react, Zi Ying, unable to endure any longer, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, You scoundrel, don't take advantage of the situation. After this parting today, who knows when they would meet again? What harm is there in a simple handshake? Li Su muttered. Just as Zi Ying was about to retort, she noticed the princess had swiftly extended her hand, clasping Li Su's left hand. Zi Ying's expression darkened, her heart filled with helplessness. While she was able to guard against Li Su's ulterior motives, she could not protect herself from the princess's overt affection. Tian Qi lowered her head, her charming face flushed, acutely aware of Li Su's little fingers stealthily tracing her palm. Li Su gazed at the two enchanting beauties before him, his smile broadening. Today, let us share the same bed, shall we? Zi Ying and Tian Qi simultaneously glared at Li Su. A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I meant to say, let us face life and death together. Li Su hurriedly corrected himself. You scoundrel, Zi Ying muttered under her breath, yet inexplicably, she did not struggle, allowing him to hold her hand. Tian Qi's cheeks burned, casting a playful glare at Li Su while her heart raced. Li Su took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. There is one thing you must always remember. Both Zi Ying and Tian Qi paused, their expressions shifting to solemnity. Suddenly, Li Su stepped forward, pulling the two women into his embrace before they could react. Do not trust any man, including me, he earnestly warned, with the softness of their forms in his arms. Zi Ying was taken aback. Tian Qi was speechless. Zi Ying inhaled deeply. I shall take my leave now. Li Su decisively turned, his steps swift as the wind, exiting the hall in an instant. You scoundrel, Zi Ying gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Li Su's retreating figure. Beside her, Tian Qi's face burned like a ripe cherry, feeling as though time itself had momentarily stood still. Princess, do you now comprehend how much he deserves a beating? Zi Ying remarked coldly, glancing at Tian Qi. Tian Qi blinked, murmuring in agreement, her thoughts racing. He dares to embrace Sister Zi Ying as well. He truly deserves to be punished. Young Master Li has gone to the cook's chamber, Tian Qi whispered. Zi Ying recalled Li Su's earlier words, her eyelids twitching, muttering to herself, this scoundrel. Could he be up to no good? Up to no good? Tian Qi's eyes widened. Ziying shook her head, opting for silence. I will go take a look. We shall need the enchantress to deal with the painter saint. Let us go together, Tianqi suggested, curious about how her dear husband Li Su would confront the cook. Ziying's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Very well. Her thoughts were straightforward. The impression this scoundrel left in the princess's heart had always been positive, even to the extent of being seen as a gentleman. With their imminent separation, if the princess could witness this scoundrel's beastly side, she would no longer dwell on thoughts of him. In the east wing, where the cook resided, Gu Qingyan returned from the study, her face darkened, harboring a desire to flay Li Su alive. Originally, I believed that once my strength was restored, I would soar to great heights, unencumbered. Little did I expect that just as freedom was within reach, I would once again fall under the watchful eye of that scoundrel, Li Su. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Gu Qingyan found herself in a state of turmoil. With numerous vital points sealed, she could not ascertain whether that wretched Yu Hong had truly departed. This uncertainty made her reluctant to take risks at such a critical juncture. According to her calculations, Ziying and Tianqi would leave in the coming days, and only then would she be truly free. Had she known, she would have sweet-talked that scoundrel. Regret washed over Gu Qingyan. She had clearly understood Li Su's insinuations while in the study. Perhaps it was due to the oppressive atmosphere of the Li residence that she had inexplicably resisted Li Su's words, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction in plotting revenge against that rogue. Yet, she overlooked the fact that she was still the kitchen maid of the Li household, still a servant bought by that cat. What was she to do? With her head bowed, Gu Qingyan pondered for a moment, a wave of helplessness sweeping over her. Despite the fact that Tianqi, Ziying, and even Li Su had essentially concluded she was the demoness, she still had to maintain the facade of a kitchen maid. It was possible that Yu Hong was secretly observing her. Until the final moment, she dared not reveal any signs of weakness. She even suspected that the wretched Yu Hong was waiting for her to falter. Not to mention, at this moment, most of her vital points were sealed. I seemingly have no other choice. It was akin to being bitten by a dog, with a resolve forming within her. Gu Qingyan decided that since her first time had been given to this dog of a man, giving in once more would be no different than suffering another bite. With her hairband falling and her garments slipping away, Gu Qingyan lay upon the bed, quietly awaiting her fate. Suddenly, Li Su darted into the room and swiftly shut the door behind him. Though she had steeled herself, Gu Qingyan found it difficult to remain composed at this critical moment. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. The room comprised two areas, the inner bedroom and the outer hall. Li Su took a seat beside the tea table in the hall, glanced at the bedroom, and commanded, "Ian, come pour me a cup of tea." Gu Qingyan's expression froze. That scoundrel. She gritted her teeth, realizing she had previously underestimated the situation. "Ian," Li Su called again, his irritation mounting. Was this woman unwilling even to pretend? Gu Qingyan sat up, a chill running down her spine. With no other option, she swallowed her shame, lifted the bed curtain, and stepped barefoot towards Li Su, her head bowed. Li Su, displeased, watched as the beautiful kitchen maid approached, shaking his head in disbelief. Gu Qingyan, keeping her gaze lowered, reached the side of Li Su and respectfully poured him a cup of tea from the pot on the table. Though she yearned to slap Li Su across the face, her demeanor remained exceptionally deferential. She understood well that at such a moment, she could not afford to incite any dissatisfaction in this scoundrel. Otherwise, it would only bring misfortune upon herself. Everything had to wait until her strength was fully restored. What are you planning to do? Li Su raised her teacup, gazing at Gu Qingyan with an expression full of admiration. Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, "Did you not say, master, that we should be honest with each other?" "Honest? Is that what you mean?" Li Su chuckled. Gu Qingyan, feeling shy and at a loss for words, lowered her head in silence, her hands clenched tightly, wishing she could throttle the scoundrel beside her. Outside the room, Tianqi and Ziying stealthily approached the door, quietly eavesdropping on the sounds emanating from within. Chapter 77. Teaching the cook a lesson, a special oath. "You think too poorly of me, master." Li Su gently sipped her tea and spoke leisurely. In truth, had it not been for her uncertainty about whether Yu Hong, the fairy, had truly departed, and the fact that today marked the day of the duel between Old Zhua and Wu Jian, he might have indeed indulged this beautiful cook's desire for honesty. This scoundrel Gu Qingyan was so infuriated that she bit her teeth in frustration, yet she could only lower her head even further, her face burning with embarrassment. "I am a martial artist at the body refinement stage. Do you know what that entails?" Li Su set down her teacup and inquired, looking intently at Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan gently shook her head and reached out to pour more tea for Li Su. The body refinement stage is the first realm for martial artists, characterized by the necessity of maintaining a pure body. As she spoke, Li Su's mind wandered back to that night in the dilapidated temple. Oh, Gu Qingyan exhaled softly, realizing that this scoundrel was reminding her that she had been the one to provoke him first. Outside the door, Tianqi's cheeks flushed slightly. Just moments ago, she had felt apprehensive, worried that her seemingly carefree husband might do something peculiar to the cook, momentarily forgetting that he was at the body refinement stage. And even if he had such thoughts, he lacked the courage to act on them. It was akin to their wedding night when, just as Sister Z had loosened her belt, her husband had immediately surrendered. Ziying, standing nearby, smirked slightly, recalling how she had once believed that martial artists at the body refinement stage must maintain their purity, leading to her own misstep. Whenever she thought back on it, she felt a chill run down her spine, filled with regret. Inside the room, Li Su fixed her gaze on Gu Qingyan. Do you understand the implications if a martial artist at the body refinement stage loses their purity? He needed her to comprehend who had initiated the provocation. I do not know, my lady, Gu Qingyan replied meekly, feeling exasperated. She thought to herself, though I may have broken your purity, why do you not mention the 8 parts of my power that I left you with? Is that not worth far more than your purity? Such a loss signifies a lifetime of hopelessness in breaking through. Li Su's voice turned cold. You scoundrel, Gu Qingyan cursed inwardly, bending her knees and kneeling at Li Su's feet. I truly did not know the consequences would be so severe. Outside the door, Ziying and Tianqi exchanged glances, unable to see what transpired within the room, yet sensing the kneeling figure of the enchanting cook. Does this scoundrel not fear the wrath of the enchanting cook? Ziying thought to herself, her heart racing. Despite feeling that Li Su was quite the scoundrel, she knew she would have to intervene if the cook suddenly lashed out. Tianqi shared similar thoughts, steeling herself for the possibility of coming to her husband's aid at any moment. Inside the room, Li Su set down her empty teacup and looked at the beautiful cook kneeling at his feet, chuckling lightly. What is the meaning of this? To fill your cup. My master. Very well. Gu Qingyan swiftly rose to her feet, lifting the teapot to pour tea for Li Su. What do you think of my concubine, Tianqi? Li Su suddenly inquired. Outside the room, Tianqi and Ziying were taken aback, both silently straining to listen. Gu Qingyan replied softly, Madame Tianqi possesses unparalleled beauty. Not only unparalleled beauty, when I first laid eyes on her, I thought she had stepped out of a painting, Li Su said leisurely. This was no exaggeration, for he had first encountered Tianqi's portrait before meeting her in person. Outside, Tianqi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Ziying furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the bashful princess, suddenly filled with regret. Since that scoundrel already knew the cook was the enchanting demoness, he would naturally refrain from taking any rash actions against her, lest he face repercussions later. In such circumstances, bringing the princess over seemed utterly unnecessary. A flicker of discontent crossed Ziying's eyes as she considered that scoundrel's intentions toward the princess. Inside the room, Gu Qingyan nodded vigorously, echoing Li Su's words. I heard from Ziying that recently, Little Qi has been quite helpful to you? Li Su asked. Gu Qingyan nodded once more. Little Qi is my concubine. Her assistance is, in essence, my assistance to you. Indeed, the master's great kindness is something a servant like me will never forget, Gu Qingyan hastily replied, immediately regretting it. Stealing a furtive glance at Li Su, she noticed his brow furrowed in response. Great kindness? Never forget. Li Su lifted his teacup, feeling both speechless and helpless. This demoness seemed adamant in her desire to provoke him. Outside the room, Tianqi and Ziying exchanged glances, both discerning the underlying implications of the cook's words. Young Master Li is truly unfortunate, Tianqi mused inwardly. From her perspective, Li Su was kind-hearted, not only providing the cook with a proper burial for her husband, but also offering her shelter. In the end, however, the cook had transformed into a demoness, leaving the benevolent husband embroiled in unnecessary troubles. This demoness holds a grudge, Ziying remarked, her thoughts aligning with Tianqi's. Despite Li Su being a rogue, he had never treated the cook poorly. At most, he had subjected her to a test of poison, given that the meals were prepared by her. Within the room, Gu Qingyan felt a pang of anxiety, realizing Li Su had misconstrued her intentions. She had genuinely meant no other implication, merely wishing to show agreement. Yet it had backfired spectacularly. Never forget. Am I truly so kind to you? Li Su asked coldly. Gu Qingyan found herself at a loss, unsure how to respond. According to the cook's persona, she ought to affirm that. Yet, as a demoness, acquiescence would imply she was unwilling to let this scoundrel off the hook. I merely helped you bury your husband and provided you with a place to reside. Li Su fixed his gaze on Gu Qingyan. What else have I done for you? The master is exceedingly kind to his servant. I am sincerely grateful from the depths of my heart. Gu Qingyan could only respond thus. You truly ought to be grateful to me, Li Su scoffed. Without me and my little Qi, would you be where you are today? Indeed. I am truly grateful to both the master and the mistress. Gu Qingyan nodded earnestly. Are your words sincere? Li Su inquired. Most assuredly sincere. Gu Qingyan slightly raised her head, sincerity etched upon her face. Yet, I have heard a saying. Li Su murmured, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she tends to deceive. This rascal is truly tedious, Gu Qingyan thought bitterly, though she feigned shyness, saying, this servant is not beautiful. The less attractive women are even more inclined to mislead, Li Su remarked. Mislead? Gu Qingyan was taken aback, not comprehending the implication. Never mind, she thought, shaking her head gently as she sipped her tea. Then you must take an oath. An oath? Gu Qingyan's face twitched, hesitating to ask, how does one swear an oath? Outside the door, Tianqi and Ziying listened intently, curiosity evident on their faces. I, your servant Yan, vow that under no circumstances will I ever harm my master Li Su. Should I break this oath, may I suffer unending torment. Li Su pondered. Gu Qingyan, Tianqi, Ziying, the three women fell silent. This curse seemed excessively malevolent. Speak. Li Su glanced at Gu Qingyan. A shiver ran down her spine. In her past, she had never believed in oaths. When she was the leader of the Cold Moon sect, many followers had sworn eternal loyalty to her. Yet now, she had not only lost her title, but was also hunted by countless disciples. She would rather believe that the vile Yu Heng had become this rascal's woman than trust in the veracity of any oath. Yet, hearing Li Su's unusually vicious curse, she found herself at a loss for words. It felt all too cruel. Should the oath truly hold, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 78. The Righteous Gentleman? Donghua and the wolf in the east wing. Silence enveloped the room. Outside, Tianqi and Ziying exchanged quiet glances, understanding the cook's reticence. Such a curse was indeed difficult to articulate, and once uttered, it would surely be quite unsettling. Inside the room, Li Su leisurely sipped from her teacup. Master. Gu Qingyan knelt once more at Li Su's feet, gazing up with pleading eyes, her expression rife with charm. Do you think to charm your way out? Li Su set down her cup, leaning back slightly, and regarded the beautiful cook with lowered brows. I have a tale to share with you, Li Su said, gently lifting the cook's chin. I adore stories, Gu Qingyan eagerly replied. Outside, Tianqi and Ziying silently strained to hear. Long ago, in the state of Zhao, there was a nobleman named Zhao Jianzi who, while hunting in the region of Zhongshan, encountered a ferocious wolf. He shot at it but missed, causing the beast to flee. Enraged, Zhao Jianzi pursued it relentlessly. The wolf, in its terror, stumbled upon a scholar named Donghua, who, out of compassion, concealed the wolf in his satchel, sealing it shut and hoisting it onto his shoulder. When Zhao Jianzi caught up, he inquired of Donghua whether he had seen the wolf. Donghua shook his head. Consequently, Zhao Jianzi retreated, and Donghua released the wolf from the bag. The wolf, snarling, roared, You wretched scholar! Though you have saved my life, you imprisoned me in that satchel, nearly suffocating me. This debt must be settled. Moreover, since you have already spared my life, why not see the deed through? I am famished, and feasting upon you would perfectly quell my hunger. As the narrative unfolds, Li Su poured herself a cup of tea. This tale is a reinterpretation of the legend of the mountain wolf, bearing a moral akin to that of the farmer and the snake. Does this vicious wolf refer to me? Gu Qingyan was at a loss for words. She recalled that when she sold herself to bury her husband, she had never sought anything from that scoundrel. Furthermore, had she not arrived at the Li residence, it would have been nearly impossible for her to be exposed. Outside the door, Tianqi and Ziying exchanged knowing glances. Both were astute and immediately discerned the moral of Li Su's story. Wasn't this simply the epitome of an ingrate? Ziying mused. Tianqi remained silent, a flicker of pity in her eyes, feeling that her unworthy husband had performed a good deed yet received no reward. Inside the room, Li Su inquired, Pray tell, where did Donghua err? Gu Qingyan's gaze flickered as she softly replied, Dongwu did not err, did he not? Li Su retorted with a cold smile. I, the master, believe he was gravely mistaken. Gu Qingyan was taken aback, looking up at Li Su with a glimmer of inquiry in her eyes. Outside, Tianqi and Ziying strained to listen. The wolf is a beast devoid of humanity. Dongwu's act of saving the wolf constitutes the gravest error, inviting a wolf into the home and hoping for a favorable outcome. Li Su stated calmly. This impertinence is an affront. Gu Qingyan lowered her head, seething with indignation. Outside, Tianqi and Ziying held their breath. Now tell me, should Dongwu have rescued the wolf? Li Su's right hand gently moved from Gu Qingyan's chin to her snow-white neck, lightly caressing it. Gu Qingyan's expression shifted, suddenly recalling that this scoundrel of a master had been leaving the Li residence every evening. On several occasions, Gu Qingyan noticed that upon returning in the dead of night, he was covered in blood. Dongwu is a scholar, unacquainted with the wolf's malevolence. Gu Qingyan trembled as she spoke. He merely rescued the wrong wolf. His actions were not inherently wrong. One ought to be kind. Well said. Li Su nodded. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is benevolent. A scholar studies the teachings of the sages and delights in helping others. Indeed, the master must be even more benevolent than Dongwu, Gu Qingyan hastily added. Li Su smiled gently and asked, so tell me, if I were to rescue the malevolent wolf and, possessing unparalleled wisdom, coincidentally discovered the wolf's sinister intentions beforehand, what do you think I should do? Gu Qingyan's expression froze. Outside, Tianqi and Ziying exchanged glances, both women unable to suppress their admiration for Li Su. In a mere brief tale, he had deftly grasped the essence of the situation. Inside the room, Gu Qingyan had regained her composure, lifting her head with an expression full of innocence. Master, do you suspect that I am the malevolent wolf? Li Su raised an eyebrow, countering, are you? I am a wolf, as fierce as a tiger, Gu Qingyan replied alluringly. Li Su straightened his posture. This enchantress dared to tempt him. Outside, Tianqi and Ziying silently exchanged glances, both feeling a slight flush rise to their cheeks. They understood the implications of the phrase as fierce as a tiger. The enchantress is indeed an enchantress, Ziying thought, feeling an inexplicable displeasure. Young Master Li is still in the body refinement stage. Surely he would not be swayed. Tianqi mused quietly. Inside the room, Li Su was genuinely taken aback that the enchantress would initiate such a scenario. I have previously informed you that a martial artist at the refinement stage must maintain a youthful form. Your current demeanor seems to jeopardize my interests, Li Su remarked, gazing into the beautiful chef's eyes. This scoundrel, Gu Qingyan, was filled with resentment. If her memory served her correctly, he had previously hinted at the need for transparency in their encounter within the study. Now, he feigned the role of a virtuous gentleman? I merely wish for my master to understand that I would sacrifice everything for him. Gu Qingyan softly stated, I only lament that I met my master too late, and was unable to present my most innocent self to him. Li Su was taken aback, recalling that fateful night at the dilapidated temple. The enchanting chef had indeed offered him her purest essence. Was our meeting destined? Li Su inquired. Gu Qingyan promptly nodded. It is my 3 lifetimes' fortune to encounter my master. She continued, if I truly harbored ill intentions towards you, I would have acted upon them when we first met. Yet, after spending so much time with you, have I ever caused you any harm? As she spoke, a look of sorrow crossed her features. Li Su paused, remembering that night at the temple when the enchanting woman had not betrayed him. In truth, your actions towards me are of little consequence. He released his grip on the chef's neck. What truly matters is Xiao Qi. Her kindness makes her vulnerable to deception. Outside, Tianqi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing. Ziying rolled her eyes, suspicion brewing within her. Surely he had not discovered their clandestine eavesdropping? Inside the room, Gu Qingyan quickly interjected. Madame Xiao Qi has treated me with such kindness. How could I ever harm her? Remember your words at this moment. Li Su regarded her with profound significance. The tale I shared with you is far from over. The fates of the wolf and Dongwu may diverge greatly from your expectations. Gu Qingyan nodded fervently, softly asserting, good deeds will be rewarded. I surmise that Dongwu shall undoubtedly achieve the highest honors and become a renowned literary figure. Li Su chuckled, rising to leave. The 2 women outside exchanged glances before quietly departing. Exhaling deeply, Gu Qingyan knelt on the ground, relieved. As Li Su approached the door, he suddenly halted, glancing back at the beautiful chef. Gu Qingyan's heart raced, and she swiftly turned to meet his gaze, hope glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 79. On this day, celestial purple energy descends. You must have been exceptionally beautiful in your youth, Li Su softly inquired, feeling somewhat at a loss. If all went as anticipated, this woman was destined to be the first of his lifetime, yet he could not ascertain her true appearance. Gu Qingyan paused before replying. I am but a slender willow, far inferior to Madame Tianqi. Li Su smiled, raising an eyebrow. In light of our master-servant relationship, I wish to impart one final piece of advice. Would you be inclined to listen? Please proceed, Master, Gu Qingyan eagerly responded. For you, harboring goodwill will yield benevolent rewards, Li Su declared as he stepped outside. This last piece of counsel was offered freely, considering their shared night of passion and the bond they had forged over the past days. If the enchanting woman heeded his words, she would likely emerge unscathed. Should she entertain ulterior motives, however, she would only reap the consequences of her own folly. Nurturing kindness will yield benevolent fruits. Gu Qingyan furrowed her brows as she returned to her chamber, contemplating Li Su's words while donning her attire. Could Tianqi have meddled within my body? This thought caused Gu Qingyan to lose her composure. Indeed, Tianqi is exceptionally kind-hearted, yet the cunning Xing by her side, along with the insufferable Li Su who had just departed, were far too astute to easily trust her, a bewitching enchantress. Was I merely naive? As Gu Qingyan regained her calm, she seated herself at the edge of the bed, silently assessing her own condition. Meanwhile, in the study, Li Su exhaled a sigh of relief. Sharing a room with the bare-bodied cook had indeed placed him under considerable stress. Most troubling was the uncertainty of whether the celestial being, Yu Hong, was eavesdropping. This dilemma prevented him from fully relishing the moment, let alone engaging in any clandestine activities. On that fateful night at the dilapidated temple, the enchantress had spared him. He surmised she would likely do no harm now, perhaps only deliver a beating. Li Su analyzed his situation, maintaining a stable mindset. With Yu Hang's covert protection, even if the enchantress harbored ulterior motives, she would struggle to create any significant upheaval. Around midday, a carriage halted outside the Li residence, an aura of lethal intent enveloping the household. This time, Li Su distinctly perceived it. As if a chilling wind had swept through, he was taken aback and stepped out of the study. Simultaneously, Tianqi, Xing, and Gu Qingyan emerged from their respective quarters. It was time to depart, Xing murmured softly. Li Su glanced at the mud pit on the western side of the courtyard, where more than 10 officers from the imperial city had accumulated over the past days. Leave them a path to escape, Li Su commanded. Xing nodded slightly, her figure flickering as she vanished into the pit, only to return in an instant. The individuals within the pit had all succumbed to unconsciousness, their acupoints now unsealed. The four, Li Su, Tianqi, Xing, and Gu Qingyan, collectively exited the Li residence and approached the carriage. Zuolin, the driver, donned a conical hat and a raincoat, a blade hanging at his waist. Get on, Zuolin remarked, casting a glance at the quartet. Tianqi, Xing, and Gu Qingyan boarded the carriage in succession, while Li Su chose to remain outside, taking a seat beside Zuolin. As the carriage departed the Li residence, an overwhelming aura of sword intent radiated from Zuolin, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, the masters within Suzhou City felt Zuolin's presence. In the city lord's mansion, atop the highest pavilion, the third prince, Xiao Yuancheng, beamed with excitement. Is it today? Indeed, it is today, replied the renowned painter, Pei Xuanzi, stroking his beard and gazing towards the northern city. This battle would witness the demise of some, while others would achieve true renown. What? Are you suggesting there may be unforeseen circumstances in this battle? Xiao Yuancheng queried, casting a sidelong glance at the painter. Chao Huaji, standing nearby, could not help but steal a glance at the painter as well. Wu Jian, the current king of martial peace, possessed unfathomable strength. It was nearly impossible for any surprises to arise in this confrontation. While Wu Jian's record was indeed commendable, both in the martial world and at court, his prowess owed much to the venerable General Wu Qi. The painter spoke softly. This battle concerns the life and death of Zuolin, as well as the reputation of Wu Jian. Xiao Yuancheng frowned slightly, struggling to comprehend the implications. Chao Huaji cast a glance at Xiao Yuancheng, understanding that the painter saint intended to convey that Zuolin held a significant reputation in the martial world. Should Wu Jian manage to decisively defeat Zuolin, his renown would ascend to greater heights. Was Wu Jian's fame not already resounding enough? Xiao Yuancheng remarked. well aware of the weight carried by the 2 generations of the Wuan Wang as a prince of Deqian. The painter saint smiled, stroking his beard, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, Wu Jin's name was already quite illustrious, and Xiao Huaji nodded in agreement without saying more. Let us accompany them and assess the situation. Xiao Yuanqing mused. They are likely to enter Taihu, securing the surrounding area to ensure they can monitor the whereabouts of Tianqi and Li Su at all times. Precisely. Xiao Huaji replied respectfully, as the carriage departed from Gusu City, heading westward. Li Su gazed ahead, her mind becoming increasingly tranquil. Could you share why you became a discarded disciple of the Jinlin sect? She inquired softly, her curiosity piqued. Zuolin responded, the ostensible reasons are quite intricate. But the fundamental truth lies in my lack of strength at that time. Not strong enough. Li Su expressed her surprise. In the carriage, Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan all attentively listened, intrigued by the history of the Jinlin sect. When you comprehend the significance of the Jinlin sect, you will understand, Zuolin continued. At present, you have yet to even glimpse its gates. It is premature to ponder too deeply. Li Su pouted and asked, do you believe I can successfully join the Jinlin sect? Beyond the requisite strength, it also depends on personal affinity, Zuolin replied thoughtfully. In comparison to Wu Fengyan, I truly have greater faith in you. As for the others, my knowledge is limited. It is said that the contemporary Jinlin sect has 2 remaining slots, one of which has already been allocated to Bai Ningbing of Bai Di City. Ziying interjected, unable to contain herself. I have heard similar rumors. Zuolin nodded with a smile. That fellow Yuding owes Bai Di City too much. Accepting a disciple as compensation is indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Is this a predetermined selection? Li Su furrowed her brow. Zuolin cast a sidelong glance at her. Do you think you are pure as snow? Li Su paused, lightly huffed, and fell silent. With Zuolin's connections, her participation in the Jinlin sect's entrance examination could be seen as a subtle advantage. Bai Ningbing cannot be considered predetermined. Ziying murmured. It is said that she was born amidst an extraordinary phenomenon, entwined with the phantom of a white tiger, possessing exceedingly high cultivation talent. By the age of 16, she had already condensed her core, and she likely possesses an ancestral aperture now. Born amidst an extraordinary phenomenon, Li Su chuckled lightly. It is rumored that I too was born under such circumstances. Oh, Zuolin exclaimed, surprised that this rascal had never mentioned it before. What phenomenon? Tianqi inquired curiously. Gu Qingyan and Ziying also perked up their ears, intrigued. Li Su languidly recounted. On the day of my birth, celestial purple energy descended for 30,000 miles, while golden lotuses surged from the earth and a white rainbow arose. 3,000 deities circled my head, while countless dragons and phoenixes bowed before me. Zuolin, Gu Qingyan, Tianqi, and Ziying were all rendered speechless. Does the Jinlin sect only accept those from prestigious families or connections? Li Su asked. Zuolin shook his head. The Jinlin sect does not judge applicants by their lineage, but rather by their suitability. In contemporary Jinlin Gate, the disciples' backgrounds are quite intriguing. The eldest, hailing from the teaching office, once disguised as a woman. The second is a young eunuch who escaped from the Liang dynasty palace. The third was a nun from a modest temple in Xiling. The fourth's identity remains shrouded in mystery, rumored to be a swordsman. And the fifth comes from a prestigious family, well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, as well as the intricacies of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Eunuchs? Li Su's eyes widened in surprise. Do not underestimate eunuchs, Zuolin remarked, glancing at Li Su. He managed to escape the fallen palace of the Liang dynasty and join Jinlin Gate. Do you truly believe him to be a simple character? I do not underestimate him. Li Su shook his head, retorting, though I can't help but worry that he might become envious of me in the future. Upon saying this, he couldn't resist breaking into a grin. Zuolin's expression twitched slightly, his face darkening as he replied with a forced smile. Then you ought to be cautious. If you provoke him, and he happens to possess the jealousy you envision, he might take advantage of your slumber and strike. Li Su mused. I suddenly feel that perhaps joining Jinlin Gate is not so appealing after all. In truth, he had little desire to become a member of Jinlin Gate, as he was not lacking in cultivation techniques. Over the past few days, Fairy Yuhing had imparted a wealth of insights on cultivation to him, nearly overwhelming him with the various techniques of the Taoist sect. Your adversaries extend beyond mere martial prowess, Zuolin observed, gazing toward the distant shores of Taihu Lake. The great Qian has vanquished Zhao, Yin, Chu, and Liang. This is both a chaotic and prosperous era. In these times, prodigies emerge in abundance, any of whom could become your future rivals. Are you conceding that you hold high expectations for me? Li Su teased. Zwolin scoffed. To me, you are akin to a small stone by the shores of Taihu, something I can effortlessly pick up and refine. How disingenuous, Li Su retorted lightly. The carriage had arrived at the banks of Taihu Lake. Just past midday, numerous fishing boats were docked along the shore. Among them, one vessel bore a striking figure. A woman clad in red stood at the bow. Wu Yao, daughter of Wu Jian, has come to escort Senior Jiang into the lake on behalf of my father, she announced, directing her gaze towards the driver, Zwolin. Zwolin, whose real name was Jiang Zhua, replied coolly, return and inform Wu Jian not to be overly complacent. As his words fell, Wu Yao's boat shot forth across the lake's surface like an arrow, darting swiftly into the depths of Taihu. Wu Yao's expression shifted subtly. She steadied herself and once more gazed toward the shore, now a considerable distance away. Impressive, Wu Yao thought, her demeanor growing serious as she dared not underestimate him any longer. At the shore of Taihu, Zwolin glanced at Li Su and inquired, you, the master of pretense. Tell me, what is the most ostentatious way to cross the lake? After nearly a decade of camaraderie, he had learned many expressions from Li Su. Pretense. Zi Ying and Tian Qi exchanged glances, both at a loss for words, having recently grasped the meaning of the term. Gu Qingyan did not fully comprehend it, yet she gleaned some understanding from the context. The most ostentatious method of crossing the lake. Li Su raised an eyebrow, pondering briefly before replying. That depends on your capabilities. If your abilities are sufficiently formidable, I can certainly assist you in devising an impressively grand entrance. If your abilities are merely average, I could certainly devise a more refreshing entrance for you, Zwolin inquired. The three women, Tian Qi, Zi Ying, and Gu Qingyan, regarded Li Su with curiosity. For instance, could you reverse the flow of Taihu Lake, cascading like a waterfall? Li Su looked at Zwolin and asked, is that possible? Zwolin gazed toward Taihu, pondering. The lake is vast. I could likely reverse a portion of its waters by 50 zhang. Beyond that, it would necessitate the use of true power, which is inadvisable as I must remain at my peak for the duel with Wu Jian. 50 zhang. That's over 160 meters, Li Su remarked, impressed. Since you are a swordsman, can you summon the blades of the entire city? Li Su continued. Summon the blades of the entire city? Zwolin was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I do possess a certain mystical skill that allows me to attract all nearby iron objects. However, this technique is effective only against ordinary opponents. It would be superficial against Wu Jian. A grand entrance relies primarily on spectacle, Li Su smiled, then turned to Tian Qi and asked, you are a talisman master? Tian Qi nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with color. Do you know a talisman that can amplify sound throughout the entirety of Taihu? Li Su inquired, contemplating. An entrance without background music is far from perfect. I do, Tian Qi affirmed with a nod. Zwolin shook his head, saying, that can be omitted, if you wish. You may simply shout a few times. It is unwise for Her Highness to expend her energy on trivial matters. It's nothing, Tian Qi murmured. I was merely asking. Li Su chuckled. Who brings a sound system for a serious entrance? That is decidedly outdated. Tian Qi glanced at Li Su, understanding that her considerate husband was looking out for her. Are there any other methods? Zwolin inquired. Li Su contemplated. How about concealing your sword beneath Taihu before the battle, and when it begins, you call for it to come? What else? Zwolin pressed. Li Su suggested. Control the water like a dragon, riding 9 dragons through the air. And Zwolin continued. Before the duel, declare, I am of Jiangzhua, here to suppress all foes of the world. It still feels like something is missing, Zwolin remarked. Li Su chuckled, stating plainly, it lacks background music and a flunky. Elaborate, Zwolin said, while Tian Qi, Zi Ying, and Gu Qingyan looked on with interest. The so-called background music is a melody played upon your entrance, generally. Music can greatly influence the atmosphere. As for the flunky, they are tasked with creating a sense of awe, continually proclaiming your might to the onlookers. Establishing an atmosphere of anticipation for your battle, Li Su explained. Background music is an essential device in cinematic portrayals of duels, while the flunky-esque commentary is a staple in various online novels. In a duel, there must be someone to evoke shock. Forget the background music. You can be the flunky, Zwolin teased. Li Su's expression momentarily stiffened, and just as he was about to retort, he noticed Zwolin's demeanor shift as he stared into the depths of Taihu. At that moment, The ground trembled gently, and ripples began to form across the lake's surface. What is happening? Li Su held his breath, raising his gaze towards the depths of Taihu. The entire expanse of Taihu trembled as if it were boiling, with vast clouds of mist gradually rising above its surface. Wu Jian's strength was likely beyond our imagination, Ziying whispered, her gaze fixed intently on the depths of Taihu. A flicker of gravity crossed Tianqi's eyes. She had always known Wu Jian was formidable. She had witnessed that battle firsthand. Her father, the sovereign of the realm, had been defeated in a single move by Wu Jian's long spear. The shock of that encounter remained etched in Tianqi's memory for eternity. Was this the weight of the contemporary king of martial peace? Gu Qingyan found herself unsettled. She had always believed that Wu Jian excelled in strategy, that his martial prowess was merely on par with an ordinary general, unable to be compared with the masters of the 5 realms in the martial world. It was only now that she recognized him as a true powerhouse, one not to be underestimated in the slightest. This fellow showed no regard for martial ethics. Zuolin murmured, his expression darkening. No regard for martial ethics? Li Su was taken aback, then couldn't help but smirk. In the depths of Taihu, on the deck of a colossal ship, Wu Jian's grandfather had once remarked that his young disciple relished being in the limelight, donning a raincoat and fishing on snowy nights, not out of preference, but purely to appear aloof, akin to the legendary, solitary swordsman. A smile flickered at the corners of Wu Jian's mouth. In the past, he had been skeptical, but this time he believed. Behind him, Wu Fengyun stood perplexed, utterly baffled. In the next moment, he witnessed his father's long spear, crafted from purple gold, soar into Taihu with a swift whoosh. Simultaneously, the waters of Taihu began to quiver, creating ripples as if it were a rainy day. Instantly, the ripples spread outward in all directions. The entire lake resembled a pot of water brought to a boil. What is happening? Wu Fengyun gazed at Wu Jian in astonishment. I am Wu Jian, destined to suppress all adversaries in the world. Chapter 81. A cloak of mist and rain, the sun rises in the east. I am Wu Jian, destined to suppress all adversaries in the world. Wu Jian's voice was soft, audible only to his son, Wu Fengyun, standing behind him. In truth, this was a statement intended specifically for his son, to gauge his reaction. Upon noticing Wu Fengyun's momentary shock, Wu Jian understood that this phrase, provided by Li Su, was indeed quite imposing and grandiose. To manipulate water like a dragon felt somewhat disrespectful. The martial world had its own charm, free and unrestrained. Wu Jian said lightly, with his hands clasped behind his back, as the waters of Taihu surged below the ship. Father! Wu Fengyun exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he noticed the ship rising. If one lacks strength, one should first learn to be a good lackey, Wu Jian replied casually. What? Wu Fengyun was left utterly confused. In the midst of Taihu, Wu Yao stood on a fishing boat, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the undulating surface of the lake, her heart overwhelmed with shock. She glanced toward the depths of Taihu, then turned to look at the shore, momentarily unable to ascertain who was responsible for such a breathtaking scene. What she was certain of, however, was that the impending battle would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. Her father would never be defeated, Wu Yao murmured, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Elsewhere on a luxurious ship, arriving ahead of schedule at Taihu Lake, the third prince, Xiao Yuanqing, the painter sage, Pei Xuanzi, and the governor of the imperial city, Chao Huaji, stood atop the cabin of their vessel, occasionally gazing into the depths of the lake and then towards its shores. Who has caused this? Xiao Yuanqing inquired, his expression grave as he observed the turbulent surface of the water. I sense no trace of blade intent, Chao Huaji murmured, his gaze lingering more on the depths of Taihu, his eyes filled with apprehension. Having interacted with Wu Jian on several occasions, he always felt as though an ancient beast lurked nearby, ready to reveal its fangs at any moment. Even when bearing the emperor's decree, he had always greeted Wu Jian with a smile, never daring to be arrogant. It is indeed Wu Jian, the painter sage confirmed, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Left Lin has yet to cross the lake, and yet, the king of Wu has already created such a spectacle to intimidate us. Xiao Yuanqing scoffed. An intimidation tactic? The painter sage remained silent, uncertain. Perhaps it is not merely that, Chao Huaji mused, staring blankly into the depths of Taihu. Both Xiao Yuanqing and the painter sage were taken aback, their gazes drawn simultaneously to the depths of the lake. Xiao Yuanqing widened his eyes, while the painter sage halted his hand. Through the mist, all three could distinctly see the massive waves surging upwards, resembling a colossal waterfall defying gravity. Impressive, Xiao Yuanqing murmured. Astonished, the painter's sage frowned, fixating on the enormous ship above the waves, where Wu Jian stood at the bow, arms crossed. He pondered what Wu Jian was attempting to achieve. Why expend energy before battle against an opponent as renowned as the Sui Ku? This seemed overly presumptuous. The painter's sage's doubts deepened. Wu Jian was not only powerful but also adept in various strategies, a general known for his undefeated record. Yet now, he squandered his strength for no apparent reason. Was this truly the essence of the king of Wu's might? Xiao Huaji marveled. True strength should manifest in this manner. Xiao Yuanqing could not help but echo the sentiment. The painter's sage glanced at Xiao Huaji and Xiao Yuanqing, hesitantly asking, "Do you believe the king of Wu's might is overwhelming at this moment? Is this not impressive?" Xiao Yuanqing retorted. The painter's sage scrutinized Wu Jian atop the waves, his brow slightly furrowed, feeling that such grandiosity did not align with the stature of the king of Wu. On the shores of Taihu, Left Lin's expression darkened as he glared at the figure in the depths of the lake. Li Su, Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan exchanged strange glances, all having grasped the situation. I initially thought my display would be spectacular, yet it appears to be nothing but superficial, Li Su remarked seriously. Ziying nodded in agreement. Indeed, it lacks depth. A true master should command a true dragon. Only those lacking strength would resort to manipulating water as if it were a dragon. Li Su furrowed his brows, casting a sidelong glance at Ziying, questioning whom she deemed superficial. "Young man, I offer you another chance," Left Lin interjected, surveying Li Su coolly. Li Su's expression twitched. "You seek my assistance like this? Since you are the Sui Ku, there is no need for such ostentatious maneuvers. A single leaf boat should suffice to navigate Taihu." Li Su spoke softly, reciting, "With bamboo staff and straw sandals, I tread lightly. Who is afraid? A rain-soaked cloak allows me to embrace life as it comes." This poem by Su Dongpa hardly aligns with the present circumstances, thought Zuolin, somewhat dissatisfied. He had long memorized this piece from the Dongpa Ci Fu, primarily appreciating its profound imagery. Li Su chuckled lightly, remarking that some sentiments cannot be articulated plainly. "The art of bravado," he mused, "is commendable before a guaranteed victory. Yet, should one boast without certainty of triumph, the outcome could render such bravado a mere jest." Zuolin, gazing again at the towering waves rising from the depths of Taihu, murmured, "This indeed seems superficial, ostentatious without substance, merely seeking to attract attention." Just as Li Su was about to agree, a thunderous voice echoed in their ears. "I am Wu Jian, destined to suppress all foes in this world." The resounding declaration, akin to a deity's whisper, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the entirety of Taihu and its surrounding 500 miles resonated solely with Wu Jian's voice. All eyes turned towards Taihu, some filled with confusion, others with awe. "Suppress that statement," Zuolin coldly articulated by the lakeshore, feeling an unspoken frustration. That line of bravado should have been his. Yet it was usurped by that rascal Wu Jian. Li Su was taken aback, casting her gaze into the depths of Taihu, softly proclaiming, "As the sun rises in the east, I remain undefeated." No sooner had she spoken than Wu Jian's voice thundered once more across Taihu, asserting his dominance. Zuolin's expression darkened entirely. Li Su smiled, while Zuolin, Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan were momentarily stunned. "Has this fellow left a trump card?" Zuolin reacted swiftly, enveloping Li Su in a protective aura, shielding her from Wu Jian's eavesdropping. Li Su raised a hand to her lips and whispered softly. Zuolin's eyes brightened, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What did you say?" Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan were filled with curiosity. In Taihu, the third prince Xiao Yuancheng, the governor of the imperial city Qiao Huaji, and the renowned painter Pei Xuanzi all heard Wu Jian's imposing declaration. Both Xiao Yuancheng and Qiao Huaji were impressed by Wu Jian's bravado, while the painter displayed a peculiar expression. To witness this battle would indeed make their journey to Suzhou worthwhile. Xiao Yuancheng mused, astonished that the conflict had yet to commence, yet was already so riveting. Qiao Huaji nodded, feeling a sense of reverence rising within him. "Who claims invincibility?" A cold, indifferent voice unexpectedly resonated across the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yuancheng, Qiao Huaji, and the painter all felt a jolt. They recognized this as Zuolin's retort. Chapter 82. Wu Jian's Acknowledgement. Bullying the younger generation who dares to claim invincibility? My dear nephew, humbly speaking, I shall defeat you as one would a dog. As his words fell, the waves at Taihu surged. Zuolin, Li Su, Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan stood upon a fishing boat, riding the waves. In the depths of Taihu, atop the towering waves stood Wu Jian, arms crossed, his gaze indifferent as he fixed his eyes on the swiftly approaching Zuolin. Boasting is easy, defeat me? You cannot. Wu Jian's tone was calm, as if stating an undeniable fact. Back in the days when your master uncle roamed the world unchallenged, you were still in your breeches. Zuolin remarked with a cold smile. Wu Jian replied calmly, indeed, you must be aging. I am now the king of Wuan, whereas you remain merely Zhuo Qianhu. Zuolin responded nonchalantly, your father was once a Qianhu too. I am emulating him in my role. Wu Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it not laughable for a discarded disciple to cling to one's past? Zuolin remained composed. A discarded disciple is still a disciple. And at least I am stronger than you. Wu Jian remarked coolly, your former close friend, the beautiful Chu, once spoke in similar bravado before me. Zuolin's expression turned frosty, and Tianqi and Ziying's faces also hardened. Li Su held his breath, aware that Wu Jian referred to Tianqi's father, the last emperor of the Chu dynasty. You seem to be enraged, Wu Jian said, yet your anger is as feeble as it was before. You cannot change anything. Zuolin sneered and chose to ignore him. The massive waves beneath him surged, closing in on Wu Jian. The two stood 20 paces apart, gazing intently at one another. Meanwhile, the ship carrying Xiao Yuanqing approached nearby, signaling the impending battle. You are still seething. Wu Jian shook his head and gently inquired, is a stick of incense sufficient? Zuolin frowned, fixating on Wu Jian without uttering a word. Wu Jian glanced at Li Su. Your son at home seems to be quite fond of you. Would he be willing to spend a stick of incense's worth of time to engage in another battle? Li Su was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Wu Jian's companion. Wu Fengyun, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit, fixed intently on him. At that moment, Wu Yao, aboard a fishing boat, also approached the gathering. My blade is somewhat unsettled and requires a few kills to cleanse it, Zuolin stated, casting a glance at Li Su. At least a stick of incense's duration. Li Su understood the implication and nodded slightly, very well. He recognized that this duration was Wu Jian's allowance for the old Zhua to deal with the pursuers of Tianqi and Ziying. My senior brother does not seem particularly fond of you, Zuolin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Jian before vanishing without a trace. The colossal waves instantly froze in place. Wu Jian turned to Li Su. If I were to counter that statement, how should I respond? Li Su paused before answering. The strong, like fierce tigers, tend to walk alone. The weak, akin to cattle and sheep, prefer to flock together. Mediocre, Wu Jian assessed. Li Su smiled broadly. Wu Jian continued, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I found you quite admirable. Li Su grinned again, unsure of how to respond. I do not harbor fondness for the Golden Scale sect, Wu Jian remarked, glancing into the distance, where many believed that joining the sect was akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate, promising boundless future achievements. I only recently learned of the existence of the Golden Scale sect, Li Su replied. He had spoken truthfully. His father indeed had moments of disfavor towards him. Wu Jian continued, for I failed the Golden Scale sect's assessment in the past. Your failure must have been by choice, then? Li Su speculated. The others looked toward Wu Jian. He chuckled. Is that truly your belief? Li Su nodded. You are the second person to think so, Wu Jian stated. The first is probably not your father, Li Su conjectured. Wu Jian slightly inclined his head. It is my wife. Oh, Li Su responded, surprised. Wu Jian remarked. I hold high expectations for this battle. Li Su's heart sank slightly. If you are willing to forego the assessment of the Jinlin sect and take me as your master, I can afford to hold back in the upcoming battle, Wu Jian proposed. The crowd held their breath, their gazes predominantly fixed on Li Su. Should he become Wu Jian's disciple? Xiao Yuanqing furrowed his brow, tightening his fists in secret. Tianqi and Ziying exchanged glances, both momentarily unsettled. Surely this lad does not intend to take him seriously? Gu Qingyan cast a sidelong glance at Li Su. Li Su stared at Wu Jian, reflecting inwardly that the old fellow was indeed crafty, each more insidious than the last. If he were to shift allegiance to Wu Jian at such a critical juncture, it would shatter old Zhua's aspirations, a fate far more cruel than outright killing him. You possess a disadvantage compared to old Zhua, Li Su said earnestly. Fixing his gaze on Wu Jian. A disadvantage? Wu Jian inquired softly. Your standing is inferior, Li Su sighed. If I were to take you as my master, I would be relegated to the status of a grandson, which is quite the loss. Then it seems I shall be your rival. Wu Jian glanced at Li Su. Li Su's eyelids twitched, and he scoffed lightly. If you wish, I would not mind. Wu Jian stared intently at Li Su, declaring, had I not been the king of Wuan, your plight would be dire. Li Su fell silent, recognizing that this man was even more unscrupulous than he himself. The others nearby exchanged peculiar looks. Fengyun. Wu Jian glanced at his son, Wu Fengyun. Wu Fengyun took a deep breath and stepped forward. You may not wish to be a grandson, but your opponent is indeed of that generation, Wu Jian remarked, his hands subtly shifting behind his back. Between two towering waves, a circular platform of ice, 5 zhang in radius, emerged almost instantaneously. If I were not the king of Wuan, bullying the younger generation would pose no challenge. Li Su snorted, leaping onto the circular ice platform. I am your elder. You ought to address me as brother. Wu Fengyun sneered as he too leaped onto the platform. At that moment, a figure clad in red descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the ice platform. Wu Yao, she called out. Father, I too wish to test my skills. Wu Yao looked up at Wu Jian, smiling. This is your brother's stage, Wu Jian replied. If he wishes to join the Jinlin sect, he must rely on his true strength to defeat Li Su. Wu Yao's brows furrowed. Sister, do not cause trouble, Wu Fengyun said in a muffled tone, feeling displeased as he understood his sister's intentions. Young man, our accounts will eventually be settled. Wu Yao glared at Li Su, soaring into the air and gracefully landing beside her father. 2 against 1, is that fair? Li Su mused internally, feeling somewhat exasperated. He sensed that the woman was excessively petty, even more so than Ziying. Li Gongzi, Wu Fengyun inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Li Su. In the past, our encounters were interrupted for various reasons. This time, I hope you will give your all and engage me in battle. Back then, I believe I said something similar to you, Li Su teased. Wu Fengyun's expression stiffened slightly, and he replied in a low voice, at that time. I was burdened with a mission and could not engage fully. I have recently learned a new sword technique, Li Su suddenly announced. As the gentle breeze swept through, Wu Fengyun smiled and remarked, coincidentally, my greatest expertise lies in the art of the blade. Chapter 83. Another strike, underestimating oneself? Both warriors bore a sword at their waists, their gazes locking, revealing a glimmer of sharpness. The same error shall not befall me again. With resolve, Wu Fengyun gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, determined, one strike, to vanquish Li Su. In their initial encounter, it was his underestimation that led to his defeat, a single punch sending him flying, a regret that lingered still. Such folly would not be repeated. Li Su, too, clenched her grip on the hilt, her eyes fixed on Wu Fengyun, her heart resolute. This battle would not only be a victory, but would be achieved within the span of a single incense stick's burning. In unison, their blades were drawn. The two advanced like meteors, charging towards one another. The clash of steel echoed as they passed, swords colliding with a resounding chime. Li Su halted, turning back to gaze at Wu Fengyun's retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Wu Fengyun, with his back to her, held his sword firmly, his eyes locked onto the blade. Trembling with disbelief, silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated. Wu Fengyun's treasured sword split down the middle, the tip falling away. Wu Ya's pupils constricted, her entire body trembling subtly. Was it possible that Gu Qingyan squinted, her astonishment evident as she cast another glance at Wu Jian? Pondering, is Wu Fengyun truly this man's son? Such a swift strike. Prince Xiao Yuanqing's eyes flickered with wariness. He had assumed Li Su to be the more strategic, cunning individual. Only at this moment did he realize that the youth he had dismissed as an unremarkable commoner was, in fact, a prodigious cultivator. Wu Jian remained composed, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed, as if everything unfolding was well within his expectations. Observing Wu Fengyun's shattered sword, Ziying and Tianqi both breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. This scoundrel certainly showed no regard for Wu Jian's reputation. Ziying thought to herself, not surprised in the least that Li Su had defeated Wu Fengyun with a single strike. She had always known that Li Su possessed a remarkable sense for timing, reminiscent of their first encounter when Li Su had struck with precision, leaving her no time to react. Li Gongzi's prowess was indeed formidable. Tianqi contemplated silently, finally recognizing this truth. In the past, she had perceived her seemingly advantageous husband as a man of poetry and grace, a refined gentleman. Wu Fengyun closed his eyes, the moment of their confrontation replaying vividly in his mind. He could distinctly see the incoming blade effortlessly severing his own. At that instant, as they crossed paths, he noted the flicker of surprise in Li Su's eyes, momentarily halting her assault. Wu Fengyun sustained no physical harm. However, this was in itself the gravest injury. One strike. Once again, it was but a single strike. This time, he had exerted all his strength, yet was effortlessly defeated. Catastrophically so. Li Su gazed at Wu Fengyun's retreating silhouette, her brow tightly knitted. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. Just moments ago, he believed he had restrained himself sufficiently with that strike. During their first confrontation, Li Su had inquired about Wu Fengyun's exertion, to which Wu Fengyun had claimed he used 60% of his strength. Li Su was convinced that this so-called 60% was merely a deception. However, this time, in order to prolong the encounter for the duration of an incense stick, he had deliberately assumed that the force Wu Fengyun displayed during their initial clash represented the true extent of his capabilities. This, of course, was a gross underestimation of Wu Fengyun's prowess. To buy time, Li Su did not mind if his initial move appeared somewhat disadvantaged. Yet, the outcome of the battle truly surpassed his anticipation. His blade effortlessly severed Wu Fengyun's weapon as if slicing through a watermelon. Had he not withdrawn his weapon in time, he might have inadvertently sliced through Wu Fengyun's throat. Where had he gone awry? Li Su furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. In focusing solely on Wu Fengyun's strength, he had forgotten that his own power had been surging recently. Li Su's expression subtly shifted as clarity dawned upon him. After his first battle with Wu Fengyun, he had tempered his body in the blood of the dragon, subsequently receiving assistance from Tianqi to refine his spirit. And the Fairy of Jade Balance had devoted herself to his training, imparting various esoteric skills and insights. Recently, he had also been practicing the unified blade technique with Old Zhua. It dawned on him that he had underestimated his own abilities. Silently, Li Su glanced at Wu Fengyun's figure, his gaze somewhat unfocused. This young man, would he truly be disheartened by this defeat? Blast it! A sharp voice broke the silence, revealing Wu Jiao standing beside Wu Yao. You should be grateful to him, Wu Jiao remarked coolly. Had he not withdrawn in time, your brother would now be a lifeless corpse. Wu Yao's heart trembled as she looked at Wu Fengyun, her eyes brimming with compassion and sorrow. Her brother had always been tenacious. How could he possibly bear such a devastating loss? Most gazes in the crowd were fixed upon Wu Fengyun. His face oscillated between crimson and pallor as he abruptly turned to glare at Li Su, veins of bloodshot anger evident in his eyes. I feel as though I've done nothing wrong, Li Su replied, his gaze calm and resolute. The harsh reality of combat lies in the prospect of defeat. The discontent of the vanquished should not be borne by the victor. Continue, Wu Fengyun rasped, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. Li Su cast a glance at the broken sword in Wu Fengyun's hand and asked, Do you understand why your sword broke? Wu Fengyun fixed his gaze upon Li Su, offering no reply, for none was needed. The blade shattered, evidently due to his own insufficient strength. Generally, weapons are forged from iron ore. Iron ore is hewn from the depths of the mountains, cast into the furnace, and heated until red. The blacksmith then removes it for quenching, observing the transition of its color from red to dark, repeating this process of heating and hammering countless times until it is ultimately forged into a weapon. There are innumerable weapons in this world, yet divine instruments are exceedingly rare. Do you know why? Wu Fengyun frowned, gradually regaining his composure, yet he remained silent. The reasons are manifold. Both the material and the skill of the smith greatly influence the quality of a weapon. Li Su remarked softly that if iron possessed a spirit, it could not choose its material or its forger. The only thing it could determine was perhaps its own resilience. A poem states, 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements are treated as trivial, yet flames of fierce fire only serve to strengthen one's form. You are the son of Wu Jian, born into affluence, akin to a superior iron ore. Beside you stand Wu Jian and Wu Qi, the most formidable of blacksmiths. You will succumb to me, and the reason is singular. You have become too complacent. Complacent? Wu Fengyun tightened his grip on the hilt, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. Are you implying, Li, that you have no comprehension of the efforts I have exerted? Li Su smiled. Wu Fengyun furrowed his brow and muttered, You overthink things. Perhaps, Li Su, maintaining a non-committal demeanor, replied with a faint smile, "The reality is, you have not exerted enough effort. Otherwise, how could you be bested by a mere street youth like myself? Would you dare to concede that your talent is inferior to mine?" Before Wu Fengyun could respond, Li Su posed and answered his own question. "You Wunti. You are the son of Wu Jian, the grandson of Wu Qi, possessing unparalleled talent. You will falter, simply because you have lived too comfortably and have not endured the true trials of 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements. Or perhaps you believe you have strived. But in truth, that is merely your perception." Wu Fengyun fell silent, bereft of words. The adversary's victory rendered any retort valid. His own defeat rendered any defense mere excuses. "Fengyun, you have fallen," Wu Jian spoke softly. This was an indisputable fact, and a conclusion Wu Jian had anticipated. What he had not foreseen was that it would all hinge on a single strike. A hint of bitterness surfaced on Wu Fengyun's face. In truth, from the moment the blade shattered, he had recognized his defeat. At this instant, his resentment had dissipated, leaving only a lingering bitterness that filled his heart. His younger brother, Wu Yao, bit his lip, his eyes brimming with concern. Yet upon seeing Li Su, his expression turned icy in an instant. "Why does it feel so unsatisfying even though I have won?" Li Su was speechless. Without the cheers for the victor surrounding him, he could only revel quietly within. He glanced at the glaring Wu Yao, thinking how much he enjoyed witnessing the futile desire to vanquish him. "King Wuan, what are you waiting for? Why not take action?" Suddenly, from the east of Taihu, a sharp and urgent voice pierced the air. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards the east. Chapter 84. The Stab from Behind. Jian's boast a shadow, dark and elusive, flickered in and out of sight, erratic and indistinct. Behind him, Zhuo Lin, donned in a conical hat and a raincoat, stepped upon the body of a black-clad corpse, moving forward with an air of calm detachment. "Master Zhao." Chao Huaji fixed his gaze on the approaching shadow, his heart racing. Master Zhao, one of the 4 great overseers of the former dynasty, had wielded immense power during the early reign of the current Qian emperor. When the Qian emperor took power, many assumed that Master Zhao would be subjected to scrutiny. Yet no one anticipated that he would emerge unscathed, retreating to the imperial mausoleum to enjoy his twilight years. His appearance now unsettled Chao Huaji immensely. "Wuan, do you intend to watch us perish here without lifting a finger?" The sharp, anxious voice echoed once more. Standing atop the towering waves, Wu Jian remained exceedingly composed, replying, "Master Zhao, you jest. Why not come and save us?" Zhao Daijian nearly roared, his voice shrill and piercing. He continued to jest, yet Wu Jian remained composed, harboring no intention of intervening. After all, he was merely a Wang of Wuan. What right did he have to rescue Zhao Daijian? Frustrated, Zhao Daijian rushed towards the circular ice platform, only to hear a faint voice remark, "You are too slow." Zhao Daijian's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A dark blade protruded from his torso. His pupils constricted as he glared fiercely at Wu Jian, stammering, "You, do not worry." Wu Jian reassured him. "What has pierced your back may not necessarily be a knife." Trembling, Zhao Daijian glanced down. Li Su could not help but cast a look at Wu Jian. The man's words were rather profound. "Do you dare to question?" Left Lin, positioned behind Zhao Daijian, observed his lowered gaze with exasperation. "I am a swordsman. If I were to stab you, what else would I use?" "Perhaps a toothpick," Li Su murmured. "A toothpick?" Wu Jian glanced at Li Su and chuckled. "You and this Zhao Daijian share quite the resemblance." "What?" Li Su paused, then his expression darkened slightly. Forcing a smile as he replied, "I would argue that, if anything, it is you, Wang of Wuan, who resembles him more." "Oh, pray tell. In what way do I resemble him?" Wu Jian asked, intrigued. Li Su countered, "You first tell me how I resemble him." "You just mentioned a toothpick, which is quite akin to him," Wu Jian stated. "A toothpick?" Li Su stared at Wu Jian, sensing that their interpretations of the term were decidedly different. In a bygone dynasty, a valiant general of the Han lineage achieved great feats in battle. The previous emperor had promised that he would not be harmed by gold, fire, earth, or water. The sage of painting, standing beside Xiao Yuansheng, stroked his beard and recounted, it was believed that such assurances would grant General Han peace of mind, free from the fear of overshadowing the emperor. Who would have thought that Zhao Daijian would exhibit such cunning? To eliminate General Han, he forged an edict from the Empress Dowager, summoning the general to the palace, and stealthily attacked him with a bamboo skewer, ultimately stabbing him to death from behind. Li Su blinked, feeling an eerie familiarity with this tale. Brat, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Left Lin cast a wary glance at Li Su. Sensing a premonition that the toothpick he referred to was not aligned with the common understanding of the term. All right. It was you who stabbed the eunuch from behind. Not me. I should not have said anything. Li Su nodded hastily. Left Lin frowned, shooting a cold glare at Li Su. Li Su grinned and refrained from further comments. Left brother, would you grant this old Taoist a favor? The sage of painting suddenly spoke up. The atmosphere in Taihu grew still. The surviving Zhao Daijian's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hopeful desperation. Are you in league with him? Left Lin shot a sidelong glance at the sage. The sage, stroking his beard, shook his head. As long as he lives, I can fulfill my obligations to His Majesty the Emperor. You need not fulfill any obligations, Left Lin scoffed. The sage smiled. It is prudent for me to flee faster than you. You ought to acknowledge this. Yet I recall you lost back, then due to your lack of speed, Left Lin mocked. The sage maintained his composure. Times have changed. I sincerely advise you to spare Zhao Daijian's life for the time being. Left Lin furrowed his brow. Old Zhua, this esteemed elder is assisting you. Li Su suddenly interjected. Zhua Lin cast a sidelong glance. The others also turned their attention towards Li Su. Li Su elucidated. Your stance differs from that of Zhao Daijian. Should you strike him, he would solely attribute his misfortune to his own inadequacies, never to your actions. Indeed, Zhao Daijian echoed, his voice quivering faintly. Young man, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Zhua Lin retorted with irritation. Li Su continued. Just moments ago, Zhao Daijian sought aid from Wang Wuan. Yet not only did Wang Wuan refuse to assist, he even made derisive remarks. Once freed, Zhao Daijian's greatest ire will surely be directed at Wang Wuan, given the opportunity. He will undoubtedly whisper insidiously into the emperor's ear. It is entirely plausible that one day, the entire Wang clan may face annihilation. This elder must have perceived such a possibility, hence his desire to rescue Zhao Daijian. As Li Su's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. A blatant attempt at sowing discord. Each individual present grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhua Lin, Tian Qi, Ziying, Gu Qingyan, as well as Xiao Yuanxing and Chao Huaji, all exhibited expressions of perplexity. Zhao Daijian's pallid visage froze, though he harbored a deep-seated desire to exact vengeance upon Wang Wuan. Such thoughts were fleeting. In his current predicament, he dared not entertain notions of retribution. The hand of the painter's saint, accustomed to graceful strokes, appeared somewhat stiff. Was the elder's intention to save Zhao Daijian a guise for plotting against Wang Wuan? How was I to know? The painter saint's expression darkened slightly. Painter saint, Wang Wuan murmured, do you run swiftly? The painter saint's countenance stiffened, shaking his head. It was merely the elder's loose tongue. Indeed, your words are excessive. Wang Wuan replied bluntly. To sow discord before a battle is intolerable. Had this occurred on the battlefield, even if you possessed 3 legs, I would show you no mercy. The painter's saint chuckled, opting for silence. He had already conveyed his message. He trusted that Zhua Lin understood his intent. I should have struck you down directly earlier. Zhua Lin murmured as he slowly drew his long blade. He indeed comprehended the painter's saint's message. By sparing Zhao Daijian, the painter's saint could feign concern for him, thereby relinquishing the pursuit of Tian Qi and Ziying. Zhua Lin chose to place his faith in the painter's saint. Zhao Daijian soared from the ice platform, landing before the painter's saint. Thank you. The painter's saint expressed his gratitude. Zhua Lin disregarded the painter's saint, raising his gaze to Wang Wuan, his eyes profound. The surroundings fell into utter silence. I must admit, you are indeed formidable, Zhua Lin remarked slowly. Wang Wuan replied, I know you have been anticipating a confrontation with me. Zhua Lin smiled faintly. I have often pondered whether, 5 years ago, my senior brother intervened to save me or to protect you. Do you know what I was contemplating at that time? Wang Wuan inquired. Zhua Lin scoffed. I only knew that at that moment. You were akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. I thought how fortunate it would be if you were not my father. Wang Wuan, hands clasped behind his back, sighed wistfully. In that case, I could have ensnared you all. Chapter 85. The Battle of Awe-Inspiring Proportions. The outcome is decided. The surrounding individuals collectively held their breath. Zhua Lin smirked. You are quite self-assured. It is not self-assurance. Wu Jin shook his head, acknowledging that the combined strength of the Chu couple surpassed his own. The 7 offerings of the Chu kingdom had once besieged his master brother. Though they may not have equaled his power, they were not far from it. Furthermore, the formidable clans of Bear, Xiang, Jing, and Wu from the Chu kingdom added to this concern. At this point, Wu Jian chose not to elaborate further. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, grasping the unspoken implications of his words. Was it truly his solitary achievement that led to the downfall of the Chu kingdom? Zuolin scoffed, sheathing his sword, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. I, Wu Jian, shall suppress all adversaries in this world. With a gentle murmur, Wu Jian stepped forth, gracefully descending onto the icy platform. I find great affinity with that statement. Your audacity at this moment. Do you not fear inciting the ire of the Deqian royal family? Zuolin inquired, voicing his inner skepticism. Compared to their last encounter, Wu Jian now appeared almost invincible. Wu Jian smiled lightly, stating, whether the emperor harbors apprehensions or not bears no relation to my strength. Indeed, Zuolin nodded. A warlord of high distinction, irrespective of his power, could not dispel the emperor's trepidation. Defeating you and escorting Princess Yunran will undoubtedly convey my loyalty to the Wu clan. Wu Jian asserted. How unfortunate, Zuolin retorted coldly. With Princess Yunran gracing Suzhou as the host, it is incumbent upon me to see her off. This encapsulated the very essence of their impending conflict. Wu Jian extended his right hand to the side, calling forth his spear softly. Come forth. Zuolin's expression twitched, appearing somewhat darkened. Li Su, Tian Qi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan all exchanged glances at a loss for words. Spear comes, blade comes. Yet why does it sound so much less impressive than a sword? Li Su mused inwardly. A purple-golden spear, shimmering like flowing light, emerged from the lake, landing steadily in Wu Jian's grasp. A great battle was about to commence. Brother, return, Wu Yao, atop the towering waves, called gently. At this moment, apart from Zuolin and Wu Jian, Li Su and Wu Fengyun, who had just engaged in combat, stood upon the circular icy platform. Wu Fengyun remained silent, turning to stride toward the eastern waves. Upon nearing, he leaped gracefully, treading the waves to ascend to their peak. Li Su glanced at Zuolin, inhaled deeply, and then proceeded toward the western waves. Your disciple is quite remarkable, Wu Jian remarked. Zuolin replied nonchalantly, he hardly qualifies as my disciple, at most. He is but a half-disciple. Do you believe that in the future, when the world speaks of you, they will refer to you as Li Su's master? Wu Jian chuckled lightly. If that were the case, then this half-disciple would far surpass you, Zuolin jested, a playful yet sardonic tone lacing his words. When others introduce you, they often mention you as my master brother's son, even when addressing you as the king of peace. They would still append of the current generation. This merely indicates your inferiority to your master brother, Wu Jian replied coolly. Perhaps, Zuolin conceded, unable to refute the point regarding his master brother. Just now, your disciple defeated my son in a single move. Wu Jian fixed his gaze upon Zuolin. The latter's countenance shifted, the intent of his blade retracting instantaneously. Wu Jian's right hand moved lightly, the purple-golden spear pointing obliquely toward the icy platform. His demeanor exhibited no extraordinary aura. Yet, every individual present felt an undeniable sense of oppression. Like an ancient ferocious beast, it opened its eyes. Lao Zhua had returned to Tianqi, beside Zi Ying and Li Su, whose hearts trembled, knowing that this battle was about to commence in earnest. He fixated on the two figures on the ice platform, an unrelenting wave of concern surging within him. In the past, Zuolin had merely been a retired captain from the military in his eyes, possessing commendable strength within the confines of Gusu City, but utterly lacking outside its borders. Recently, however, Zuolin had continuously shattered his preconceived notions. He understood that Zuolin was indeed formidable, a discarded disciple of a prominent sect. Yet, in the presence of the contemporary martial peace king, he could not summon sufficient confidence in Zuolin. It was not just him. Everyone present seemed to unanimously believe that there existed a disparity in strength between Zuolin and Wu Jian, and that victory was all but assured. Li Su's gaze solidified with determination. A faint sound, reminiscent of a whistle, pierced the air. The circular ice platform shattered. The battle erupted in its entirety. The two figures collided like comets, their movements a blur to Li Su, who could only perceive a dazzling brilliance radiating wildly, a spectacle of breathtaking splendor. Time appeared to freeze for a fleeting moment, the violent waves of combat erupting like a volcano, suspended in the air. In an instant, time seemed to reverse. the shattered ice platform restoring to its pristine state. The overwhelming radiance faded without a trace, as if Wu Jian and Zuolin had never moved, both standing in their original positions. Everything that had just transpired felt like a mere illusion. Yet, all present understood that it was no illusion. The speed of Wu Jian and Zuolin had transcended human perception, so swift that perhaps they had each unleashed an attack in the blink of an eye. Perhaps they had exchanged blows countless times, or perhaps the victor had already been determined. Even the likes of the illustrious Hua Sheng and Gu Qinyan could not discern the recent skirmish. All eyes were fervently fixed on the two combatants upon the ice platform. Li Su had never felt such palpable tension and unease as in this moment. Sweat beaded on his palms, an inexplicable sense of dread swelling within him. Wu Jian slightly lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the immaculate black satin dragon robe, where a wound had appeared on his chest, piercing through the golden inner armor beneath. Opposite, 5 zhang away, stood Zuolin, adorned in a conical hat and cloak, as steadfast as a pine tree. An isolated master of the blade. His expression was grave, his eyes unwaveringly locked on Wu Jian. Drip. The sound of water droplets shattered the silence. Li Su, Tianqi, and Ziying felt their hearts quiver. All gazes turned to Zuolin's feet, where drops of blood were cascading down. Laozhua. Li Su's countenance shifted dramatically. His fists clenched tightly in an instant. This was to be expected. Atop the western waves, Wu Yao's expression remained unperturbed, internally exhaling a significant sigh of relief. Nearby, on a massive ship, Xiao Yuanqing cast a glance at Li Su and Tianqi, a chill flickering in his eyes. The severely injured Zhao Deijian also exhibited a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction, his gaze drifting to the wound on Wu Jian's chest, a tinge of regret stirring within him. If only Wu Jian had been wounded, a mutual downfall would have been preferable. Zuolin, staring intently at Wu Jian, opened his mouth only to halt. Astonishment etched across his features as he regarded Wu Jian. Blood was slowly seeping from the right corner of Wu Jian's mouth, and the wound on his chest was spreading crimson. Suddenly, unable to endure any longer, Wu Jian knelt on one knee and expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, creating a shocking scene that left all present, including Zuolin, utterly astonished. Chapter 86, Celestial Melody, Su Wen Wu Jian. Amidst the collective astonishment, Wu Jian suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Zuolin, and questioned in a stern voice, "Is this your unity sword technique?" Zuolin remained silent. His eyes locked onto Wu Jian. In their recent confrontation, he had indeed unleashed his original unity sword technique, delivering his most powerful strike, believing it sufficient to rival Wu Jian. However, just as his blade was about to make contact with Wu Jian's garments, Wu Jian's golden spear had already pierced through his body with swifter speed and greater force. In that fleeting moment, Zuolin's most formidable strike had failed to inflict any real injury on Wu Jian. It merely tore through his clothing and inner armor. Zuolin was unequivocally certain of this. "Dad." At that moment, Wu Yao's voice rang out in alarm. "Father." Wu Fingyun's heart trembled. How could this be possible? Xiao Yuanqing and Xiao Huaji's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Oldzwa, Li Su's heart, previously trembling, now stirred with excitement. Something felt amiss. As the painter observed the two on the ice platform, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. 5 years prior, during the annihilation of Chu, he had witnessed Wu Jian's prowess. With a single move, he had defeated the emperor of Great Chu. Wu Jian gradually rose to his feet, gripping the golden spear firmly. "You are wounded more severely than I. Thus, I have emerged victorious," Wu Jian stated in a deep voice. Zuolin fixed his gaze on Wu Jian and replied slowly, "It is not over yet." Indeed, it was not yet concluded. Wu Jian calmly asserted, "No one has ever survived after facing my spear." Lowering his gaze, Zuolin glanced at the long blade in his hand, suddenly feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. This battle had not been fulfilling, not in the slightest. He had prepared himself for a noble demise, ready to exchange his life for wounds, even to face utter defeat. He regarded Wu Jian as an adversary and naturally assumed that Wu Jian would view him as one as well. Their clash should have been fierce and tragic. Yet the reality was that he had overestimated the situation. Wu Jian had been orchestrating this so-called duel all along, for the sake of the princess and Li Su's future. Zuolin knew he had to comply. "Continue." Zuolin dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, his gaze once again becoming cold and profound. "Continue." Li Su felt a tightening in her heart, her focus sharpening, as a celestial melody echoed in her ears. Momentarily lost in thought, she approached the beautiful chef and quietly inquired, "Wu Jian has been injured, with your strength." Gu Qingyan paused, then furrowed her brow, not responding as she assessed her own capabilities against Wu Jian. At that moment, Wu Jian looked up and cast a glance at Li Su. "Young one, your thoughts are perilous." "Perilous?" Li Su spoke lightly, looking down from a higher vantage point. "Do you not see? You have been isolated." "Just by you?" Wu Jian replied with a detached smile. "Young one, this is not a battle you can partake in." Zuolin interjected solemnly. "This does not resemble a battle. It appears more akin to a game of chess." Li Su lightly spoke, disregarding Zuolin, and turned to look at Xiao Yuanqing and Qiao Huaji, who were aboard the grand vessel. The painter saint was present. Li Su fixed his gaze upon the painter saint, Pei Xuanzi. "What wisdom do you impart, my lord?" The painter saint stroked his beard, a flicker of curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Since old Zhua has shown you favor, should you not also offer some measure of acknowledgement?" Li Su inquired. The painter saint paused, glancing at Zhao Deijian, who lay sprawled on the deck, and nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang has granted considerable respect to the old Taoist." "Withdraw 300 miles, Li Su stated directly. 300 miles, the painter saint contemplated, then nodded. If the old Taoist were to act, he would inform young Master Li beforehand, allowing time for the old Taoist to traverse 300 miles. Li Su frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The painter saint chuckled. "You must also understand the old Taoist's position. Such a grand occasion, if missed, would become a lifelong regret for him." Li Su lightly snorted, his gaze shifting to Xiao Yuanqing and Qiao Huaji. "I am aware that you intend to frame the third prince for treason, and you have prepared a counterpoem," Wu Jian suddenly remarked. Both Li Su and Xiao Yuanqing's expression stiffened. "Relying solely on words can ultimately only intimidate the timid," Wu Jian said indifferently. "Do you believe you will testify on behalf of this third prince?" Li Su looked at Wu Jian and suddenly spoke. Everyone was taken aback. Wu Jian regarded Li Su with a calm demeanor. Li Su raised his gaze, landing it on Wu Yao. Wu Yao was momentarily stunned, her brows knitting together, uncertainty swirling within her. "What is this rogue staring at me for?" The others followed Li Su's gaze, settling their attention on Wu Yao. "Miss Yao, have you donned an extra layer of clothing? Do you not find it somewhat warm?" Li Su inquired with a smile. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Yao retorted, glaring at him. "Yaoer, go to the cabin," Wu Jian commanded coldly. Wu Yao was taken aback, quickly realizing her attire as she glanced down. Her eyelids twitched violently. Beneath her bright red attire, a hint of gold was discernible. Unbeknownst to her, under the loose, crimson skirt, she had inexplicably donned another layer of clothing. "What is happening?" Wu Yao felt a chill run down her spine and promptly turned to dash towards the cabin. "Sunshine strategies are not solely your domain." Li Su cast a glance at Wu Jian, then turned his attention back to Xiao Yuanqing. Xiao Yuanqing's eyelids twitched severely, an ominous premonition stirring within him. "Third prince, do you wish to leave with your entourage, or would you prefer to join me in vanquishing Wu Jian?" Li Su asked coolly. Xiao Yuanqing's expression darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the current predicament. He surmised that Wu Yao had already donned the dragon robe originally intended for him by Li Su. In such circumstances, should he refuse Li Su, the combined forces of Li Su and Wu Jian might very well conspire against him. "I shall remember this." Xiao Yuanqing shot a cold glare at Li Su. "Let us go?" "Indeed," Qiao Huaji nodded vigorously. The grand vessel swiftly departed. The painter saint hovered upon the lake's surface, observing Li Su with profound admiration. Who could have anticipated that this astonishing battle would transform into the stage for this young lad? "How did you accomplish this?" Wu Jian scrutinized Li Su, perplexed. Although his daughter Wu Yao's strength was not particularly formidable, the inexplicable addition of her garments could not have gone unnoticed, especially since today, his daughter had not ventured beyond the bounds of Taihu, remaining well within his perception. Zuolin, Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan were all filled with confusion. This young man had increasingly kept secrets from me. A sense of melancholy stirred within Zuolin. He was supposed to be the protagonist of this battle. Yet the spotlight had largely been stolen by this lad. He was still bleeding. Li Su calmly remarked, "Does that really matter?" "It certainly does," Wu Jian replied coldly. "I do not favor surprises. This is a surprise I have prepared for you," Li Su said with a faint smile. Cleverness often leads to one's own downfall. The purple gold spear in Wu Jian's hand emitted a chilling resonance. "My dear nephew, your opponent is me." Zuolin hefted his long knife, a cold smile gracing his lips. Old Zhua, you are out of your depth, Li Su retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhuo Lin. I am of the same generation as Wang Wen. Zhuo Lin's eyelids twitched violently, and his face darkened. Wu Jian chuckled, a frosty smile playing across his lips as he gazed at Li Su. Since you have such awareness, my spear shall treat you with equal regard. That is my respect for you. Tianqi, Ziying, and Gu Qingyan felt a shiver down their spines. Upon seeing Li Su with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Wu Jian, the three women's lips twitched slightly. This rascal truly did not know when to quit. Even at this moment, he remained infuriatingly defiant. Ziying felt a prickling sensation at the back of her head. Brother Wu, may I pose a question? Li Su inquired, gazing at Wu Jian. Wu Jian remained silent. The purple gold spear subtly emanating an intense, frosty aura. In the eyes of His Majesty the Emperor, do you believe that the Princess Yunran by my side is more significant? Or are you? Chapter 87. The Game Within the Game. Key figures in the eyes of His Majesty the Emperor. Do you believe that the Princess Yunran by my side is more significant? Or are you? Deep within Taihu Lake, two colossal frozen waves rose and fell in silence. The onlookers were largely enveloped in contemplation, including Li Su, who had posed the question. It was only upon asking that he truly grasped the situation. The illustrious Wang Wen. Wu Jian was present at Taihu, a testament to the emperor's regard for Tianqi. However, Wu Jian had lingered in Taihu without making any genuine attempt to capture Tianqi. The existence of this decisive battle was shrouded in suspicion. Two individuals, who barely knew each other and could even be considered adversaries, had tacitly agreed to a duel while refraining from any pre-battle hostilities. Initially, Li Su had thought that Wu Jian was wary of old Zhua's strength. However, as the battle commenced, he again heard the celestial voice of Yu Heng Xianzi. He was compelled to acknowledge a fact he was reluctant to accept. The contemporary Wang Wen, Wu Jian, did not truly regard old Zhua as a rival. There existed a discernible gap in strength between the two. In truth, after their last encounter, doubts had begun to surface in Li Su's mind. At that time, Wu Jian had appeared calm and composed. Zhuo Lin seemed equally unfazed, yet Li